Chapter 1. Divine Soul, Innate Soul Power Level 21. In a remote, yet affluent small town within the Douluo Continent. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Lu residence was rapped upon, and Lu Long opened it to find a young woman standing at the threshold. You're here? I am. Coming quickly. Who came first? I did. Within the confines of the closed room, the young woman furrowed her brow slightly. You wealthy individuals are quite amusing, sneaking around to awaken your martial souls. It's not that I wish to lose face. What if I awaken a useless martial soul? It would be a disgrace to my name, Lu Long, he chuckled. Of course, this was not his true sentiment. Lu Long was actually apprehensive that his awakened martial soul would be excessively formidable, drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall, who might forcibly take him away. If I didn't know that the Spirit Hall would ultimately come to ruin, would I be spending money to have you here to awaken me? Lu Long scoffed internally. He scrutinized the young woman, noting her exquisite beauty and an alluring charm well. This encounter wasn't entirely unprofitable. Let's hasten, as I have other appointments, the woman said, tossing 6 stones into the air, which then emitted a golden glow, urging Lu Long to awaken quickly. I never expected you wild boar merchants to be quite successful, Lu Long remarked as he stepped into the luminescent barrier. What wild boars? Nothing. As Lu Long entered the barrier, he delicately sensed the wondrous transformations occurring within his body. Extend your right hand. He complied, and a long blade manifested in his palm. The blade was slender and sleek, its entire form as dark as ink, resembling a Tang-style saber, yet lacking its elegance while exuding a more domineering aura. Upon its appearance, an overwhelming presence of destruction enveloped the room, akin to a soul suppression, causing the woman to feel a sudden constriction in her breath, as if suffocating. Looking at the blade, swirling storm clouds rolled over it, purple lightning serpents coiled around, and arcs of fire crackled, the might of thunder evoking a sense of dread. What is this? The woman appeared momentarily stunned, hesitating before continuing. This is a weapon martial soul, though I have never seen one. Its quality is undoubtedly of the highest echelon. She gazed at Lu Long, her eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Hurry and absorb your martial soul. Its presence is rather oppressive. The woman struggled to endure, then produced a crystal ball. Let's test your soul power. Lu Long absorbed the martial soul and placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, brilliance erupted. Innate full soul power. The young woman could not help but exclaim, the blinding light failing to mask her astonishment. Yet this was not the end. As the light intensified, an array of even more dazzling points began to appear upon the crystal ball. 1, 2, 3. The number of points rapidly escalated 10, 11, 19, 20, 21. A staggering total of 21. Innate soul power, level 21. The woman was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. At that moment, Lu Long stood before her like a monster. Innate soul power, level 21. How could this be? Innate full soul power was already a rare talent in the Douluo Continent, and this level 21 was almost beyond imagination. Could such a terrifying prodigy truly exist in this world? Contemplating this, the woman cast a heated gaze upon Lu Long. Lu Long felt uneasy under her scrutiny. What are you doing? You don't mean to devour me, do you? It's just level 21, what's all the fuss about? Lu Long genuinely believed there was nothing amiss. As a transmigrator, possessing a top-tier martial soul, an innate full soul power seemed perfectly reasonable. If he were unable to do so, then it would be everyone else's cause for astonishment. Young girls are simply naive and easily startled. All right, you may leave now. Remember not to disclose my information to anyone, especially the Spirit Hall. Lu Long began to usher her out. This news absolutely could not reach the Spirit Hall. Hence he issued a stern warning. Why? The woman, perplexed by his statement, immediately inquired. What was wrong with the Spirit Hall? Did he look down upon the Spirit Hall? Many sought to join the Spirit Hall, yet could not. Do not question why. You wild boar merchants receive payment. Thus you must uphold confidentiality for your clients. It is your obligation, Lu Long replied coldly. Then I shall awaken the others before addressing this, the woman remarked, unsure of Lu Long's aversion to the Spirit Hall, but given his talent and her current status, she refrained from pressing further. They have all been awakened. This was merely a ruse I devised to mislead. You should leave at once. With that, the young woman was hastily pushed out of the Lu residence by Lu Long. She gazed at the closed door and snorted coldly. Humph. Once I, Hu Liena, discover you, do you think you can escape for a lifetime? Hurry back to report to the teacher. Hu Liena wasted no time and set off immediately. Meanwhile, within the confines of the house, Lu Long suddenly shivered. Strange, the sun seems quite bright today. 2 days later, Spirit Hall, the Hall of the Pope. Nana, is what you say true? Bibi Dong, with her slender, elegant legs, abruptly rose from her seat, her expression tinged with excitement. Teacher, every word I speak is the truth, Hu Liena asserted. However, I am unsure why Lu Long harbors such resistance towards our Spirit Hall. He would rather spend money to have someone awaken him than allow Spirit Hall personnel to do so for free. If I hadn't fortuitously been on a training excursion, we might never have discovered him. This cannot be allowed. There is no one on this continent who defies the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong sneered. Yuegwan, accompany me. I shall personally bring him back. Bibi Dong revealed her domineering side. But teacher, what if there is a deep-rooted hatred between the Spirit Hall and him? Aren't you concerned he may act rashly? Hu Liena queried anxiously. Not at all. Such an unparalleled genius. Even if I have to brainwash him, I will keep him within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's gaze burned with intensity. Compared to Qian Rengshu's talent, this prodigy must belong to the Spirit Hall. We must depart immediately to avoid prolonged delays. Yes. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena felt a slight embarrassment. No matter how talented he was merely a 6-year-old child. Did the teacher truly require such a grand display? But let us not forget, she was Bibi Dong. In the Spirit Hall, she commanded acted with such audacity. Meanwhile, a perplexed Lu Long gazed up at the sun, muttering to himself, how strange, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Another 2 days passed. At the entrance of the Lu residence, Lu Long was being hauled along like a chick by Zhu Yuegwan. His back was burdened with a packed bag, clearly indicating his intent to escape, yet he had fortuitously been captured by Bibi Dong and her companions. A look of frustration marred his face as he gritted his teeth. I wondered why I felt so uneasy these past few days. It seems my apprehension was not unfounded. Alas, I am one step too late. Chapter 2, Forced Recruitment by Bibi Dong. He glanced at Hu Liena. Hey, what about your professional ethics? Your moral integrity? You accepted my money and immediately sold my information, playing both sides. Hu Liena, however, merely smiled, proudly patting Lu Long's face as she replied, Firstly, I am not Hey, my name is Hu Liena, and you shall henceforth call me Sister Nana. Secondly, that was not my profession. I simply happened to encounter you and assisted in awakening your martial soul. Upon hearing this, Lu Long's body trembled violently as he realized, You are from the Spirit Hall. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall? Just then, a cold and authoritative voice resonated. Lu Long attempted to look up to identify the speaker, but Zhu Yuegwan was holding him aloft, preventing him from raising his head. He could only see a pair of long, fair legs before him. Bibi Dong noticed his struggle and gestured for Zhu Douluo to lower him. Once standing, Lu Long finally looked up, but upon merely a glance, he was momentarily entranced. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, her features exquisitely sculpted, devoid of any flaw. Her figure was exceptionally graceful, with long, elegant legs and a slender waist, wielding a staff embedded with jewels. Her skin glistened like jade, her bright eyes sparkled like stars, moving with the grace of a startled swan, standing tall like a pine. Even with Lu Long's 20-plus years of experience across 2 lifetimes, he felt his heart flutter. This woman was far more beautiful than any starlets from his past life. Indeed, she was the most stunning woman he had ever encountered. No, Your Holiness the Pope, you jest. The Spirit Hall has never once dissatisfied me, Lu Long replied awkwardly, perplexed as to when he had ever held discontent towards the Spirit Hall. It must be that Hu Liena had been stirring trouble in front of Bibi Dong. That's good to hear. I had planned to do some things that might displease you. Bibi Dong's tone softened upon hearing his words, indicating a smooth progression for the day. How did you know teacher is the Pope? Hu Liena, puzzled, questioned as they had never disclosed this information. I guessed, Lu Lung retorted curtly. You. Enough. Since that's settled, you shall accompany me back to the Spirit Hall. From this day forth, you will be my disciple, Bibi Dong interjected, addressing Lu Lung. Go to the Spirit Hall? Lu Lung was taken aback. Lu Lung stood in the secluded chamber, delivering a decisive strike to an iron stake before him. The air ceased its thunderous roar, and the violet lightning flickered out, rendering the blow seemingly ordinary. Yet, upon the blade meeting the iron, a sudden clap of thunder erupted, and the stake shattered into fragments. Indeed, the soul power remained contained, concentrated within the blade, only to erupt with unforeseen force upon impact, signifying that you have begun to grasp the essence of soul power utilization. Bibi Dong praised, noting the remarkable progress achieved in just 2 months, not only due to innate talent but also a keen understanding. It is all thanks to your excellent guidance. Lu Lung replied earnestly. Over these 2 months, Bibi Dong had been a constant presence, providing hands-on instruction that led to such astonishing advancement. Gazing upon Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, he suddenly considered that remaining at the Spirit Hall might not be so bad after all. Come. Today I will take you to hunt a soul beast and grant you a soul ring. Yes, Lu Lung exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had long awaited this moment. In the Stardow Forest, the trio comprised Bibi Dong, Douluo, and Lu Lung. Your martial spirit is an exceptionally potent weapon spirit, oriented towards aggressive combat. We shall hunt a soul beast aged between 5,000 to 7,000 years. As she spoke, Bibi Dong gestured for Zhu Yueguan to capture a soul beast. 5,000 to 7,000? Lu Lung gasped, recalling that the limit for the first soul ring was typically 23 years. You are quite knowledgeable. Bibi Dong remarked with surprise before continuing. That limit holds true for the average individual, but you are different. Your martial spirit is of divine caliber. From the moment of your birth, it has subtly enhanced your physique. Though it remains unawakened, its existence is undeniable. You must have sensed this during the past 2 months. Lu Lung nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Over the past 2 months, he had distinctly perceived an enhancement in his physical capabilities, not merely a modest improvement, but rather a remarkable acceleration. Initially, he suspected it might be a malady, only to later realize it was due to his martial soul, Jean Luo. This sensation intensified whenever he grasped Jean Luo in his hands. Thus, he had grown accustomed to never retracting it. Bibi Dong continued, moreover, with your current soul power at level 21 and your preliminary mastery of soul power control, I deduce that absorbing a 7,000-year soul ring poses no challenges for you. I desire a 10,000-year soul ring for my first one, Lu Lung exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. A 10,000-year soul ring would radiate an impressive black glow in battle, exuding an air of superiority. If you seek destruction, I shall intervene, Bibi Dong replied, dousing his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. Remember, you are now a member of the Martial Soul Hall. Every decision you make impacts its development. You are not alone. Certain matters cannot be addressed solely according to your whims. Lu Lung fell silent. See, I told you not to join the Spirit Hall, yet you would not believe me. The outcome is unfavorable and the rules are numerous. Can't you wait a while longer before absorbing the soul ring? Lu Lung was clearly still fixated on the 10,000-year soul ring. It is imperative for soul masters to begin their training as early as possible for better future development. You are currently in your golden period of cultivation. Do not forsake your future progress for a single soul ring. Moreover, this is merely your first soul ring, so its impact on your future will be minimal, explained Bibi Dong. Very well then. Lu Lung had no choice but to give up. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted in the distance, and before long, Douluo returned with a soul beast that was barely clinging to life. It was enormous. Lu Lung gazed in astonishment as a creature resembling a small mountain approached, his mouth agape in disbelief. This soul beast was as large as a 3-story villa, and Zhu Yueguan effortlessly cradled it in one hand, making it appear fragile and diminutive. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Douluo cast the small mountain down, allowing Lu Lung to discern that it was, in fact, an elephant. The elephant was clad in impenetrable armor, with 2 massive tusks that were remarkably sharp. In the present day, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a fearsome beast. Yet, in Zhu Douluo's hands, it was effortlessly subdued. This was the 1,000-gene charging elephant, estimated to be around 7,000 years old. Absorb its soul ring, and I shall protect you. Bibi Dong was quite pleased with this soul beast. The 1,000-gene charging elephant was inherently aggressive, and when paired with the slashing Luo martial soul, it was the perfect combination. Indeed. Lu Leng stepped forward, drawing the blade of Zhuanlu, and with a swift stroke, the soul beast perished. Faint violet orbs began to coalesce above the body of the soul beast, swiftly forming a resplendent purple halo. The vibrancy of the halo radiated with immense energy, and Lu Leng could sense its formidable power. Without further hesitation, he grasped the blade of Zhuanlu, channeling his soul power through it towards the halo. The halo, drawn towards him, swiftly diminished in size, encircling his blade of Zhuanlu, his martial soul. In an instant, a searing energy surged into his being. Remain vigilant, guide the soul power. The voice of Bibi Dong resonated in his ears. Yet an involuntary smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. What is this energy? Must I truly remain vigilant? Bibi Dong? Douluo, this pretense is exquisite. Despite the bravado, Lu Leng knew he had to operate with precision. The surging soul power incessantly tempered his body, akin to a rampaging tiger, rampantly traversing within him. He felt as though his body was expanding, an excruciating pain enveloping him. However, following this agony, a warm current flowed through, mending the recent damage as gently as a spring rain. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lu Leng opened his eyes. Lu Leng realized that he had succeeded. Indeed. How does it feel? Bibi Dong inquired. Not bad, akin to soaking in a hot spring, Lu Leng replied nonchalantly. Chapter 4. The First Soul Skill, Blade Draw. Douluo could not help but scoff softly, yet deep within, he harbored a modicum of admiration. I admire his thick skin. Suddenly, Lu Leng felt a bit constricted and, upon glancing down, discovered that his clothes had shrunk, causing discomfort. The absorption of the first soul ring has indeed contributed to your height, Bibi Dong remarked. Lu Leng nodded, standing at the tender age of 6, yet already nearing a height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters. What is your first soul skill? It is called Blade Draw, Lu Leng explained, describing how this skill briefly endows him with the might of 1,000 pounds, enabling him to crush his adversaries with unparalleled strength. Furthermore, this skill possesses a defensive breaking attribute, enhancing the potency of his strike. As my power grows, the strength and duration of this skill will become even greater. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. A formidable skill indeed. It is sufficient for you to challenge foes beyond your level. How long does it last? 3 seconds. That is acceptable. After absorbing the first soul ring, Bibi Dong chose not to allow him to absorb the second just yet, advising him to familiarize himself with his abilities for a while longer. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Leng finally found a moment to relax, his mind replaying the events, which felt almost surreal. Meanwhile, not far away, Yin approached Hu Liena, a collection of gifts in hand, his concern evident. Why have you been so unhappy lately, Nana? What business is it of yours? Hu Liena retorted sulkily. Since the arrival of Lu Leng 2 months prior, her teacher's attention toward her had noticeably diminished. It seemed that her mentor was preoccupied with Lu Leng, visiting him almost daily, a fact that weighed heavily on her heart. She observed it all in silence, unable to voice her feelings. After all, she knew Lu Leng was a prodigy with innate soul power at level 21. Is it that Lu Leng fellow? Yin, not oblivious to the changes, surmised. What do you think? Hu Liena shot him an exasperated glance, her irritation palpable. Naturally beautiful, Hu Liena's every movement was enchanting, amplified by her martial spirit. Yin, who harbored feelings for her, felt his heart race as she displayed a seemingly delicate demeanor, especially that moment when she looked at him with a hint of grievance, sending his heart into a frenzy. It must be him. I shall go and defend your honor. In Yan's heart, Hu Liena was paramount, and no one, not even the disciple of the Pope, could dare to bully her. Thus, fueled by righteous indignation, he stormed toward Lu Leng's room. Hu Liena paused, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately decided against it. Well, perhaps a lesson for him would be beneficial. The memory of Lu Leng's haughty demeanor in recent days ignited her ire. Lu Leng's room was not far from Hu Liena's, and in just a few breaths, Yin had arrived at Lu Leng's courtyard. Lu Leng, come out. Who is it? Why are you awake at this late hour? Lu Leng, who was washing his face, was suddenly interrupted by a loud shout and stepped out in annoyance. He soon spotted a young man standing in the courtyard, seething with anger. Who are you? Are you mad? Are you Lu Leng? Yin replied with a frosty glare. That's me. But who are you? And what do you want? My name is Yin, and I've come specifically to teach you a lesson for bullying my Nana. How shameless. Who is your Nana? You pathetic sycophant. Does she even like you? You. Yin retorted. If Nana doesn't like me, does she fancy a wet behind-the-ears brat like you? I advise you to reconsider, for in the end, a sycophant ends up with nothing. You would do well to give up early, Lu Lang suggested kindly. Enough of your nonsense. I'm here to fight you. Although Yin was unaware of the term sycophant, he recognized the insult and chose to act without further delay. Hiding behind the door, Hu Liena witnessed the unfolding scene and instinctively wanted to intervene. However, she reasoned that Yin would merely be teaching Lu Lang a minor lesson, and it likely wouldn't escalate into anything serious. After all, this was also a chance for her to vent her frustrations, so she decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, Lu Lang, seeing that Yin had launched an attack without hesitation, wore a look of disbelief. Indeed, Hu Liena was a source of trouble. It seemed Yin, the sycophant, was under some kind of spell. However, fortune favored him today, as he had just absorbed a soul ring and was eager to test his newfound strength. With the Zhan Luo knife in hand, Lu Lang regarded Yin with an air of cold arrogance. On Yan's side, the imposing figure of his martial spirit, the Flame Lord, materialized behind him. With a tremendous roar, a wave of searing heat surged forth, bathing the surroundings in a vivid crimson glow. His body underwent a transformation, becoming encased in a rocky armor. 2 yellow soul rings floated above and below him. Boy, are you not going to unleash your martial spirit? Yin shouted, seeing Lu Lang remain unmoved. Lu Lang raised the Zhan Luo in his hand, declaring, "This is my martial spirit." Yan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Are you mocking me? Fury surged within him. Even if this wretched blade were indeed his martial spirit, the absence of any visible soul rings was an affront to his dignity. Ignorant of the consequences, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow that would leave Lu Lang searching for his teeth. With a powerful leap, he hurled a fist toward Lu Lang. The wind from his punch howled, cleaving through the air. Granite rock. In midair, Yin activated his second soul skill. His hands instantaneously expanded, surpassing his own frame. Resembling colossal boulders ablaze with molten lava, accompanied by a scorching wave as they descended upon Lu Lang. With the blade of the cold and ruthless Lu Lang in hand, his demeanor underwent a sudden and striking transformation, becoming cold and severe, in stark contrast to his previous appearance. Yan's fist approached in an instant, yet Lu Lang remained motionless, as if rendered senseless by fear. Humph, the disciples of the Pope are nothing extraordinary, disdain flickering in Yan's eyes. But in that very moment, Lu Lang abruptly moved. He lifted his head sharply, his eyes shimmering with a piercing cold light, and an overwhelming aura of frostiness erupted forth. Simultaneously, the purple soul ring adorning Lu Lang glowed brilliantly. Upon witnessing the resplendent purple ring, a jolt of intense fear surged through Yan's heart. The radiance of the purple ring was blinding, sending tremors through his very soul, rendering his body rigid and his mind a blank slate. He forgot the motion of his hand, only to see in his vision the long blade in Lu Lang's grasp unsheathed, the flash of the blade vanishing in an instant. Before he could comprehend it, Lu Lang's sword had already returned to its sheath. The draw slice sheath. Lu Lang's voice gently wafted into his ears, and a sudden, overwhelming force struck his chest, akin to being collided with by an immense mountain. His internal organs felt compressed, and he experienced a stifling sensation. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 5. Bibi Dong's Sorrow. In the air, fragments of rock shattered from his body, scattering everywhere, while his chest caved in. With a swift strike, Lu Lang succeeded and, without hesitation, drew his blade, Zhan Luo, aiming it fiercely at Yan's head. Stop! Hu Liena suddenly appeared before Lu Lang. However, upon witnessing Zhan Luo pressed against Yan's scalp, embedded in the earth, she released a deep sigh of relief. Extracting the blade, which was buried halfway into the ground, Lu Lang cast not a glance at the pair, coldly proclaiming, "This time, I shall show mercy. Next time, fortune may not favor you." With that, he turned and departed. Hu Liena helped Yin to his feet, both gazing at Lu Lang's retreating figure, their eyes reflecting profound fear. A millennium soul ring. Yin managed to utter these 4 words before succumbing to the shadows of death surrounding him. The following day, Lu Lang arrived at the training grounds. "Did you injure Yin?" Bibi Dong inquired, having received news of the incident promptly after it occurred. "Yes," he replied. "Do not strike so hard next time. This injury has affected his essence and will require a long recovery." "You do not blame me, master?" Lu Lang asked, surprised, as he had expected reprimand from her. "Blame you?" Bibi Dong responded, equally astonished. "Instead of wasting time on punishment, it would be more practical to focus on elevating your soul power." Upon hearing these words, Lu Lang came to understand that Bibi Dong had a protective nature. Indeed, with her striking beauty and her inclination to defend those she cares for, It must be quite a blessing for Bibi Dong to assume the role of his mentor. After briefly inquiring about Lu Leng's condition over the past few days, Bibi Dong commenced today's instruction. Her teaching method was straightforward. She encouraged Lu Leng to attack her, allowing her to identify his weaknesses through their combat. This approach proved to be the simplest and most effective means of instruction. What Lu Leng currently lacks is not soul power or soul skills, but rather an abundance of combat experience. The rapid ascension of a Soul Master's rank implies a lack of sufficient time for actual combat, which in turn hinders the comprehension of the true essence of battle. Bibi Dong has astutely recognized this point. Her actions can indeed be considered a tailored approach to teaching. His control over soul power remains imprecise. That last move had the potential for greater impact. Hesitating and lacking momentum, your mind is too chaotic. Although this attack was commendable, it still fell short. Combat is not merely about reckless aggression. One must balance strength with technique, which can conserve a significant amount of soul power. Thus, Lu Leng experiences remarkable growth in real combat situations. A month later, he has become thoroughly acquainted with his own soul power and has gained a deeper understanding of the soul skill, blade drawing slash. With his current combat prowess, he can now engage with Yin with ease, unlike before when a single miscalculation left Yin still in diapers. Well then, we shall conclude for today, remarked Bibi Dong. As Lu Leng's soul power was nearly depleted, Lu Leng glanced at the time, realizing it was not yet the appointed hour. With other matters to attend to today, he decided to conclude here. Having said this, Bibi Dong turned and departed without hesitation. Lu Leng stood in place, gazing at the departing figure of Bibi Dong. Feeling a sense of perplexity, his teacher's demeanor seemed rather unusual, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. During their battle today, she appeared distracted and preoccupied. Could there be something significant unfolding? However, upon reflection, he realized that nothing of great consequence had transpired during this period. Lu Leng gazed thoughtfully at Bibi Dong's figure, only to realize she was not heading towards the Hall of Spirits, but instead was making her way to another location. It struck him as peculiar. Such unexpected behavior often heralded the extraordinary. Should he follow her to investigate? Resolute in his decision, Lu Leng stealthily trailed her. As he followed her path, he observed Bibi Dong ascend a mountain, where a pavilion awaited. Upon reaching this pavilion, she halted, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, her demeanor exuding a profound sense of melancholy. What could she be contemplating? He had never witnessed Bibi Dong in such a state before. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Leng found himself perplexed yet compelled to observe further. As night fell, Bibi Dong remained as motionless as a statue, her eyes perpetually fixed on the distance. Yet, the depth of her desolation intensified with the encroaching darkness. Lu Leng stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy from the weight. Observing the motionless Bibi Dong, he found the situation exceedingly dull and contemplated departing. Just then, he overheard a pair of maidens passing by, engaged in hushed conversation. Xiao Qian, which hotel did you arrange for tonight? What hotel? It's the Qixi Festival. Every place is fully booked. What will you do then? You've harbored a secret affection for him for so long. This is a splendid opportunity to win him over. Fear not, I am well prepared. Their voices faded into the distance until Lu Leng could no longer hear them. From what he gathered, coupled with Bibi Dong's unusual demeanor, he surmised the cause. Ah. So that is why the moon appears so round tonight. It is, after all, the Qixi Festival. It seems Bibi Dong is yearning for that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Leng's heart was ablaze with indignation as he recalled the despicable actions of Yu Xiaojiang. A surge of anger ignited within him for this ungrateful scoundrel, whose heart was as cold as a wolf's and as treacherous as a dog's. How could he forget the kindness bestowed upon him by Bibi Dong? Even in her final moments, she continued to harbor love for Yu Xiaojiang. Humph, the tragic fate that befell Bibi Dong was indirectly orchestrated by this very man. No, in this life, he must resolutely protect Bibi Dong. Of course, this protection carries a deeper significance. Though only 6 years in age, Lu Leng possesses the mental acuity of a man in his late 20s. At such an age, a man's criteria for a partner typically shifts from youthful beauty to the allure of a mature woman, despite being in her 40s. Bibi Dong's physique and countenance are at their zenith, surpassing even the most radiant young women, further enhanced by a captivating, mature charm. Therefore, from their initial encounter, Bibi Dong profoundly captivated Lu Leng. Coupled with their interactions over the past few months, a seed of affection has quietly taken root within him. Bibi Dong's character is resilient, and even on the verge of death, she harbored affection for Yu Xiaojiang. Altering her affections requires a delicate approach, achievable only through the gradual passage of time. Ultimately, Bibi Dong must realize that he is an indispensable presence in her life. With this realization, Liu made a firm decision. Consequently, he turned back, prepared some items, and swiftly returned. Teacher, please assist me. I am on the verge of collapse. I am utterly exhausted. Liu cried out from afar. Bibi Dong's thoughts were interrupted, and a hint of annoyance flashed between her brows. However, upon turning, she beheld Liu's exaggerated expression of agony. His hands clutched a large copper pot, laden with vegetables and meats piled high like a miniature mountain. Atop his head rested 2 jade bowls, a string of chili peppers adorned his neck, garlic encircled his waist, and even his feet were bound with several potatoes. Chapter 6. I planted a seat upon his back. He carried a basket of coal, his entire face smeared with soot, resembling a miner. His overall appearance was akin to a clown in a mine, performing acrobatics. Bibi Dong, upon witnessing this spectacle, instantly dispelled her gloomy mood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Liu was burdened with numerous items, his attention was steadfastly fixed on Bibi Dong's expression. The moment she broke into a smile, Liu immediately seized the moment with delight, recognizing that his initial plan had been successfully executed. What are you doing? Bibi Dong inquired, stepping forward to help him with some of the load. Teacher, I recently devised a new dish, and I have come to share it with you. Liu replied with a cheerful grin, his pearly white teeth contrasting sharply with his dark complexion, reminiscent of a child from Africa, which elicited another wave of joy from Bibi Dong. You can cook? Bibi Dong asked with a laugh. Alas, one must adapt. A child of humble means learns to fend for themselves early on. If it weren't for my modest skills, I might have perished from hunger, Liu responded, a hint of sorrow lacing his words. I recall your family is quite affluent, possessing a grand estate, she remarked. Ahem, teacher, let us set aside such discussions for now. Please, sample my culinary efforts first, Liu interjected, clearing his throat in an attempt to divert the conversation. Fortunately, his dark complexion concealed the embarrassment of being caught in a fib. First, go wash your face, she advised. After Liu washed his face a couple of times, he began to prepare under the curious gaze of Bibi Dong. He set up the charcoal stove, placed the copper pot on top, added clear water, and arranged the meat on a platter. Indeed, Liu was preparing a Sichuan-style hot pot for Bibi Dong today. Hot pot is often regarded as the most provocative of dishes, as it facilitates the mingling of saliva between men and women. Liu prepared a hot pot for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, it was because this world lacked such an experience, which piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity. Secondly, the hot pot would create a vibrant atmosphere, helping to alleviate Bibi Dong's longing for Yuxiao Gang. This was Liu's main objective. As the water boiled vigorously, the aroma of spicy oil, various seasonings, and garlic filled the air once the ingredients were added and began to swirl. He placed the meat into the pot, and then prepared the most classic dipping sauce for Bibi Dong. Minced garlic, sesame oil, and chopped scallions, just these 3 ingredients. After a brief moment of anticipation in Bibi Dong's eyes, it was time to feast. All right, it's ready. Teacher, please give it a try. Liu added a slice of premium soul beast meat into Bibi Dong's bowl. Skeptical yet intrigued, it was her first time experiencing such a dish. However, under Liu's sincere gaze, she placed the meat slice into her mouth. The meat melted in her mouth, exceptionally tender. Though marbled with fat, it was far from greasy. Paired with the aromatic and spicy broth, it provided a delightful explosion of flavors on her palate. With just one bite, Bibi Dong was captivated. Delicious, she exclaimed involuntarily, her eyes gleaming with delight, savoring the exquisite blend of spicy and fragrant flavors. Hee, I told you my culinary skills are commendable. Seeing Bibi Dong enjoy the meal, Liu felt he had accomplished his goal for the day. I had my doubts, she admitted, recalling her earlier skepticism. The 2 engaged in light-hearted conversation as they feasted. The hot pot became increasingly flavorful as they continued, with the broth's essence intensifying with each bite. Liu had prepared quite an ample supply of food, yet he still underestimated the combat prowess of the 2 individuals. By the end, he found that all the provisions he had brought were entirely consumed. I shall prepare a bit more, he thought, observing the sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Liu felt a surge of joy. No need, let us conclude for today, Bibi Dong replied, waving her hand. The beautiful things should always be cherished with a touch of longing. Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong rose and moved to the edge of the pavilion, her gaze drifting far into the distance. Her demeanor once again descended into melancholy, and Lu Long understood that she was reminiscing about Yu Xiaojiang. The yearning, following such a spirited atmosphere, only deepened her solitude. Damn it, that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang, he has caused quite a bit of trouble. Lu Long cursed vehemently, resolute in his intent to concoct a remedy for Yu Xiaojiang when the opportunity arose. Just as Lu Long began to speak, Bibi Dong interrupted him. Thank you for the dinner. Teacher, I had a delightful time today. Rest early, for tomorrow I shall take you to hunt the second spirit ring. Lu Long observed the situation and realized that further words would be futile. He began to gather his belongings. Take this ring. It contains 100 cubic units. Next time, you won't need to exert yourself in transporting it back and forth. Bibi Dong tossed a ring towards Lu Long. Lu Long took it over and examined it closely. The ring was entirely silver, adorned with a jade stone that appeared rather ordinary, lacking in extravagance and value. On the cold surface of the Lu, there remained a trace of lingering warmth. This was something I had used in my youth, a companion for many years. However, it has now become somewhat redundant, merely serving as a decorative piece. I shall gift it to you. Thank you, esteemed teacher, Lu respectfully stated. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. Lu Lang remained silent, fully aware of what Bibi Dong implied. He once again performed a bow, waved his hand to gather the utensils, and then turned to depart. After Lu Lang departed, Bibi Dong gazed at his receding figure, her eyes tranquil as water, lost in thought. Upon returning to her chamber, Lu Long caressed the ring upon his finger. Although the evening's dinner did not entirely fulfill Lu Lang's intentions, it nonetheless revealed its efficacy, leaving an impression upon Bibi Dong and planting a seed within her heart. Their relationship had progressed, transcending the mere mentor-disciple dynamic, now imbued with a subtle spiritual elevation. This ring served as a testament to their evolving bond. One might underestimate its significance, yet it is indeed a crucial first step in unlocking a woman's heart. The following day, Lu Lang was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul power had broken through to level 22. This led him to ponder whether even fate itself was aiding him. In the Stardow Forest, Lu Long and his companions returned once more. The second soul ring should be capable of absorbing 1,000 years, right? Lu Ling inquired. If the second soul ring were still of the 1,000-year variety, he would refrain from absorbing it, as it would be utterly unimpressive. Indeed, your physical prowess surpasses my expectations. The second soul ring can roughly absorb between 12,000 to 14,000 years. That is splendid, Lu Lang replied with a beaming smile. This time, Bibi Dong did not summon Zhu Delaw to capture a soul beast, but instead personally guided Lu Long deeper into the forest. She was unable to definitively determine the specific type of soul beast for the second soul ring and could only assess what they might encounter. Before long, they encountered a blazing fire bear. The blazing fire bear is known for its explosive temperament, formidable attack strength, and great power. It would suit you well. Though it is only 1,000 years old, which is somewhat lacking, Bibi Dong analyzed, shaking her head. As they continued forward, they soon stumbled upon a phantom mamba. Its age is sufficient, yet its attributes are misaligned, being predominantly poisonous with relatively weak attack power. It is not suitable. Bibi Dong again shook her head. Subsequently, they encountered several more soul beasts, but each, upon Bibi Dong's critique, proved less than ideal. Just as they were preparing to rest, a soul beast suddenly appeared in the sky. Lo and behold, it was a flying soul beast. Lu Long squinted and discerned that it was a bird-like creature. Its size was not particularly large, approximately 1 meter tall and over 2 meters long, with piercing eyes and jet-black feathers, save for the white tips on its wings. Its physique was robust and majestic, exuding an air of regal authority. With claws that gleamed like poised daggers, it radiated an aura of menace. It seemed to have noticed Lu Lang and his companions, circling above them. In the sunlight, one could see flickering purple glimmers upon its wings. A closer inspection revealed that these glimmers were none other than lightning. This soul beast possessed the rare lightning attribute. Lu Long was astonished. It was his first encounter with such a magnificent spirit beast. After a brief moment of eye contact, the spirit beast surprisingly did not retreat. Instead, it let out a piercing cry and charged towards Lu Long and his companions. What audacity! Lu Long was taken aback. They bore no grudge against it. Yet the spirit beast intended to attack them. With both Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan, two formidable Douluos, present, the creature's actions were tantamount to courting death. Bibi Dong, witnessing this, let out a cold snort. Unaware of its impending doom, Zhu Douluo stepped forward, unleashing the imposing aura of a titled Douluo. Yet, the spirit beast showed no fear. Instead, a wild madness gleamed in its eyes. As it descended, thunderous roars erupted around it, and purple light flickered through its feathers, the air igniting from the intense friction. Simultaneously, it extended its sharp claws, lunging at Zhu Yuguan. Third soul skill, breath barrier. Zhu Douluo executed his third soul skill, a restrictive technique that immobilizes enemies within its confines for a brief period. He deployed this skill due to the spirit beast's astonishing speed, which was so rapid that even he could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Ordinarily, upon the barrier's activation, the spirit beast would halt. However, the outcome was far from expected. Not only did the beast not stop, but it also vanished entirely. Lu Lang witnessed a flash of purple lightning appear out of thin air. And then the spirit beast disappeared without a trace. Where did it go? Zhu Douluo was alarmed. He felt no presence of the spirit beast within his barrier. It must have utilized its soul skill to escape the confines ahead of time. At that moment, Lu Ling felt a sudden chill at his back. Instinctively, he drew his sword and, without hesitation, executed a slashing strike. Yet, he found nothing but emptiness. Was it an illusion? No, it was not. For the prickling sensation that had tormented him vanished. Screech. Just as that feeling dissipated, Lu Long heard a scream nearby. Turning his gaze, he saw Bibi Dong. Remarkably, she had delivered a single punch that rendered the spirit beast incapacitated on the ground, struggling to rise. Lu Lingen's eyes widened in shock. The soul beast that had outsmarted Zhu Douluo was effortlessly incapacitated by a single punch from Bibi Dong. What extraordinary power this is! Lu Long once again gained a renewed understanding of his teacher's prowess. This soul beast, known as the Thunderbolt Swift Swallow, possesses a considerable size yet belongs to the swallow family. Its speed rivals that of the swiftest of swallows, the common swift, and in comparison, it excels further with an attacking power that the common swift cannot match. Fearless and ruthless by nature, it launched an immediate assault upon perceiving us. Judging by its tail structure, it is estimated to be around 16,000 years old. Your first soul skill emphasizes strength, while this second soul skill focuses on speed and agility, creating a harmonious balance. Additionally, it carries a certain degree of offensive capability, making it exceptionally suitable for you. However, Bibi Dong remarked with satisfaction that this was precisely why she did not eliminate it outright. Nevertheless, it has aged an additional 2,000 years, hasn't it? Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Lu Lingxiu remained utterly indifferent. After all, it had only been 2 millennia, nothing of great significance. It was precisely during such moments that the protagonist's halo came into play. Today, I must absorb him. From the very first glance, Lu Long was captivated by the striking appearance of the thunderous dragon swallow. Its aesthetic was undeniably magnificent, particularly the air of defiance it exuded, making it a true connoisseur among soul beasts. Thus, he found himself yearning to absorb its soul ring, and now that his wish had been fulfilled, he was naturally reluctant to relinquish it, even if it meant facing an additional 2,000 years of peril. If Tang San can absorb beyond his level, why should I be any less capable? Lu Ling advanced, dispatching the thunderclap extinction swallow with a single, decisive strike. Brother Yin, he murmured, do not fail to inspire me. Impart to me a modicum of your compelling charisma. Rather than beseeching safety, Lu Long instead yearned for this transference. Should Bibi Dong become aware of this aspiration, it is probable that she would vehemently oppose his absorption. Lu Lang extended his blade, Zhan Luo, channeling his soul power to draw the soul ring closer. The obsidian black soul ring, upon making contact with the Zhan Luo, immediately constricted and enveloped the blade. Simultaneously, an immensely powerful energy surged into Lu Long's body. Lu Long unleashed a torrent of expletives, utterly astonished by the overwhelming force of energy that surged within him, nearly causing him to lose control from the very outset. Fortunately, he managed to bite down on his tongue just in time, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energy, with no outlet for its release. The energy began to rampage violently within Lu Long's body, wreaking havoc akin to a tempest of lightning, accompanied by a searing and tingling sensation. Soon, Lu Long's complexion flushed a deep crimson as blood began to seep from his skin, staining his garments in a matter of moments. Damn it, this is too perilous. These 2 millennia of power are not to be trifled with, he thought. A pang of regret washing over him as he sensed he was on the brink of succumbing to the ferocious energy threatening to explode from within. Hold on. Whether I succeed from this point forward depends solely on you. The calm voice of Bibi Dong echoed in his ears, jolting Lu Long's spirit as memories of her poignant solitude from the previous night surfaced in his mind. A stubborn resolve ignited within him. I cannot falter. I still have to marry the beautiful heiress. Lu Lang gritted his teeth, yet the ferocious energy showed no signs of relinquishing its assault, relentlessly battering against his mental defenses. With each collision and subsequent defense, two forces erupted and clashed, pushing Lu Lieng to the brink of collapse multiple times. However, bolstered by his indomitable will, he managed to withstand the onslaught. As time trudged on, his countenance grew increasingly strained, his body transformed into a veritable figure of blood, with blood mist even swirling around him, creating an eerie fog. This sight left Bibi Dong and Douluo utterly shaken. The endurance required to withstand such torment was beyond ordinary comprehension. Some individuals are simply destined to be formidable from birth. Douluo felt a profound admiration welling up from deep within. Chapter 8. External Soul Bone. Thunderwings. Bibi Dong gripped her staff tightly, beads of sweat forming in her palm unbeknownst to her. It had been a long time since she had experienced such apprehension. The sudden resurgence of this feeling left her somewhat at a loss. Abruptly, Lu Lieng's furrowed brow relaxed, and a soothing expression graced his face. He had succeeded. A sigh of relief escaped Bibi Dong and Douluo. However, just as the situation appeared to be resolved, Lu Lieng's previously relaxed brow suddenly contorted into a frown, twisting tightly as he emitted a scream even more agonizing than before. Bibi Dong was startled, unsure of what had transpired. As she was about to step forward, she witnessed Lu Lieng's body elevate off the ground, floating in the air, his form bent and arched. Simultaneously, two fist-sized protrusions appeared on his back. What was happening? Douluo was astounded by this bizarre sight, completely at a loss. Yet, the well-informed Bibi Dong suddenly calmed, her eyes igniting with fervor. "Be vigilant, protect him," she commanded. And although Douluo was perplexed, he complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Lieng's agony persisted. The protrusions on his back grew increasingly prominent, their shape sharpening as though something was poised to burst forth from within. Bibi Dong's keen gaze remained fixated, and suddenly, flesh tore apart as two razor-sharp bone spurs erupted from Lu Lieng's back. Lu Lieng emitted another harrowing cry, a sound that pierced the heart and struck a painful chord within both of them. The osseous spurs continued their relentless proliferation, and within a fleeting minute, they had burgeoned into formidable, immense wings of bone. These wings were slick with fresh blood and adorned with fragments of torn flesh, a gruesome testament to their violent emergence. Lu Lieng found himself enveloped within a cocoon, as remnants of flesh burgeoned upon his skeletal wings, visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Once the wings were entirely enveloped in flesh and blood, a multitude of ebony feathers emerged, each deep and resplendent, shimmering with hints of violet light upon their full maturation. At this moment, Lu Lieng finally opened his eyes. A flash resembling a purple lightning bolt flickered within his gaze, sharp and piercing, akin to blades, complemented by an air of aloof defiance that exuded an essence reminiscent of a thunderous awakening after a tempest. "How do you feel?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Rejuvenated," Lu Lieng replied, his attention shifting to the colossal black wings that adorned his back. "What is this?" "This is an external spirit bone." The astonishment in Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes was palpable. "I have spoken to you of the formidable nature of external spirit bones. They are the coveted treasures of all spirit masters, second only to the 100,000-year spirit rings. I never anticipated your fortune would be so abundant, allowing you to attain one so swiftly." At that moment, Douluo approached, his gaze filled with envy as he fixated upon the wings. "Not only is this an external spirit bone, but it is also an exceptionally rare winged spirit bone. The odds of acquiring such a treasure are minuscule, and yet you have succeeded. With this, you now possess a definitive means of survival. With these wings, even should you be unable to prevail in battle, no one shall be able to pursue you. Flight has always been the most coveted ability among the spirit masters of the Douluo Continent." Lu Lieng harbored suspicions in his heart, yet hesitated to confirm them until he heard Bibi Dong's words, which stirred his spirit. An external spirit bone, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. He had truly encountered it. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Tang San's soul beast produced spirit bones after a millennium. While his own took 10,000 years to yield one, he was indeed fortunate. The spirit ring bestows soul skills upon soul masters, enhancing their attributes to a certain extent. But its primary function lies in the soul skills themselves. In contrast, the spirit bone not only offers soul skills, but also significantly amplifies the soul master's innate abilities. And it possesses the remarkable quality of growth, evolving alongside the soul master's increasing strength. Thus, one could say that spirit bones are the most coveted treasures for any soul master. Imagine the extraordinary gifts this external spirit bone would bestow upon you. Upon hearing Lu Lieng's words, his wings flared, and he soared gracefully into the sky. This spectacle evoked a wave of envy from Bibi Dong and Douluo. Moments later, Lu Lieng descended, and with a thought, he retracted his wings. How does it feel? Bibi Dong inquired. It feels remarkable. My overall attributes have significantly improved, with the most noticeable enhancement being my speed. Even without the aid of external soul bones, my velocity surpasses that of an average soul master, at the very least. A soul king cannot catch up to me, he continued. Moreover, I have acquired a new soul skill, thunderous might. By harnessing the power of lightning in the air through my wings, I can unleash a formidable bolt of lightning upon my foes. The potency is further amplified in stormy weather. Upon hearing Lu Leng's words, Bibi Dong's expression turned astonished. The ability to command the power of thunder was a rare soul skill, for one must recognize that lightning is among the most potent energies in nature, beyond the control of ordinary beings. Lu Leng understood. What do you intend to name this external soul bone? Bibi Dong inquired. Let us call it the Thunderwing. Bibi Dong nodded. Lu Leng's naming skills were quite commendable. What is your second soul skill? The Yin Hui Flash. At this point, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lu Leng's eyes, revealing his satisfaction with this soul skill. It was an unexpected attack composed of two phases. The first phase involved a lightning-like speed to charge towards the enemy, delivering a lethal blow. If the enemy evaded this move, the second phase would arrive instantaneously, launching a silent assault from behind, even faster. It resembled the technique just employed by the thunderless Yin. A feint to the east followed by a strike from the west, unexpected and guaranteed to kill. Lu Leng could not help but glance at Zhu Douluo, realizing that even a titled Douluo could be outmaneuvered, which spoke volumes about the potency of this technique. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. This soul skill possessed remarkable surprise attack capabilities, proving lethal against unfamiliar foes. However, against a powerful adversary, it would be easily countered upon a second encounter. Yet, given Lu Leng's current speed, when he activated his second soul skill alongside the Thunder Wings, even an average soul Douluo would likely struggle to react. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by. Autumn was on the horizon. By then, Lu Leng's soul power had ascended to level 23. Recently, Bibi Dong had pressing matters to attend to and had seldom visited the training grounds. With the onset of autumn, Lu Leng was set to commence his studies at the Martial Soul Academy. After all, Bibi Dong's attention was finite, while she could impart combat knowledge. There were many foundational concepts that the academy needed to teach. During these 2 months, Lu Leng had mastered the Thunder Wings, wielding them with remarkable finesse. The only downside was the toll it took on his clothing, as each activation resulted in the destruction of an outfit. What are those three up to? Feeling bored, Lu Leng perched himself on the rooftop and unexpectedly spotted Hu Liena and the others heading towards the outskirts of Soul Master City. With nothing to occupy his time, he decided to join them, as he was nearing madness from being cooped up in the spirit hall. Bibi Dong had been keeping a close watch on him, rarely allowing him to step outside. Chapter 9. Hu Liena's Third Soul Ring Part 1. Hey, where are you all going? Take me with you, Lu Leng called out. Hastening to catch up with the trio, the three turned around. Their expressions varied. Hu Liena appeared indifferent to Lu Leng's presence, showing no surprise, though a subtle hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Xiaoyu, encountering Lu Leng for the first time, regarded him with curiosity. On the other hand, Yan's demeanor turned hostile. Lu Leng. Yan gritted his teeth, fist clenched. Yet, recalling the unfortunate events of that night, he begrudgingly remarked, "What does it matter to you where we go?" Xiaoyu's expression brightened. So this was Lu Leng. Calm down, I'm merely curious. You seem to be leaving Soul Master City, and I thought I could join you, Lu Leng replied, a cheerful smile gracing his face, seemingly unfazed by Yan's fury. This guy, having barely healed, was already so reckless. You really think we would take you along? Yan snorted dismissively. And you guys? Lu Leng paid Yan little mind. Knowing he lacked the authority to decide, the choice lay with Xiaoyu and Hu Liena. We're heading to the Stardow Forest. Are you sure you want to come with us? Xiaoyu asked, not entirely opposed to Lu Leng's company, as he was, after all, a disciple of the Pope, deserving of some respect. To the Stardow Forest? What for? Lu Leng inquired, intrigued. Nana has reached level 30. We're going to help her obtain her third soul ring. Xiaoyu explained. The third soul ring? Why not have the teacher assist her? Lu Leng questioned, knowing Hu Liena was also Bibi Dong's disciple. It seemed unlikely she wouldn't be involved in aiding her. The teacher has been busy with affairs these past few days and doesn't want to trouble herself, Hu Liena responded, her tone slightly bitter. Besides, it's just a third soul ring. The three of us are capable enough to secure it. As she spoke, memories of the past few months filled her with discomfort, feeling distanced by her teacher while Lu Leng received preferential treatment. Her gaze towards him grew increasingly disdainful, Primarily, we wish to hone our practical combat skills and gain some experience, Xiaoyu added, sensing Hu Liena's emotional shift. I see. Well then, I shall accompany you, Lulong declared. Just you? Never mind, you'd only be a hindrance, Yin blurted out without thinking. Upon hearing Luling's words, Yin couldn't help but smile. Are you certain? She was about to affirm, but upon noticing Luling's icy gaze, she recalled the ominous purple soul ring and hesitated, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Nonetheless, she maintained a stubborn facade, huffing softly and turning her face away. Since no one has any objections, let us set forth, Lulong declared, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of finally venturing out into the world. The Douluo Forest falls under the jurisdiction of the Soul Master City, and since they were merely heading to the outskirts for hunting, it would take them only 2 to 3 days to arrive, given their stamina. Yet, despite this, Lulong remained exuberantly pleased, for the air of freedom was indeed sweet. For days later, the quartet arrived at the Douluo Forest. 2 days of journey have inexplicably stretched into 4. I can hardly believe you are not the one dragging us down, Yin remarked with a disgruntled expression directed at Lulong. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu also displayed their exasperation. Lulong acted like a child unacquainted with the world, wandering about, asking questions about everything he saw, and indulging in every sight and sound, which had squandered them an additional 2 days. Oh, do you not comprehend the essence of balancing work and rest? All you do is train daily, devoid of any understanding of relaxation. You shall inevitably transform into a mere brute, Lulong chided, holding a skewer of roasted meat in his hand while imparting this lesson. Nonsense, Hu Liena scoffed dismissively. Believe it or not, it matters not. After a few exchanges of banter, the 4 commenced their deeper exploration. I shall forge the path ahead, with Lulong and Nana in the middle, while Yin brings up the rear. Let us remain vigilant and not lose our footing, Xiaoyu instructed. Understood. Now that they had entered the periphery, the safety of the outside world was a distant memory, as soul beasts could appear at any moment. Thus, Xiaoyu delineated their formation and advanced to the front, with the 4 of them aligning in a single-file formation as they delved deeper into the forest. Lulong was indifferent. It was merely a peripheral matter, akin to childish play to hunt a soul beast that had lived for over a millennium. When we encounter the soul beast later, do not take action. Walk in the middle, Hu Liena instructed Lulong. Despite her disdain for him, she was, after all, a disciple of Bibi Dong and felt compelled to ensure her safety. Understood. From the very beginning, Lulong harbored a disdain for Hu Liena, as she lacked professional integrity and exposed him to others. Conversely, Hu Liena also held a dislike for Lulong, feeling that he had usurped her teacher's affections. Her reluctance to allow Lulong to intervene stemmed not only from concern for his safety, but also from her aversion to accepting any assistance from him. Fearing it might create a debt of gratitude, Lulong, fully aware of her sentiments, thought to himself that he had no desire to intervene anyway. With a dismissive huff, he retrieved some snacks from his ring and began to indulge. Lulong enjoys eating with a smacking sound, as he believes it is a sign of respect for the food. Hu Liena walks ahead of him, frowning at the noise he makes, yet she refrains from speaking. Sauntering behind her, Lulong's gaze wandered aimlessly until it was arrested by Hu Liena's bewitching figure. Though not yet 13, Hu Liena possessed a precocious maturity typical of the Douluo Continent, her 12-year-old frame already well developed. Her slender waist was easily encircled, swaying with each step like a willow branch in a gentle breeze. Her thighs were long, toned, and possessed a delectable fullness. The curve-hugging attire accentuated her exquisite figure, generously highlighting every contour. Enhanced by the inherent allure of her spirit, each movement exuded a captivating charm. Indeed, Lulong mused, averting his gaze, I hadn't noticed before, but this young lady possesses a rather tempting physique. Aware of his own susceptibility, he feared lingering too long would invite trouble. The group pressed onward until Xiaoyu halted after about 10 minutes. Be vigilant, he cautioned. Spirit beasts are near. The others immediately tensed, their senses heightened. Soon, a fox came into view, a creature of pure pink with an enormous tail, foraging for food. A pink peach fox, Hu Liena exclaimed with delight. Our luck is truly auspicious. We found a suitable spirit beast so quickly. Judging by its appearance, it's undoubtedly a millennium-level specimen. Her own spirit, the enchanting fox, imbued her with natural charm, leading Bibi Dong to prescribe a specialized path of development, absorbing only fox-type spirit beasts with alluring abilities, amplifying her inherent strengths. As usual, Xiaoyu announced, Nana initiates control. Yin provides close quarters restraint, and I deliver the decisive blow. Years of collaboration had honed their teamwork to near telepathic precision. Remembering Lu Leng's presence, Xiaoyu added, Lu Leng, simply ensure your own safety. Since Nana had made it clear she didn't want Lu Leng's help, he refrained from offering further assistance. Lu Leng was indifferent, allowing himself to be a mere bystander, and he took the role seriously, retrieving a boss chair and a watermelon from his ring. All right, you all do your best. The trio, Xiaoyu shook his head with a wry smile, surprised at how obedient Lu Leng truly was. As their minds refocused, the three stealthily approached the pink peach fox. At a distance of 30 meters, the fox's keen senses detected their presence. Now, Xiaoyu shouted, and Yin surged forward. His body transformed into a rocky state. Simultaneously, Hu Liena activated her control. Fox charm. With a soft incantation, Hu Liena embodied the enchanting fox spirit, sprouting 2 fluffy ears and enveloped in a faint pink aura. With a delicate touch to her red lips, her eyes glimmered with pink allure, causing the pink peach fox, 30 meters away, to freeze in place as if entranced. Goodness, how captivating. Lu Leng gulped down some watermelon juice instinctively, quickly turning his face away. This was only her second soul skill, yet it was so beguiling. If she were to become a title Douluo, wouldn't she be capable of overwhelming her foes with a mere glance? Meanwhile, everything lay under Xiaoyu's control. In less than 2 seconds, Yin had closed the distance of 30 meters. The crescent blade appeared in Xiaoyu's hands, and he charged forward, flanking Yin to create a combined assault. Granite Rock, Fire Rock Fist. Yan's fist roared toward the foe, unleashing both his first and second soul skills in a single strike aimed at dispatching the fox. Likewise, the crescent blade in Xiaoyu's grasp shimmered ominously. The pink-faced peach fox was a spirit beast of considerable control, possessing relatively weak offensive capabilities. And the trio felt confident in their ability to succeed as long as they remained vigilant against its manipulations. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously dazed pink peach fox suddenly regained clarity, and when it locked eyes with Hu Liena, a glimmer of mockery flickered within them. Not good. This fox is toying with me. Hu Liena realized the gravity of the situation as her control was shattered. The ease with which it had dispelled her fox charm indicated that this pink peach fox was no mere beast. It had to be over 2,000 years old. Be careful, Hu Liena urgently warned, but it was evidently too late. The pink peach fox radiated a soft pink light, its tail unfurling as its captivating gaze pierced through the trio. Yan's movements abruptly halted, his eyes clouded, as he turned to strike at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, equally determined, swung the crescent blade in retaliation, and soon the two were locked in a fierce struggle. At that moment, from behind the pink peach fox, a red fox erupted forth. Swift and precise, the crimson fox targeted Hu Liena directly, ignoring both Xiaoyu and Yin. With a single swipe of its claw, imbued with a scent of blood, Hu Liena bent backward, narrowly evading the razor-sharp talons that grazed her nose. Yet before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she was struck by the incoming tail, sending her sprawling backward. Hu Liena emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise from the force of the blow. Bloodthirsty red fox. Recognizing the creature before her, terror gripped Hu Liena's heart. It was a 3,000-year-old beast. The 2,000-year-old pink peach fox had already posed a significant threat. Now, with the emergence of a 3,000-year-old bloodthirsty red fox, the situation had become dire. Unlike the pink peach fox, the bloodthirsty red fox was aggressive and merciless, relishing the consumption of soul masters. Understanding the depth of their predicament, Hu Liena realized that the pink fox had been a deliberate bait, designed to lure them into a trap. The bloodthirsty red fox and the pink peach fox were partners, likely even a couple, one to entice, the other to ambush. Such intricate scheming. Brother, Yen, wake up, Hu Liena implored, knowing she was no match for the bloodthirsty red fox. Her only hope lay with Xiaoyu and Yen. If they could awaken, there might still be a chance to counterattack. Yet, Xiaoyu and Yen were already ensnared, oblivious to her cries. Xiaoyu's formidable attacks clashed with Yan's robust defenses. One was a 30-level Soul Master, the other a 29-level Great Soul Master. Despite their evident differences, their martial spirits countered each other, resulting in a fierce stalemate, though both were sustaining severe injuries. Watching helplessly, Hu Liena's anxiety escalated. If this continued, it would not be long before they all perished. The bloodthirsty red fox approached her with deliberate steps, instilling a sense of dread. Its eyes gleamed with cunning, a cruel smirk stretching across its lips as if mocking her plight. In that moment, despair washed over Hu Liena. She never imagined that a disciple of the esteemed Spirit Hall would be outsmarted by a mere soul beast. The helplessness was palpable on her face. Suddenly, Xiaoyu and Yin both cried out in anguish. Hu Liena turned to see them, having dispelled their martial spirits, their bodies battered and bloodied, lying on the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Brother! Hu Liena cried out in anguish, her heart wrenching at the sight. A wave of deep regret surged within her. She bit her lip, tears flowing freely as she mourned her choices. She had been reckless, ignoring her mentor's warnings. She had ventured out to hunt soul beasts on her own. If only she had confided in Jiyu to ensure her safety. All this was due to her jealousy of Lu Long's favored position with their teacher, prompting her to leave the city. If it weren't for her selfishness, her brother and Yin would not be in such dire straits. The weight of her remorse was overwhelming. Lu Ling, run. Please tell the teacher I'm sorry. Hu Liena knew escape was no longer an option for her. Her only wish was for Lu Ling to survive. After all, he was the hope of the spirit hall. Given their teacher's sentiments, if forced to choose between her and Lu Ling, the teacher would undoubtedly wish for Lu Ling's survival. The bloodthirsty red fox was now upon her. Its claws raised menacingly toward her throat. Hu Liena closed her eyes in despair. But just then, a cold voice resonated in her ear. Draw, sword slash. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Liena's eyes flew open, and she saw a figure soaring overhead. She tilted her head back, and at that moment, her gaze met Lu Ling's face. His icy eyes piercing through her despair. Chapter 11. Hu Liena's Third Soul Ring, Part 3. In that instant, time seemed to slow, everything unfolding in a serene quietude. She could almost hear the rhythmic beat of her own heart. Lu Ling smiled, their faces mere inches apart. A step closer, and their lips would brush against each other, while Hu Liena could even sense the warmth emanating from him. At that moment, Lu Ling's expression was one of indifference, a slight smile playing at his lips, with his eyes brimming with an unwavering confidence as if he commanded everything around him. His handsome visage bore a hint of youthfulness, yet in Hu Liena's gaze, he suddenly appeared unexpectedly dependable. Lu Ling. Hu Liena instinctively called out, her eyes drawn to the purple and black soul rings adorning him, causing her heart to race as if her blood had turned to ice. Boom! The sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed, and in an instant, the menacing, bloodthirsty red fox that had loomed before them was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Blood splattered, painting Hu Liena's face, the scalding heat snapping her back to reality. Yet, upon regaining her composure and witnessing the scene before her, she was rendered speechless in astonishment. Is it the soul ring of that fox you desire? Lu Ling inquired. Hu Liena, caught off guard by his question, failed to comprehend his words, simply nodding instinctively in response. Simple enough. Lu Ling chuckled lightly, then gestured with his blade towards the pink peach fox. Hey, your husband has already met his end. Would you like to go down and seek him out? You might just catch up with him. Of course, the pink peach fox could not respond in words. Instead, it let out a piercing shriek accompanied by a wave of soul-capturing light. I'll see you on your journey. I hope you don't mind a little fare. Lu Ling nonchalantly spoke, when suddenly, with a deafening roar, a purple lightning bolt descended from the clear sky, as thick as a barrel, striking the pink peach fox directly. With a mournful cry, the pink peach fox was cleaved in two, though fortunately, the explosion occurred at its rear half, leaving it still clinging to life. The fare is one soul ring, Lu Ling proclaimed, extending a finger. He then turned to Hu Liena, urging, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? If it dies, it's on you. Ah? Oh. Hu Liena snapped back to reality, only to be momentarily stunned again by Lu Ling's brutal and terrifying methods. Thankfully, her martial spirit was that of a demon fox, endowing her with formidable mental strength, allowing her to regain her composure swiftly. She hurried to the side of the pink peach fox and ended its suffering, causing a stunning purple soul ring to materialize. Gazing at the soul ring, she hesitated, glancing at Lu Ling. Ultimately, she let out a soft sigh, her gaze resolute. She then sat cross-legged, beginning to guide the absorption of the soul ring. A 2,000-year soul ring. I can absorb it too. A competitive spirit surged within Hu Liena, as fellow disciples of the same master, even if she could not surpass him. She was determined to keep pace. The power of the purple soul ring was formidable, and as she absorbed it, pain flickered across Hu Liena's face. However, her strong mental fortitude prevailed, and after approximately 15 minutes, her expression gradually relaxed, revealing that she had successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. As Lu Ling stood guard beside her, he felt a sense of relief. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hu Liena suddenly let out a cry of agony, biting her lip, her brows contorted in a display of profound suffering. This sensation felt oddly familiar to Lu Ling. Witnessing this scene, he was suddenly reminded of his own experience from a month prior. Indeed, Hu Liena possessed a tail-like external spirit bone that had yet to manifest. Could it be that she acquired it from this particular spirit beast? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. If this were the case, then despite his anomalous presence in the Douluo Continent, the course of history remained largely unchanged. Thus, did this imply that Tang Xin would still lead to the downfall of the Spirit Hall? Should he then consider eliminating Tang Xin first? However, with Tang Hao protecting him, such an endeavor would be quite challenging. Perhaps it would be wiser to inform the Spirit Hall directly? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hu Liena emitted another muffled groan of pain. Focus on your spirit. You must endure. I am here to protect you. Lu Lang urged urgently. Lu Lang's voice reached Hu Liena's ears, and it was evident that her trembling body had steadied considerably. Lu Lang gazed intently at his surroundings, noting that Xiaoyu and Yin remained unconscious. This was the pivotal moment for Hu Liena. As time ebbed away, the agony etched upon Hu Liena's countenance reached its zenith, only to gradually subside into serenity. Realizing the culmination of her efforts, Lu Lang acknowledged Hu Liena's success. Simultaneously, a foxtail, its hue a delicate blend of red and pink, emerged from the coccygeal region of her lower back. The tail swayed with a gentle, captivating rhythm, its soft allure beckoning Lu Lang to caress it. Its texture proved to be exquisitely tender, igniting an irresistible desire within him. Such transformation through external soul bones, Lu Lang mused, is as effortless for her as childbirth is arduous for me. Am I truly the protagonist, or has she usurped my role? Suddenly, Lu Lang's gaze intensified, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound world. Following his line of sight, it became apparent that the emergence of the tail had rent Hu Liena's trousers, revealing a tantalizing expanse of alabaster skin. Though limited in scope, the exposed flesh possessed distinct curves and defined contours, exuding an irresistible charm. What are you observing? Hu Liena inquired, opening her eyes. She had intended to express her gratitude to Lu Lang, but his gaze betrayed a different intention. I was admiring the tail. Lu Lang confessed, its upturned shape is quite alluring. Alluring? Hu Liena echoed, her thoughts racing. Nay, its paleness is what captures your attention. Paleness? A realization dawned upon her, and she swiftly turned away, her delicate features flushing crimson. Do not gaze upon me, she exclaimed. Startled, Lu Lang swiftly averted his gaze, reassuringly stating, Fear not, I have witnessed nothing untoward. You are forbidden to utter a word. Truly, I jest not, merely a glimpse of a crimson caudal appendage. I adjure you to remain silent. Hu Liena's voice crescendoed into a frenzied shriek, akin to a heifer in the throes of madness, hastening to muffle his utterance. Lu Lang nodded with fervent alacrity. Only then did Hu Liena's countenance soften slightly, whereupon she retrieved a set of garments with haste to conceal herself. Very well. You may turn around now. Hu Liena's voice was a mere whisper, barely audible. After confirming that he had not misheard, Lu Lang slowly turned around, only to find that she had tucked her tail away, which made him sigh in relief. He had no intention of looking. It was merely an unexpected occurrence, not a deliberate act. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At that moment, Hu Liena averted her gaze, unable to meet Lu Lang's eyes. A flush of crimson graced her cheeks, reminiscent of a shy pear blossom, her eyes shimmering with unspoken allure, leaving Lu Lang momentarily taken aback. Were they all right? Hu Liena felt the tension in the air and hastily sought a new topic of conversation. They are fine. I have already tended to their injuries. They should awaken shortly. Lu Lang replied, turning away from Hu Liena. This woman was undeniably enchanting. Hu Liena blinked her beautiful eyes at a loss for words, and the awkwardness settled over them once more. Fortunately, Xiaoyu and Yin soon regained consciousness. Are we all right? What about the spirit beasts? Xiaoyu inquired. Though he had been subdued, his mind remained clear, aware of his actions, but the events following his fainting spell were a blur. Chapter 12. The First Cup of Milk Tea in Autumn. It is all over. Let us return. As dusk is approaching, Lu Lang announced, leading the way back to the spirit hall. Nana, what transpired after we lost consciousness? We will discuss it upon our return. The current environment is not entirely safe. Hu Liena replied as she assisted Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Lu Lang's guidance, the three followed closely behind him. Hu Liena supported Xiaoyu, while Yin relied on his own strength. Before nightfall, the quartet successfully returned to Spirit City, where they found a hotel to rest for the night. Upon entering the hotel, Hu Liena recounted the entire sequence of events to the two, including her acquisition of a soul bone, though she omitted the incident of Lu Lang's inadvertent glance. After hearing her recounting, Xiaoyu and Yin expressed their gratitude to Lu Lang, their minds reeling with astonishment, lingering in shock even after dinner. Yin, in particular, gained a renewed understanding of Lu Lang's formidable prowess. As night deepened, Lu Lang slumbered soundly, while in the adjacent room, Hu Liena found herself unable to sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, uncomfortable in every position. After much effort, she finally settled down, though an unusual expression crossed her face. At times she smiled foolishly. At others she remained calm. Lu Lang's image flashed repeatedly in her mind. His confidence, his aloofness, his strength, the commanding aura he exuded, refusing to fade away. Every time she closed her eyes, his visage emerged involuntarily. The moment he rescued her stood out distinctly. They had been so close, less than a centimeter apart. Almost on the brink of a kiss. In the heat of the moment, it didn't strike her as significant. But reflecting on it now made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Before she could ponder further, her thoughts jumped to the incident where Lu Lang had caught a glimpse of her backside, igniting a wave of anger within her. Yet, almost immediately, this anger intertwined with a hint of shyness. Could it be that she was developing feelings for him? Impossible. How could she possibly like this arrogant fellow? Since his arrival at the spirit hall, he had taken every opportunity to target her, even referring to himself as a wild boar. No, it was absolutely out of the question. He was not even 7 years old. Would that not be considered inappropriate? The following day, after breakfast, the four returned to the spirit hall. "Oh, did you not sleep well last night?" Lu Lang asked upon noticing Hu Liena's bleary eyes. "Mind your own business," Hu Liena retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she shot him an annoyed glance. Lu Lang felt a pang of regret, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out despite his obvious disdain for the girl. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong summoned them immediately. Hu Liena concealed some perilous details and recounted all that had transpired to Bibi Dong. After listening, Bibi Dong expressed her admiration for Lu Lang, which caused a bittersweet ache in Hu Liena's heart. However, recalling how Lu Lang had saved her, she smiled, and the pang of sorrow vanished without a trace. "Very well. You may leave now. In 3 days, autumn will arrive, marking the start of the Spirit Academy's new term. Liena, please accompany Lu Lang for registration," Bibi Dong instructed. "Understood, teacher," the two replied respectfully before taking their leave. "Liena, wait a moment. I would like to examine your soul bone and soul skills to provide some analysis," Bibi Dong called out to Hu Liena. "Yes, teacher," Hu Liena replied, her face lighting up, relieved that she had not been forgotten. 3 days later, Hu Liena sought out Lu Lang. "Come, today I will take you to enroll." "Just a moment. I'm almost ready," Lu Lang replied, engrossed in his task without looking up. "What are you working on?" Hu Liena inquired curiously, leaning in for a better look. In Lu Lang's hands was a basin containing a milk-like substance, though its hue was tinged with pink. Inside were translucent fruit pieces and small black balls of unknown origin, releasing a faintly sweet aroma. "What are you making?" Hu Liena asked, catching a whiff of the fruity fragrance. She had heard from Bibi Dong that Lu Lang was quite the culinary talent, often experimenting with delectable creations, though she had yet to have the opportunity to taste any. "This is milk tea. Would you like to try some?" he offered. "Really?" Hu Liena replied, surprised by Lu Lang's initiative to offer her food for the first time. "You don't plan on making me your guinea pig, do you?" she pondered. "Try it or not. It's your choice," Lu Lang scoffed. "Of course I will try it," Hu Liena declared, seizing a spoon. Being a guinea pig didn't seem like such a loss after all. She took a generous spoonful and savored it, swallowing the fruit pieces along with it. "Delicious. It seems the teacher did not deceive me. Your skills are indeed impressive," she exclaimed. "Can I have some more?" Hu Liena grabbed a large bowl, intending to scoop a hefty serving without waiting for Lu Lang's consent. "Be mindful. Leave some for the teacher," Lu Lang quickly interjected, realizing there was little left. And her scoop had already claimed 2/3 of it. "With your talent, you should make more in the future. By the way, what is this called?" she asked. "It has no name," Lu Lang replied with annoyance. "Such a delightful creation, and yet it is nameless. What a shame." "Let us call it pink love," she suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lang agreed, the name evoking fond memories from his previous life. "How klitsch," Hu Liena scoffed, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within her. "Is he confessing to me? But he is so young. Should I refuse? Stop daydreaming and make way. I need to deliver a cup to the teacher." Lu Lang's dismissive voice shattered Hu Liena's reverie. "Humph, I knew it," she pouted, feeling a tinge of annoyance. "Why should I drink from a bowl while the teacher gets such a fancy cup with a straw?" Noticing the special cup Lu Lang held, adorned with a beautiful straw, her bowl suddenly felt less appealing. "Because you are a wild boar, and wild boars do not require elegance. You are the wild boar. Your whole family are wild boars. Soon enough, Lu Leng arrived at the Pope's hall. Lu Leng, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be enrolling today? Bibi Dong, preoccupied yet somewhat melancholic, softened her gaze upon his arrival. Teacher, I invented a new food and wanted to bring it to you before I left, Lu Leng said with a smile, presenting the milk tea before her. How thoughtful, Bibi Dong remarked, aware of Lu Leng's culinary prowess and intrigued by this new creation. Lu Leng smiled as he handed the milk tea to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong accepted it, curiously examining the soft pink beverage, and inquired, what is this? The first cup of milk tea of autumn. Chapter 13, The Soul Master Academy. The Soul Master Academy is vast, covering more than 10,000 acres and encompassing the surrounding mountains. The entire institution boasts a magnificent aura, seamlessly integrating with nature, where mountains and waters converge to create a refreshing environment. The academy is composed of 3 main divisions: the primary Soul Master College, the intermediate Soul Master College, and the advanced Soul Master College. It enrolls students with considerable talent, as well as offspring from the noble families of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Today marks the beginning of a new academic year, with many students eagerly anticipating the start of their studies. Lu Leng stood before the grand entrance of the Soul Master Academy, marveling at the immense wealth of the Spirit Hall, evident even in the magnificence of its gates. The entrance stretched an impressive 100 meters, designed in a Gothic architectural style, with a colossal angel statue at its forefront, arms wide open in a welcoming embrace. Upon entering the academy, guided by Hu Liena, they effortlessly made their way to the administrative office. The head of the office, a bespectacled elder named Source, was an esteemed Soul Douluo with a formidable power level of 88. Greetings, Director Source. This is my junior, Lu Leng, here to complete his enrollment procedures, Hu Liena politely announced as she knocked on the door. At her words, Source looked astonished, turning his gaze toward Lu Leng. Junior? He is indeed the new disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Indeed, Lu Leng confirmed. Source scrutinized Lu Leng, noting his striking appearance and distinguished demeanor, which radiated a subtle confidence. He mentally assessed, nodding in approval, a promising talent. Let us proceed with the soul power test. There is no need for a test. I'm at level 23. Please record it directly, Lu Leng replied. 23. Source exclaimed, his expression transformed with disbelief, his wrinkled skin momentarily smoothed with astonishment. He turned to Lu Leng, incredulity etched on his face as he adjusted his glasses, seemingly attempting to discern the truth of Lu Leng's claim. How old are you? 6.5. 6.5. 23. Source gasped again, though he had mentally prepared himself upon seeing Lu Leng's visage. The actual declaration still left him in a state of shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, steadying his emotions as he addressed Lu Leng. It's not that I doubt you, but the Academy's regulations necessitate a test regardless. Lu Leng pursed his lips, clearly skeptical. Souls produced a crystal ball and gestured for Lu Leng to infuse it with his soul power. Soon, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the entire room without a shadow. It was indeed level 23. Souls gaped, wholly unconcerned about his apparent loss of composure. Undoubtedly, this was a disciple esteemed by His Holiness the Pope. Such talent was unparalleled. It seemed unlikely that another could be found throughout the entire Douluo Continent. At 6.5 years old, level 23, perhaps you should enroll in the holy class. What do you think? Souls inquired. Director Souls. The teacher means for Lu Leng to enter the holy class. Hu Liena interjected before Lu Leng could respond. The holy class? Souls exclaimed, his astonishment deepening, mingled with a hint of doubt. Indeed, Hu Liena affirmed with a nod. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Souls remarked, given Lu Leng's extraordinary talent, entering the holy class is inevitable. However, such an early admission may adversely affect his mindset, should his mental state falter. Even the most exceptional talent may struggle to attain greatness. Rest assured, the teacher has certainly considered this, and she believes Lu Leng can overcome it, Hu Liena asserted resolutely. Since it is the arrangement of His Holiness the Pope, I shall not oppose it. Souls sighed, though his gaze towards Lu Leng still bore a trace of concern. As he pondered, Souls completed the necessary formalities. Upon Lu Leng's exit from the academic office, Souls sighed once more. Subsequently, Hu Liena guided Lu Leng to familiarize himself with the surroundings before heading to the dormitory. What is the holy class? Lu Leng inquired curiously along the way. The holy class, as the name suggests, is the preparatory class for the Holy Son, Hu Liena explained, her eyes sparkling with aspiration at the mention of the holy class. But you are not the holy maiden? Lu Long exclaimed in surprise. The Holy Maiden? Hu Liena responded, puzzled. Intrigued by Lu Long's assumption that she might be the Holy Maiden, Lu Long realized he had inadvertently let something slip and quickly clarified. What I meant was, with your exceptional talents, it is astonishing that you are not a saintess. Hu Liena sighed and responded, of course, I aspire to become a saintess. But it is not merely a matter of desire, whether one is a saintess or a saint. These titles represent the honor of the Spirit Hall and are intrinsically linked to the next pope, holding immense prestige. Although I am a disciple of my master, that connection alone does not guarantee my ascension to the role of saintess. The Spirit Hall is a formidable force with a well-established operational framework, and the positions of saint and saintess are coveted by many. Without considerable strength, relying solely on connections will not suffice, even if one were to attain such a position. They could easily be ousted. Moreover, considering my master's standing within the Spirit Hall, well, it's pointless to elaborate further, as you wouldn't comprehend. Hu Liena trailed off abruptly, choosing to say no more. Lu Long came to a realization. It was he who had made assumptions prematurely. In the novels he had read, Hu Liena made her entrance at the age of 21, at which point she was undoubtedly the Holy Maiden. However, now Hu Liena was merely 12 years old. He had thought her status as the Holy Maiden was solely due to Bibi Dong, but it turned out to be based on her own strength. It was no wonder that Hu Liena could become part of the Golden Generation and be the disciple most valued by Bibi Dong. Lu Lang mused. What must one do to become a holy son? Lu Ling inquired. Since she was not yet a holy son, he needed to contemplate the position. The holy class gathered the most gifted students from the entire Soul Master Academy, regardless of age, focusing solely on strength. To become a holy son or holy maiden, one must achieve the rank of Soul King at level 50 before the age of 20 and must consecutively hold the top position on the Academy's strength ranking for 6 years. At this point, Hu Liena's eyes sparkled with confidence. Yet, when she turned to Lu Lang, that light flickered and dimmed instantly. He was an anomaly. If he remained in the holy class, the position of Holy Son would be virtually uncontested. Upon learning the conditions to become a holy son, Lu Long could not help but think how daunting this was for an ordinary person. The requirement of becoming a Soul King before the age of 20 would disqualify 99% of the population. It is essential to note that the average talent in Douluo Continent sees individuals reaching merely the Soul Scholar rank by 20. Such aptitude would be cherished in any other sect or family, yet within the holy class of the Soul Master Academy, such talent merely serves as a stepping stone for others. The second condition was even more stringent. The Academy's strength rankings were based on individual prowess with no team battles. One could only rely on oneself. This favored attack type and control type Soul Masters significantly. However, the Academy was filled with prodigies, and even those with exceptional talent faced immense challenges in maintaining their top position for 6 consecutive years. To achieve this, one must reach the pinnacle of the rankings by the age of 14, for after that, opportunities would vanish. Reflecting on this, Lu Long began to view Hu Liena in a new light. To maintain the top position for 6 consecutive years in such a competitive environment was truly formidable. When he had read the original story, he had thought Hu Liena merely a decorative figure, initially portrayed as impressive, only to be quickly subdued by Tang San upon her introduction. Later on, her presence diminished entirely, while others became titled Douluo and ascended to godhood. She remained at a mere 70-something level. Now it seemed that Hu Liena was not weak. Rather, she had been overwhelmed by those of higher caliber. Unexpectedly, you are rather formidable, Lu Long remarked. Formidable? Hu Liena was momentarily taken aback by his comment. Am I strong? If I were strong, would I need your rescue? If I were strong, what would you be? Surely, there is no need for such sarcasm if you wish to flaunt your abilities, she replied, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. As memories of the Star Do Forest surfaced, it was true that Lu Long was powerful, yet his sarcasm seemed unwarranted. No, I genuinely mean it, Lu Long said sincerely. Hu Liena paused, realizing that he did not appear to be lying. In his eyes, she did not see the disdain or arrogance she had previously encountered. Instead, there was a glimmer of sincerity, perhaps even admiration. Admiration? This Lu Long actually admires me? Hu Liena shivered, clearly reluctant to accept this notion. Yet, the reality was undeniable, compelling her to acknowledge it. What could he possibly admire about her? Was it her height? Her beauty? She pondered, unable to discern the reason. Nevertheless, Lu Long's change in attitude towards her brought her a sense of joy. Soon noon arrived, and after having lunch in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. This will be your room. The students in the holy class each have separate accommodations. Lu Long glanced at the room number, 023. It seemed that there were not many students at St. Ban. Where do you reside? Lu Long inquired. 007, Hu Liena replied. Before pushing open the door to the adjacent room, Lu Lang was dumbfounded. The person who made up the door numbers was truly a talent. Number 023 was next to 007. Their math skills were likely imparted by a biology teacher. Time elapsed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Hu Liena fulfilled her role as a senior disciple, taking him to a different cafeteria for dinner and then escorting him back to his dormitory. The following day, Lu Ling awoke naturally, as was his wont. When he realized he was at school, he was nearly tardy. Fortunately, he arrived just in the nick of time. However, as he stepped into the classroom of the Saint class, all eyes converged upon him. My apologies, teacher. It seems I am late. Observed by everyone. Lu Ling's expression was somewhat awkward. But soon, the embarrassment vanished entirely, for the teacher in the classroom was an absolute beauty, adorned in professional attire. Her exquisite figure was outlined with alluring sensuality. Her form was curvaceous. Her jade feet were enveloped in silk, and her bosom was ample, seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. Hearing Lu Ling's voice, the beautiful teacher turned around. Her face was equally captivating, with crimson lips like blazing fire and violet eyes shimmering like vernal waters. Despite her seductive appearance, she exuded an aura of glacial aloofness, causing a sudden shiver while simultaneously creating a striking juxtaposition, a combination of ultimate allure and an ice queen. Young lad, it seems you are not only late but also in the wrong classroom. Quit the golden-haired man in the classroom. Such a naive child. One wonders which cruel parents cast him out. This is not your domain. Hasten home to your mother for milk. The classroom erupted in uproarious laughter. These students of the Saint class, possessing both exceptional talent and substantial backgrounds, spoke with unbridled audacity. Hu Liena, seated in the middle of the classroom, watched Lu Long with a hint of concern. Has it already begun so soon? He is only 6 years old, strictly speaking, still just a child. Can he truly withstand this trial? Will the teacher's actions ruin him? Hu Liena's mind was filled with questions. As Bibi Dong's disciple, she was, in fact, keenly aware of Bibi Dong's intentions. Lu Long's innate talent was extraordinarily high, possessing a soul power of 21 and a divine martial spirit, which allowed him to surpass his peers from the very beginning, granting him a position of privilege and power. However, the corresponding surge in strength also revealed his shortcomings. Such effortless acquisition of power inflated his ego. Within the spirit hall, aside from Bibi Dong, he regarded nearly everyone with disdain. He acted as he pleased. Not entirely reckless but undeniably domineering, with few daring to oppose him. Particularly after obtaining the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings, his arrogance reached unprecedented heights. This arrogance and disregard for others were serious pitfalls for any soul master in their cultivation journey. Bibi Dong had already discerned this flaw when Lu Long nearly killed Yan at the tender age of 6. If he maintained such a temperament as he matured, he would become uncontrollable. Concerned for his future, Bibi Dong decided to enroll him in the holy class, hoping it would temper his demeanor. She believed that placing him in any other class would be futile. The holy class was filled with prodigies, and Bibi Dong hoped Lu Long would come to understand that there were always those greater than oneself, allowing him to gain a clearer perspective of his own abilities and thereby grow even stronger. Yet, she also feared that if Lu Long could not withstand this reality check and succumb to despair, it would result in a grave miscalculation. Ultimately, Bibi Dong resolved to send him to the holy class, preferring a lucid individual over a madman. This would be a trial, yet for Lu Long, it would also be an opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, it was the seemingly trivial moments, a hot pot dinner on the Qixi festival, a cup of milk tea in autumn, and various everyday occurrences that led Bibi Dong to make such a decision. In truth, upon first laying eyes on Lu Long, she intended to mold him into a soulless soldier, loyal only to her commands, to pave the way for her ambitions. Chapter 15. The youngest holy class student. Sigh. Ultimately, Hu Liena exhaled, realizing that worrying at this point was futile. Her thoughts returned. Lu Long was not a feeble individual. Upon hearing the mocking laughter emanating from the classroom, he immediately retaliated. "You lowly creature," he proclaimed. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly for all to hear. "What did you say?" The blonde-haired man sprang to his feet, his anger palpable. "Dare to repeat that?" "I said, you lowly creature." Lu Long enunciated each word with precision, locking eyes with him. Who is this insolent brat? Ignorant of his own mortality? A fledgling unafraid of the tiger? I advise you to apologize promptly, or you shall rue this moment. The audacity of the young lad was commendable, but I must inform you, dear brother, that in the martial spirit academy, strength is the only currency. Before the blonde could retort, the onlookers began to engage in a theatrical exchange, each adding fuel to the fire. No need for your false benevolence. I, Hu Liena, speak with conviction, and I assert that you are lowly. What say you to that? His demeanor grew more imposing, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Good heavens! He has managed to offend everyone present, Yin mused from his corner, shaking his head in disbelief. The blonde, now visibly enraged, replied with a frigid glare. Since you seem intent on courting death, I shall not shy away from granting you that honor. With that, he prepared to take action. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon observing the situation, Hu Liena also restrained his soul power. The classroom is a place for learning, not for fighting. Do not hold it against me for not warning you. Should any transgressions occur, expulsion from the sacred class will be immediate. The beautiful teacher reiterated. Her voice as frosty as her demeanor. She then directed her gaze towards Hu Liena. You claim your name is Hu Liena? Indeed, he replied. The beautiful teacher recalled a conversation with Source, who had mentioned a new student would be arriving today, though she had not anticipated him to be so young. A flicker of surprise crossed her features, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mimi's, your homeroom teacher. I hope you will dedicate yourself to your studies and not disappoint your family's expectations. Mimi's categorized him as one who had gained admission through questionable means. Thank you, teacher. Hu Liena replied nonchalantly. May I inquire where I shall sit? Mimi's lifted her gaze to survey the classroom. Wait a moment, teacher. Are you implying that this boy is a student in our sacred class? Another voice interjected. Indeed, Mimi's affirmed with a nod. No way. He is a student in our sacred class? How old can he be? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted in the classroom. This little fellow. He can't possibly have come through the proper channels. Exactly, the youngest among us in the sacred class is already 10. Hey kid, how old are you? 6.5, Hu Liena answered, relishing the astonishment of his peers. Indeed, upon hearing his words, another wave of gasps swept through the room. 6 years? When did 6-year-olds gain admission to the sacred class? This kid must have come through the back door. Mimi's could not help but furrow her brow. Silence. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Hu Liena was taken aback. It seemed that Mimi C was not merely a pretty face. To compel these arrogant geniuses to obey her, she must possess unique qualities. Hu Liena, you shall sit beside Hu Liena. Of course, teacher. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, once Hu Liena took her seat, Mimi C commenced the day's lesson. All right, let us begin our formal class. Today, we shall delve into the intricacies of team tactics. As Hu Liena listened to the lecture, he casually counted the number of students in the sacred class. There were only 23 individuals, including himself. However, these 23 represented the CR de la CR of the Spirit Master Academy. Each of them would serve as stepping stones on his path to becoming the Holy Son. The class passed swiftly, and when the bell rang, Hu Liena was momentarily startled. Having been engrossed in the lesson, it must be said that teacher Mimi C delivered her lecture exceptionally well. It was vivid and engaging, and through a plethora of examples. She conveyed the essence of the knowledge, allowing the students to absorb it quickly and reap immense benefits. It was no wonder that the students heeded her words. She certainly possessed remarkable skills. Hey, you arrogant brat. At the very moment the class ended, a blonde-haired youth approached him. An arrogant individual was seeking trouble. Without turning around, Hu Liena replied, what do you want? Which elder is your ancestor? The blonde youth inquired. Why does it concern you? Hu Liena had no desire to waste time on such trivial matters, so he stood to leave. However, others were not as eager to let him go. The blonde youth extended his hand to block Hu Liena's path, saying, you think you can just strut away after showing off? What do you intend to do? I recall that fighting is prohibited in this classroom, Hu Liena retorted. His words were not born from fear of conflict in the classroom, but rather from a concern about being expelled from the sacred class. Being expelled would mean forfeiting his chance at becoming the Holy Son. Naturally, no one would dare to fight within the confines of the sacred class. If you have the guts, let us meet at the arena. With that, the blonde youth turned and walked away. I'll be waiting for you. Don't be a coward. Upon exiting, the blonde youth pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes and then directed them toward Hu Liena. Coward? Hu Liena is clearly someone who would cower, right? Absolutely not. My protagonist aura is precisely meant for moments like this. How could I possibly be afraid? Besides, such an excellent opportunity to showcase my prowess. Would I really shrink back? Lu Leng could only smirk, initially pondering how to establish his dominance within the Spirit Soul Academy. Yet, upon reflection, there was no need for concern. With the protagonist's aura in play, it was only a matter of time before others sought him out. Are you really going to do it? Just as Lu Leng took a step forward, Hu Liena approached him with a question. What else should I do? Lu Leng retorted. Everyone else is set on tearing my face apart. Do you expect me to smile and apologize? Furthermore, if I were to back down, wouldn't that tarnish my teacher's reputation? Do you even know who he is before you decide to confront him? At that moment, Yan and Xiaoyu joined the conversation. Who is he? He is the grandson of the demon bear Douluo, named Xiong. At 15 years old, he possesses a soul power of 35 and ranks 59th on the Spirit Soul Academy's strength leaderboard, which is even higher than Xiaoyu's current standing. Is he really that formidable? Lu Leng questioned. At 15 years old with only 35 levels, he is slightly less skilled than Daimu Bai. As for the ranking, although higher than Xiaoyu's, he is merely 12 years old. Even under normal circumstances, by 15, Xiaoyu would likely reach level 40, easily outclassing this Xiong by several streets. When Lu Leng posed this question, the three fell silent. Indeed, is he truly that strong? A 15-year-old with 35 levels. A 6-year-old with 23 levels. There exists a vast chasm between them. One person battling two formidable soul beasts, rescuing them from the brink of death. Is that not impressive? The first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the second soul ring. Oh, it seems I have yet to witness it. But is that not powerful? Then what are we so worried about? Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the futility of their concerns. After a moment of contemplation, they unanimously agreed that they had prematurely judged Lu Leng, believing him to be just an ordinary genius. Among the trio, only Hu Liena maintained a look of apprehension. Do you not trust me? Lu Leng fixed his gaze intently on Hu Liena. No, that's not it. Well, then. With that, Lu Leng stepped out of the classroom. Heading towards the arena, the students in the classroom, witnessing this, eagerly followed in pursuit of the unfolding spectacle. Hu Liena trailed behind, watching Lu Leng's figure, her heart filled with unease. Her concern did not stem from the fear that Lu Leng might be unable to best Xiong, but rather from the challenges that would inevitably arise should he emerge victorious. If Lu Leng triumphed, he would swiftly become the Academy's dazzling new star. However, with that acclaim would come relentless challenges. Winning those contests was inconsequential, yet a single loss could profoundly impact his future. Even a single defeat could lead to a significant psychological blow, as the fall from grace would be steep. The overwhelming sense of failure could cause a fragile spirit to question their very existence. For a mere 6-year-old child, could he withstand such a disparity? Hu Liena's concern was genuine and profound. News spread rapidly. Within moments, the announcement of a new student from the holy class challenging an established genius reached every nearby pupil. Regardless of whether they were from the junior, intermediate, or senior academies, students intrigued by the news flocked to the arena, soon surrounding it in a throng. This match promised to be quite the spectacle. As a holy class student, nearly every competition drew an audience. Moreover, when everyone discovered that the new entrant was merely a 6-year-old child, the intrigue escalated exponentially. Lu Leng gazed upon the throng of eager students. The spectator stands of the arena brimming with an enthusiastic crowd. Every available space was occupied, yet in the distance, more individuals hurried to join the spectacle. Some even resorted to utilizing their martial spirits, all in pursuit of an unobstructed view. Such a scene swiftly attracted the attention of the Academy, prompting the immediate dispatch of instructors to maintain order. Should this performance prove successful, it would undoubtedly shine with brilliance. Lu Leng recalled the thunderous silent swallow, a formidable spirit beast that had indeed brought him good fortune. Young man, once you step onto the arena, there is no notion of retreat. Today, I shall impart a lesson you will remember for a lifetime, declared Xiong, his eyes alight with fervor as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Lu displayed a disdainful demeanor, reveling in the attention of the crowd. Having resolved to take action, he deemed it unnecessary to utter any superfluous words. In that moment, his disposition transformed. The carefree persona he usually embodied faded away, replaced by a solemn and haughty air, exuding an aura of solitude akin to that of an unparalleled master seeking defeat in solitude. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he epitomized the image of a solitary and formidable expert. Indeed, This striking transformation captured the attention of onlookers. Who is this young man? His charisma is remarkable, and he is undeniably handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I shall stake my claim first. A mere commoner aspires to be a phoenix. Does he even glance at you, hailing from the prestigious Saint class? As someone with experience, I must inform you that individuals with such striking looks and exceptional aura often possess a certain vulnerability. If you cannot seize the opportunity, leave it to me. Soon, with the influx of spectators, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Upon observing the situation, Lu Leng nodded towards Xiong Raj, signaling the commencement. Xiong Raj, with a contorted neck and relentless ferocity gleaming in his eyes, roared, Xiong Raj, a level 35 battle soul grandmaster, with the blood fiend bear as my martial soul. Lu Leng, remaining composed, responded, Lu Leng, a level 23 great soul master, with the Luo slaying blade as my martial soul. A silent cheer erupted within him. As expected, the spectators erupted in astonished gasps within moments. Level 23? Did I hear correctly? Indeed, level 23. Had I not been so close, I would have doubted my ears. Unbelievable. Truly level 23. And he's only 6 years old, isn't he? No wonder he entered the Saint class at such a young age. I suspected nepotism earlier, but my perspective was clearly limited. Sister, he's level 23. You can't possibly handle him. Let your younger sister have a go. Hearing the astonishment and discussions, Lu Leng felt a surge of satisfaction. So what if you're level 23? I'll still beat you to a pulp today. Xiong Raj's face darkened. His eyes filled with ominous shadows. With a furious roar, a blood fiend bear materialized behind him, accompanied by a transformation in his physique. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, the optimal configuration, appeared and pulsated beneath his feet. The blood fiend bear is among the top-ranked beast martial souls. Although Lu Leng is talented, the 12-level disparity in soul power gives Xiong Raj a decisive advantage, analyzed a senior student among the spectators. I concur. Xiong Raj holds an absolute advantage in martial soul rings, and soul power. There's no need to watch this fight. No wonder Jin Xingyang didn't come to watch. He must have foreseen the outcome. Mention of Jin Xingyang immediately silenced the group, their faces contorted with fear, suggesting Jin Xingyang was no ordinary individual. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Claws. Xiong Raj's eyes turned crimson, emanating a dense aura of bloodlust. He leaped into the air, his claws gleaming with a chilling light, radiating a crimson glow, determined to tear Lu Leng to shreds. That fellow is using his third soul skill right from the start. How much does he hate Lu Leng? It's not surprising. Analyzed a student from the Saint class. Xiong Raj's talent is considered average in the Saint class, and he's nearly 15. If he fails to reach the top of the strength rankings before the end of the term, he'll be disqualified from the Saint class. Once he turns 15, even if he manages to reach the top, he won't be able to meet the requirement of holding the top spot for 6 consecutive terms. Therefore, Xiong Raj is extremely anxious this term. Lu Leng's appearance is undoubtedly another blow to him. He's venting his pent-up anger, disregarding appearances, and aiming for a fatal blow to eliminate Lu Leng. Lu Leng hasn't even revealed his martial soul yet. He's probably scared stiff. Hopefully, the teachers will intervene quickly. After all, Lu Leng is a genius who is likely to become a titled Douluo in the future. Chapter 17. One at kill on the field, Lu Leng remained aloof. His gaze fixed on the leaping Xiong Raj, a glimmer of excitement finally appearing in his eyes. Decent jumping ability. 36th level soul power is indeed imposing. But it's all for the better. Jumping high means I don't have to draw my blade from the ground, which would dirty my clothes. They're hard to wash. Lu Leng muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the closest student to him wore a bewildered expression, pondering over his words. What is he saying? I don't understand a single thing. Beside him, a girl quickly interjected. He said he likes girls who can help him with laundry. The student? As the formidable Xiong Raj approached, Lu Leng remained unperturbed. Some tender-hearted girls outside the arena instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle. Die. Xiong Raj's eyes glinted with bloodlust, his face radiating confidence. On the sidelines, the medical staff prepared a stretcher, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. The order enforcer activated his martial soul, ensuring Lu Leng would not be killed. The female students shielded their eyes but were poised to emit piercing screams. A profound silence enveloped the arena, every heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Yet, after a fleeting second, the anticipated chaos did not unfold. In the hush, a cold voice reverberated in their minds, clear and resonant. Blade draw slash. Bang. Without even the sound of the blade being unsheathed, the onlookers witnessed Xiong Raj transform into a projectile, ricocheting backward before crashing heavily outside the arena. Silence. Utter silence. An eerie stillness engulfed the scene, but it was swiftly shattered by an eruption of astonished gasps, akin to a volcanic explosion. What the hell? What did I just see? What happened? I barely caught a glimpse. How could this be? Wasn't Xiong Raj the attacker? Why is he the one sent flying? No one grasped how Lu Lung executed his move. All they saw was a fleeting figure, and then Xiong Raj was airborne. This fellow seemingly defeated Xiong Raj without even activating his soul ring. The crowd buzzed in disbelief, each voice a testament to their astonishment. The medical staff reacted swiftly, rushing to Xiong Raj's side as he emitted agonized cries. They performed emergency treatment, casting a healing spell before placing him onto a stretcher and transporting him to the infirmary. Those close to Xiong Raj observed his limp arms draped over the stretcher's edge, resembling a lifeless, boneless creature. Simultaneously, a depression appeared in his chest, with blood oozing from his mouth, occasionally mixed with bits of flesh. Did you see that? In the distance, 3 young individuals stood together. One, a purple-haired girl, spoke gravely. He drew his blade, his martial soul as a sword. Among them, another person with closed eyes remarked, his brow furrowed, his ears notably sharper than average. As if they could move. And you? The purple-haired girl turned to another tall man with hawk-like eyes. Your martial soul is a wind eagle. Your visual acuity should have captured it, right? One purple, one black, the hawk-eyed man replied, his piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle's. What do you mean by one purple? One black? The purple-haired girl queried, perplexed. The soul rings. Soul rings. At this revelation, the purple-haired girl gasped, her eyes wide with fear as she turned to Lu Long. In the arena, Lu Long felt a deep satisfaction with his display. In truth, given his current prowess, the hawk-eyed man could have easily discerned his movements. However, Lu Lang was a prodigy with his keen intellect. He had mastered the integration of his soul techniques within a mere 2 months. When he executed the blade draw slash, he seamlessly combined it with his second soul technique, Flashing Swallow. The first segment of Flashing Swallow allowed for rapid movement, amplifying the power of the blade draw slash. Subsequently, he utilized the second segment of the technique to reposition himself unexpectedly after the strike. Thus, he created the breathtaking illusion of I haven't even struck. And yet you have fallen. Simultaneously, the effect was maximized. Of course, had Lu Lung utilized Thunderwing alongside the blade draw slash, even the hawk-eyed man would have been unable to perceive his movements. On the sidelines, Hu Liena's eyes sparkled, her mouth slightly agape. This guy is astonishingly powerful. Even though she had previously gauged Lu Ling's capabilities, she was still taken aback by his swift combat prowess. Before she reached level 30, she had sparred with Xiong Raj multiple times, each encounter leaving her slightly at a disadvantage, serving as a stumbling block. However, upon surpassing level 30, she was confident that Xiong Raj would not last more than 2 rounds against her. Lu Long continually redefined her understanding of strength. She could only hope he would persevere. With such prowess, Hu Liena foresaw what was to come next and silently prayed for Lu Ling. Meanwhile, in the administrative office, 3 individuals stood by the window, their line of sight perfectly aligned with the arena's happenings. What on earth is this child's background? Such extraordinary talent, only 6 years old and already at level 23. With soul rings of a terrifying 1 purple, 1 black. Mimisai breathed heavily, clearly shaken by Lu Lung's display. Oh, as the homeroom teacher, you're unaware? He is a disciple of the Pope, a middle-aged man named Zi Qingyang remarked, laced with sarcasm. He served as the homeroom teacher of the elite class at the Advanced Academy, which was essentially a preparatory class for the saintly disciples, dedicated to providing exceptional talent for the sacred class. Mimisai, being younger and less experienced, yet holding the position of homeroom teacher for the sacred class, irked the ambitious Zi Qingyang, who had long pursued her affection, causing his demeanor to grow increasingly twisted and his words to carry a biting tone. Having just broken through to Soul Sage, I have indeed been preoccupied with finding soul rings, Mimisai admitted graciously. Upon hearing this, Zi Qingyang's expression shifted slightly, congratulating Mimisai on her breakthrough. In such a crucial moment, it is understandable to be a bit neglectful of the students. Director source. I suggest that Mimisai take a few days off to recuperate from the pressure. It would be beneficial for her to focus on acquiring soul rings. And I can handle the sacred class for a few days. No need. I appreciate your kind offer, but while seeking soul rings is significant, educating a batch of exceptional students for the Martial Soul Academy is equally crucial, Misai coldly declined. Chapter 18. Misai's training. Do you look down on me, Z? Do you think I lack the ability to teach the sacred class students? Zi Qingyang's eyes darkened. Not at all. I merely fear the students may struggle to adapt. Hindering their training, Misai retorted, her indignation rising in response to Zi Qingyang's jibes, her tone sharp. Zi Qingyang's face darkened further at her words, his eyes narrowing with malice. Just as he was about to respond, Director Soares intervened. All right, let us all tone it down a bit. Upon hearing this, both parties ceased their verbal sparring. Soares turned his attention to Misai, asking gently, Misai, do you require the Academy's assistance in hunting for soul rings? No. I can manage on my own. Mimi spoke, exuding a chilling indifference that seemed to repel all. Subsequently, she departed from the Academic Affairs office. Souls watched her leave, letting out a soft sigh. This child, he had watched her grow since childhood, always so determined. As Mimi stepped out, she held in her hand the documents of Douluo, an innate soul power of level 21, a divine martial spirit. Mimi's gaze flickered, her beautiful eyes shimmering like a flowing galaxy, lost in thought. The competition concluded. With the ringing of the class bell, the once crowded arena transformed into a clear expanse in an instant. Douluo also returned to the classroom, and at that moment, the gazes of everyone in the room towards him had changed dramatically, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and envy. However, there was no trace of disdain left. Douluo cast a sweeping gaze, noticing a few individuals whose expressions remained placid, betraying no emotion at his triumph. He made a mental note of these individuals before returning to his seat. The lesson remained theoretical, though the instructor had changed to an elderly gentleman. Time, as it often does during lectures, seemed to crawl by, yet Douluo persevered until the dismissal bell. The day's instruction concluded, leaving the afternoon free. After a solitary meal, he returned to his dormitory. However, no sooner had he arrived than the door swung open. Teacher Mimis? What brings you here? Douluo inquired with curiosity, marveling at the teacher's impeccable timing. And might I inquire if knocking is not customary, teacher? A 6-year-old child, sequestered behind closed doors in broad daylight. Surely you harbor no nefarious intentions? Mimis retorted, her demeanor lacking the frigidity of her classroom persona. Even I require a modicum of privacy. Douluo countered, speechless. Does 6 years preclude one from being considered a man? The little fellow is quite protective of himself. I shall endeavor to knock upon my next visit, Mimis remarked, settling her ample posterior unceremoniously upon the bedside. She produced a dossier, her jade-like fingers drumming lightly upon it. Teacher Mimis, to what do I owe this visit? Douluo ventured, breaking the silence. Indeed, Mimis replied, without looking up. Having perused your file, I must confess, you are a prodigy of rare distinction, exceedingly so. Perhaps the entirety of Douluo Continent could not furnish another to rival your genius. The Pope's consignment of you to my tutelage has elucidated her intentions. Therefore, to foster your optimal development, I shall devise a bespoke regimen of cultivation. Does this signify preferential treatment, teacher? Douluo queried. The provision of personalized instruction to a future holy son is hardly objectionable, is it? A fleeting thaw graced Mimis's otherwise glacial countenance. Are you so certain of my ascension to the holy son position, teacher? Uncertainty prevailed prior, but under my guidance, I am resolute, Mimis declared, rising abruptly, her face radiating unwavering confidence and commanding presence. Douluo happened to be seated directly across from her when she suddenly stood up, catching him off guard. Upon looking up, he was met with the striking sight of 2 prominent peaks. Such an impressive presence, Douluo remarked instinctively. Thank you for your compliment. Misai assumed he was praising her commanding aura. Subsequently, Misai resumed her seat and proceeded to inquire about various aspects of Douluo's life, including numerous personal questions, which she asked with remarkable clarity. 2 hours later, Misai departed from dormitory 023. Observing the wide-open door, Douluo was left speechless. Entering without knocking and exiting without closing the door was quite astonishing. The following day, while Douluo was still asleep, Misai boldly pushed the door open. Wake up. The training schedule has been arranged. We commence training today? Ms. Misai, why do you keep entering without knocking? Douluo, still groggy and accustomed to sleeping without clothes, felt a surge of irritation at her abrupt entrance. I forgot. I will knock next time, she replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Douluo stared at the stack of paper, approximately 20 centimeters thick, his mouth agape. Mimi C, is it really possible for you to have completed such an extensive amount of material in just one night? Mimi C's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yet Lu Long remained oblivious to it. Enough idle chatter. Let us commence today's training without delay. The primary objective today is to assess your physical data. With that, Mimi C presented the first sheet of paper. First item, soul power recovery speed. Begin. As the words left her lips, the training room transformed, and various soul beasts, some centuries old, surged forth to assail Lu Long. Rapidly deplete your soul power, then evade their attacks. Upon hearing this, Lu Long consecutively unleashed his soul techniques. And soon enough, he completely depleted the soul power within him. Following this, he had to rely on his physical prowess to evade the attacks of soul beasts. This particular test primarily assessed the speed at which one could recuperate soul power while fleeing or maneuvering during combat. 3 hours later, the results were promising. Under these circumstances, his recovery surpassed that of an ordinary person meditating by an entire hour. Next came the second test, the evaluation of soul power reserves. Given the variance in individual physical constitutions, the amount of soul power required to advance by each level differed from person to person. Although the discrepancies were generally slight, they nonetheless accumulated into a substantial and objective value. Half an hour later, the data proved satisfactory. As time swiftly elapsed in this rigorous training, excluding weekends, Lu Long enjoyed half of his day as free time, which was entirely devoted to training with Mimi C. After a fortnight in the advanced simulation training room, Lu Long sat on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Before him stood Mimi C, her expression as unyielding as an iceberg, as she diligently recorded notes with a pen. After a moment, she tore the pages she had been writing on into shreds and declared, "Your physical aptitude exceeds my expectations. The plan we devised earlier is no longer suitable. I shall now formulate a more stringent regimen for you." "What? Even more stringent?" Lu Long exclaimed. His mouth agape, this training was already merciless. Did it truly need to intensify? Chapter 19. The Arena, Soul Master Academy Strength Rankings. The stack of preparatory materials had consumed nearly half a month of Lu Long's time to complete all the training outlined within. And this was merely a single iteration of the training. Do you know why your first soul ring is 1,000 years and your second is 10,000? Mimi C suddenly inquired. The teacher mentioned it was due to my exceptional physique. Lu Long replied. That is merely the surface. You have yet to grasp the deeper reasons behind it. What are those reasons? Your martial soul is a divine-level martial soul, incessantly honing your body. Over the past month, you have likely felt that through continuous activation and training beyond your physical limits, your martial soul can refine your body more effectively. This refinement is immensely beneficial, and you can sense it in your daily life. The most critical advantage, however, manifests when you absorb soul rings. Possessing a physique capable of absorbing soul rings beyond your level is significantly attributed to your divine martial soul. Therefore, as you consistently unleash your potential, the age of the soul rings you can absorb in the future will only increase. The teacher has mentioned this before, Lu Long stated with a hint of indifference. Yet it seems you have not fully absorbed the lesson. I have never encountered a divine martial soul myself, and the records in the martial soul hall are scant. I remain largely uninformed of its capabilities. Nevertheless, based on the characteristics displayed thus far, I will exert every effort to facilitate your growth. At this point, Mimi C's face radiated pride. The previous plans are obsolete and cannot keep pace with your progress. From this day forward, your regimen will be updated daily. And you must report to me each day. I must remain constantly apprised of your condition. Understood, teacher. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Long's expression instantly darkened, while Mimi C was delightful in many respects. He seemed rather oblivious to the nuances of human interaction. He never knocked before entering, and it was unclear whether this was his manner with everyone or just with Lu Long. I have matters to attend to today and may be away for several days. During this time, continue your training as I have instructed. Additionally, I have a task for you. What kind of task? Lu Long inquired with curiosity. The top 100 of the Martial Soul Academy's strength rankings. Teacher, you are finally allowing me to compete. I am so excited. Lu Long's face lit up with enthusiasm. In truth, since his very first day at the academy, he had longed to participate in the strength rankings. Unfortunately, Mimi C had always restricted him from doing so. Previously, it was due to uncertainty about your combat experience, but after over a month of observation, I am now confident that you are ready. Reading countless books cannot compare to traversing vast distances. Mere training is but a fade. It is the integration of combat that will facilitate your swifter advancement. Lu Leng nodded excitedly. This phrase was also uttered by the teacher. Mimi C chuckled softly, remarking that while she may not remember much else, the matter of fighting was firmly etched in her mind. By the way, where are you headed, teacher? On a business trip, Mimi C replied. Then she stepped out of the room, pausing at the door to glance back at Lu Leng. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. I shall await your return, teacher. Once Mimi C departed, Lu Leng swiftly dressed and made his way to the competition hall. The moment to showcase my brilliance is about to commence. Douluo Continent, here I come. The Wuhuan Academy boasted approximately 3,000 students, with the junior division comprising the largest share of about 1,500, while the senior division was the smallest, consisting of just over 300. Upon arriving at the competition hall, Lu Leng was met with a throng of people, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Hello, I wish to participate in the competition. Lu Leng approached the registration desk. Name? The girl in charge of registration regarded Lu Leng with a look of familiarity. Lu Leng. Age? 6.5. The girl nodded, quickly handing him a badge. The competition follows a ranking system, with a point allocation in place. Each match will pair you with opponents of similar points. Winning will replace your opponent's rank, while losing will diminish your points, the girl explained. I understand. Thank you. When will my match be scheduled? Lu Leng inquired, nodding. You want to compete right now? A hint of surprise crossed the girl's face. She scrutinized Lu Leng, initially assuming he was merely registering for fun. After all, how much strength could a 6-year-old possess? Many young students registered each year, often out of curiosity, yet it was rare for one to seek immediate competition. Realizing he was serious, her demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. I will register you for the ranking end. Once successful, your badge will display the details. You can participate in the match based on the information provided, the girl stated. Thank you. Lu Leng expressed his gratitude briefly before making his way toward the arena. During the waiting period, he took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. At the center of the arena stood a massive display screen, showcasing the names, ages, and durations of the top 100 students. The duration continuously fluctuated, except for the top 10 positions, which remained static. Upon glancing at the name of the individual ranked first, Lu Leng's pupils involuntarily contracted. The person was named Jin Zhengyang, aged 19, yet astonishingly, his tenure at the top was recorded as 5 years. This indicated that if he could endure for just one more year, he would ascend to the status of the Holy Son. It became evident to Lu Leng that time was not on his side. With merely 9 months remaining, he had to eliminate him. Otherwise, his aspirations of becoming the Holy Son would be dashed. Just then, a message arrived on his token. Proceed to Arena No. 29 within 10 minutes. Tardiness will result in failure. Promptly, Lu Leng made his way to Arena number 29. Soon enough, he arrived, presented his token to the referee, and stepped onto the arena floor. The arena resembled a martial arts venue, albeit slightly smaller, surrounded by a luminous barrier to prevent aerial combatants from soaring haphazardly. Notably, the size of the first arena was several times larger than a football field. Once on the arena, another individual soon joined him, a girl who appeared to be of similar age. A welfare bureau, Lu Leng thought to himself, amused. However, upon further reflection, it was quite reasonable. For a first-time competitor, it would be illogical to face formidable opponents. If he were matched with a strong contender, that would indeed be unusual. The referee approached, signaling for both participants to greet each other. I concede. Huh? Lu Leng had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the girl sprinted directly towards him, her face radiating excitement. Lu Leng, it's truly you. I never expected to encounter you here. This is wonderful. Indeed, you appear even more handsome in person. Please, grant me your autograph. She continued to chatter animatedly, yet Lu Leng wore a puzzled expression. Do you know me? Of course. You are Lu Leng, but I don't know you. That is all right. I'm the president of the Lu Leng fan club, your dedicated fan association, the girl replied with a cheerful smile. A fan club? When was this established? Lu Leng inquired, noting her ordinary attire, which seemed unbefitting for someone associated with a fan club. It was established just a month and a half ago. I am the president, and my name is Dudu. Lu Leng gazed at her cherubic face, her petite stature lending her a delightful lowly appearance. When she smiled, a charming dimple graced her cheek, truly befitting the name Dudu. You will still grow? Lu Leng inquired with curiosity. Including me, there are a total of 3. 3? Fear not, with me as the president, as long as you, Lang, perform well in the competitions, I shall assist you in expanding and becoming the foremost fan club of the Martial Soul Academy. Lu Long chuckled inwardly, realizing that while he toiled, others reveled in enjoyment. After exchanging a few casual remarks to dismiss the chatterbox, Lu Long returned to the registration desk, resolute in his desire to continue the competition. Very well, the young woman promptly registered him. Moments later, Lu Lang stepped once more into the arena. This time, he faced a male opponent, seemingly at the 8th level of soul power, who recognized Lu Long yet chose not to concede outright. With effortless grace, Lu Long dispatched him home with a single kick. Du, who had reappeared as if from nowhere, cheered him on with fervent enthusiasm from below. Though she was alone, it felt as if the entire arena was under her sway. Lu Long continued to compete throughout the day, from morning till night, engaging in a total of 10 matches. He emerged victorious in all 10, each time resolving the battle with a single, decisive kick. This earned Lu Lang a modicum of recognition among the students of the primary academy. Concurrently, his ranking ascended to 2,180. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. Lu Long sighed softly and returned to his dormitory to recuperate. The following day, Lu Long arrived at the arena bright and early. Predictably, what ensued was a display of utter dominance, 10 consecutive victories, each determined by a single, swift kick. After completing these 10 matches, Lu Ling's ranking experienced a quantum leap, soaring to 1,097. Lang. One kick Ling. One kick Ling. Oh, how dashing. As Lu Long subdued an opponent, he heard the jubilant voice of Du turning around. He discovered that she was indeed celebrating, but this time, she was not alone. She was accompanied by 6 enthusiastic admirers. Upon witnessing Lu Long's triumph, they rushed over, eager for autographs. Can you believe it? In just a day, I've managed to more than double the fan club, Du proclaimed proudly. Lu Long held the signed document in hand, a broad smile adorning his face. Indeed, 3 individuals had transformed into 7, effectively doubling their numbers, and then some. As Lu Long finished signing, poised to take a sip of water, 3 young girls unexpectedly appeared, exclaiming, Lu Lang, I want a signature too. Lu Lang extended his hand, but was halted by Du. Do you wish to sign up? Have you joined the club yet? Not yet, came the reply. You must first pay the membership fee, which is 1 gold soul coin. I shall cover it, offered Lu Lang. I will contribute too. Lu Lang was at a loss for words. It turned out someone had been waiting here all along. Now, he truly felt like a mere laborer. Suddenly, the command token in Lu Lang's hand trembled. Arrive at arena number 11 within 10 minutes. Late arrivals will be deemed failures. Lu Long smiled faintly as he strode towards arena number 11. Upon his arrival, he found a robust young man, seemingly around 14 years of age, already waiting. Kid, your 20 consecutive victories end here. I shall be the one to put an end to them. This individual was evidently unfamiliar with Lu Long. Otherwise, it would be quite audacious to speak so boldly in light of Lu Lang's impressive winning streak. Zhao Hu, ranked 822, declared. Defeating you brings me 1 step closer to my goal. Lu Long had learned of this through Du and merely smiled in response. I hope you remain this confident after our match. With that, Zhao Hu let out a fierce roar, and a crimson tiger materialized behind him. Zhao Hu. Level 30 Spirit Soul Master, Wu Huan. Scarlet Flame Tiger. Lu Lang, Level 24 Great Soul Master, Wu Huan. Blade of the Fallen. Zhao Hu's brow furrowed. He did not even summon his spirit rings. Was he underestimating me? It is undeniable that Lu Long, in confronting him, truly does not require the activation of a soul ring. Moreover, should he choose to unleash the soul ring, the ensuing spectacle would likely be too overwhelming, potentially disrupting the tranquility of his days. Thus, in pursuit of a more serene existence, Lu Long refrains from activating the soul ring unless absolutely necessary. Seeking death, Zhao Hu bellowed, his palm enveloped in flames as he lunged fiercely toward Lu Long. Lu Long's gaze flickered, a gust of wind swirling beneath his feet, and in an instant, his figure darted forward. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, and Zhao Hu was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The referee, momentarily bewildered, only grasped the situation upon witnessing Zhao Hu unconscious, and promptly declared Lu Lang the victor. Lu Lang descended from the arena, satisfaction radiating from him. Through the specialized training conducted by Mimes, his physical prowess had significantly improved, and his speed had become increasingly remarkable. Those below level 40 could scarcely discern his movements. Simultaneously, his mastery over soul power had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to create the illusion of having not even activated a soul ring when he dispatched his foes in a single strike. This, indeed, was Lu Long's most cherished display of prowess. In less than a second, Lu Long flawlessly executed the sequence of summoning his martial spirit, drawing his blade, and retracting his spirit in one fluid motion, exuding elegance and leaving a lingering impression. Regrettably, apart from a few discerning individuals, none bore witness to this spectacle. After his victory over Zhao Hu, darkness had enveloped the surroundings as Lu Long returned to his dormitory. Mimi's was expected to return in a few days, and Lu Long was determined to diligently ascend the rankings during this period. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed, and Lu Ling's rank soared. However, the opponents he encountered grew increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, under Lu Long's terrifying strength, very few could withstand even a single strike. After all, the might of his blade draw was overwhelmingly potent, equating to an astonishing 30,000 pounds of force, an amount beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. By the conclusion of the third night, Lu Long had achieved an impressive 57 consecutive victories, securing the 99th position on the strength leaderboard. Just ahead of him stood Yan, occupying the 98th spot. Moreover, his fanbase had expanded exponentially from a mere 7 individuals to over 100. Chapter 21. Activating the Soul Ring. Shocking the entire arena, such a scale was already considerable within the Martial Spirit Academy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Long took a shower and promptly retired for the night. He glanced at the moonlight outside, pondering that she should be back soon, as tomorrow would mark the 6th day. The following morning, Lu Long awoke and made his way to the teacher's office, only to find that Mimi Si had yet to return, which stirred a hint of concern within him. As usual, he proceeded to the arena, completed his registration, and awaited the announcement. Soon enough, the notification arrived. Proceed to arena number 3 within 10 minutes. Tardiness will result in disqualification. Lu Lang arrived at arena no. 3 and discovered that his opponent had long been awaiting his arrival. The adversary, named Ming Fei, was ranked 27th on the strength leaderboard, wielding the soul of the Wind Eagle. Dudu trailed closely beside Lu Long, meticulously recounting the information about the opponent. Lu Long nodded. This Dudu was indeed somewhat useful. At the very least, his labor was not in vain, as he could also gather some intelligence. Upon taking the stage, Lu Lang scrutinized the individual before him, Meng Fei. This man possessed a pair of piercing eagle-like eyes and a slender physique, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. As he assessed the eagle-eyed man, the latter reciprocated the gaze. With an impressive record of 57 consecutive victories, each achieved with a single decisive move, including the defeat of over a dozen soul lords. Such prowess was indeed chilling. The eagle-eyed man had long been well acquainted with all of Lu Long's information. Now, upon encountering him, he felt a stirring of excitement within. Lu Long felt a piercing gaze upon him, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. There was something exceedingly irksome about those eyes. Under that scrutiny, he felt akin to prey, ensnared by a predator. Meanwhile, in the stands, a woman with violet hair and a man beside her wore expressions of concern. How did we end up encountering this individual? The woman remarked. Look at Meng Fei. He appears quite confident, the man observed. Level 24, facing a level 40. Even with formidable spirit rings, victory seems unlikely. Who can say? In the arena, the referee stepped forward to signal the competitors to greet one another. Your eyes are truly bothersome, Lu Long could not restrain himself from uttering. Only prey would find the predator annoying, Meng Fei retorted unapologetically. I hope that when you are lying on the ground later, you can still look at me that way, Lu Long replied, turning to create distance between them. Seeing that both contenders were prepared, the referee gave the signal, and the match officially commenced. Meng Fei, level 40 Spirit Master, with the Spirit of the Wind Eagle. Lu Lang, level 24 Spirit Master, with the Spirit of the Blade of Ruin. With those words, Lu Lang wasted no time. He launched his attack with a swift draw of his sword. Lu Long's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, while the blade, Zhan Luo, materialized in his hand. With a tremendous force coalescing, he slashed towards Meng Fei's body. In an instant, a cerulean wind eagle enveloped Meng Fei, and as he spread his arms, his speed was so swift that an afterimage appeared, allowing him to evade Lu Lang's strike. The blade sliced through the air, leaving Lu Lang astonished. It was the first time his draw had been successfully dodged. How intriguing. Observing Meng Fei soaring through the air, Lu Long's lips curled into a subtle smile. It turned out that Meng Fei had employed a flying soul technique to evade the attack. However, despite dodging this slash, Ming Fei felt a surge of alarm. Lu Long's speed was astonishingly rapid. The reason he managed to avoid the strike was partly due to the flying soul technique, but primarily because of his martial soul. His martial soul, the winged eagle, was exceptionally attuned to the perception of danger. Thus, the moment Lu Long drew his blade, Ming Fei instinctively sensed the impending threat and instinctively dodged to the side while activating his soul technique, thereby eluding Lu Long's attack. Yet, even though he had escaped this blow, he lacked complete confidence in evading the next. Nevertheless, now that he had ascended into the sky, he felt impervious to Lu Long's onslaught. No matter how formidable Lu Ling's blade was, it could not soar alongside him. For Ming Fei, as long as he soared above, he had seized control of the rhythm of victory. He regarded Lu Long with golden pupils that expanded and contracted, clearly perceiving him as prey. Those infuriating eyes. Lu Long let out a disdainful snort. The aerial soul technique consumed an immense amount of soul power, and Ming Fei could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly launched his assault. Behind him, a winged eagle screeched, rising in a surge of azure light. The blue luminescence transformed into the form of a winged eagle, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it abruptly folded back down, descending with the full might of the earth, charging towards Lu Lang. The second soul technique. Eagle strike from the heavens. Lu Long gazed at the azure winged eagle soaring in the sky. With an attack power of level 40 soul force, he dared not confront it head-on, no matter how formidable he may be, although it seemed that he was merely a few levels shy of Xiong Raj. The disparity was indeed immense. He could withstand a direct clash with Xiong Raj, yet he could not afford the same with Ming Fei. Contemplating this, a playful glint flickered in Lu Long's eyes. If he were to shine brightly, why not allow that brilliance to arrive a tad sooner? In Lu Long's heart, a surge of fervor ignited, and the blade in his hand, known as Zhan Luo, seemed to resonate with his indomitable spirit. No longer concealed in tranquility, it crackled with violet lightning, its power rendering the surrounding air momentarily stagnant. Simultaneously, beneath Lu Long's feet, a resplendent purple soul ring materialized. What is this? A Millennium Soul Ring. The first soul ring is indeed a Millennium Soul Ring. Within the arena, faint gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. However, before they could fully express their surprise, their voices were once again stifled. For just as the purple soul ring had yet to fully unfurl, an even more profound darkness emerged in its wake. The moment it appeared, it swiftly overshadowed the brilliance of the purple hue, as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring radiance, casting a pall over the entire arena. This is... Some trembled in silence. A 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens. It truly is a 10,000-year soul ring. How terrifying. I do not even possess a Millennium Soul Ring, yet he already wields one of 10,000 years. How astonishing. What extraordinary innate talent must he possess to have a 10,000-year soul ring as his second? Does this even adhere to reason? In the stands, a woman with violet hair wore an expression of shock. Although she was already aware of Lu Long's soul rings, she had never witnessed them firsthand. Now, seeing them with her own eyes, she realized she was still unable to maintain her composure. His martial soul is extraordinary. At this moment, a man beside her interjected. Hearing his words, the violet-haired woman turned her gaze to the Zhan Luo in Lu Long's grasp and noticed that it had assumed a completely new form. Its aura surged, wild and unrestrained. While its appearance remained unchanged, its essence felt entirely different, as if it were a distinct martial soul from before. I sensed a captivating aura emanating from it. The violet-haired woman's complexion paled. Lu Long's martial spirit alone caused her to feel a slight tightness in her breath upon merely gazing at it. Unfazed by the astonished gasps of onlookers, Lu Long turned her attention to Ming Fei, asserting that his ability to compel her to reveal her spirit ring indicated a modicum of strength. This marked the first occasion that Lu Long fully showcased her spirit rings before the crowd, a feat attributable solely to Ming Fei. Chapter 22. A crisis for Mimi. Upon hearing Lu Long's words, Ming Fei's expression grew unbearably awkward. Did this arrogant individual truly believe that he was only worthy of displaying a spirit ring before me? Third spirit skill, Galebreak. Before the second spirit skill had even reached its culmination, Ming Fei unleashed his third spirit skill. Instantly, a tempest swirled around him, transforming into a multitude of razor-sharp blades that hurtled towards Lu Lang as he spun. Second spirit skill, Swallow's Return. Lu Long's black soul ring shimmered as his body surged forward in an instant, leaving no trace behind, propelling him directly towards the azure winged eagle soaring in the sky. A fool's errand. While others were oblivious to Lu Long's movements, Meng Fei observed with clarity. Given Lu Long's soul power, attempting to breach his soul skill was nothing short of a delusion. Even if he succeeded, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. What a grand illusion of prowess. Merely a paper tiger, posturing with empty bravado. Lu Long charged directly towards the blue-winged hawk, leading one to believe he intended to confront Meng Fei's soul technique head-on. Yet, only Lu Long was privy to the true circumstances. Just as he was about to collide with the winged hawk, his figure suddenly vanished, as if he had dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace of his presence. Where did he go? A wave of astonishment washed over Meng Fei as he frantically scanned the surroundings, his keen eyes narrowing in search of Lu Long's trajectory. Lu Long had seemingly evaporated before his very eyes, stirring a sense of unease within him. Nevertheless, with the tempest raging around him, he remained somewhat unperturbed. However, at that moment, his acute instincts alerted him to an imminent danger approaching from behind. His senses had never steered him wrong. He instinctively attempted to sidestep, but this time, he was too late. The cold blade of Lu appeared behind him, swiftly slicing through the air, a spray of blood erupting forth. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged into his left arm, dislocating and fracturing it instantly. At that moment, a bolt of lightning infused the blade, coursing through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Meng Fei let out a harrowing scream. The excruciating pain compounded by the numbness enveloping his body rendered him unable to maintain control. Akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting helplessly from the sky. Fortunately, his instructor rushed forward just in time to catch him, preventing further injury. Lu Lang stood in the arena, having retracted his martial spirit and soul rings, gazing down upon Meng Fei from a position of superiority. Now, your gaze appears much more agreeable. Meng Fei's complexion was pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. He looked towards Lu Long, his eyes filled with terror, while waves of pain coursed through his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth, choosing silence and uttering not a single word. Lu Long felt a sense of ennui. Meng Fei, despite his ability to soar, was rather unimpressive. To put it plainly, it was the disdainful glint in Meng Fei's eyes, an air of superiority, as if he believed himself to be the master of all things, that irked Lu Long. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to bring him down. I hereby declare Lu Long the victor. The referee, bearing an expression of sheer astonishment, appeared as though confronted by a specter, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he announced Lu Long's victory. Having triumphed over Meng Fei, Lu Long pressed on with determination to continue his ranking. However, at this level, the number of opponents dwindled significantly, and not everyone had the luxury of time, which extended his waiting period considerably. Furthermore, Lu Long's remarkable record of 58 consecutive victories caused some competitors to momentarily retreat from the spotlight. Consequently, Lu Long found himself waiting until nightfall to face another challenger. Upon vanquishing this opponent, Lu Lang achieved an impressive 59 consecutive victories, securing the 18th position. Though this rank may seem insignificant, and this record pales in comparison to that of the top contender, Jin Zhengyang, who also boasts a streak of victories. Lu Ling's accomplishments at such a youthful age are undoubtedly astonishing, having shattered records that have stood since the establishment of the Soul Martial Academy. There may have been none before him, and it is unlikely there will be any after. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory and finishing his shower, Lu Long intended to check if Mimi Si had returned. However, at that moment, he was startled by a commotion outside the dormitory. As he opened the door, he encountered Hu Liena standing at the threshold. What has transpired? Lu Long inquired, perplexed. Teacher Mimi Si has been injured, Hu Liena summarized briefly, and was discovered by the security personnel not far from the academy's entrance, reportedly in a state of unconsciousness and covered in wounds. Without further ado, she hastened towards the infirmary. Lu Long felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Indeed, something unfortunate had transpired. He hurriedly followed Hu Liena. Moments later, they arrived at the infirmary, which was already teeming with people, completely blocking the entrance. Most of them were students of Mimi's, along with several instructors. Given Hu Liena's status as a disciple of the Pope, her arrival prompted others to part ways, allowing Lu Long to enter the infirmary with ease. Lu Long turned his gaze towards Mimi's, only to find her drenched in blood. His pupils contracted sharply, and his breath quickened, a surge of anger brewing within him. At that moment, Mimi's appeared pale, her brow furrowed, and her lips tightly pressed together. Although she was unconscious, it was evident that she was enduring immense suffering. Her right arm hung limply, likely fractured, and her body bore numerous wounds of varying severity. Under the care of the assisting soul master, these injuries were rapidly healing. Yet, the blood that stained her body vividly illustrated the brutality she had endured. What happened? Lu Leng inquired. We're still uncertain about the specifics. Teacher Mimi's was discovered by the Academy's security, and she was in this condition when found, Soares replied, shaking his head in response to Lu Leng's question. Uncertain about the situation? How could such severe injuries go unexplained? Within Lu Leng's heart, anger surged with no outlet for release, causing his fists to crackle ominously. At that moment, the healing auxiliary soul master withdrew his soul power and glanced at Souls, stating, after my treatment, it is highly probable that there are no significant issues. Aside from a fractured arm, which is not particularly grave. However, there is considerable internal bruising and misalignment, likely resulting from a violent impact. Most of the wounds on his body are contusions rather than cuts from sharp instruments. Additionally, there is an aura of a soul beast and remnants of fur on him. I surmise that Teacher Mimi's encountered a formidable soul beast, leading to this state. What kind of soul beast is so powerful that it could incapacitate a soul sage? Souls inquired, somewhat astonished. He was well aware of Mimi's strength, a level 70 battle soul sage, one of the elite among her peers. Even when faced with an insurmountable soul beast, escape would have been entirely feasible. Of course, if confronted by a soul beast of 100,000 years. Mimi's would indeed be absent now. I believe it is best that we refrain from speculation. Let us all return now and refrain from disturbing Teacher Mimi's. She needs time to recuperate, suggested Ziqingjiang, stepping forward. Indeed, what Teacher Ziqing said is correct. Everyone should disperse. Too many people will hinder Teacher Mimi's recovery. For the time being, let Teacher Ziqing take over the holy class, Souls declared with finality. Chapter 23, Suspects Ziqingjiang upon hearing these words. The crowd had no choice but to depart. Lu Leng, you should also leave, Souls remarked, directing his gaze toward the few who remained. Lu Leng clenched his fists, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Xiong Raj suddenly burst forth from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Ziqingyang, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why did you harm Teacher Mimi's? He demanded. So you were waiting here, Teacher Z. Do you not feel ashamed for your actions? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Teacher Mimi's was harmed by me? Lu Leng's voice erupted like ignited dynamite, confronting Xiong Raj. Meanwhile, the students still lingering in the infirmary turned their gazes towards Ziqingyang, and the teachers, including Soares, regarded him with suspicion. When making accusations, one must present evidence. To slander a teacher without basis is unacceptable in the Soul Master Academy, Soares admonished. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Ziqingyang retorted, since I dare to speak. I naturally possess evidence. Xiong Raj continued. A few days ago, when Teacher Mimi's left the academy, I happened to see you exit as well, heading in the same direction. Knowing the nature of your relationship with Teacher Mimi's, I found it peculiar and chose to follow. Later, I witnessed you accompany Teacher Mimi's into the Stardow Forest. The dangers within compelled me to retreat alone, but I never expected you would harm Teacher Mimi's. Observing Xiong Raj's fervent indignation, the crowd began to doubt Ziqingyang's innocence. Awaiting his response, Soares pressed further. Is there any truth to this, Teacher Z? His expression darkened. If such allegations held merit, he would ensure that Ziqingyang received a lesson he would never forget. There is indeed truth to it, Ziqingyang began, just as Soares was about to erupt. However, I was there to hunt soul beasts. Hunt soul beasts? Soares clearly did not believe him. What soul beast could you possibly hunt alone? Why is it that Teacher Mimi's can hunt soul beasts alone, yet I cannot? Ziqingyang countered, a cold smile gracing his lips. As it happens, I recently reached level 70. With time on my hands, I ventured into the Stardow Forest to hunt for a soul ring. Is that not permissible? The revelation stunned Soares. You have attained level 70? Do you not believe me? Ziqingyang declared, as if to affirm his innocence, releasing his soul rings. 7 radiant rings shimmered around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. His 7th ring was unmistakably a 10,000-year soul ring. Indeed, he had achieved the rank of soul sage. In an instant, Ziqingyang's suspicions were diminished to naught. A cold smile played on his lips as he turned to Xiong Raj. Given your concern for Teacher Mimi's, I shall overlook your recklessness. I hope you will think before speaking next time. Ziqingyang's display of magnanimity fell on deaf ears, as Xiong Raj remained seething with anger. Even if you have become a soul sage, why did you stealthily follow Teacher Mimi's? You may act independently, but why shadow Teacher Z? If it is not suspicious. What is? What do you mean by shadowing? Zi Qingyang retorted. The academy is merely an hour's journey from the Stardow Forest, with only a few routes. Is it not natural for Teacher Mimi's and I to travel the same path? You are clearly just making excuses. Enough. Soars bellowed, his demeanor commanding. Teacher Z has proven his innocence. If you continue to spout nonsense, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Without sufficient evidence. On what grounds do you accuse Teacher Z of being the culprit? He is. He absolutely is. Xiong Raiji's eyes bulged with rage, his teeth gritted in fury. Leave. Zi Qingyang regarded the unfolding scene with calm amusement, relishing the knowledge of the truth while others remained powerless against him. Xiong Raij, seeing his smug demeanor, became even more convinced of his suspicions. It is you, Zi Qingyang. I will make you pay. Suddenly, a loud and discordant slap echoed through the air. The crowd gasped, turning to see a golden-haired man had appeared before Xiong Raij. He had just struck Xiong Raij across the face. Xiong Raij, in disbelief, never imagined someone would dare to slap him. However, upon recognizing his assailant, he erupted in fury, unleashing his martial spirit. Jin Xingyang, how dare you hit me? You are merely a loyal dog to Zi Qingyang. It is true that a master deserves a suitable servant. Indeed, such a master deserves a faithful dog. Jin Xingyang replied coldly, delivering another resounding slap. Lu Long's pupils constricted, for he was utterly unaware of how Jin Xingyang had made his move. Roaring with uncontainable fury, Xiong Raij could no longer endure. Surging with soul power, he unleashed a punch, seeking destruction. Stop! Yet at that moment, a formidable aura erupted within the infirmary, abruptly halting Xiong Raij's actions. Xiong Raij, you must leave at once. Soars commanded with a booming voice. Director, he is the murderer. I can assert this with absolute certainty. I order you to leave. Soars reiterated, his tone embodying an undeniable authority. Xiong Raij's countenance wavered as he pondered responding, but upon witnessing Soars's wrath, he dared not utter another word. After all, he lacked indisputable evidence, so he turned and departed in silence. Very well, you all may leave as well, Soars declared, dissipating his soul power and addressing the others with a stern expression. Lu Long was reluctant to depart in such a manner, yet as he took a step forward, he was restrained by Hu Liena. She shook her head at him and pulled him away. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lu Long expressed his discontent, asking, "Why did you stop me?" To which Hu Liena retorted, "If I hadn't, what would you have done?" Lu Long continued, "Zi Qingyang harmed Teacher Mimi C." And Xiong Ri's expression seemed genuine. "Where's the evidence?" She countered. Lu Long felt a wave of discouragement wash over him as he replied, "There is none." Frustration lingered in his heart as he pondered, "Are we to let this go?" Hu Liena raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Let it go? How could we?" It was well known that Zi Qingyang and Teacher Mimi C had always been at odds. He had previously pursued her, only to be rebuffed. Moreover, he had long harbored ambitions for the position of the homeroom teacher of the sacred class, yet had always been outmatched, nurturing resentment all the while. If Teacher Mimi C's situation was not merely an accident, it suggested that Zi Qingyang possessed a motive for the crime. Chapter 24. Martial Soul, Gleaming Silver Lance. Furthermore, although Xiong Ri was known for his volatile temperament, he had never been one to utter falsehoods. While there was no concrete evidence linking Zi Qingyang to the act, circumstantial indicators could certainly reveal much. Lu Long nodded, recalling that Xiong Ri mentioned that Zi Qingyang had ventured into the starry forest alone, just like Teacher Mimi C, who also went alone but was injured, while Zi Qingyang emerged unscathed, having successfully acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. It is hard to believe that there were no sinister forces at play. Hu Liena concurred with Lu Long's assessment, despite Zi Qingyang's strength. He was merely at level 70 and must have paid a price to annihilate a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, it was almost certain that he was up to no good. What could his motives possibly be? It goes without saying that he coveted the position of the holy class's headmaster, a highly sought-after role within the spirit hall, desired by many. Once one becomes the headmaster of the holy class, barring unforeseen circumstances, they are destined to become an elder of the spirit hall. No wonder. Lu Long mused as he lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Aren't you on good terms with Zhu Douluo? Why not have him investigate? That sounds feasible, Hu Liena agreed. By the way, who is Jin Xingyang? Lu Long recalled the scene in the infirmary. That individual possessed terrifying strength and was ranked first on the power leaderboard. That is the grandson of Golden Crocodile Douluo and Zi Qingyang's most prized student. His talent is extraordinarily high, and he has dominated the power leaderboard for 5 consecutive years. In another year, he will become a holy son. Upon mentioning Jin Zhengyang, Hu Liena's expression grew somber. With such remarkable talent, why is he not in the holy class? Can't a student outside the holy class become a holy son? Lu Ling inquired, perplexed. Who told you that one cannot become a holy son if they are not in the holy class? Hu Liena shot him a glance. The holy class merely gathers gifted individuals for focused cultivation. To qualify as a holy son, one must meet two criteria, which are not strictly related to the class one belongs to. Anyone who meets these requirements can qualify. As for why Jin Zhengyang isn't in the holy class, that is undoubtedly due to Ziqing Yang's actions. Ziqing Yang is a nephew of Golden Crocodile Douluo and has familial ties to Jin Zhengyang. With such formidable talent, he certainly would not willingly yield his position. After all, should Jin Zhengyang become a holy son, Ziqing Yang's status would rise correspondingly. Now it makes sense, Lu Long realized. No wonder Jin Zhengyang struck Xiong Ri when he was insulted earlier. Honestly, we need not worry too much. Once teacher Mimi Si awakens, we will uncover the truth. And all we need to do is focus on our training, he concluded. The following day, Mimi Si awoke, but her severed arm required further recovery. Consequently, the responsibility of teaching the holy class fell upon Ziqing Yang. However, compared to Mimi Si's teaching style, the students in the holy class were quite resistant to him, exhibiting chaotic classroom behavior and a lack of enthusiasm. Initially, Ziqing Yang feigned indifference and adopted a benevolent demeanor, but after several days, his true nature was revealed. His overwhelming desire for control manifested in attempts to dominate every aspect. Yet, the proud students of the holy class were not easily governed, and such an approach only backfired. Before long, the students began to exhibit signs of a strike against his authority. Just then, Mimi Si returned to the classroom, having nearly fully recovered. Though her arm still required some time to heal, she reminded the students of the importance of their studies and the need to respect teacher Ziqing, as he was also there for their cultivation. Naturally, her words were well received, and order was swiftly restored in the classroom. Ironically, this only intensified Ziqing Yang's jealousy. After half a month, Mimi Si had completely recovered and resumed her teaching duties. During this time, Lu Long had achieved the 6th position on the Academy's power leaderboard, boasting a record of 64 consecutive victories. With just 2 more victories, he would ascend to the top rank. In the advanced simulation training room, Lu Long awaited patiently. Today marked the beginning of Mimi Si's training sessions following her recovery. Over the past half-month, he had learned from her about the events that transpired but had not made any substantial progress. Their speculations aligned closely with the truth. However, there was one disheartening piece of news. Her attempt to acquire a soul ring had failed. She recalled that she had been on the verge of slaying the soul beast when, inexplicably, she was ambushed by a horde of soul beasts. This additional information only served to heighten the suspicion surrounding Ziqing Yang to a staggering 99%. Before long, the training room door swung open. Ah, why is she here? Lu Long was surprised to see Mimi Si accompanied by another person. What? Am I not allowed to come? Hu Liena retorted with displeasure. You are a disciple of the teacher, and so am I. If you can have special treatment, why can't I? What if I become the holy maiden? Upon hearing those words, Lu Long did not mock her. Instead, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was right. Had he not arrived in the Douluo Continent, he truly would have been a saintess. However, he could not voice this thought. All right, from now on, the two of you will train together, following the same training regimen. Mimi Si said with a smile, appearing in high spirits. The same regimen? Lu Long exclaimed, turning to Mimi Si with uncertainty. Are you sure she'll follow the same training as me? Who do you look down upon? Hu Liena retorted, unable to contain herself as she kicked Lu Ling's backside. It's not that I look down on you. I merely fear you might start crying, Lu Ling quickly shot back. Humph, who cries is still up for debate. You little brat. What do you mean little? I'm quite grown up. You are clearly still a child. The two exchanged playful banter, prompting a gentle smile from Mimi Si. Enough of the noise. Time is of the essence, so let us begin, she urged, and they finally fell silent. Unlike the previous sessions where she carried thick training materials, Mimi Si directly stated, today's training will still focus on unlocking your physical potential, but we will adopt a different approach. What approach? Lu Ling inquired, puzzled. Martial spirit. Bright silver spear. Mimi Si called out, and instantly, soul rings appeared beneath her feet, while a gleaming white spear manifested in her hand. The spear was slender and straight, entirely snow-white, with even the tassels at its tip being pristine white. The shaft was adorned with mysterious engravings, and its tip was sharp and merciless, exuding an air of lethality. Is this Mimi Si's martial spirit? How beautiful, how elegant, how formidable. Lu Lang marveled inwardly. Teacher, you didn't summon your martial spirit to spar with us, did you? Hu Liena asked, unable to restrain her curiosity. Of course not, Mimi C replied, shaking her head. In battle, while combat experience is crucial, there is another factor that is equally significant, one that can even determine the outcome of the fight. What is it? That would be combat emotion. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Mimi C elaborated, combat emotion can be understood as the mindset during battle. If one's emotions are pessimistic, their abilities cannot be fully realized. Conversely, if one is exhilarated, their capabilities can exceed expectations. Thus, today's focus will be on training your combat emotions. With that, Mimi C pointed her spear, and an atmosphere of grim determination enveloped the entire training room. Surrounded by this atmosphere, Lu Lang and Hu Liena suddenly felt a surge of emotions reminiscent of a fervent battlefield, where a sense of valor and an urge to fight arose within them. As time progressed, this sentiment intensified, and Lu Lang sensed a remarkable increase in his strength. This is my realm of battle intent. Under my benevolence, it can enhance your fighting spirit, allowing you to unleash your utmost potential, Mimi C explained. To think it is a realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang was taken aback, for he was aware of the existence of such realms, having known that Tang San possessed several. However, he had never encountered or experienced one until now. Experiencing it firsthand, he realized the profound power of this realm. He vaguely recalled that in the Douluo Continent, individuals who possessed realms were exceedingly rare, each one a prodigy in their own right. Yet, he had never anticipated that Mimi C, a teacher at the Martial Soul Academy, would possess such a realm of battle intent. Lu Lang was taken aback. And Hu Liena was not much better off. It was her first time experiencing the domain, a formidable ability that instantly ignited a yearning within her. She suddenly glanced at Lu Lang, her mind involuntarily recalling the events of the previous day. Last night, she had returned to the spirit hall and sought out Bibi Dong, requesting permission to train alongside Lu Lang. Bibi Dong, surprised by the request, ultimately acquiesced. In that moment, Hu Liena felt immensely grateful for her decision. Had she not made that request, she would likely not have the opportunity to experience the domain today, and the gap between herself and Lu Lang would only widen. Wherever Lu Lang goes, I shall follow, steadfast and unwavering. Hu Liena resolved resolutely in her heart. This decision would remain with her for many years to come, a source of tireless pride. Now, you have felt the benevolence of my domain. Next, prepare to experience the malice of it. Upon concluding her words, Mimi C's aura shifted dramatically. The once buoyant emotions of Lu Lang swiftly transformed into a profound sense of helplessness and desolation, as if he had been forsaken by the battlefield and enveloped in solitude. Behind him lay a precipice, a dead end devoid of salvation. Hu Liena, too, sensed the shift, her expression mirroring Lu Lang's. This battle intent domain possessed a dual effect. In actual combat, unleashing the battle intent domain equated to diminishing the enemy's strength while bolstering one's own. This exchange surpassed mere enhancement, yielding effects that more than doubled. Maintaining a friendship with teacher Mimi C is undoubtedly preferable. This feeling of helplessness is unbearable, Lu Lang mused inwardly. You have both sensed the power of my domain, henceforth. I shall periodically transform it. Your task is to engage with one another within the domain while simultaneously regulating your emotions. The moment you can maintain fervent battle intent beneath my malice, you shall have succeeded. Let the combat commence. With that, Mimi C concluded, and Hu Liena exchanged a glance with Lu Lang before charging towards him. That evening, under the cover of darkness and gusty winds, a man and a woman strolled along the academy's path. Their height difference was substantial, yet they leaned on each other, limping in an unusual manner. These two were none other than Hu Liena and Lu Lang, who had trained all day long. Mimi C's training in battle emotions appeared inconsequential, yet it was a profound torment. It was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also a mental ordeal. The constant fluctuations in their emotions drained their mental fortitude. Compounding their exhaustion, Mimi C permitted no respite. Her demands were even more stringent. As she would say, in real combat, no one grants you a moment's rest before engaging in battle. With no alternative, the pair could only persist through the torment. The consequence of this relentless endeavor was that both found their physical stamina depleted and spirits severely fatigued, teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for their formidable willpower, Lu Lang might well have succumbed and fallen asleep on the ground. Hey, I must say, you are quite heavy, Lu Lang uttered weakly. Now shorter than Hu Liena, her arm draped over his shoulder, causing her body to lean against him. Thus, it seemed more accurate to say that Lu Long was supporting her rather than the other way around. Furthermore, their height difference meant that her form was uncomfortably close to his line of sight, creating a rather ambiguous situation, as Lu Long could even catch a whiff of her maidenly fragrance. Yet, at this moment, Lu Long had no thoughts for such distractions. All he desired was to return to his dormitory and indulge in a deep slumber. Hu Liena murmured, likely oblivious to Lu Long's words. Lu Long, feeling helpless, could only wish that the journey would be shorter. At last, the two returned to their dormitory. Hey, where's your key? What the heck? Lu Long was speechless. The girl had completely lost her senses. Without a key, he could only return to his own dormitory. Damn it, where's my key? Lu Long quickly checked his pockets and realized he had forgotten his own key as well. However, Lu Long remained unfazed. He simply raised his foot and kicked. The door swung open. Remarkably, the lock was still intact. Misai truly lived up to her reputation as a teacher, always imparting lessons through life experiences. Lu Long once again marveled at Misai's prowess. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Long had no intention of tidying up. He was ready to sleep. Just then, Hu Liena suddenly opened her eyes. Are we there? Thanks, I'm going to sleep now. With that, to Lu Ling's astonishment, she lay down on the bed. However, as she reclined, her arm remained wrapped around Lu Long's neck. Due to inertia, she inadvertently pulled him onto the bed as well. Thus, Lu Long found himself embraced by her. Within a second, she let out a sweet sound. Lu Lang was at a loss for words. His first instinct was to struggle to rise, for such a position was hardly befitting a gentleman. However, at that moment, Hu Liena's considerable weight bore down upon him, rendering any movement nearly impossible. Chapter 26. Together in slumber? Moreover, the mere fact that he had managed to return to his dormitory was a testament to his enduring willpower, which now felt stretched to its limits. His spirit was heavy, teetering on the brink of slumber, leaving him devoid of any surplus energy. After several futile attempts to push her off, he remained utterly still. Lu Long yielded to slumber, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, though he had previously persevered. The moment he succumbed to the bed, an overwhelming weight enveloped him, snapping the very thread of his resolve. Resistance proved futile, and in less than a second, he was fast asleep. The subsequent day, as if anticipating their profound slumber, Mimi refrained from disturbing them. Instead, she thoughtfully pinned a note excusing their absence. As the sun climbed high, within dormitory 023, Hu Liena finally stirred. Yet, reluctant to open her eyes, she lingered in a state of blissful repose. A sense of profound tranquility permeated her very being. With a languid sigh, she instinctively embraced the object nestled in her arms, her lithe legs entwining around it. It was her wont to seek such comfort in slumber. However, after a fleeting moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. The object she cradled felt unusually fleshy, its exterior yielding, yet its core possessed a firm resilience. Moreover, it seemed to stir with life. Suspicion piqued, she cautiously opened her eyes, her gaze met by a dark, indistinct mass. Upon closer inspection, she discerned it to be hair. Ah, merely the hair of my teddy bear, she mused, dismissing her initial apprehension. Nothing to fret over. She prepared to drift back to sleep. Hold! A sudden thought jolted her awake. Hair. Black hair? But my teddy bear is adorned in pink. A surge of realization washed over her. Then, what could this be? With renewed alertness, Hu Liena opened her eyes once more, recoiling slightly to gain a clearer view of the face nestled against her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief and alarm. It was Lu Ling. How did he come to be in my bed? Have we truly slept together? Her mind reeled with a torrent of thoughts. Contrary to the dramatic portrayals of television, she refrained from shrieking. Instead, she paused, gathering her thoughts, and carefully retraced the events of the previous night. A quick assessment of her attire brought a measure of relief. Her garments remained intact. Next, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that she was not in her own room, which clarified much of the situation. Despite understanding the truth, she could not linger any longer. Should Lu Long awaken, the prospect of facing him afterward filled her with dread. Gently, she disentangled herself from his embrace, carefully unwinding her legs from around him, her movements cautious so as not to rouse him. Yet, fate intervened, and at that very moment, Lu Long stirred from his slumber. Their eyes met, and an eerie silence descended. After a fleeting second, Lu Long feigned unconsciousness, emitting a gentle snore. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Liena swiftly rose, composed herself, and slipped out the door. Relieved to find the hallway deserted, she hastened back to her own dormitory, casting a final glance at room 023. A faint smile played upon her lips. Such amateur dramatics, she thought wryly. Simultaneously, within the room, Lu Lang opened his eyes. I wonder if my acting convinced her? He pondered. The following day passed without incident. On the third day, as training resumed, the two exchanged polite greetings, feigning ignorance of the previous night's events. Mimi C, observing their progress, devoted half the day to combat emotion training, before proceeding to the next phase of their plan. Both parties breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to avoid a recurrence of the previous night's encounter. Thus, amidst the rigorous and demanding training, a semester swiftly drew to a close, and Lu Lang's strength advanced to the 25th level. Lu Lang and Hu Liena bid farewell to Mimi C and returned to the Spirit Hall. However, Bibi Dong had meticulously calculated the holiday period and dispatched Douluo to inform them that during the break, they were still to train with Mimi C and were not permitted to return to the Spirit Hall unless one of them attained the position of the top contender in the Academy strength rankings. Bibi Dong issued this decree, evidently aware of the circumstances surrounding the Spirit Academy. It was clear that she would not allow the position of the Holy Sun to fall into the hands of others, thus ensuring that Lu Lang and his companions could not squander a single opportunity for cultivation. Upon hearing this news, Lu Lang recalled Ziqing Yang and his esteemed disciple, Jin Yang. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved, without needing to be reminded by Bibi Dong, that he would not allow his adversary to succeed. This determination stemmed not only from his feelings for Mimi C, but also for Bibi Dong, and most importantly, for himself. If he could not even become a saint's son, what was the point of his transmigration? Mimi C, how much time do we have left? Lu Lang inquired, taking this holiday into account. We have less than 9 months remaining, she replied. 9 months felt rather pressing for Lu Lang. Jin Yang was not yet 20. Yet he had already attained the formidable level of 48. While Lu Lang was confident in facing opponents around level 40, he did not possess the assurance to confront someone at level 48. The only way to surpass him was to elevate his own strength to level 30. Reaching level 30 would not only grant him an additional soul skill, but also signify a qualitative enhancement in his power. However, he was currently only at level 25. To advance 5 levels in 9 months posed a considerable challenge, especially since his opponent would not be idle during this time. While it seemed unlikely for someone at level 48 to break through to level 50, one could never be too certain. Lu Lang wore a melancholic expression, mirrored by Hu Liena's countenance. She had recently ascended to the 32nd level, a commendable feat achieved through the rigorous training under Mimi C. Unlike Lu Lang, who exhibited extraordinary talent, she needed to elevate her soul power to at least the 40th level to stand a chance against Jin Yang. Teacher Mimi C, is it possible for me to break through to the 30th level within 9 months? Lu Lang inquired. With your innate talent, continuous training for 9 months should enable you to enhance your level by 4, bringing you to 29. However, as one progresses, the challenge of advancing becomes increasingly formidable. There are times when even a single level increase poses significant difficulty. 9 months is a rather brief period, making a breakthrough to the 30th level exceedingly unlikely, if not virtually impossible, Mimi C replied, shaking her head. Despite Lu Lang's remarkable abilities, time remained an insurmountable obstacle for her. Is there truly no way? Lu Lang pressed. No, there is absolutely a way. Lu Lang's mind was awash with memories, and soon, he recalled a particular item of great significance. This object, pivotal in the original narrative, possessed the potential to influence the course of history for millennia to come. Acquiring it would undoubtedly enable Lu Lang to ascend to level 30 in a remarkably short span, and without any adverse effects. However, the present circumstances rendered the endeavor perilously risky. This coveted item was none other than the celestial herb found within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Initially, he had contemplated raiding it in a few years, but it appeared that plans were futile against the whims of fate. A cruel smile crept upon Lu Lang's lips. In times of danger, one must venture forth, for the thrill is the very essence of a traveler. Moreover, should his arrival inadvertently alter history, allowing Tang San to procure the celestial herbs ahead of schedule, the consequences would be dire indeed. Chapter 27, The Eye of Ice and Fire, a heist for celestial herbs. With this thought in mind, Lu Lang swiftly resolved his course of action. I must return to the Spirit Hall. He lifted his gaze to Mimi C, determined that even if he could not breach level 30, he would compel himself to strive harder. However, Mimi C, sensing the weight of pressure on him, wished to dissuade Lu Lang from such burdens. Yet, upon observing the confidence radiating from his youthful face, she held her tongue. She nodded in acquiescence, unwilling to undermine Lu Lang's burgeoning self-belief. As Lu Lang noticed Mimi's agreement, he wasted no time and headed straight back to the spirit hall. What brings you back to the spirit hall? Hu Liena hurriedly inquired. Of course, to assume the role of the Holy Son. You need not accompany me, he replied. No, wherever you go, I shall follow, Hu Liena firmly asserted. In her heart, she had already made up her mind. She would follow Lu Lang wherever he ventured. She understood clearly that being by his side would undoubtedly present endless opportunities and accelerate her growth and strength. Really unnecessary, Lu Lang impatiently rejected, wondering when he had become so clingy. I insist. Damn it. You too. Upon returning to his room in the spirit hall, Lu Lang did not even meet with Bibi Dong. Instead, he began to fiddle with his belongings. What are you tinkering with? Hu Liena asked curiously, her beautiful eyes blinking in inquisitiveness. She had assumed Lu Lang would engage in some extreme training upon his return, yet he was preoccupied with perplexing items. Stop your prattling. Either be quiet or leave, Lu Lang retorted irritably, his hands busy with his tasks. If you tell me, I can assist, Hu Liena proposed. Having sensed the chill in Lu Lang's tone, fearing he might exclude her, she attempted to ingratiate herself. Assist? Lu Lang glanced at her. Perhaps there was indeed a matter that required her assistance. Very well, if you wish to accompany me, go and summon Douluo, so that he may assist us with a private affair. Upon hearing the word we, Hu Liena realized that Lu Lang no longer rejected her presence. And without questioning the reason, she joyfully replied, I shall go at once. With a faint smile, Lu Lang resumed his tinkering with the items in his hands. A week later, the trio set forth towards the Sunset Forest. Lu Lang, what is our purpose in the Sunset Forest? If we seek to hone our skills against spirit beasts, wouldn't the Star Do Forest be more suitable? Hu Liena inquired, her confusion evident along the journey. I truly did not wish to bring you along. Your incessant chatter is overwhelming, Lu Lang replied, a shadow of irritation crossing his face. How had he not noticed her verbosity before? Lu Lang, are you certain you have not deceived me? Douluo interjected, unable to restrain his curiosity, his eyes gleaming with intrigue at the mention of Lu Lang's revelations. Yu Guan, you have posed this question to me hundreds of times. I have answered you just as many. Refrain from calling me Yu Guan. Douluo's expression turned icy. For the title of Douluo could only be uttered by the pontiff himself, and no one else was permitted. However, if this young man spoke the truth, he could endure his presence for a while longer, if only for the sake of the miraculous Qirong Tong Tianju. It was unexpected. After years of rivalry with the old coot, he had never realized the depths of his concealment. Hidden treasures, indeed. Yet, how did Lu Lang come to possess this knowledge? Alas, the old ghost was on a mission. Otherwise, for the sake of absolute certainty, you would have summoned him as well. With two title Douluos in action, their success would be guaranteed. They could not merely steal, they could seize outright. Lu Lang and his two companions harbored a slight unease within their hearts. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from Bibi Dong, for who would willingly engage in life-threatening ventures when help could be so readily obtained. However, to his dismay, Bibi Dong had entered seclusion at this crucial moment, and Ghost Douluo was away on a mission. In the vast spirit hall, only Douluo remained to lend a hand. While the other members of the Elder Hall were scarcely worth considering, Douluo had only agreed to assist due to his connection with Hu Liena and the allure of the celestial herb, risking Bibi Dong's ire to do so. Previously, while indulging in novels and animations, Lu Lang had assumed that Ju and Gue Douluo were mere idle attendants, eternally by Bibi Dong's side out of sheer ennui. Yet, upon his own transmigration, he realized the multitude of responsibilities they bore, often rendering them unseen. It became apparent that those of greater strength bore greater burdens. It was likely that their slower cultivation pace in later stages was attributable to this. The Sunset Forest lies within the realm of the Tiando Empire, and the journey there would require approximately half a month. After the passage of this time, Lu Lang and his companions arrived at the Sunset Forest. They produced a map to ascertain their bearings and proceeded towards the heart of the forest. The environment of the Sunset Forest was quite conducive. Although the spirit beasts here were not as formidable as those in the Star Do Forest, the diversity of species was abundant, and their overall strength was commendable. Many individuals of even modest strength opted to hunt spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest. On the path through the forest, Lu Lang encountered numerous groups of adventurers. However, his purpose was not to hunt soul beasts but to gather celestial herbs. Thus, his party pressed onward, with Douluo leading the way. The soul beasts dared not provoke them. Yet, Douluo refrained from fully unleashing his aura, choosing instead to maintain it within a limited range. For once the presence of a tidal Douluo was released, it would surely alert Douluo in an instant. This caution was necessary to avoid unwelcome encounters with reckless soul beasts. Fortunately, their progress remained unimpeded. Days later, under a darkened sky and amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars, Lulong suddenly halted deep within the forest. He gazed at a misty expanse ahead, consulted his map, and declared, "We must be nearing the very center. This hazy region marks the perimeter of the poisonous miasma. As long as we traverse through it, we shall succeed." Douluo surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. The potency of this miasma is formidable. The area is littered with the remains of both soul beasts and humans. Do you two possess a means to enter? Have no fear, for the mountaineer has his strategies. Allow me to lay out my plan, he replied. The three crouched down, leaning in closely. Yuguan, your primary task is to distract Douluo. You will need to test the waters. If he is present, draw him away. Should he be absent, wait outside. Once he returns, ensnare him in your trap, ensuring he does not uncover our presence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Both Lu Lang and Hu Liena are disciples of the Pope. And should anything go awry, they are certain to face repercussions. Moreover, if one of them encounters trouble, the other is likely to suffer the same fate, this time. It is quite possible that 2 lives may be lost. Chapter 28. Poisonous miasma. I have a gas mask. The thought of being reduced to fertilizer for flowers is unbearable. By the heavens, how could I have been so foolish as to fall for this wretched boy's tricks? I suddenly realize I have been ensnared. The chrysanthemum Douluo remarked, belatedly. It is too late now. You have no opportunity for regret. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression grew solemn, weighed down by pressure. At this moment, I no longer desire any celestial herbs. My only wish is for the two of you to return alive. Fear not, I am still unmarried. Lulong, ever composed, patted his shoulder reassuringly. How much time do you require? At least 12 hours. Lulong calculated and deemed it a reasonable estimate. The chrysanthemum Douluo swatted his hand away, giving him a heavy glance, urging him to exercise caution. With that, he soared into the air, the aura of a tidal Douluo radiating fiercely, causing the surrounding creatures to scatter in alarm. Poisonous Mudio, your grandfather chrysanthemum has come for you. Stinking chrysanthemum, you possess audacity indeed, daring to come alone. From the depths of the forest, an ominous green-haired elder emerged in midair, a massive emerald serpent coiling behind him. The eerie green glow was foreboding and terrifying. He is Douluo. Indeed, he resembles his depiction in the original text. He has the countenance of a fearsome deity, not to be trifled with. Lulong thought anxiously. Poisonous mud eel, today I shall claim your life. Stinking chrysanthemum, what of that phantom creature? Why does it not dare to show itself? Douluo, aware of the inseparable bond between the two, remained vigilant of his surroundings. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I alone am sufficient. With that, the chrysanthemum Douluo struck first, launching a skill toward Douluo. Though Douluo was currently afflicted by toxins, renowned for his poisonous prowess throughout the Douluo Continent. Even as the weakest among the tidal Douluos, few dared to underestimate him. His toxins were formidable, nearly impossible to counter. The chrysanthemum Douluo, having frequent dealings with him, understood that close combat was ill-advised. Ranged attacks were preferable for better control of the situation. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Douluo's sinister gaze, paired with his grass-green hair, rendered him particularly unsettling. The battle erupted instantly, as Lu Lang and Hu Liena awaited their opportunity below, simultaneously admiring the clash between the two. The conflict between tidal Douluos is a rare spectacle indeed. This old poisoner, true to his namesake, unleashed toxic gas that withered the trees and incapacitated spirit beasts in his wake. Were it not for the distance maintained by the chrysanthemum Douluo, Lulong feared he too would be affected. He was profoundly shaken. Indeed, even the weakest tidal Douluo is immensely powerful. Previously, he had taken pride in his ability to challenge those above his level, buoyed by arrogance. Now, he realized this was merely the result of Bibi Dong's protection. Outside the spirit hall, he would likely perish without knowing how. With this thought, Lu Lang became resolute in his intent to seize all the celestial herbs. Initially, he had intended to leave a few for Tang San, but now he believed in total eradication, cutting the weeds at their roots to prevent regrowth. The battle between the two was intense, and soon, the chrysanthemum Douluo revealed a flaw. Douluo seized the opportunity and swiftly followed, and before long, the two vanished from Lu Lang's sight. "Let us hurry inside," Lu Lang urged. "Aren't you worried he will return?" Hu Liena inquired. "Worried? You doubt Yu Guan's capabilities?" Lu Lang replied, casting her a disdainful glance. In truth, he harbored no concerns, for Douluo would never suspect this to be a ruse. Even if he did, he would likely disregard it. Believing the ice and fire in Yag to be perilously treacherous, he would not dare to intrude recklessly, let alone others. Furthermore, there was an additional layer of poisonous miasma surrounding the area, impenetrable to just anyone. Thus, he felt no trepidation about his lair being ambushed. And he directly pursued the chrysanthemum Douluo. Hu Liena, feeling belittled by his scorn, huffed and proceeded toward the miasma. "Are you seeking death?" Lu Lang suddenly yanked her back. "What are you doing?" "Take this," he said, producing a dark, grotesque object. "How revolting. What is this hideous thing?" Hu Liena exclaimed in disgust upon examining it. She had never encountered such an item, resembling a mask with glass eyes and an elongated protrusion at the mouth. Reminiscent of a wild boar. "It is something that will save your life," Lu Lang retorted, somewhat irritated. "You can choose to use it or not." This item was, in fact, a gas mask, crafted by him over a week with the finest absorbing and isolating materials. While it may not match modern standards, it would suffice for a day or two. He then demonstrated how to wear it. Hu Liena, not one to be overly fussy, quickly donned it despite her distaste. After trying it himself and finding its efficacy satisfactory, Lu Lang signaled for Hu Liena to follow. The poisonous miasma's reach was not extensive, and after a brisk run, they reached the innermost depths in about 15 minutes. Here, the miasma dissipated entirely. He glanced around. The ice and fire in Yag lay below a precipice, making it difficult for an ordinary person to discern its presence even from above, as the vegetation below thrived lushly. However, Lu Lang was aware of its location. So he promptly removed his mask and began to investigate the surroundings. "This is it," he exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. "But how do we descend from this height?" Hu Liena questioned, noting the sheer cliffs with no footholds, rendering their descent impossible given their capabilities. "Have you forgotten? I can fly." With that, Lu Lang unfurled his thunder wings. Hu Liena stared in astonishment at the wings on his back, realizing how deeply he had hidden his abilities. When had he acquired this external spirit bone? She suddenly pondered what other secrets he might be concealing. "Then why didn't you fly earlier? Are you foolish? What if there are others inside?" Lu Lang scoffed, recalling that Douluo also had a granddaughter. If she happened to be nearby, they would certainly be discovered. Chastised by Lu Lang, Hu Liena felt her irritation grow. "What are you waiting for? Climb on." Lu Lang half-squatted, seeing Hu Liena frozen in place, and urged her to hurry. "You intend to carry me down?" Hu Liena's cheeks flushed at the suggestion. "Otherwise, what do you propose? Jump down?" Lu Lang rolled his eyes at her. Hu Liena, feeling indignant, thought to herself, "How many times has he belittled me in such a short span?" Chapter 29. Timeless Beauty. Enchanting is the fair maiden. She shot him a glare, but recognizing that this was not the moment for petty thoughts, she wrapped her arms around Lu Lang's neck without further hesitation. "Hey, are you trying to strangle me, inherit my thunder wings, and descend alone?" As her mind drifted, Lu Lang's cold voice interrupted her reverie. "What do you mean?" Hu Liena replied, bewildered. "What do you think?" Lu Lang, feeling exasperated, exclaimed. "You are taller than I am. It's one thing for your legs not to be on me, but your body isn't even pressed against mine. Are you intending for us to fly together, only to leave me hanging in the process?" Upon hearing this, Hu Liena realized that she had only wrapped her arms around Lu Lang's neck, leaving the rest of her body entirely disengaged. This was certainly not a proper way to be carried. Moreover, if Lu Lang were to take flight in this manner, her grip would inadvertently serve to strangle him. Additionally, this precarious positioning made it all too easy for her to tumble down. "I apologize, as this is my first time being carried, and I lack experience," Hu Liena said with a hint of remorse. She then tilted her upper body and leaned against Lu Lang's back. However, her tall stature, which surpassed his by a head, meant that even when she leaned, she could not fully shift her weight onto him. Lu Lang felt a sudden, soft pressure against his back, causing him to tremble involuntarily with a rush of tension. It was his first time carrying a girl, and this stirred a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Now was not the time for such distractions. The precious herb was at stake. The overwhelming pressure not only disrupted Lu Lang's thoughts but also tugged at Hu Liena's heart. Initially shy, she keenly sensed Lu Lang's reaction and immediately recognized his feelings. A blush crept across her cheeks, accompanied by a flicker of delight amidst her embarrassment. "All right," Hu Liena murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Fortunately, as she was behind Lu Lang, he could not see her flushed face, which would have turned crimson enough to draw blood. With newfound determination, Lu Lang spread his wings and soared down towards the cliff's edge. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Hu Liena, prompting a soft gasp to escape her lips. In that moment of flight, her legs could no longer find leverage, wrapping around Lu Lang's waist instead. He instinctively supported her by cradling her hips with his hands. Thus, their bodies were pressed closely together. On his back, Hu Liena felt a feverish flush, her heart racing wildly as if a frenzied deer were about to leap from her chest. Her face was a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes shimmering, while her delicate lips emitted soft breaths, a vision of exquisite beauty. If Lu Lang were to behold this scene, he would undoubtedly be entranced, lamenting in 1,000 autumns. There are no unmatched beauties. The fairest sight is the lovely maiden. Alas, he could not see the beauty behind him, as it faded like the spring breeze. As they soared through the air, a cool wind brushed against Hu Liena's face, soothing her restless heart. She glanced at Lu Lang's profile, noting his resolute demeanor. Memories of their past moments flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. Behind him, Hu Liena's heart fluttered, yet Lu Lang remained oblivious, his focus solely on the fragrant, vibrant, and delightful herb. At that moment, a poem from his past life sprang to mind. "O steed, you are all mouth. O ocean, you are all legs." He felt an urge to add, "O duality, you are all herbs." Soon, Lu Lang landed successfully near the ice and fire yin-yang ice periphery. Aware of the formidable nature of this place, and recognizing his lack of Tang San's vast knowledge, he knew he must tread carefully. "Remember, do not recklessly touch the plants here. Many are highly toxic, and poisoning leads only to death," Lu Lang cautioned Hu Liena earnestly. Hu Liena replied, stepping down from Lu Lang's back to survey their surroundings. She noticed the plants here were extraordinarily lush, teeming with life, and remarkably diverse, many of which she had never encountered before. Yet, there were a few she recognized, though they paled in comparison to the entirety. "That's the enchanted celestial chrysanthemum," Hu Liena exclaimed suddenly, pointing to a yellow flower. While she might not recognize many herbs, she was certainly familiar with this one, as it was the very herb associated with the spirit of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon hearing Lu Lang's words, she directed his gaze, and indeed, he spotted a golden chrysanthemum. However, instead of elation, a momentary bewilderment crossed Lu Lang's face as a question surfaced in his mind. After all these years of conflict between Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo, why was this Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum still present? Could it be that he failed to recognize it among the other mystical herbs? It seemed likely that it had been subjected to dimensional reduction. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such contemplation. Lu Lang's purpose in coming here was twofold. First, to abscond with all the celestial herbs he recognized and destroy those he did not. And second, to seize Tang San's opportunity and forge an impervious body against both water and fire. After some deliberation, Lu Lang resolved to first secure the celestial herbs, as the tempering process required considerable time, and the return of Douluo would present a complication. Immediately, he retrieved an assortment of containers and implements crafted from iron, gold, copper, silver, wood, and jade. Subsequently, he instructed Hu Liena to keep watch while he commenced his task. The abundance of flora here was remarkable, encompassing not only celestial-grade spiritual herbs but also numerous rare and invaluable specimens. Although not on par with the celestial grade, they would command exorbitant prices in the market. However, Lu Lang's limited time prevented him from taking everything, so he could only gather those celestial herbs that he remembered. Time elapsed swiftly as Lu Lang transferred them into his ring. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the ice and fire yin-yang well. "Next, I'm going to attempt a trial. Remember, no matter what happens, do not approach or touch this spring. Just remain undetected," Lu Lang reiterated to Hu Liena. "Understood," she replied. Subsequently, Lu Lang approached the ice and fire yin-yang well, immediately spotting the octagonal mysterious ice herb and the inferno apricot jiao shu growing at the center of the two springs. Lu Lang is not a greedy individual. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the remaining celestial herbs. Yet, he possesses an insatiable ambition, for he has yet to seize the greatest opportunity within the eye of ice and fire. Summoning Zhan Luo, a fleeting glint of madness crossed Lu Lang's eyes. Having arrived at this juncture, there is no choice but to press forward. This endeavor, should it falter, will lead to his demise. Without further hesitation, Lu Liena approached the eight-pointed ice grass, his power fully unleashed. The thunder wings on his back crackled with lightning, while in his hand, Jean Luo swirled with tempestuous clouds. An overwhelming and solemn aura erupted from him. Chapter 30, Seizing Opportunity, Forging the Body of Ice and Fire. Hu Liena observed from a distance. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, her beautiful eyes trembling in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of his power? Before she could fully absorb the moment, Lu Ling's blade shimmered with a flash, and in an instant, the thunder wings unfurled with great force, allowing him to retreat in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, where the blade had passed, the eight-pointed ice grass fell in response, crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, a wave of chill spread forth, akin to snow blown by an air conditioner, enveloping the surroundings in a layer of frost. Lu Liena gazed at his Jean Luo, feeling a chilling aura attempting to invade his body. However, Jean Luo suddenly trembled, unleashing a surge of lightning that, accompanied by crackling bolts, swiftly dissipated the frigid energy. It appears that a divine-grade martial soul is indeed superior. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Liena did not possess the Xinyu hand, yet he was endowed with a wealth of modern knowledge. As his fingers grazed the surface of the ring, a 10-meter-long jade blade emerged. Indeed, it measured a full 10 meters. This was a meticulous preparation on his part, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Tang San's potential reaction. Observing the jade blade, one might call it a blade. Yet it resembled more of a jade staff, its tip merely sharpened. This staff was custom-made by Lu Liena, tapering at the front and thickening at the rear, rendering it less prone to breakage. Naturally, enveloped in soul power, it would not shatter, but this design was merely a precaution. Furthermore, to insulate against heat, Lu Liena had wrapped it in a thick layer of asbestos. Once the jade blade was drawn, Lu Liena wasted no time. With a swift motion, he effortlessly severed the fiery apricot flower, and with a quick flick, sent it soaring high into the air. At that moment, just as the jade blade made contact with the fiery apricot flower, Lu Liena released his grip. This required precise timing, as it was a challenging endeavor. He had to ensure that both the angle and force were just right while also being acutely aware of the timing. If he was too hasty, the position of the celestial herb would be askew. If too slow, he risked being burned. After the flick, he watched as the fiery apricot flower landed steadily beside the octagonal ice grass. Lu Liena felt an immense joy in his heart. Tang San, did you ever imagine that the fierce flame apricot, which had burnt your hands to a crisp, would be acquired by me in such a manner? Humph. Had it not been for that rascal Morris Ward's untimely demise, I would have showcased the art of plucking flowers with my bare hands directly for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Overjoyed at the sight, Lu Liena hastened forward, and without hesitation, ingested the celestial herbs, devouring them in large mouthfuls. The herbs dissolved upon entry, flowing directly down his throat, leaving Lu Liena with an unparalleled sense of sweetness. Moments after he consumed them, a strange metamorphosis overcame his body. Two potent energies, one searingly hot, the other frigidly cold, erupted within him. His form shimmered with alternating hues of azure and crimson, rendering him an exceedingly peculiar sight. Lu Liena! Hu Liena exclaimed, startled. At that moment, Lu Liena was unable to respond, his mental fortitude entirely focused inward. He then plunged into the confluence of the Yang and Yin springs. Moments later, with a few gurgling bubbles, Lu Liena was no longer visible. Lu Liena! Hu Liena cried out, hastily moving forward to investigate. She was about to extend her hand, but, recalling Lu Liena's prior admonition, retracted it. Observing his motionless form within the spring, Hu Liena suppressed her rising anxiety and sought refuge in a concealed spot. Within the spring, Lu Liena's face was contorted in agony. His muscles taut, and his veins bulging, a clear indication of the intense suffering he was enduring. Damn it, didn't Tang San lose consciousness? Why haven't I? If he could have voiced his thoughts, Lu Liena would have unleashed a torrent of curses. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything he had ever experienced, defying description. It was akin to being flayed and eviscerated, while simultaneously subjected to alternating waves of searing heat and glacial frost, a relentless and agonizing torment. Logically, such excruciating pain should have rendered Lu Liena unconscious, but inexplicably, he remained awake. Lu Liena was perplexed. wondering if it was due to his seizing Tang San's opportunity that the heavens were deliberately tormenting him. Unbeknownst to him, this was the result of a divine-grade martial soul, which not only tempered his physique but also honed his mental fortitude. His spirit power had become extraordinarily formidable, enabling him to remain conscious and not succumb to faintness. It could be said that he had unwittingly suffered a hidden loss. Meanwhile, Douluo and Douluo were engaged in a fierce exchange. However, Douluo increasingly sensed something peculiar. Douluo's attacks seemed to convey a sense of distraction. Historically, their matches had seen Douluo maintain a slight edge, yet today, he was persistently on the defensive. Battles between titled Douluos typically demanded utmost concentration, and Douluo could acutely perceive Douluo's lack of focus. How strange, indeed. At this moment, Douluo was mentally calculating the passage of time. Long had tasked him with delaying Douluo for at least 12 hours. Yet only a third of that time had elapsed, and it was evident that the poison eel had sensed something amiss. Douluo contemplated his options, aware that Douluo could feel the shift in his consciousness. Old Ju, if you have the guts, don't run. Douluo suddenly ceased his pursuit. Noticing this, Douluo turned and retorted, "Poison eel, is this what you call running? This is a tactical retreat to wear down your spirit power. Stop talking nonsense." Worn down? What about your own spirit power? Douluo erupted with anger, then suddenly shifted his focus. Weren't you quite formidable before? Why are you so weak today? Have you been drained by a woman, or are you trying to lure me away? As he uttered the last 4 words, Douluo bellowed with fervor. Douluo's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted sharply. He had been discovered. No, that was not it. He was merely speculating. Luring away the tiger? Ha ha. Poison eel. The premise of luring away the tiger is the presence of a tiger. You, however, are but an eel. What do I have to lose? Douluo fell into contemplation, pondering whether his assumption of a diversion was incorrect. Why then was Douluo acting so peculiarly today? He could not fathom it. Yet the thought of venturing into a place he hesitated to enter gave him some solace. Douluo, observing the shift in Douluo's demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was close. He nearly revealed his strategy. Seizing the moment, Douluo declared, "Old man, since you were so intent on your demise, I shall grant you your wish today." With that, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Can, whereupon the ground was littered with injuries as flowers fell and hearts were shattered. Ling, for your sake, I risked my life. Chapter 31. Hu Liena versus. Douluo Douluo's gaze sharpened as he witnessed the chrysanthemum Douluo unleash her 9th soul skill. Could it be that she was truly intent on killing him? The 9th soul skill, phosphorescent divine light. Ignoring all else, Douluo roared in defiance and activated his own 9th soul skill. You wish to take my life? I shall fight you to the bitter end. As time ticked away, Hu Liena gazed at the tranquil waters, her heart heavy with concern. Long, you must be safe. She prayed fervently in her heart. Just then, a clear voice broke through. Grandpa, are you here? Following the sound, Hu Liena beheld a young woman with violet hair and green eyes, her beauty striking yet distinct from Hu Liena's own. What is this? Someone has been here. Douluo noticed the disturbed foliage and immediately became alert, activating her 2 yellow soul rings. Hu Liena observed from the shadows, reluctant to reveal herself. Mindful that Long had yet to emerge, she aimed to avoid confrontation if possible. However, at that moment, bubbles surfaced in the spring, instantly capturing Douluo's attention. Who is there? Come out at once. Hu Liena's heart raced as Douluo approached the water. If she discovered Ling's presence, it would jeopardize everything. Resolute, Hu Liena stepped forward. Who are you? Douluo inquired, eyeing the woman who surpassed her in beauty with suspicion. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Since I have revealed myself, you are destined to remain here. Hu Liena replied coldly, a hint of menace gracing her features. You intend to kill me? Douluo was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of this intruder who dared to trespass on her territory and threaten her life. You should not have died today, but your presence here seals your fate. With that, Hu Liena's 3 soul rings ignited. In the current predicament, for Lulong's safety, she had no choice but to eliminate Douluo. If she allowed her to escape and seek Douluo, it would spell doom for them all. A soul master, Douluo gasped, realizing that this seemingly equal adversary was, in fact, a 30-level soul master. Prepare to perish. Hu Liena wasted no time, launching an all-out attack. Her fox spirit materializing as a supple tail swayed behind her, agilely darting towards Douluo. You shall die. Douluo summoned the phosphorescent serpent emperor, activating her 1st soul skill, phosphorescent red poison, to enhance her speed and power. The 2 clashed fiercely, one a fox spirit, the other a serpent, both adept at controlling their respective abilities. However, their styles differed. Hu Liena favored single-target control while Dugwian leaned towards crowd control. In this one-on-one confrontation, with the disparity in their powers, Dugwian quickly found herself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat while defending herself. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. As the skill manifested, a fox sprang forth, swiftly reaching Dugwian. The latter felt a soft breeze wash over her, and suddenly, she was immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Liena closed in, delivering a powerful kick to Dugwian's abdomen, sending her flying several meters away. Dugwian felt a sharp pain in her gut, a metallic taste rising in her throat as she coughed up blood. At that moment, she regained control, scrambling to her feet while activating her second soul skill, phosphorescent blue poison, to alleviate her suffering and bolster her defenses. Quite formidable, Hu Liena thought, channeling Bibi Dong's battle instincts, seizing the moment to strike. Without hesitation, she lunged again. Dugwian, surprisingly, did not evade, allowing Hu Liena's fist to connect with her face. Yet, with a sly smile, she tilted her head and, using her waist to pivot, unleashed a powerful kick that caught Hu Liena off guard, sending her sprawling backward. Regaining her composure, Hu Liena stood up, the pain in her right arm intensifying her resolve. Without delay, she activated her soulbone skill. This, her only non-control skill, was named Spirit Assault. Upon its use, she could execute 3 surprise strikes. Suddenly, Dugwian perceived a fleeting shadow before a heavy blow struck her abdomen. However, bolstered by the phosphorescent blue poison, she felt no pain. As long as her body remained under control, she could disregard Hu Liena's attacks and retaliate once she located her opponent. Yet, Hu Liena's speed was overwhelming. Just as Dugwian absorbed the initial blow, another attack was already en route. With a powerful punch to her back, Dugwian's body instinctively lurched forward. Anticipating a fall, she swiftly placed her hands under her chin, allowing a lengthy leg to strike her arms, using the momentum to flip gracefully in midair and land on her feet. Before her, Hu Liena appeared, and Dugwian was momentarily astonished, realizing that despite the circumstances, her opponent had dodged her lethal maneuver. The initial 2 strikes of the Spirit Assault had been mere setups for the final blow. If Hu Liena's last kick landed on Dugwian's neck, it would lead to severe injury or death. Dugwian smirked. Do you think this alone can kill me? She had quietly activated her first soul skill, phosphorescent red poison, just as Hu Liena landed her first blow. This skill heightened her neural reaction and speed while diminishing her opponent's. In this back-and-forth exchange, Dugwian had discerned Hu Liena's tactics. You may temporarily ignore the pain, but your injuries remain. Once your soul skill expires, you shall kneel in defeat. Hu Liena's expression remained frigid. Killing Dugwian was merely a matter of time. Recognizing her opponent's anxiety, Dugwian felt a flicker of panic. Deep down, she understood that her demise was imminent unless she could endure until her grandfather arrived. Yet, after such a prolonged battle, he had not appeared, leaving her wondering where he could be. She realized she must act quickly to save herself. With that thought, she turned to flee, hoping to escape into the poisonous barrier where Hu Liena would be powerless against her. Chapter 32. Did I say I wanted to steal your granddaughter? Moreover, within her own domain, the effectiveness of her soul skills would be greatly enhanced. Attempting to flee, Hu Liena would not grant her that chance, swiftly pursuing her. Meanwhile, in the distance, Diggybo suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, a sensation born of their blood connection. This is bad. Yenner is in danger. Without hesitation, Diggybo turned to leave, but the chrysanthemum Douluo would not allow him to escape so easily. Time was running out, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. Get out of my way. I don't have time to play with you. Let out a furious roar, executing a technique called snake venom before swiftly creating distance between himself and his adversary. Without pausing, he hurried back to his lair. Now it was the turn of Douluo to pursue him. Attempting to flee was futile. Today would determine their fates. Douluo laughed heartily, but rage surged, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. Old Ju, I should have anticipated your ploy to lure me away. Just now, your 9th soul skill was not employed with full force, nor did you exhibit a desperate resolve. I realized you were deliberately exhausting my soul power to buy time for your allies. Indeed, you were correct. If I had unleashed my 9th soul skill with all my might, we would have both been gravely injured, which is entirely unnecessary for me, as I do not seek your demise. However, at this juncture, what does it matter if you have figured it out? Frankly, my time is sufficient. Even if you return now, it will be of no avail. We have already taken what we desire. Yet, I truly did not expect you to possess the miraculous Qi Rong Tong Tianju, such a celestial herb. Douluo exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. The revelation of the herb felt akin to having his beloved snatched away. Qi Rong Tong Tianju paused, bewildered. Aren't you here targeting Yeno? Yeno? Douluo was taken aback, realizing that Lu Long had only mentioned stealing the celestial herb, not abducting his granddaughter. Observing the bewilderment on Douluo's face, felt a chill in his heart. You had better not impede me. Yenner is in danger. If you obstruct me again, I will ensure you pay dearly. The cold aura exuding from compelled Douluo to believe in his threat. Was his soul kin. Should anything happen to her, he would surely descend into madness, striking down all in his path. We do not intend to harm your granddaughter. We merely seek the celestial herb. If you promise not to harm my people, I will allow you to leave, Douluo stated, recognizing that further entanglement was futile. Humph, grunted in agreement and hastened back. In the face of his granddaughter's life, the celestial herb was of no consequence. Douluo quickly followed suit. The two were currently quite distant from the heart of the Sunset Forest, a distance intentionally created by Douluo as he retreated while engaging in battle. To return, even with their rank as titled Douluos, they would require an hour of direct travel. Urgency filled his heart. To safeguard his granddaughter, he activated his soul skills, significantly increasing his speed. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Sunset Forest, the effect of soul skill had worn off, and intense pain coursed through her body, leaving her barely able to stand. Hu Liena moved swiftly, leaving no opportunity for escape. Had she not been familiar with the terrain and possessed knowledge of poisonous plants, she might have perished long ago. Is there any point in struggling at the end of your strength? Hu Liena slowly approached, her own soul power dwindling. She glanced at the time, realizing she had been entangled with for nearly an hour. Was like a snake, slithering erratically. Utilizing the terrain, she sustained several injuries and was scratched by poisonous plants. Fortunately, these toxins were not potent, merely numbing her nerves and slowing her movements. However, this made her cautious. A single fatal wound would seal her fate. Thankfully, the agreed time was drawing near. At that moment, should have been returning. Quite the escape artist, but now, let us see how you evade. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Hu Liena's eyes as she prepared to strike. But just then, a deep, thunderous voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura radiating a chilling malice. Stop. Hu Liena turned to see had returned. Upon witnessing his granddaughter's dire condition, his fury escalated. His eyes seemingly ablaze with wrath. I shall kill you. His speed surged, creating a significant gap between him and Douluo behind him. A phosphorescent poisonous snake opened its massive jaws, seemingly poised to swallow Hu Liena whole. You are bold. Douluo reacted instantly, but he had been following closely behind. And with sudden, furious acceleration, his speed doubled. Despite Douluo's immediate pursuit, he was still too late. She is a disciple of the Pope. If you kill her, you will meet your end as well. Douluo shouted from behind, hoping would refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Dare to harm my granddaughter? Even if the Pope himself intervenes, I shall slay her. Disregarded his words entirely. The sight of his injuries had driven him to the brink of madness. As Hu Liena saw charging towards her, the overwhelming pressure of his title Douluo status rendered her immobile. A chilling sensation enveloped her. The shadow of death casting despair within her heart, and her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the spring. Am I to die? A wave of melancholy washed over Hu Liena. Not due to this journey, but because her future was still so vast, and she longed to be with him. You seek death, old man. In that moment of peril, a figure suddenly erupted from the spring with astonishing speed, so swift that even could not react in time. Yet, Hu Liena sensed it, her heart stirred, and her face lit up with joy. Lu Long unsheathed his blade with fierce determination, his body adorned with two radiant soul rings, one purple and one black. In his hand, thunder roiled, and from his back, wings of purple lightning shimmered, an awe-inspiring power coalescing upon the blade's edge. A force capable of shaking the heavens and rending the earth, accompanied by a resounding explosion that surged toward Douluo. Simultaneously, the second soul skill, Yin Hui Flash, activated. Combined with the Thunder Wing, propelling Lu Lang to unimaginable speeds, surpassing the sound barrier, appearing before Douluo in the blink of an eye. He unleashed the Luo blade with ferocity. This strike represented Lu Lang's most formidable attack, amplified by his velocity and the divine attributes of his lightning-based martial soul. A blow that transcended the weight of 1,000 June. A sense of peril washed over Douluo, relying on his sixth sense, even without sighting his adversary. He instinctively withdrew his offensive and struck toward the source of the danger. At that moment, Lulong's taunt, "Old fool, are you seeking death?" reached his ears. The collision erupted with tremendous force. Lulong's full-powered strike met with Douluo's hasty defense, resulting in both sustaining varying degrees of backlash. Douluo's full-speed charge was abruptly halted, causing him to stagger back a step. Meanwhile, Lulong was violently propelled backward, plummeting toward the ground. To think that merely a great soul master could thwart me. This youth, his soul rings, one purple and one black. Douluo's face paled, shock coursing through him, even more intense than when he witnessed his granddaughter's injury. He glanced at his palm, now marked with a charred wound, evidence of the lightning's searing touch. This youth, so young yet wielding such a terrifying combination of soul rings. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a tyrant in his own right. I have already made an enemy of him. Once he gains strength, he will certainly seek vengeance. This youth cannot be allowed to live. A grim resolve settled in Douluo's heart as he surged toward Lulong with deadly intent. Douluo, do you truly wish to oppose the spirit hall? Following Lulong's interruption, Douluo had caught up, positioning himself to obstruct Douluo's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Lulong unfurled his wings, the sound of thunder echoing as he reached Hu Liena, cradling her in his embrace and soaring toward the sky. He possesses a flight soul bone. What exceptional talent. This youth must not be allowed to escape. Douluo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, disregarding Douluo and the potential consequences. He unleashed his soul skill. 8th soul skill, poison domination. This technique may not possess the greatest power, but it is the most devastating for group attacks. Once unleashed, it could poison an entire city. A tempest of green toxic gas began to swell, racing toward Lulong with alarming speed, leaving a trail of withered, decaying vegetation in its wake, the remains of soul beasts obliterated, and the ground turned black. 4th soul skill, gathering of cold blossoms. Faced with this soul skill, Douluo found it impossible to dissipate. His current objective was to protect Lulong and Hu Liena, so he resorted to his 4th soul skill, transforming into a tornado and retreating into the distance. Lulong moved with remarkable speed, leaving the poisonous mist far behind. However, this territory belonged to Douluo, who could manipulate the poisonous miasma of the sunset forest at will. Consequently, Lulong found himself encircled by toxic vapors not only behind but also to his left and right, with a cloud of poison looming above him, threatening to obstruct his escape route. "Leave me behind. With me here, you won't be able to maintain your speed," said Hu Liena, cradled in Lulong's arms. Her expression tinged with sorrow. She could discern that although Lulong appeared calm on the surface, he was inwardly anxious. "What foolishness are you speaking?" Lulong chided her instinctively. "As long as I am here, you will not perish." For the first time, Hu Liena did not recoil from Lulong's reprimand. Instead, she felt a hint of sweetness in his words. She fell silent, yet in her heart, a resolution had taken shape. Lulong accelerated relentlessly, hoping to burst through the gap, yet the volume of poisonous mist was overwhelming. His speed, though rapid, was still insufficient. Suddenly, just as Lulong was on the brink of being engulfed by the toxic haze, a figure appeared before him, cloaked in an eerie shadow, moving through the mist. It was the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo's velocity was astonishing, even surpassing Lulong's current pace. However, he too could not match the encroaching speed of the poisonous fog. Lulong cast a glance at the opening of the poisonous mist, his expression tightening as a decision crystallized in his mind. He donned his gas mask with deliberate care. Hu Liena obediently followed suit. Although the mask could not entirely filter out the toxic fog produced by Douluo, it still offered some measure of protection. After all, the mist was not solely composed of Douluo's soul power. "Elder Ghost, catch!" Lulong called out. "What are you doing, Lulong?" Hu Liena exclaimed in alarm. "What am I doing? Is it not obvious?" Lulong replied with a wicked smile. With a swift motion, he utilized his wings to execute a series of flips, simultaneously employing the feather return flash to maximize his speed, and then he forcefully hurled Hu Liena towards Elder Ghost. "Of course, I'm throwing a shot put." Lulong laughed heartily, yet his mirth pierced through Hu Liena's heart with profound sorrow. Hu Liena was forcefully expelled from the poisonous mist, but as she emerged, the mist swiftly closed in like a gaping maw, engulfing Lulong completely. "No!" Hu Liena cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face in a torrent. "Quickly leave." Ghost Douluo caught Hu Liena and turned to flee. Douluo, renowned as the world's foremost poison master, posed a threat even to a titled Douluo like him. He had to evade its deadly grasp. "No, I will not leave," Hu Liena wailed, her voice filled with despair, causing even Ghost Douluo to tremble inwardly. However, her struggles were futile, as she was forcibly taken away by Ghost Douluo. In the distance, Dugabo, witnessing Lu Long being consumed by the toxic mist, hastily relinquished control over his soul skill and hurried to Dugu Yan's side, urging her to depart swiftly. After a day of battle, coupled with the exertion of soul skills, his spirit power was nearly depleted. He needed to leave at once. Otherwise, when the miasma dissipated and the combined might of the ghost and chrysanthemum Douluos emerged, he too would meet his end. He held unwavering confidence in his poison. Once Lu Long was devoured, survival was utterly impossible. Moreover, Lu Long was merely a great soul master. As the poisonous mist slipped from Dugubo's control, it began to dissipate rapidly. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo stood at the edge of the mist, advancing step by step. As soon as the fog receded, they would immediately rescue Lu Long. Hu Liena trailed behind them, and although Chrysanthemum Douluo was reluctant to allow her to remain, he had no choice but to let her follow. The miasma came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon, the three discovered Lu Ling's body. "Lu Ling!" Hu Liena cried out, rushing forward. "Lu Ling, are you all right?" As she wept, she pushed against him. "Nana, be cautious of the poison," Chrysanthemum Douluo warned, stepping forward to intervene. Yet, as he approached, he was astonished to find Lu Ling's skin unblemished, devoid of any signs of decay. Furthermore, though his lips were pallid, they did not indicate poisoning. How peculiar. He is completely unscathed? Ghost Douluo mused, moving closer to investigate. He quickly concluded that Lu Ling was merely unconscious from exhaustion of spirit power, with other vital signs stable. He had not been poisoned. The two exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the inexplicable. Under such a terrifying toxic haze, they both had to retreat. Yet Lu Long emerged without a scratch. Chapter 34. The Promise of Yuguan. However, Hu Liena was unperturbed by the oddities. As long as Lu Long was safe, there was no cause for concern. All right, let us return to the spirit hall. With Lu Long unharmed, the mood lightened considerably. "By the way, Ghost Douluo, what brings you here?" Hu Liena inquired. "It is not as though I would come without reason. I saw the letter left by old Jew. Otherwise, why would I have come?" Ghost Douluo shot a glare at Chrysanthemum Douluo and continued coldly, "Old Jew, you have truly lost your senses. Bringing them here to seek out poison, Douluo. Do you truly remain unaware of the dangers involved? I was indeed misled by this lad, Lu Ling." Chrysanthemum Douluo admitted with regret. He looked towards Lu Ling, relieved that the boy was unharmed. "At your age, how could you be deceived by a child?" Ghost Douluo scoffed, adding, "Once His Holiness the Pope emerges, you shall face your punishment." Chrysanthemum Douluo sighed and shook his head, casting another glance at Lu Ling. Sigh. As long as this boy acquires the miraculous heaven-connecting chrysanthemum, what does it matter if I face some penalties? A day later, Lu Ling awoke in his room. "You are awake," Hu Liena said, having waited by his side, rushing to him as he stirred. "What are you doing in my room?" Lu Ling queried, feeling invigorated. He had not been poisoned, merely drained of spirit power, and after a restful slumber, he felt rejuvenated. "Am I not permitted to be in your room?" Hu Liena retorted, slightly displeased. Lu Ling also thought that it was only reasonable for her to take care of him after he had saved her. Glancing at her slightly drowsy eyes, he inquired, "You won't be watching over me indefinitely, will you?" "Heh, you're quite beautiful," she replied. "I merely surmised that you would awaken around this time, so I came to check on you." Hu Liena turned her face away, avoiding Lu Ling's gaze, and then she produced some food, arranging it carefully. "Hurry and eat. This is what was left in the kitchen. If I had delayed any longer, it would have been fed to the dogs." Lu Ling couldn't help but smile inwardly. Is it truly so difficult to utter a kind word? Those exquisite and steaming delicacies, even the spirit hall, no matter how affluent, would never squander such culinary treasures on a mere dog, unless I were to be regarded as that very dog. Lu Ling rose and approached the table, where Hu Liena promptly handed him a pair of chopsticks. "What are you doing?" Lu Ling inquired, bewildered. "I'm giving you chopsticks," Hu Liena replied, her expression one of confusion. "What is wrong with you?" "I don't have a terminal illness." Lu Ling sensed something peculiar about Hu Liena today. Her overly attentive demeanor was unusual. "You." Hu Liena's temper flared, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Had this fellow lost his mind after a nap, relentlessly targeting her? A dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a kind heart, she muttered, unwilling to remain any longer in the room, and promptly exited. As she departed, Lu Ling savored his meal, producing a resplendent herb. This botanical marvel possessed an overall roseate hue, devoid of foliage, and crowned with an immense blossom. Each petal mirrored the clarity of crystalline formations. The stamen, a delicate lavender, resembled a cluster of diminutive diamonds, exuding a subtle, ethereal fragrance. This extraordinary herb was none other than the enchanting Luo immortal herb. It was this very herb that Lu Long had brandished amidst the venomous miasma unleashed by Douluo, thus averting his demise. While the enchanting Luo immortal herb does not neutralize toxins, it inherently opposes them. Upon its emergence, a protective aura materialized, effectively repelling the encroaching venomous vapors. Grateful for its timely intervention, Lu Long's gaze hardened with a frigid glint as he reflected upon Douluo. The old reprobate was even more ruthless than depicted in the original tales, indiscriminately slaughtering and resenting the prosperity of others. Had Tang Xin not possessed the means to deliver him from his affliction, he would likely have perished at his hands. Such a pernicious scourge, Lu Long vowed, would meet its end by his own hand in due time. Lu Long contemplated and carefully tucked away the precious herb, pondering that it might prove useful in dealing with Douluo in the future. Shortly after Hu Liena's departure, Douluo, aware of Lu Long's awakening, promptly paid him a visit. Lu Long was acutely aware of the purpose of his visit when others had rendered him assistance. It was only fitting that he recompense them for their labor. Before he could utter a word, Lu Long produced a vibrant yellow flower from his ring, its ethereal energy swirling around it, a testament to its unwavering vitality despite being plucked. Indeed, it was the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Douluo gazed at the wondrous flower in Lu Long's hand, his eyes brimming with excitement as he spoke. When have I ever deceived you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lu Long was taken aback. He was well aware of Douluo's profound fondness for celestial herbs, dedicating his entire life to their pursuit. However, he had never anticipated that upon acquiring his most coveted possession, Douluo would be moved to tears. Perhaps this was a case of joy turning to sorrow. Thank you. Douluo swiftly regained his composure and gazed at Lu Long, sincerely declaring, "This is your due." Lu Long replied, "Yet this is a celestial herb, something that can be encountered but not sought after. Moreover, strictly speaking, I have not aided you in any way. In fact, when you were in danger, I was powerless to save you. The incident occurred so suddenly. This is not your fault. Do you possess any other celestial herbs?" Douluo suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Long's expression shifted, and he regarded Douluo with a hint of wariness. "Do not misconstrue my words," Douluo quickly clarified, sensing Lu Long's misunderstanding. "I merely wish to caution you that celestial herbs are of extraordinary potency, capable of both creation and destruction. Overindulgence may lead to unforeseen consequences." Lu Long finally let out a sigh of relief, as he genuinely feared that Douluo might erupt in fury, resorting to violence for the sake of possession. After all, judging by his recent demeanor, the allure of that celestial herb was undeniably fatal for him. Such a treasure, if I could possess even one in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. How could I possibly be greedy? Douluo continued speaking, though it seemed his words were not directed at Lu Long. A gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through righteous means. I, Douluo, have a fondness for flowers, and my principle remains the same. The chrysanthemum embodies my martial spirit, yet it also represents my faith. Douluo cast one last glance at Lu Long, reflecting on the futility of excessive sentimentality. This celestial herb is far too precious. I have nothing of equal value to offer in return. All I can provide is a promise. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will brave any peril for you. Such courtesy, Yuguan, Lu Long replied with a slight smile. He was genuinely surprised that a single celestial herb had garnered the true esteem of Douluo. Upon hearing this address, Douluo paused, then responded, "You are the second person permitted to call me Yuguan." With that, Douluo exited the room. Watching the figure of Douluo depart, Lu Long couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Indeed, this Douluo was quite an intriguing individual. Suddenly, Lu Long recalled something important. Douluo halted, looking back at him in confusion. "As the saying goes, settle accounts promptly. I have a favor to ask of you," Lu Long stated. "What is it?" Douluo inquired. "Assist me in locating a soul beast." Chapter 35. The Water Fairy's Jade Skin and Bone. Breaking through 10 levels after informing Douluo of the soul beast in question, Lu Long finished his meal and set out to find Bibi Dong. Yet, Bibi Dong was still in seclusion, and it was uncertain when she would emerge. Lu Long returned to his chamber, resolved to consume the celestial herb first. However, as he gazed upon the various herbs contained within the ring, he found himself at a loss as to which one to partake. These celestial herbs were no ordinary substances. Even the astute Tang San, knowledgeable as he was, had only ingested a single type besides the 8-pointed mystic ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom herb. Lu Long was not particularly knowledgeable and naturally did not dare to consume too much. Among these celestial herbs, the gaze into autumn waters was supposedly beneficial for him, as it could cultivate the fire eye, granting him the ability to see through various extraordinary objects. This would provide him with an additional skill, enhancing his understanding of environments that were otherwise imperceptible during battle. Moreover, it would place him on equal footing with Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. However, what he truly needed at this moment was an elevation in his soul power level. While gaze into autumn waters was indeed exceptional at this stage, the water fairy jade bone was evidently more suitable. In the original narrative, the water fairy jade bone was the celestial herb that most significantly enhanced soul power levels. Zhu Zhuqing had ascended directly from level 31 to 38 after consuming it, a remarkable leap of 7 levels. This clearly illustrated the potency of this herb. Nevertheless, one must balance sacrifice and gain, avoiding excessive greed. Lu Long recalled the words of the chrysanthemum Douluo from earlier in the day and decided not to dwell on it any longer. He promptly took the water fairy jade bone and consumed it. It melted in his mouth, leaving a delightful taste that awakened his senses. Truly, as a celestial product, it was exquisite. After consuming it, Lu Long swiftly felt changes within his body as a gentle stream of soul power began to proliferate. He immediately settled into a meditative position to refine the herb. This refinement process extended from night until dawn. Upon awakening, Lu Long discovered that his body was sticky and exuded a foul odor. A glance revealed his complexion had changed dramatically. He was covered in a black substance that was both filthy and malodorous, resembling something that had crawled out from a sewer. Lu Long understood the effects of the celestial herb, known for its ability to refine and purify the body. The impurities expelled from his meridians prompted him to cleanse himself thoroughly in the bathroom. An hour later, he donned a fresh set of clothes and began to assess his physical condition. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. He had reached the remarkable level of 10. He had previously been at level 25, and now he had surged directly to level 35. Such a rapid advancement was swifter than flight itself. The efficacy was indeed astonishing. Attaining 10 levels of soul power typically required 3 to 4 years of diligent practice for an ordinary individual. No wonder it was hailed as a celestial herb. Its potency was truly formidable. Suddenly, Lu Long felt a pang of regret for not having destroyed all the celestial herbs found in the ice and fire duality eye. In the haste of the moment, he had only taken those he recognized, leaving behind many unknown ones, which could potentially include other celestial herbs. After all, Tang San possessed immense knowledge, and it was entirely possible he could discover more. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. With a sigh, Lu Long lamented that had it not been for the return of the old curmudgeon, Douluo, he would have certainly pursued further opportunities. Days swiftly passed. Yet Bibi Dong showed no signs of emerging from her seclusion. During this time, Lu Long focused on solidifying his newfound level of 35, awaiting Bibi Dong's return. After all, the endeavor of hunting soul rings required her assistance, while the tulip Douluo had the capability to hunt. His lack of experience rendered him incapable of selecting the appropriate soul beasts. As for the others, Lu Long was unfamiliar with them and could only wait for Bibi Dong's emergence. Yet, this wait was uncertain. Who would receive the remaining celestial herbs? That evening, Lu Long sat in his room, contemplating the matter. He decided to offer one to Hu Liena for accompanying him on his journey and sustaining injuries. Such a kindness could not be overlooked. The remaining herb would go to Bibi Dong, while the others would be set aside for future opportunities. After some contemplation, Lu Long had formulated his plan. The following day, he sought out Hu Liena. "Ah, a rare visit. The great genius has time to come see me," she remarked with a hint of delight, though her words were laced with teasing. However, as Lu Long drew closer, she sensed something amiss. "Wait, your soul power is 35. Hu Liena's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. It was as though she had seen a ghost. How could soul power increase by 10 levels in such a short span? Surely, such a feat seemed impossible. "Behold, I am a genius," Lu Long boasted, reveling in her surprise. "To have reached level 35 so swiftly, I could easily overshadow everyone at the Martial Soul Academy." "Go ahead and boast," Hu Liena retorted, still feigning skepticism, though her tone had softened considerably. He does indeed possess that strength. Lu Lang smiled, clearly pleased with her display of vulnerability. Now, do not think that I would be so ungrateful as to enjoy this fortune without acknowledging your contribution. Thus, as one ascends, so too shall their companions rise. I shall not abandon you. With that, Lu Long produced a divine herb from within his ring. This is for you. For me? Hu Liena was taken aback. Although her knowledge of divine herbs was limited, the influence of the golden Douluo had imparted some understanding upon her. Lu Long's generous gift of a mystical herb truly took her by surprise. However, accepting such a precious item seemed to impose a considerable debt of gratitude upon her. Although she had assisted him, the magnitude of that assistance was relatively minor and not particularly critical. Did you not see how much I gathered? Surely, I cannot consume it all by myself. Observing her hesitation, Lu Lang promptly pressed the herb into her hands, remarking that it was merely the remnants. And if she did not take it, it would soon be fed to pigs. You, Hu Liena exclaimed, her eyes narrowing and fist clenching in indignation. This fellow held on to grudges. Previously, she had teased him about consuming dog food, and now he had likened her to a swine with this offering of pig fodder. You are the pig. Your entire family is a bunch of pigs. In a huff, she seized the herb and began to consume it voraciously, all the while muttering complaints about Lu Lang. Yet, before she could finish her tirade, an unexpected reaction began to unfold within her. Witnessing this, Lu Lang remarked. Assuming a meditative posture, focusing his mind on his martial soul, Hu Liena promptly sat down and commenced the refinement process, with Lu Long standing guard. Another day elapsed, and as evening approached, Hu Liena successfully completed the refinement of the Qilua tulip. Sensing the changes in her body, she joyously opened her eyes. Before you get too elated, go take a bath. You reek, Lu Ling quipped, donning a gas mask. Chapter 36, Martial Soul Mutation. Nine-tailed celestial fox Hu Liena immediately noticed the grime on her body. Initially, she felt a tad embarrassed, but seeing Lu Long's exaggerated reaction, her face turned cold. Is it really that bad? Wearing a gas mask? Is it that pungent? She retorted. As she spoke, Hu Liena, in an attempt to prove she wasn't that odorous, took a deep sniff, resulting in a gag. 3 hours later, Hu Liena emerged, clad in a set of pink loungewear. I say, 3 hours for a bath. Were you sculpting mud figures in there? Lu Long, having waited an eternity, began with ill-tempered words, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. It was simply because Hu Liena was too alluring at that moment. Her hair was still slightly damp, her face appearing tender and rosy due to the recent bath. Her exposed jade feet were crystal clear, her calves slender, and her skin as delicate as if it could be punctured with a breath. Her hands held a towel, wiping her hair, and her chest gently rippled, revealing a captivating allure. It was virtually a living painting of a beauty emerging from a bath. What are you staring at? Hu Liena, noticing Lu Lang's dazed state, couldn't help but hum softly, but her heart was filled with sweetness. I was watching a pig bathe, Lu Long replied, averting his gaze. TCH, Hu Liena scoffed dismissively, a hint of smugness in her heart. Seeing Lu Long's embarrassed demeanor, a mischievous idea welled up in her mind. She subtly circulated her soul power, a glimmer appearing in her eyes, and the charm skill was unconsciously released. Lu Long was oblivious to the subtle transformation of Hu Liena, who suddenly appeared even more enchanting, her gaze captivating him entirely. Hu Liena smiled coyly before hastily dispelling her charm. How many levels has your soul power increased? Lu Lang, regaining his senses, felt a rush of embarrassment over his previous demeanor and quickly shifted the topic. Just a tad less than yours, an increase of 8 levels, Hu Liena said, exuding a hint of pride. Indeed, it's just a slight difference, but it's commendable nonetheless. After all, there can only be one genius, Lu Lang boasted modestly. Has your martial spirit undergone any changes? Lu Lang recalled Enrolling, who had transformed her 7 treasures glazed tile into the 9 treasures glazed tile after consuming a certain celestial herb. How did you know my martial spirit has changed? Hu Liena exclaimed, surprised. She had intended to reveal it during their next battle to impress him, but he had seen through her intentions. It was merely a guess. I don't believe you. Hu Liena pouted before commanding, martial spirit, activate. As her voice echoed, 3 soul rings gleamed beneath her feet, and a white fox materialized behind her. Upon merely casting a glance, Lu Lang's expression instantly transformed into one of solemnity. This white fox, in stark contrast to the alluring fox of Hu Liena from the past, not only exhibited a change in hue but also appeared significantly diminished in size. The originally enchanting aura had notably waned, lending an impression of reduced power. However, paradoxically, It emanated an enigmatic ethereal quality, its demeanor serene and unblemished, enveloped in a radiant aura that commanded reverence. When its gaze met Lu Leng's, it seemed to transcend the realm of mortals, ethereal and elusive, evoking an involuntary sense of insignificance within those who beheld it. Yet, the most striking transformation lay in the fact that this white fox possessed 9 tails, indeed, a 9-tailed fox. Lu Leng's heart sank in astonishment. This was, indeed, the legendary 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox, as lore suggests, possesses celestial abilities and is shrouded in mystery, with scant mentions in the records of the Spirit Hall, encapsulated in merely a few terse phrases. However, the question arises, is this particular 9-tailed fox a 9-tailed demon fox or a 9-tailed celestial fox? The distinction is far more than superficial. Within the 9-tailed lineage, there exists a hierarchy: spirit, demon, devil, immortal, and celestial, indicating the vast chasms that separate them. Of course, this knowledge comes from Lu Leng's readings of the modern classic of Mountains and Seas, leaving him uncertain whether such classifications exist in the Douluo Continent. Yet, he surmised that such divisions were unlikely, especially considering that Yu Xiaojiang had previously remarked that the demon fox is renowned for its resemblance to the celestial fox, implying that only these 2 categories exist. Thus, based on the aura emanating from this 9-tailed fox, it is most likely a 9-tailed celestial fox. The mere thought of a 9-tailed celestial fox is daunting. Given the circumstances, it might even possess a divine-level martial spirit. Lu Leng gazed at Hu Liena, filled with an overwhelming sense of envy. The mere thought of her potentially possessing a divine martial soul rendered him unable to tear his eyes away. Had he known earlier, he might have consumed the Kiro tulip, perhaps resulting in an even more formidable mutation of his own martial soul. This was an opportunity lost, leaving him heartbroken. Observing Lu Leng's envious demeanor, Hu Liena felt an immense sense of pride swell within her. It was the first time she had witnessed such a reaction from him. This sensation was far more exhilarating than surpassing the 40th level. With this thought in mind, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Since he was so astonished, she decided to keep him in a state of amazement. With this intention, Hu Liena summoned her external spirit bone. From her lower back, a white tail materialized. Lu Leng was bewildered, unsure why she revealed her external soul bone. However, in the next moment, his gaze was fixated on her tail. To his astonishment, the tail astonishingly divided into 9, resembling the 9 tails of her martial spirit. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? At this moment, Lu Leng could not help but exclaim in disbelief. He genuinely regretted his choices. Had he known, he would have opted for the Chihuahua tulip. The effects were astonishingly potent. Not only had it transformed her martial soul, but it had also caused a mutation in her soul bone. Previously, Ning Rongrong, it seems, did not possess a soul bone at all. Could the celestial herb truly induce such transformations in soul bones? The original text did not mention this. Yet Lu Leng surmised that this particular soul bone might possess the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, thus evolving alongside the enhancement of the martial soul. Indeed, that was the only hypothesis he could conjure, as no other explanations came to mind. Damn it, why did it feel like Hu Liena was the true protagonist? With opportunities even more formidable than his own? What are you gazing at so intently? Hu Liena, at this moment, was filled with self-satisfaction. Lu Leng felt a pang of envy, yet chose to keep his thoughts to himself. He merely remarked, "Look at that tail, it is truly white." Upon hearing this, Hu Liena was momentarily taken aback, recalling how, in the Stardow Forest, when she had first obtained her external spirit bone, Lu Leng had uttered similar words. After finishing her statement, she promptly retracted her external spirit bone and ceased the release of her charming skill. 6 months later, Bibi Dong finally concluded her seclusion. In the Hall of the Pope, she sat in her seat, listening to Lu Leng and Hu Liena recount their experiences, nodding occasionally. Once they concluded, Bibi Dong stood and addressed Hu Liena. "Nana, let me see your martial spirit." Without hesitation, Hu Liena unleashed her martial spirit. A white 9-tailed fox materialized within the Hall of the Pope, accompanied by the 9 tails that adorned Hu Liena herself. Bibi Dong scrutinized the manifestation, absorbing the aura emanating from the martial spirit. After a lengthy moment, she gestured for Hu Liena to retract her martial spirit. There was no doubt. It was the 9-tailed celestial fox. Such an ethereal and elusive presence could only belong to the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. Is this a divine-level martial spirit? Hu Liena could not help but inquire. Indeed, Bibi Dong affirmed, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable delight. 2 divine-level martial spirits, both possessing extraordinary talent. It seemed that even fate itself favored the spirit hall. This significantly increased the likelihood of her plan succeeding. You mentioned having broken through to level 40. And your soul rings have been attached. What is your soul skill? Bibi Dong inquired. At this juncture, Hu Liena felt a tightening in her chest and glanced at Lu Lang before responding, due to the mutation of my martial spirit. I believe the extreme stream development does not suit me well, so I refrained from absorbing a control-type fox soul beast, opting instead to hunt a 1,000-year offensive soul beast. The soul skill is called Dance of Death. As she spoke, she felt a twinge of unease. In truth, this decision had not originated from her, but was rather a suggestion from Lu Lang. Initially hesitant, as it could be seen as defying her teacher's wishes, she ultimately found courage in Lu Lang's well-reasoned arguments and her subconscious inclination to trust him. He had pointed out that regardless of whether her martial spirit was the nine-tailed celestial fox, the diminishing allure of her martial spirit was an undeniable reality. This indicated that her previous control skills would be significantly less effective due to the inherent characteristics of her martial spirit. Therefore, if she were to forcibly absorb a control-type fox soul beast, it would waste the unique qualities of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Drawing from his experience with divine-level martial spirits and descriptions from his era, Lu Lang encouraged Hu Liena to take this bold step. The outcome, of course, was unexpectedly favorable. However, when faced with Bibi Dong's question, Hu Liena refrained from revealing Lu Lang's influence, instead attributing the idea to herself, which surprised Lu Lang and enhanced his admiration for her. Bibi Dong, after a moment of contemplation, displayed no anger but rather commended, "Your awareness is commendable. The teacher is pleased." Upon hearing this, Hu Liena felt a wave of relief and her respect for Lu Lang deepened. Bibi Dong continued, "Previously, your martial spirit was the demon fox. Although it bore the title of celestial fox, it was not truly a celestial fox. The extreme stream path was the most suitable for you. However, now that your martial spirit has mutated into the nine-tailed celestial fox, the previous plan must naturally be discarded. You have done well in this regard. Your praise is undeserved," Hu Liena replied humbly. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong added, "The enchanting and transformative attributes of the nine-tailed celestial fox still exist. You cannot solely pursue an aggressive path. A balance of both is the optimal development. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. By the way, you mentioned your fourth soul ring is 1,000 years old?" Bibi Dong seemed to recall something. "To be precise, it is 11,000 years. Did you decide this yourself?" "No," Hu Liena replied decisively, shaking her head. She had already benefited from Lu Lang's insights and saw no need to claim this credit as well. This was analyzed by junior brother Lu Lang. As he possesses a divine-level martial spirit, he has a deeper understanding of their characteristics and experience in this area. In fact, I could have obtained a soul ring 6 months ago, but junior brother Lu Lang advised me to wait. Allowing my divine-level martial spirit to refine my physique for a period, and combined with the effects of fairy herbs, I was able to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring." After hearing Hu Liena's explanation, Bibi Dong expressed her admiration for Lu Lang. Spending 6 months to secure a 1,000-year soul ring was evidently a worthwhile investment. "And you, Lu Lang, have you acquired your third soul ring?" "Not yet, teacher. I have been waiting for your return to determine the state of my body," Lu Lang replied. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression turned stern. "Next time you encounter such a situation, summon me directly. There is no need to wait." While Hu Liena's 6-month wait was justifiable given her visible rewards, Lu Lang's 6-month delay was a waste of time. Without further ado, let us depart now. Wait a moment. "Teacher, this is the fairy herb I obtained, named Heartbreak Red. Its effects are remarkable, and I present it as a token of respect to you," Lu Lang said as he produced the Heartbreak Red for Bibi Dong. His choice to present the Heartbreak Red was, in fact, a test. The herb chooses its master. Originally, it was intended for Zhu Shuqing by Tang San. However, due to Zhu Zhuqing's lingering feelings regarding Dai Mubai's past actions, it ultimately found its way to Xiaowu. By offering the Heartbreak Red to Bibi Dong, Lu Lang sought to discern whether her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang remained unwavering. If the Heartbreak Red successfully chose her as its master, Lu Lang would proceed with his second plan, to sever Bibi Dong's sentiments and eliminate Yu Xiaojiang. However, should it fail to choose her, it would imply that Lu Lang still had a chance to win Bibi Dong's favor. Thus, as Lu Lang extended the Heartbreak Red to Bibi Dong, all his mental focus was on observing the herb's reaction. "No need. You should keep it for yourself," Bibi Dong replied, unexpectedly pushing it back after merely glancing at it. Lu Lang was taken aback. Bibi Dong actually refused. What plan should he then implement? Unaware of Lu Lang's thoughts and assuming he was merely being stubborn, Bibi Dong remarked, This celestial herb is of great benefit to you, but for me, its effect has become negligible. Rather than squander such a precious resource, it is better to reserve it for the younger generation, who can forge even more formidable warriors. Bibi Dong understood Lu Lang's good intentions. In truth, her soul power had reached level 98, and she was undergoing the trials of the Rakshasa god. Thus, the herb held little significance for her. As she stated, it is better to provide timely assistance than to offer superfluous embellishments. Very well, I comprehend, Lu Lang replied. Since Bibi Dong declined, he dared not insist, though he felt a tinge of disappointment. After concluding their conversation, Bibi Dong summoned Douluo, and the four of them set off for the Stardow Forest. Lunger, how do you find the academy? Bibi Dong inquired with genuine concern during their journey. Teacher, do you not already know? Why ask such things? Lu Lung replied awkwardly, as Bibi Dong was already fully aware of their every move. Chapter 38. Bibi Dong's peculiar interests. I am inquiring about your feelings, not your accomplishments. Actually, it's quite all right. I do not feel anything particularly significant. It feels much like being at the spirit hall. In any case, everyone is rather inexperienced. Do not aim too high. This time, you were simply fortunate. However, Yu Guan, your audacity is truly remarkable. After today's soul beast hunt, you shall be grounded for a year. Yes, your majesty. Douluo smiled wryly, fully aware of the impending punishment. As Douluo faced his reprimand, Lu Long dared not intercede on his behalf. He understood Bibi Dong's temperament. What she said was final, given that he had already acted recklessly alongside Hu Liena without facing consequences. He felt fortunate and would not risk advocating for another. How is your teacher? Bibi Dong redirected the conversation back to Lu Lang. Upon mentioning Mimi C, Lu Lung's interest peaked. You mean teacher Mimi C? She is wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is formidable as well. Most importantly, her training methods are exceptionally unique and meticulous, enabling her to analyze my weaknesses and strengths, allowing me to rapidly enhance my abilities. Moreover, she can produce an extensive amount of material in a single night, which I greatly admire. Cough, cough. Lu Lang was about to continue speaking, but Hu Liena, standing beside him, could not help but cough twice and then tugged at the hem of his garment. As Lu Lang's voice trailed off, he suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. He discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong, and though her expression remained impassive, an aura of icy coldness enveloped her, exuding a distinct air of forbidding that seemed to ward off any intruders. Lu Lang felt a pang in his heart, immediately realizing he had misspoken. After all, Bibi Dong was a woman. Praising others for their intelligence and beauty in her presence had surely unsettled her. Moreover, as his teacher, to extol another educator's merits inadvertently implied a deficiency in her own teachings, an affront that was utterly intolerable. The notion that a disciple might suggest that their mentor's instruction was lacking was akin to courting disaster. With this in mind, Lu Lang hastily sought to amend his faux pas. Indeed, while teacher Mimi C might be somewhat naive, lacking in social graces, and exhibiting poor habits, such as entering without knocking, snoring during slumber, eating with a mouthful, forgoing soup with noodles, and failing to spit out grape skins, his words seemed to have the opposite effect. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, a chill emanating from her, as if a colossal iceberg were bearing down upon him. Napping, it was merely a nap, he exclaimed. Sometimes, when weary from training, I take a brief respite in the training room. Liena can attest to this. Yes, I can vouch for that, Hu Liena chirped, almost eagerly. Yet, as soon as she uttered it, a sense of peculiarity washed over her. Vouch? Why must I vouch for this? It seems entirely ordinary. In a similar vein, Bibi Dong's mood shifted dramatically, her previous tension dissipating like snow under the spring sun. Lunger, why are you so anxious? I am merely curious about a woman who snores in her sleep. Enrolling's expression darkened immediately, nearly causing him to spit blood. It seemed he had fallen victim to Bibi Dong's cunning. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. When did Bibi Dong develop such a wicked sense of humor? Noticing Enrolling's predicament, Bibi Dong turned her head and couldn't help but smile faintly. She found this child quite amusing. Your Majesty, there is a soul beast ahead. At this moment, Douluo gestured for everyone to halt. Following his gaze, Enrolling spotted a robust white horse with a single horn atop its head. This creature was unlike an ordinary horse. Aside from its horn, its mane was extraordinarily smooth, emanating a faint azure glow. It was grazing beneath a tree, and despite the stillness of the air, its mane flowed gracefully, which was quite peculiar. The wind-striding unicorn, estimated to be around 48,000 years old, possessed a ferocious temperament. Though it appeared gentle and docile, it could be exceedingly fierce when provoked, earning the title of Tiger of the Grass among herbivorous soul beasts. Its speed was remarkable, and it bore the wind attribute, making it quite suitable for Enrolling. Bibi Dong glanced at it and promptly described the creature's characteristics. That must be it. Its name sounds quite impressive. You chose this soul beast solely because of its melodious name? Hu Liena asked in astonishment, as this was her first experience hunting for soul rings with Enrolling. Of course not. Enrolling replied with a serious expression. It also has to be handsome. Then it is settled, Yueguan. This soul beast shall do. Douluo nodded and stealthily approached the creature. A soul beast of 50,000 years corresponded to the level of a soul master, akin to a soul Douluo, and Douluo could handle it alone with ease. In reality, given Enrolling's current strength, he could also manage a few exchanges with this soul beast without difficulty. However, for safety's sake, Bibi Dong prohibited Enrolling from engaging in a real battle. Naturally, Enrolling did not insist on participating himself. After all, he was not as impoverished as Tang San, who had to hunt soul beasts by his own hand. Half an hour later, Douluo brought the wind-striding unicorn before Enrolling, slightly panting, indicating that the soul beast was not easily subdued. Nonetheless, this was to be expected, as soul beasts of the same level were generally stronger than humans. Moreover, the wind-striding unicorn excelled in speed, and Douluo could not exert his full power in their encounter. If he lost control and accidentally killed it, the loss would be regrettable. It seemed that next time, Bibi Dong would have to take matters into her own hands. With this thought, Enrolling swiftly ended the life of the wind-striding unicorn and began to meditate to absorb the soul ring. After half an hour, he successfully absorbed the 47,000-year soul ring. At that moment, he glimmered with one purple and two black hues, radiating brilliance that caused Hu Liena and Douluo to look on in envy. What is the soul skill? Hu Liena inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. It is a pure offensive area of effect skill, Windstorm Thunderclap. Upon activation, it unleashes 8 violent tornadoes that spread outward from my center. I can also merge these 8 tornadoes into one, amplifying its power and adding a thunderous element. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded, unsurprised by his response. All right. Let us return to the Spirit Hall. After spending another day at the Spirit Hall, they finally returned to the Spirit Academy with Hu Liena. During the 6 months of Bibi Dong's seclusion, Enrolling had not been idle. He occasionally returned to the academy for training under Mimi C. Due to not absorbing a soul ring, his soul power could not continue to rise, yet he undoubtedly solidified his foundation. Where is teacher Mimi C? Upon arriving at the office, Enrolling discovered she was absent and asked another teacher. It seems she was called to the back mountain. She was just here. Thank you. Enrolling expressed his gratitude and proceeded with Hu Liena to the back mountain. Chapter 39, Valentine's Day, Enrolling's Plan. The ambience of the back mountain was exquisite. With a serene lake pavilion and lush vegetation, distanced from the teaching and administrative buildings, rendering it an idyllic haven for students, a veritable sanctuary for romantic rendezvous. What brings teacher Mimi's here? Enrolling pondered aloud, perplexed. This place is seldom frequented by teachers. Who knows? Hu Liena initially shook her head. But then a sudden thought struck her, her eyes widening. Could it be that teacher Mimi's is here for a date? That seems improbable, Enrolling replied, astonished yet skeptical. Teacher Mimi's is rather straightforward. She likely hasn't awoken to such notions. You never know, Hu Liena remarked, gazing at him. In any case, I refuse to believe it. The two engaged in playful speculation as they made their way to the back mountain. The area was vast, and fortune favored them, for after a brief search, they encountered teacher Mimi's. To their surprise, she was accompanied by another individual, a male student. It was Zhang Kuan, who was holding a bouquet of roses. What is he doing? Enrolling exclaimed, recognizing the boy. Zhang Kuan was a familiar face, also a student of the Saint class, known for his commendable prowess, ranking among the top 5 in the Spirit Master Academy. It appears he intends to confess, Hu Liena remarked with a smirk, clearly amused. A teacher-student romance. This is intriguing. Enrolling's interest was piqued. Truth be told, teacher Mimi's was strikingly beautiful, in her 30s, yet possessing formidable strength at the soul sage level. Such talent was remarkable for her age, and combined with her unique charisma, both enchanting and commanding, she was the object of affection for many male instructors and students alike. However, it was unexpected that Zhang Kuan had the audacity to be the first to venture into such uncharted territories. It remained to be seen whether teacher Mimi's would reciprocate his feelings. Enrolling continued to read on. However, the outcome soon revealed itself. Mimi C decisively rejected him. urging him to focus on his studies and dismiss such nonsensical thoughts. Zhang Kuan, feeling dejected, departed with the flowers in hand. Lu Long chuckled softly, fully aware of the outcome. Just as he was about to approach Mimi Sai, another man suddenly appeared beside her, holding a bouquet of roses. What on earth? Are they teaming up for a confession? Lu Long was taken aback. Is this how it's done? You didn't know? Hu Liena retorted. No what? In just a couple of days, it's Valentine's Day. Their enthusiasm is quite normal, Hu Liena said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Lang with a teasing smile. Valentine's Day? Lu Long paused at her words, oblivious to the playful expression on Hu Liena's face. Lost in his thoughts, he hadn't realized how swiftly a year had passed, bringing Valentine's Day around again. He recalled the previous Valentine's Day spent with Bibi Dong, a day that had significantly strengthened their bond. Valentine's Day is an excellent opportunity. I must prepare well this time, hoping to open Bibi Dong's heart a little more. With this thought in mind, Lu Lang resolved to look away. Where are you going? Hu Liena asked, puzzled. Of course, back to the dormitory. Am I supposed to stay here and eat dog food? I refuse to be treated like a dog. You won't be satisfied until you are treated as such, Lu Long replied without turning back. Hu Liena, after all, was a woman, far too inquisitive. However, misfortune struck him. Just a few steps later, Mimi Sai spotted him. Lu Long. Mimi Sai called out to him. Apologies, teacher, we're fine. Please continue, Lu Long responded, feigning a smile. Mimi Sai blushed, realizing Lu Long had undoubtedly seen through the FAAD, and retorted, what do you mean fine? Hurry up and train, in 2 months. Jin Jingyang will be crowned as the saint's son. Then I shall go defeat him now, Lu Long declared, feigning a move forward. Weren't you seeking revenge for me? Mimi Sai intercepted him. Exactly, isn't that what I'm doing? Why the hurry? Don't you know that defeating an enemy at the height of their pride inflicts the greatest damage? A shadow of malice crossed Mimi Sai's face. This sinister expression amused Lu Long, prompting him to tease, Teacher Mimi Sai, you're quite wicked, yet I adore it, haha. Enough of your banter. I must inform you that Zi Qingyang is already aware of your sudden surge in strength. He is currently subjecting Jin Jingyang to extreme training. However, Jin Jingyang has only recently broken through to level 49. No matter how hard he trains, he won't surpass level 50. You need not worry. That is all right. I am confident I can defeat him even at level 50, Lu Long assured, patting his chest. You ought to curb your boasting. Jin Jingyang is no ordinary opponent. Mimi Sai playfully flicked his forehead. With that, Mimi Sai summoned Hu Liena to join them. Let us head to the training room for today's training session on battle emotions. What? Hu Liena and Lu Lang exclaimed, as if they had just recalled something terrifying. What is the matter? Mimi Sai looked at them quizzically. We're about to compete. This is the perfect time to cultivate battle emotions. We cannot afford to waste it. The following day, Lu Long awoke and, after a brief wash, made his way to class. Teacher, I would like to request a leave of absence in a couple of days to return to the spirit hall. Lu Long said to Mimi Sai. In a couple of days, it's Valentine's Day, right? What is this? Do you have a little girlfriend? Mimi Sai inquired, laced with curiosity. No, it's just a matter I need to attend to, Lu Long firmly denied. Well, what is the point of asking me for leave? It makes no difference whether I approve or not, Mimi Sai replied with exasperation. You've skipped class more than enough in the past 6 months. Lu Long forced a smile, thanking the teacher. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Lu Long once again showcased his talent for skipping classes. Returning to the spirit hall a day early. Teacher, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Shall we share a meal together? Lu Long approached Bibi Dong with a smile. Yet, his grin bore an unmistakable hint of intrigue. Bibi Dong paused, puzzled. What do we eat on Valentine's Day? It's not a celebration for you. Lu Long immediately corrected. Teacher, that statement is inaccurate. Festivals are meant to be celebrated, regardless of their nature. What matters is our happiness, isn't it? Moreover, it has been quite some time since we last engaged in a conversation. As he spoke the final words, a hint of sorrow emerged on Lu Long's face. Observing his sincere yet melancholic expression, Bibi Dong felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, over the past year, her concern for Lu Lang and Nana had waned. Thus, she acquiesced. All right, make sure to invite Nana as well. If we are to celebrate, let us do so together and with joy. Invite her too? Wouldn't he that jeopardize his own plans? Chapter 40. Long Island Iced Tea. Lu Lang wore a frown upon his face. What is the matter? I agreed. Yet you seem displeased. Shall we abandon it instead? Bibi Dong remarked playfully, having noticed Lu Lang's change in demeanor. No, let us not abandon it. I am merely contemplating how to prepare, Lu Lang quickly replied, realizing that if Bibi Dong truly decided against it, he would be at a loss. Speaking of preparation, it has been ages since I indulged in hot pot. Fear not, esteemed teacher, I shall assuredly arrange a splendid hot pot feast for you, Lu Long declared, thumping his chest with confidence. On Valentine's Day, the Spirit Hall surprisingly granted a rare holiday to all. The numerous attendants and guards erupted in cheers, exclaiming their reverence for the Pope. That evening, at the familiar pavilion, Lu Long had meticulously prepared exquisite dishes. The copper pot, embraced by the fervent heat of charcoal, exuded an inviting aroma, eagerly awaiting the guests' delight. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived, accompanied by Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin. As they took their seats, laughter and joy filled the air, yet Lu Long wore a look of vexation. Did we not agree to invite only Hu Liena? Why have these two also come? Observing the eager expressions of Yin and Xiaoyu, Lu Long could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Bibi Dong, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Having heard tales of Lu Lang's culinary prowess and the enigmatic delicacy known as hot pot, Yin, who was finally able to partake today thanks to Nana's presence, wasted no time in seizing his chopsticks. What a vibrant hue this dish possesses! I cannot resist salivating, he exclaimed. Indeed, I too am unable to contain my desire. Xiaoyu concurred. It is not merely due to my influence. Our teacher wished for us to gather, Hu Liena modestly interjected. Enough of this mutual flattery. Now that we are all seated, let us commence our meal. Lu Long thought it inappropriate to dismiss any guests. Then let us eat, Bibi Dong proclaimed. Immediately, everyone began to enjoy the feast. Delectable. What divine flavors! It is both spicy and invigorating, Yin declared exuberantly after tasting a slice of pig kidney. What kind of meat is this, so dark and yet so crisp? Hu Liena inquired, picking up a piece of tripe. That is tripe, Lu Long coldly explained. Tripe? What is that? Hu Liena asked, astonished. It is the stomach of a cow. The stomach of a cow? Hu Liena exclaimed, her face reflecting surprise. You have consumed it, yet you question its edibility? Lu Lang retorted with habitual disdain. For Lu Lang to respond in such a manner was a common occurrence, and Hu Liena took it in stride, having grown accustomed to it. However, Yin felt an uncomfortable knot in his stomach upon hearing Lu Lang's words. Lu Lang, do not speak so. After all, Nana was unaware. Lu Lang glanced at him in surprise, bewildered by his sudden remark. However, upon reflection, he quickly understood that the lad was defending Hu Liena. Recognizing this, he prudently responded with a simple acknowledgement. Yin, dissatisfied with Lu Lang's demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation. Nevertheless, acknowledging the age-old adage about the vulnerability of one's palate, and with Lu Lang recognizing his own misstep, they all chose to remain silent. The five of them continued to enjoy their meal in cheerful camaraderie. Lu Lang had prepared a plethora of items, yet he still underestimated the strength of the group. Within less than an hour, everything was consumed. Sated, I felt a slight discomfort in my stomach and decided to relieve myself. Hu Liena stood up, expressed her apologies, and made her way outside. I followed suit, and Yin quickly trailed behind. Lazy cows and horses produce a lot of waste, Lu Lang muttered, casting a glance at Xiaoyu. Aren't you going to relieve yourself? No, came the reply. Lu Lang's tone lingered. Xiaoyu paused, truly uninclined to go. A fool, oblivious to subtle cues, deserves to be single. In the depths of Lu Lang's heart, he harbored a sense of disdain for him. Nevertheless, he realized that if he did not devise a plan at this moment, the opportunity would slip away. Thus, Lu Lang procured a bottle of wine from his ring, smiling as he remarked that he had been so engrossed in their previous merriment that he had completely forgotten about the bottle. As he explained, he poured the wine into glasses for Xiaoyu and Bibi Dong. What kind of wine is this? Xiaoyu inquired, intrigued by the peculiar beverage. This is Long Island iced tea, a concoction I crafted myself, Lu Lang replied. In contemporary bars, Long Island iced tea is also known as a deceptive drink. Ostensibly a tea, it is, in fact, a potent alcoholic beverage, a hidden peril masquerading in a tea-like hue. Comprised of 6 major spirits, it boasts an impressive alcohol content exceeding 40 degrees. Its delightful flavor appeals to the feminine palate, yet its after-effects are formidable. Typically, it is a drink that men use in bars to ensnare unsuspecting women. However, Lu Lang had modified this particular concoction, significantly reducing its potency. The after-effects, while still present, would not be overwhelming, yet capable of inducing a dizzying state. His primary intention in presenting this drink was to intoxicate Bibi Dong, encouraging her to reveal her innermost thoughts. In doing so, not only would her spirits be lifted, but he would also glean her secrets, thereby deepening their bond. It is often said that the best way to pursue a woman is to borrow something from her. Moreover, sharing a secret with her operates on the same principle. Such a splendid drink, and you chose not to reveal it earlier? How miserly of you, Xiaoyu chided Lu Long, urging him to fill their glasses. Enough of your prattling, Lu Long thought to himself, suppressing a cold smile while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, he discreetly added a touch of medication to the high-proof liquor, blending it seamlessly into the mix. He then poured another glass for Bibi Dong. Teacher, happy Valentine's Day. May your youth endure forever, and may you ascend to divinity soon. With that, Lu Long raised his glass. Xiaoyu, noticing this, quickly followed suit. Thank you for Cold Air's heartfelt wishes. I wish you a delightful Valentine's Day as well. With that, he drained his glass in one swift motion. Lu Long lifted his gaze, seizing the opportune moment to discreetly siphon the wine from his goblet into his ring. He then feigned a smacking of his lips and proceeded to replenish Bibi Dong's glass, remarking, Teacher, you truly possess a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Allow me to offer you another serving. This wine of yours is quite exquisite. Its flavor is mild, perfectly suited to my palate. If it pleases you, teacher. Then I am gratified, he added. The trio continued their convivial drinking, and before long, a rosy flush began to appear on their countenances. Xiaoyu, however, had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, collapsing after only his second glass. Seeing this, Lu Long seized the opportunity to speak. Teacher, did you know that a couple of days ago, someone in our class confessed to Mimi's? Oh? Bibi Dong's face flushed slightly, uncertain of the purpose behind his words. However, Mimi's rejected him. I am not entirely sure why, but I speculate that she may have reservations about teacher-student relationships, Lu Lang remarked, carefully observing Bibi Dong's expression. Of course, these words were merely fabrications on his part. Chapter 41. Teacher, do you mind teacher-student relationships? Teacher-student relationships? Bibi Dong's eyes reflected deep contemplation. As if she were assessing Mimi's character. Lu Long continued, Teacher, do you believe that age is a problem between two individuals? This question was Lu Long's way of probing his own feelings. Age, ah. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's initial blush faded, replaced by a look of disdain. In the realm of Douluo, where the average lifespan spans centuries, a few decades of age difference may create some initial barriers, but in a few decades, such barriers will diminish. In fact, age should not qualify as a concern for us at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang smiled with joy and proceeded to ask, what about the relationship between teacher and student? Could it be intolerable to the world? Intolerable? At this, Bibi Dong's demeanor suddenly turned cold, as if evoking unpleasant memories. Some people disregard the bonds between cousins. What significance does a teacher-student relationship hold? Teacher, I understand now. Lu Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing her response. If age is not a problem and relationships are not a problem, then truly, there are no problems at all. Understand? What do you comprehend? Bibi Dong inquired, astonished at the clarity radiating from this young boy. For a moment, she wondered if he was the one who had confessed to Mimi C. Absolutely not. Teacher, please don't jest. I am still so young. Lu Lang exclaimed in surprise at Bibi Dong's assumption. Humph, a thief's heart but not a thief's courage, Bibi Dong scoffed. Teacher, another cup, please. This drink is excellent for the skin. Seeing Bibi Dong drink it all in one go, Lu Long couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In a few years, she would come to understand the true meaning of courage. The atmosphere in the pavilion was intense, while outside, it was quite awkward. At that moment, Yin stood before Hu Liena, his expression earnest. Nana, I wish to spend this Valentine's Day with you. Hu Liena's heart raced. She realized something and smiled. We are already spending it together. You should go back now. Lu Long and the others must be waiting. Yin fidgeted, sensing her meaning. But he did not want to back down. Gathering his courage, he declared, that is not my intention. I hope to celebrate Valentine's Day with you every year, next year, the year after, and for many more to come. At his words, Hu Liena's gentle expression abruptly turned icy. She gazed at Yin, her demeanor suddenly unfamiliar. I do not like you. Those simple 5 words were delivered with crisp finality, cold and ruthless, leaving no room for Yin to maneuver. The flowers in his hand drooped as he paled, staring at Hu Liena in disbelief. He staggered back, feeling utterly drained. He genuinely did not expect Hu Liena to be so heartless. In his mind, even if she rejected him, she would do so with a bit of tact, allowing him a shred of hope. However, her words were a stark declaration, leaving him with no chance at all. Do you truly despise me so? Yin asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. It is not a matter of dislike. I simply do not harbor feelings for you. I had thought you would at least show me some consideration, Yin responded with a bitter smile. Perhaps I would have in the past, but not now. Hu Liena paused, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lu Long. No, no. These two simple words, spoken so plainly, pierced Yin's heart like daggers, leaving it to bleed. Hu Liena observed Yan's despondence with unwavering determination. I am sorry, but I cannot accept ambiguous feelings. To lack the ability to refuse is tantamount to betrayal. With that, she turned away from Yin and walked directly towards the pavilion. As she approached the entrance, her expression shifted and her mood returned to normal. What shall we drink? You all have such good things, yet you do not wait for me. Saying this, she reached for the drink in Lu Long's hand and gulped it down. Hey! Lu Lang attempted to protest, but it was too late. He could only watch in dismay, his heart bleeding internally. With you all drinking like this, how am I to win Bibi Dong's favor? My chances were already slim, and now they have diminished further. This is delicious. Another cup. Hu Liena raised her glass. Do you think this is a lottery? Another cup? Lu Lang retorted with annoyance. Less chatter. Hurry up and serve. When Lu Lang refused, Hu Liena took matters into her own hands, trying to snatch it away. Give it to me. No, you must. I refuse. The scene of Hu Liena and Lu Long playfully chasing each other only served to salt Yan's already wounded heart. 2 months later, Lu Long stood in the academy's arena, facing a purple-haired woman. This woman, named Zi Menghan, bore no relation to the esteemed Zi Qingyang, despite sharing the same surname. She was the mightiest among the holy class, ranking second only to Jin Jingyang in the academy's power standings. Defeating you will allow me to face Jin Jingyang tomorrow, Lu Long stated matter-of-factly. Zi Menghan, at level 47 in soul power, was formidable, yet still insufficient in Lu Long's eyes. I concede, Zi Menghan replied calmly. What did you say? I concede, she reiterated. Oh, self-awareness. Having won, Lu Lang turned to leave the stage, but Zi Menghan called after him. My concession does not mean I acknowledge your superiority. Rather, I hope you can face him in perfect condition. Understood, Lu Long waved dismissively, leaving her with a carefree back, muttering unkindly to himself. You've conceded, yet still cling to your pride. This person. Zi Menghan heard this and clenched her teeth in anger. If it weren't for your assistance in avenging teacher Mimi Si tomorrow, I would make you regret this today. With this victory, Lu Long had secured 65 consecutive wins, placing him second in points. His final match was set to be a fierce confrontation with Zi Qingyang. Time flew swiftly, and on the following day, even before dawn, students began to gather at the first battle stage. Some held breakfast, others wore slippers, and some even clutched pillows. Each face bore an unmistakable excitement and anticipation. For today marked Lu Long's challenge against Jin Jingyang. A rising star would confront a seasoned champion. Should he fail, they would witness the birth of a saint. Should he succeed, they would witness the rise of a saint. Chapter 42, the first battle for supremacy. Regardless of the outcome, today was destined to be extraordinary. As dawn broke, more and more students filled the first battle stage until it was packed tightly. Even the academy's teachers arrived to witness the event. All waited eagerly for this moment to arrive. Seconds ticked by, and finally, Lu Long and Jin Jingyang appeared in view. Soon after, they ascended the stage. Standing opposite each other, Lu Ling's demeanor exudes an air of tranquility, radiating an undeniable confidence that captivates all around him, especially accentuated by his strikingly handsome visage. He incites a chorus of gasps and cheers from enamored young women. Lu Lang, persevere. Cold, push forward. Cold as ice, slice through the air. The sudden eruption of fervent cheers from the audience drowns out all other noise, as Lu Long's support group creates an electrifying atmosphere, elevating the event to a crescendo even before the competition has commenced. Lu Long then noticed that Dudu had, unbeknownst to him, amassed a following of several hundred individuals. Listening to the overwhelming roar of the crowd, Lu Long couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the fan effect. Standing opposite Lu Long was Jin Jingyang, a man of somewhat robust stature. However, his corpulence was not of the conventional kind, but rather a result of his facial structure, lending him an appearance of greater heft. In truth, he possessed a well-developed physique, characterized by strength and vigor. His hairstyle, parted down the middle, imparted an air of maturity that made him appear quite distinguished. Lu Long gazed at him, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone from his past life, a person renowned as the strongest of the post-80s generation on Earth. Jin Fatty, your path as a holy son ends here. As a challenger, Lu Long believed it was essential to maintain an air of confidence. However, Jin Jingyang appeared indifferent, dismissing Lu Long entirely. "Ah, I relish your arrogance. Of course, I also take great pleasure in defeating those who flaunt it." Lu Lang smirked disdainfully, unperturbed by the disregard directed at him. "Are both contestants ready?" The referee, sensing the timing was right, approached the center to inquire. They nodded in affirmation. "Then let the match begin." At the referee's command, Lu Long wasted no time. With his weapon, the slash luo, he charged directly at Jin Jingyang, delivering a swift blow. "Whoa, a sneak attack. This is against martial ethics," someone in the audience shouted. Yet, the initial shockwave of discontent was swiftly silenced by a chorus of voices. "This is a surprise attack. Do you not understand? If you're so vocal, why not step up and try a sneak attack yourself? Martial ethics are meant for the virtuous." Does he even qualify? Confronting a formidable opponent, Lu Long had already prepared himself thoroughly. Why the need for insults? "You must be a hired troll for Gene Fatty. With your demeanor, you can't be a good person." The back-and-forth banter drowned the provocateur in an avalanche of retorts. Fortunately, Lu Long did not hear these remarks. Otherwise, he might have fancied himself a charming young hero from another realm. On stage, Jin Jingyang was caught off guard by Lu Long's sudden strike. He had expected to initiate the match with his martial spirit, but found himself forced to defend hastily. Lu Lang pressed the attack relentlessly, not allowing Jin Jingyang a moment's respite. Jin Jingyang stumbled back, evading while striving to regain his composure, and finally seized an opening to counterattack. However, Lu Long had anticipated this move, having deliberately exposed a flaw in his defense. As Jin Jingyang fell for the bait, Lu Long swiftly pivoted, unleashing a decisive strike. In an instant, a wound appeared on Jin Jingyang's hand. Such a sharp blade. He gasped, staring at the dark, charred injury. Suddenly aware of the prowess of this so-called divine martial spirit, realizing the blade's lethality, he dared not engage directly, opting instead to evade and create distance. Yet, Lu Long was relentless, closing in on him and dominating the exchange. "Keep going. Beat him to a pulp," roared Xiong Ri from the audience, reveling in the sight of Jin Jingyang being pursued like a cornered animal. In the stands, Hu Liena, Mimi Si, and others shared a knowing smile. Lu Long's initial advantage was unexpected. Conversely, Zi Qingyang remained unfazed, even wearing a faint smirk. With a roar, Jin Jingyang, enduring the pain of another potential blow, finally found his chance to deflect Lu Long's relentless assault. The moment he leaped beyond Lu Long's reach, he activated his martial spirit. A golden crocodile materialized behind him, roaring mightily, exuding an intimidating presence. 5 soul rings appeared around Jin Jingyang, their colors alternating between yellow, purple, and black. 50-level Battle Soul King. The audience erupted into gasps as Jin Jingyang's final soul ring emerged. At just 20 years old, that is terrifying. "My teacher isn't even that formidable," murmured the crowd, realizing Lu Long was now at a disadvantage. "How can this be? He only broke through to level 49 2 months ago." Mimi Si exclaimed in disbelief. "There's nothing impossible about it. If Lu Long can advance 10 levels in half a year, it's only natural for Jin Jingyang to climb a level in 2 months." Zi Qingyang remarked, relishing Mimi Si's astonished expression. Mimi Si shot him a glance, contemplating the disparity. "Can you really compare?" Lu Long consumed a divine herb. While Jin Jingyang's methods remain uncertain, though she wished to counter him, she recognized the danger in revealing Lu Long's secret, knowing it could invite fatal consequences. As Lu Long observed Jin Jingyang manifesting 5 soul rings, astonishment flickered across his face, quickly replaced by a fervent battle spirit. What he initially perceived as a straightforward match had unexpectedly ignited his interest. "I appreciate your contribution to the excitement," Lu Lang remarked, unfurling his own soul rings without hesitation. A purple and 2 black rings illuminated the arena, particularly the third, which radiated the might of nearly 50,000 years, overshadowing Jin Jingyang's 5 rings and casting them into obscurity. "What an overwhelming aura. I feel suffocated," Jin Jingyang thought, realizing the true power of the ancient soul rings. 35-level Battle Soul Lord. The emergence of Lu Lang's rings stunned the crowd, drowning out Jin Jingyang's astonished cries. "Battle Soul Lord at just 7 years old? This is utterly absurd," murmured the audience, bewildered by the spectacle. "Is there anyone here who can elucidate this phenomenon? You shouldn't always rely on the experts. You lesser souls must learn to grow independently." Amidst the shock and awe, various exclamations echoed, forming waves of astonishment, doubt, and admiration. In contrast, The academy's instructors maintained a composed demeanor, having been informed of Lu Lang's background. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, their astonishment was undeniable. Mimi C. Do you think Lu Lang can win? Hu Liena asked with concern. Mimi C frowned, contemplating the odds. If Jin Zhengyang were still at level 49, Lu Lang could have emerged victorious. However, with Jin Zhengyang now at 50, the outcome became uncertain, though merely a single level difference. The leap from Soul Master to Soul King represented a significant qualitative change. The increase in power was substantial. In the early stages of soul cultivation, differences in soul power were marginal, allowing Lu Lang to defeat a level 40 Soul Master at just 25. Yet, as levels advanced, the challenge intensified, with even a single level disparity enabling some to contend against multiple opponents. Thus, whether Lu Lang could prevail remained ambiguous. Hearing this, Hu Liena clenched her fists in anxiety. Meanwhile, on stage, Jin Zhengyang was increasingly agitated by the brilliance of Lu Lang's soul rings. With a roar, Jin Zhengyang could no longer contain himself. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and scales began to emerge across his body. The scales glistened with a golden hue, exuding a robust and formidable appearance, resembling a suit of golden armor. This was indeed his first soul skill, golden crocodile armor. It enhanced his defensive capabilities, rendering him impervious to blades while simultaneously amplifying his strength. Come on, Jin Zhengyang declared, standing firm and extending his middle finger in a mocking gesture towards Lu Lang. You, dead crocodile, let us see whether your shell is tougher or my blade. Unfazed by the taunt, Lu Lang's expression remained icy as he charged forward, sword in hand. With a swift stroke, Jin Zhengyang met the attack head-on with his fist, the two forces colliding and igniting a brilliant spark. Your blade appears to be rather lackluster, Jin Zhengyang jeered. Oh, is that so? Lu Lang retorted with a cold smirk. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. As he spoke, lightning coursed through the Zhanhua blade, accompanied by the resonant sound of thunder. Jin Zhengyang's countenance shifted to one of alarm. It seemed the blade had undergone a profound transformation, its power now exponentially greater than before. Flash! Lu Lang suddenly swung his blade, and Jin Zhengyang channeled his soul power to meet the strike once more. However, this time, the Zhanluo knife effortlessly carved a gash into his scaled armor, akin to slicing through tofu with remarkable ease. Jin Zhengyang winced in pain, hastily retracting his fist. His expression filled with horror as he beheld the wound, from which wisps of black smoke emanated, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of charred flesh. Fortunately, he had withdrawn quickly. Otherwise, he might have sustained a more severe injury to his bones. It appeared he had underestimated the prowess of that blade. As Lu Lang's strike proved successful, he showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing his opponent with a flurry of slashes against Jin Zhengyang. Despite Jin Zhengyang's vigorous counterattacks, the century-old soul skill of his armor could not withstand the onslaught, and wounds continuously appeared upon his body under Lu Lang's blade. Your armor seems rather cumbersome, Lu Lang remarked suddenly. Jin Zhengyang's pupils constricted, his form trembling as if his weakness had been exposed. What is the matter? Have I hit a nerve? Lu Lang chuckled, having suspected this when Jin Zhengyang allowed him the first strike. If this is all the speed you possess, then brace yourself for my tempestuous assault. With that, Lu Lang's speed surged, and his blade flickered with light, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries that echoed throughout the arena. My heavens, he is astonishing. Lu Lang is dominating the fight. Below, a throng of students watched in utter astonishment. They had anticipated Jin Zhengyang would overpower Lu Lang. Yet the reality had turned on its head. Lu Lang, well done. Finish him off. If you win, I'll be your subordinate. Xiong Ri shouted excitedly, his fists clenched as if he himself were delivering blows to Jin Zhengyang. Third soul skill, giant crocodile tread. Jin Zhengyang could no longer endure the feeling of being suppressed. With a furious roar, a golden giant crocodile materialized. He lifted his leg and stomped down fiercely, mirroring the action of the enormous creature. Instantly, a thunderous crash echoed, accompanied by tremors that created a massive pit, 50 meters in diameter, on the arena floor. Jin Zhengyang surveyed his surroundings, anger etched on his face. Yet he could not locate Lu Lang. What are you staring at? Lu Lang's voice rang out before him. He casually flicked his blade and yawned. If this is your full capability, you might as well lie down. I'm tired of playing with you. Those words ignited a fire within Jin Zhengyang. Never before had he felt so humiliated or been subjected to such scorn. He was genuinely enraged. Second soul skill, Golden Shield. Fourth soul skill, Berserk Bloodline. Jin Jingyang bellowed as a golden aura enveloped him. Simultaneously, his presence transformed. His eyes turned crimson, muscles coalescing into a more powerful form. An overwhelming and savage aura saturating the arena. His golden armor began to heal. Lu Long observed in astonishment as Jin Jingyang's injuries mended beneath the golden light, while the unscathed sections of his armor became even more condensed. This golden shield was indeed extraordinary. Die! Jin Jingyang roared, his words laced with a primal growl. Come at me. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending conflict, precisely the outcome Lu Lang sought. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jin Jingyang. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the golden barrier shimmered as it absorbed the purple lightning, not only containing it but also fortifying its own strength. It appeared that this golden barrier was no ordinary defensive skill. It was specifically designed to counter energy-based soul techniques, absorbing and utilizing any pure energy attack. Lu Long can no longer employ the thunderous might, said Mimi C. Does this mean Lu Long has lost a skill? Hu Liena expressed her concern. In truth, Lu Long had already possessed one fewer soul skill than Jin Jingyang, and now he faced another loss. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Long maintained a calm demeanor, revealing nothing of his thoughts. With determination, he swung his blade forcefully towards Jin Jingyang. As the blade penetrated the golden light, Lu Long immediately sensed a muddy resistance that sapped his strength. While energy could be absorbed, pure physical attacks could not be, though hindered by a force. If his own power was sufficiently potent, he could still inflict damage. Lu Long instantly comprehended the function of the golden light shield. What about strength? It is not strength that I lack. With the blade of Zhan Luo flickering with arcs of electricity in his hand, Lu Lang twisted his lips into a wild grin and charged towards Jin Jingyang. Close combat was his favorite style of battle, regardless of whether his opponent was male or female. Clang! The clash of blade and fist resonated as Jin Jingyang, bolstered by his ferocious lineage and formidable soul power, firmly withstood Lu Long's onslaught. However, due to the unique properties of Zhan Luo, a wound was still inflicted upon him. This injury, though, was of little consequence, as it swiftly healed under the influence of the golden light. Let's see whether your recovery surpasses the speed of my blade. Lu Long intensified his efforts, unleashing Zhan Luo repeatedly, leaving a trail of cuts upon Jin Jingyang's body through sheer speed. Jin Jingyang activated his brutal bloodline, tripling his physical capabilities. Yet he still could not match Lu Lang's velocity. After all, at Lu Lang's current speed, he was comparable to a soul Douluo. And this was without activating the Thunder Wing. Thus, in the face of Lu Lang's relentless assault, Jin Jingyang could only endure, relying on his thick skin and potent healing abilities. This led to a stalemate. At this rate, Lu Long's soul power would eventually dwindle and he would lose. Hu Liena remarked. Her analysis was astute. The battle had devolved into a contest of soul power. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, victory would undoubtedly belong to Jin Jingyang. Do not rush. The outcome has yet to be determined. All is still uncertain, Mimi said, though she too harbored some trepidation. After all, Lu Lang lagged a staggering 15 levels behind Jin Jingyang in terms of soul power. At a dead end, this match is undoubtedly concluded. At that moment, Ziqing Yang revealed a victorious smile. Hu Liena scoffed, disregarding him. As time passed in the arena, Lu Long had consumed more than half of his soul power. Yet his attack speed remained unabated. Kid, are you struggling to hold on? Jin Jingyang's triumphant laughter echoed. Struggling? Lu sneered dismissively. I have never contemplated the notion of perseverance. After all, I am a practitioner of the one-hit kill style. And now is the moment. Lu Lang observed the golden barrier growing increasingly thin, akin to the delicate wings of a cicada, and he realized that his opportunity had arrived. His pupils suddenly ignited with brilliance, and a formidable, concentrated aura surged forth from his blade, slicing through the air with a mournful whistle. Though it appeared heavy, its speed was astonishing, resembling a flash of lightning. This was the pulling blade slash. Having broken through to the 30th level, the power of the pulling blade slash had been enhanced. And coupled with the comprehensive effects of the celestial herb, Lu Lang estimated it now possessed at least 2,000 gene of force. Jin Jingyang was momentarily taken aback, clearly sensing the might of this strike. He had not anticipated that Lu Long could unleash such power at this moment. His eyes widened in fury as his soul energy surged forth, activating his fifth soul skill, the golden crocodile mountain-shattering fist. This punch shared a similar essence with Lu Lang's pulling blade slash, both relying on overwhelming strength to crush their adversaries. This soul skill granted Jin Xingyang an immense force of 10,000 Jin, and with the enhancement of his ferocious bloodline, this punch was tripled, yielding a staggering 30,000 Jin of power. He was confident in the potency of his strike, determined to clash with Lu Long head-on to decide the final victor. Lu Long's eyes were devoid of warmth. As he brandished his blade, he transformed into a figure of icy detachment and ruthless resolve. The Zhan Luo knife pierced through the golden barrier, still encountering resistance. However, the extensive healing of Jin Xingyang's wounds had considerably drained the golden shield's energy, rendering its resistance negligible against Lu Long's formidable force of 2,000 Jun. It was akin to an ant attempting to obstruct a moving train. With a resounding crack, the golden barrier shattered. Yet, it was immediately met by a colossal fist adorned with golden scales. Break for me. The collision did not present a stalemate. Instead, it was a singular display of Lu Long's overwhelming might, an unstoppable force akin to a mountain flood breaching a dam, effortlessly obliterating all in its path. A pained scream escaped Jin Xingyang's lips as Lu Long effortlessly cleaved his fist in twain. But this was not the end. A chilling voice echoed once more. Wind and thunder. A massive tornado, towering at 20 meters, erupted from beneath Jin Xingyang's feet, entwined with serpentine bolts of lightning, lifting him skyward. This was Lu Long's third soul technique. This ability, fueled by Lu Long's soul power, could persist as long as his energy allowed. However, the greater the tornado's might, the more soul power it consumed. Thus, this third technique was the most taxing on Lu Long's reserves, and with his current energy, he could only maintain its full force for 10 fleeting seconds. Should he fail to vanquish his foe within that time, he would be rendered powerless. Yet, 10 seconds proved sufficient. In scarcely a heartbeat, Jin Xingyang's body was ensnared by the spiraling vortex, the ferocious winds slicing through him like blades. In mere moments, his form was once again marred by wounds, his garments tattered, and blood spraying forth. Wind cease, thunder halt. Jin Xingyang's body plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly shattered, convulsing, his mind a tumultuous haze, utterly unconscious. Lu Long raised his blade, standing silently upon the arena, gazing down upon Jin Xingyang with an air of superiority. The students below were momentarily stunned, utterly captivated by Lu Long's formidable prowess. A second later, an astonishing cheer erupted from the crowd. Lu Lang reveled in the exuberant cheers emanating from below as he turned to gaze upon the students beneath him. In that moment, he experienced a profound exhilaration, a clarity of spirit, and an overwhelming sense of dominance surged within him, akin to that of a sovereign reigning over his realm. The referee, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure and proceeded to assess Jin Xingyang's injuries, summoning an auxiliary spirit master before finally approaching Lu Long. I hereby declare Lu Long the victor. Upon this proclamation, the students erupted once more into an even more fervent chorus of cheers. Lu Long, Lu Long, Lu Long. They chanted his name, as if they themselves were embodiments of Lu Lang. Lu Lang gazed at them with an air of invincibility. In that moment, he was indeed unmatched. Bang! On the stage, Zi Qingyang slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. His complexion darkened, and his chest heaved, clearly struggling to contain a tremendous rage. Chapter 45. The all-destructive Golden Hammer Teacher Z. The table will need to be compensated for, Solstice remarked nonchalantly. Humph. Zi Qingyang snorted coldly, leaving the viewing platform in disarray. Solstice regarded Lu Long and nodded appreciatively. The insight of his holiness was truly discerning. Mimi Si wore a joyful expression, yet endeavored to maintain her composure. Hu Liena clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering with excitement, her heartbeat quickening as if Lu Long were an extension of herself. However, the most exhilarated was Xiong Rigo, who charged onto the stage and enveloped Lu Long in a hearty embrace, eliciting a look of disdain from Lu Long. Indeed, had it not been for Lu Long placing the Zhan Luo knife against his neck, he would have even attempted to kiss Lu Long. Lu Long, or rather, Brother Long. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I will be your younger brother. I promise to uphold my word. Xiong Rigo laughed heartily. Lu Long was perplexed. When did he suddenly acquire a little brother? Without further ado, as my newly recognized elder brother, I shall treat you tonight. And your presence is essential. Not attending would be a blatant disregard for my hospitality. Did you hear that? Lu Long was rendered speechless, pondering who truly held the title of Big Brother, himself or the other. Congratulations, from now on you shall be the top one. Hu Liena exclaimed joyfully as they stepped off the stage. It's nothing serious. I barely exerted myself, he retorted nonchalantly. Such bravado, Misai remarked, pouting slightly. However, it was undeniable that this young lad possessed a talent for boasting. Teacher me, Nana, allow me to treat you tonight. Let us celebrate on behalf of my esteemed leader. Xiong Raj proposed promptly. Never mind, I shall refrain from attending your student gathering to avoid causing any awkwardness. Misai declined politely. Xiong Raj chuckled. Not pressing the invitation further, for Misai had a point. Then I demand the finest meal. How about the Angel Restaurant? Hu Liena suggested excitedly, if there's good food. We must indulge. Certainly, that is agreeable. Xiong Raj responded with determination. Once a boast is made, it cannot be retracted. Let us depart. We should head out now lest we miss our chance for seating, Hu Liena said slyly, casting a glance at Xiong Raj, seemingly wary of his propensity for trickery. If we're going, then let us go, immediately. With that, they set off towards the Angel Restaurant. Lu Lung was at a loss for words. Before he could utter a sound, he was forcibly taken away. The Angel Restaurant, nestled in the most opulent area of Seoul Master City, was a culinary establishment funded by the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. It was renowned for its extravagance, often requiring hundreds of gold soul coins for a single meal. However, Xiong Raj, evidently affluent, led them directly into the most luxurious private room. Inside the chamber were Lu Long, Hu Liena, Xiong Raj, and the fortuitously encountered Dudu. Waiter, the menu, Xiong Raj commanded, then boldly addressed the group. Come. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Then I shall not hold back. Lu Long had yet to speak when Dudu eagerly seized the menu. This one, and this one, Xiong Raj observed Dudu's selections, a wave of warmth washing over him. This little girl, accompanying them on their journey, was truly delightful. Choosing only the most modestly priced dishes. None of these, let us have one of everything else, Xiong Raj exclaimed, abruptly spewing his tea with a startled laugh. Lu Long could not help but chuckle. This Dudu was indeed comparable to Ma Hongjun. Soon, the dishes were served, each exquisitely presented and lavish, yet notably small in portion, indicative of their high-end quality. The group busied themselves, indulging in the meal while engaging in lively banter. Listening to Xiong Ri and Lu Lung debate the art of flaunting one's prowess without appearing ostentatious, the two girls, in delightful synchrony, remained blissfully oblivious to the outside world, focusing solely on their meal. Before long, having satisfied their appetites, the four companions set off towards the academy. Long. Did you know that Jin Jingyang reached level 50 today? In truth, it was Zi Qingyang who forcibly elevated him with a secret technique. After being defeated by you today, his unstable realm has caused him to regress back to level 49, Dudu remarked, a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth as if in triumph. How do you know this? Lu Ling inquired, intrigued. Who am I? I am the president of Lu Lung's fan club, commanding hundreds of loyal supporters. Such news reaches me at once, Dudu boasted before continuing. It was mentioned by the Soul Master responsible for treating Jin Jingyang. One of my members is his instructor. Moreover, it seems the principal is already aware of this incident, and Director Solstice is facing severe backlash. The casual revelation from Dudu sent ripples of shock through the other three. If that is true, Zi Qingyang's position as a teacher is in jeopardy. Xiong Ri exclaimed. Who would have thought Zi Qingyang would sacrifice Jin Jingyang's well-being for his own selfish motives? Is he not concerned about ruining Jin Jingyang? Hu Liena ground her teeth in anger. Regardless, Jin Jingyang is his nephew. This individual has truly lost his mind. Now that this has come to light, I fear he may resort to desperate measures. We should hasten back to the academy. Lu Lung expressed his concern. Having defeated Jin Jingyang, you have effectively disrupted Zi Qingyang's plans and severed his future prospects. Given Zi Qingyang's temperament, retaliation is highly likely, he added. Indeed, let us move swiftly. The other three concurred. However, just as they began to walk, a chilling voice echoed, Do you think you can escape? Zi Qingyang. The four exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Long was the first to regain his composure. Xiong Raj, take Dudu and flee swiftly to seek assistance. Hu Liena, we shall join forces to buy them some time. Dudu exclaimed. Stop the idle chatter. Your soul power is insufficient here. Hurry. Lu Lung commanded sternly. Understood, boss. Hold on. Xiong Raj, now only at level 38, recognized his inability to contribute and, after assessing the situation, grasped Dudu's hand and turned to flee. You think you can escape? Today, none of you shall leave. Zi Qingyang sneered, pursuing the two. It was evident that he had completely lost his sanity and was intent on slaughtering them all. As long as we stand together, you shall not prevail, Hu Liena declared, summoning her martial spirit, a nine-tailed fox, which emerged with a fierce glare. Lu Long also wielded a blade, and his soul rings instantly activated. Facing a soul sage of level 70, neither dared to exhibit even the slightest carelessness. A mutated martial soul? Upon seeing the nine-tailed fox, Ziqingyang was initially taken aback, but his smile soon morphed into a more frenzied expression. Excellent, a mutation indeed. My favorite pastime is hunting down prodigies. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, the 10,000 Annihilation Golden Hammer. 7 soul rings emerged around him, colored in yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, and black, while 2 golden-hued bronze hammers materialized in his grasp. Chapter 46, Battle of the Soul Saints. The bronze hammers collided in a circular motion in his hands, producing a thunderous sound akin to a war drum. The 10,000 Annihilation Golden Hammer. A rare weapon martial soul, though not considered top tier, was nonetheless first-rate, its power overwhelming and truly exceptional. Lu Long and Hu Liena wore grim expressions. This fellow had begun by unleashing his martial soul's true form, leaving them no opportunity for resistance. The true form of the martial soul, when activated, could instantly augment attack power by 150% and defense by 200%, while permitting the unlimited use of all skills below the 7th ring. However, soul masters below level 90 would succumb to a week-long period of weakness following the activation of this skill, suffering a 50% reduction in all attributes. Nonetheless, this extraordinary ability could only be utilized by Ziqingyang for a mere 30 minutes. This meant that if Lu Long could endure for 30 minutes, they would have a chance at survival. They should avoid direct confrontation and instead adopt a strategy of attrition as long as they could stall for 30 minutes. Victory would be theirs. Resolutely, Lu Long made a decision and spoke to Hu Liena. In truth, Lu Long was not particularly concerned about his own peril, for he possessed the Thunderwing which would allow him to flee. The speed of the Thunderwing would render Ziqingyang unable to pursue. Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed this notion. If he chose to flee with Hu Liena, Ziqingyang would undoubtedly pursue and catch up with Dudu and the others. Moreover, on a personal level, Lu Long was unwilling to succumb to retreat. Faced with a formidable adversary, his instinct was to engage in battle, even if he was merely a soul sage. Lu Long is undeniably brave, or perhaps one might even say he is reckless, for his very essence is imbued with the bloodlust of a warrior. Otherwise, he would not dare to extract a tooth from the tiger's mouth by attempting to steal the celestial herb from the formidable Douluo. Upon hearing Lu Long's words, Hu Liena nodded in agreement. Given her current capabilities, as long as she exercised caution, and with Lu Long's cooperation, it was indeed plausible to evade detection for half an hour. As for Lu Long, there was no cause for concern. Although his soul power has reached the 35th level, his physical prowess has ascended to the caliber of a soul Douluo, while Ziqingyang remains merely a soul sage. In every aspect of physical ability, Lu Long surpasses Ziqingyang by a significant margin, with the sole exception of soul power. Lu Long issued a command, always preferring to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena immediately activated her second soul skill, Enchantment. However, Ziqingyang was well acquainted with Hu Liena. The moment she unleashed her soul skill, he closed off all his senses. With a powerful strike of his hammer, a deep resonant sound accompanied by unique sound waves emanated from it. This was his second soul skill, Hammer Resonance. Hammer Resonance generated peculiar sounds through the collision of the gilded hammer, amplifying and spreading them with soul power, resulting in a disorienting effect that could cause one's spirit to falter and soul power to dissipate. Those of lesser strength might even succumb to the shock and perish instantly. Cover your ears. Lu Long immediately felt a buzzing in his ears, akin to a great drum reverberating within his mind. His mental prowess was currently on par with that of a skilled combatant, yet the tremors were still uncomfortable, as if his soul energy threatened to surge uncontrollably outward. If he experienced such sensations, it was evident that Hu Liena would be affected even more profoundly. Thus, he hastily sought to alert her. However, when he turned to Hu Liena, he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, 2 pointed white ears had sprouted atop her head, drooping down and firmly pressed against her, her expression appearing even more relaxed than his own. Could these ears truly serve such a purpose? Lu Long was astonished, realizing that the abilities of the nine-tailed fox martial soul were far more multifaceted than he had anticipated. The sound of tremors echoed continuously. Although Lu Long managed to endure it, he felt a growing sense of irritation. In that moment, he unleashed a formidable strike of thunder. This bolt of lightning, though no thicker than an arm, was instantaneous, and as Ziqingyang was in the midst of executing his soul skill, he was struck squarely by it. Ziqingyang staggered, and the reverberations ceased. He gazed at Lu Lang and his companion in astonishment, never expecting them to so effortlessly dismantle his soul skill. It seemed he had indeed underestimated them. A swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, with the martial soul city sealed off, escape would be impossible. A decision flickered in Ziqingyang's mind. Gripping his dual hammers, he prepared to launch an assault. Yet, would Lu Lang grant him this opportunity? Seizing the moment to strike was a principle Lu Lang adhered to resolutely. Thus, as he unleashed the thunderous attack, his blade, Zhan Luo, surged forward towards Ziqingyang. The blade was drawn for a decisive strike. As Lu Lang unleashed his soul skill, Ziqingyang's pupils constricted in surprise, clearly unprepared for such swiftness. Instantly, he raised his twin hammers, hastily attempting to block the impending attack. The slicing strike collided with the hammers, releasing a tremendous surge of energy that resonated with a deep, thunderous hum, forcefully propelling Ziqingyang backwards over 20 meters. Regaining his footing, astonishment flickered in his eyes, and his hands trembled, struggling to maintain grip on the hammers. He had long been aware of the formidable power of the slicing strike, yet experiencing its terror firsthand was an entirely different matter. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ziqingyang understood that time was of the essence. If this dragged on, not only would he fail to vanquish Lu Lang and Hu Liena, but he might very well succumb to their relentless onslaught. With determination, he activated his sixth soul skill, the Hammer of 10,000 Jin. This skill imbued his golden hammer with an astonishing weight of 10,000 Jin, effectively granting him a total of 20,000 Jin of force. However, Ziqingyang was acutely aware that this power still fell short of matching Lu Lang's might, yet it provided him the foundation to confront him head-on. With the addition of a 150% attack power from his seventh soul skill, coupled with his substantial soul power advantage over Lu Lang, who was 35 levels below him, they were poised to achieve a balance in their confrontation. Moreover, he pondered how many more slicing strikes Lu Lang's soul power could sustain. Filled with newfound confidence, Ziqingyang regarded Lu Lang with a gaze that marked him for death. Activating his third soul skill, Whirlwind Dance, Ziqingyang once again twirled his hands, the massive hammers contrasting starkly with his slender frame. Yet, he deftly maneuvered the hammers with grace, conjuring a myriad of hammer shadows that surged toward Lu Lang with relentless force. Lu's eyes were filled with gravity as he wielded the chopping thunderblade with reckless abandon. Showcasing its overwhelming power, seemingly expressing discontent towards the golden hammer in a provocative manner, he unleashed a sword slash. Lu Lang unleashed his first soul skill once more, simultaneously employing the initial segment of his second soul skill, Thunderclap. The two forces collided with unwavering intensity, unleashing a powerful explosion between them. They clashed relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. After a fleeting second of equal prowess, both retreated. Lu Lang retreated 5 steps, while Ziqingyang fell back 7. It appeared that Lu Lang still held a slight advantage. Once more, Ziqingyang bellowed. Although he had been defeated in this clash, it did not signify the end of his ultimate fate. Lu Lang had already executed the sword-drawing strike twice, and it was likely he could perform it no more than 2 additional times. Once his soul power was depleted, it would be his demise. Sword-drawing strike. In response, there naturally came another slash. Chapter 47. The basic attack is the sword-drawing strike. The two clashed once more, and when they finally separated, it was still Lu Lang who emerged victorious. Sword-drawing strike. Lu Lang struck once more. This marked the 4th strike, and once again, Lu Lang retreated 5 paces, while Ziqingyang was forced to withdraw 8. Let us see how you meet your demise. A maniacal laughter danced in Ziqingyang's eyes. Lu Lang had already executed his technique 4 times, and this time he could not employ the blade draw again. How would he respond? A raw, unbridled murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he wielded his weapon mercilessly, unleashing a tempest of fury upon Lu Lang. Lu Lingxiu remained calm, his lips curling into a faint smile as he executed the blade draw. How could this be possible? Ziqingyang was taken aback, astonished that he could still perform the blade draw. With such formidable power, he surely could not execute it more than a few times. Even with powerful spirit rings and superior physical attributes, his spirit energy was finite. It was utterly impossible for him to unleash it. Absolutely impossible. Ziqingyang shook his head in disbelief. Surely, he was attempting to deceive me, aiming to catch me off guard, to explode upon me. Humph. You are far too naive. Confident in his judgment, Zi Qingyang unleashed his full might towards Lu Lingxiu. Bang! The two forces collided once more, erupting with a tremendous roar. However, as Zi Qingyang felt the overwhelming power coursing through his hands, his complexion turned a ghastly shade. This force? This energy? What is happening? This cannot be. How could his strength remain unabated? Zi Qingyang screamed internally, his face contorted with madness and despair. In his disarray, his grip faltered, and one of the gilded hammers slipped from his grasp. Thud. Subsequently, a colossal force propelled Zi Qingyang 10 meters away. How could this be? How can you still perform the blade draw? Zi Qingyang trembled as he questioned, still in disbelief. Upon hearing his words, Lu Lang did not attack this time. Instead, he stood at a distance and inquired, "Who informed me that the use of the blade draw slash is limited in frequency?" Lu Lang chuckled, for his blade slash had always been defined by time. When he first acquired it, its duration was a mere 3 seconds. Upon absorbing the second soul ring, it extended to 10 seconds, and now it had reached a full minute. This meant that within that minute, every one of Lu Lang's basic attacks wielded the formidable power of the blade slash. How astonishing this was! Upon hearing this, Zi Qingyang was struck with both fear and sudden enlightenment. He realized that he had been misled by his own preconceived notions in all of Lu Lang's previous battles. He had nearly only used the blade slash once to vanquish his opponents. This had created an illusion that Lu Lang's blade slash was defined by the number of times it was executed. Little did he know, it was a matter of time. With this revelation, the murderous intent in Zi Qingyang's eyes intensified. He beckoned, and the Wanmiao Lujin hammer returned to his grasp. "You shall perish." A ferocious expression spread across his face. Yet, at that moment, an enticing voice suddenly resonated, "Enchantress." Hu Liena had been biding her time for the opportunity. Seeing Zi Qingyang in such emotional turmoil was the perfect moment for her to exert her control. Instantly, Zi Qingyang's countenance froze, his body rendered immobile and devoid of control. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Lang descended with the force of a thunderbolt, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon his adversary. Simultaneously, with the resplendent Zanluo flashing, he materialized before Zi Qingyang. Fourth soul technique, Dance of Death. Hu Liena's assault followed in close succession. As the lightning struck, Zi Qingyang found himself ensnared, unable to resist with his soul force, and was forced to endure the brunt of the attack with his physical form. A resounding explosion echoed as his right arm was instantly severed. The excruciating pain jolted him back to awareness, only to be met with the sight of an enchanting figure pirouetting before him. Her movements were alluring, her skin a landscape of pristine alabaster, and her gaze, tender and captivating, evoked a sense of affection. The 9 ivory tails swayed gently with her dance, adding an extra layer of enticement. The vision seemed to notice him, and with a sinuous sway of her hips, she approached, caressing his face with her soft, immaculate tail. A look of infatuation washed over Zi Qingyang's face, as if his mind had been completely captivated. However, in a sudden surge of clarity, he recoiled, narrowly evading her tail. Regaining his senses, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his pupils dilated with horror. He realized that Hu Liena had stealthily positioned herself before him. His eyes widened in terror as Hu Liena revealed a bewitching smile. Her 9 tails swelled in size, encircling him completely, forming a constricting sphere. As the tails contracted, a cacophony of agony emanated from within. Hu Liena furrowed her brow, surprised that her attack had not instantly crushed him. "I shall assist." Lu Lang discerned the situation and let out a thunderous roar, summoning the Thunderwing, while the blade in his hand, Zanluo, crackled with fierce lightning. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena flicked her tail and launched it towards Lu Lang. Just as it was about to reach him, the tail suddenly fanned out. Simultaneously, Lu Lang's knife came crashing down with relentless force. Zi Qingyang, having just regained his freedom, was still basking in relief when he noticed a glimmering blade poised above his head. Without resistance, Zanluo descended, accompanied by the sound of flesh being cleaved apart. Lu Lang landed on the ground, slowly turning to face the earth, which bore the bisected corpse. Hu Liena approached Lu Lang's side, glanced at the body, and calmly remarked, "It appears your blade is truly formidable. My dance of death was unable to vanquish him. Your dance of death isn't merely an offensive skill. It incorporates a degree of control, lending it a hint of unpredictability. However, were it not for your continuous control, I would not have found it so effortless." Lu Lang analyzed. "It is primarily your first soul skill that is overwhelmingly powerful," Hu Liena responded with a smile. "Your control is flawlessly executed," Lu Lang complimented. "It is your blade that is sharp," she countered. "Your tail is impressive. Your blade is formidable. Your tail is white. Your blade is hard. You are fair. You are resilient. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange of flattery, though their compliments began to diverge amusingly. As soon as the battle concluded, several figures swiftly approached from the distance, revealing Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall along with several titled Douluo, including the formidable magic bear Douluo, grandfather to Xiongri. What transpired? Bibi Dong landed before Lu Lang and Hu Liena, her expression cold and severe. Simultaneously, the magic bear Douluo radiated a chilling aura. His gaze fierce as he seethed. What audacity! To dare slay my grandson. I shall have his body torn asunder. Lu Lang cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, with half the person already dead, do you arrive merely to desecrate the remains? Dead. Bibi Dong and the bear Douluo finally took notice of their surroundings, where blood was strewn about, and the dismembered corpse of Zi Qingyang lay in two halves. Their faces registered shock. Did you kill him? Who else could it be? Lu Lang replied with evident disdain, realizing how these elders always seemed to ask questions they already knew the answers to. The bear Douluo, stung by his words, felt a rush of indignation. Mind your words, boy. Don't think that just because you are a disciple of the Pope, you can speak so audaciously. If you provoke me, I shall certainly show you my wrath. Chapter 48. The belief of Qian Douluo. I saved your grandson. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Lang countered, though his tone had softened considerably. He recognized that the bear Douluo was affiliated with Qian Douluo, who, despite showing outward respect towards Bibi Dong, held little regard for him internally. If truly provoked, the bear Douluo might resort to extreme measures, though not in immediate danger of losing his life. Lu Lang decided it prudent to adopt a more submissive stance to evade any physical punishment. If he were to be beaten, he could always seek retribution from Xiongri. At this juncture, Xiongri intervened on behalf of Lu Lang. Upon observing this, the bear Douluo realized that, without Lu Lang's assistance, Xiongri might have met a dire fate. Consequently, his tone softened slightly, yet his words remained firm. This is a separate matter. If you fail to respect me, I shall have no choice but to discipline you. At worst, I can heal you again. Lu Lang felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow. This old fellow truly had a fiery temper and was quite principled. It seemed that he could no longer provoke him. What on earth was going on? At this moment, Bibi Dong inquired. Lu Lang stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty. How audacious! With a firm strike of her staff, a surge of soul power erupted around her, causing the flora to sway without wind. The formidable aura compelled Lu Lang and his companions to stagger back several paces, forcing them to brace themselves with their own soul power. Lu Lang pondered in bewilderment why the teacher was so furious. Even if angered, such a display of power seemed excessive, clearly surpassing mere unintentional emanation. The bear Douluo also summoned his soul power to withstand her imposing presence, his heart filled with astonishment at the sheer terror of Bibi Dong's prowess, which vastly exceeded his expectations. He distinctly sensed that this aura was directed at him, evidently incited by his recent words. She was fiercely protective. Realizing this, the bear Douluo felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have spoken so bluntly. Soon, news of Lu Lang's victory over Jin Xingyang and the slaying of Zi Qingyang spread throughout the entire Wuhuan city by the following day, reaching Qian Douluo's ears as well. In the sanctuary, upon hearing the news, Qian Douluo's expression shifted to one of shock, though he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the golden crocodile Douluo with a teasing tone, inquiring, "What do you make of this, Lu Lang?" "What do I make of it?" The golden crocodile Douluo scoffed. "What else but to see with my own eyes?" Qian Douluo paused, realizing that this young man had indeed injured his grandson. It's merely a case of inadequate skill. There is nothing more to discuss. Should I seek retribution as an elder for a mere defeat of a younger opponent? Besides, it's just a severed hand. It can be healed. The golden crocodile Douluo pouted dismissively, yet the bitter expression on his face betrayed his discontent. "But he also killed your nephew," Qian Douluo pointed out. "Humph. Had he not perished, I would have slain him myself." The golden crocodile Douluo huffed angrily, rising abruptly, clearly displeased with Zi Qingyang as well. If he hadn't been so isolated and destitute, I would never have allowed him into the Wuhuan Academy or offered him a position as a teacher. I had hoped he would find peace. Yet he resorted to such actions, manipulating my grandson and attempting to kill the Pope's disciple. He deserved his fate. However, I truly cannot believe that a mere Lu Lang and Hu Liena could have slain Zi Qingyang. At this point, the astonishment on the golden crocodile Douluo's face was unmistakable. When he first heard the news, he had been stunned for a considerable time. Bibi Dong has indeed acquired an exceptional disciple, Daolu remarked, his expression suddenly tinged with sorrow. His thoughts drifted to the far-off snowy empire, to Shui. Once, she too had possessed innate soul power of level 20, and with her talent, she could have shone as brightly as Hu Liena, growing under the public's gaze. Yet her birth had condemned her to obscurity, destined to tread a path forgotten by many. Alas, perhaps this is merely the caprice of fate. Had she received even a fraction of Bibi Dong's affection for Hu Liena, she would not bear such immense pressure now. The golden crocodile Douluo, observing Daolu's melancholic demeanor, understood that his thoughts had returned to Renshue. That child, Shui, is likely to return soon, isn't she? The golden crocodile Douluo inquired. She should, indeed. It has been over a year since we last met, Daolu responded, his eyes brightening at the thought. What do you mean she should? You know full well whether she will return. She may not care about the Pope's birthday, but she certainly remembers yours, the golden crocodile Douluo teased, feigning sarcasm. Despite his age, Daolu displayed a childlike enthusiasm whenever it came to Renshue, relishing the opportunity to boast. Since becoming the crown princess, Shui has been inundated with responsibilities. It's uncertain whether she can find the time. Daolu replied earnestly. She didn't return for my last birthday, did she? Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo paused in surprise. After a moment, he sighed dejectedly, lamenting the waste of her talent. Regret? Daolu murmured, turning to gaze at the angelic statue behind him, his demeanor shifting as the shadows of sorrow vanished, replaced by fervor. There shall be no regrets. With me, Daolu. Present, the concept of regret will never exist, he declared with commanding authority. As he uttered this proclamation, a golden light emanated from the angel statue before him. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, a year had elapsed. By this time, Hu Liena had reached the age of 9, and in the span of a year, his soul power had ascended 4 levels to 39. Throughout this year, his top position remained unchallenged, firmly secured. Hu Liena, having broken through to level 40, fervently pursued him, achieving successive victories and sweeping aside all opponents, ascending to the 2nd rank and once again astonishing the Academy's faculty and students. Alas, how tedious, how dull, how tiresome, how vexing. Hu Liena sat atop the roof, gazing at the moon in the sky, his expression vacant and listless. What troubles you? I've noticed your furrowed brow and sighs. Hu Liena inquired as she joined him, directing her gaze towards the same distant point in the sky. She had been observing Hu Liena for quite some time, noting his perpetual frown, which had lingered for an extended period. What is our purpose? Hu Liena lamented. Every day is consumed by training or the journey to train. This monotonous existence has become utterly tiresome. His annoyance was palpable. Reflecting on the events of the past year, he found no oppression, no danger, nor opportunities, only relentless toil. Ceaseless practice. The tedium of such a predictable life was unbearable to him, a reality that no modern individual could endure. He felt mentally exhausted. How can that be? I find it quite fulfilling, Hu Liena replied, perplexed. Having lived this way for over a decade, she did not perceive it as dull. On the contrary, each incremental improvement in her strength brought her immense joy. Hu Liena cast a glance at her, at a loss for words, and could only let out a sigh. Of course, Hu Liena could not fathom his thoughts. He was unlike her. He was a modern individual, raised in an era of peace. Yet deep within him coursed an undercurrent of madness. He had a particular affinity for excitement, especially that thrill which danced on the precipice of life and death, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Otherwise, he would not have dared to absorb soul rings, forcibly surpassing age limits each time. Nor would he have been audacious enough, at merely a rank of 20-something, to attempt the theft of celestial herbs. After all, the formidable reputation of Douluo, the title Douluo, was not to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, he remained undeterred, for such risks only served to invigorate him. Yet now, the initial exhilaration of traversing into the world of Douluo had begun to wane as he grew more accustomed to it, and his true nature started to reveal itself. Though merely a year had elapsed, the confinement of his spirit within the cage of existence had begun to wear on him, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Alas, Hu Liena truly has words unspoken, only able to express himself through sighs that echo in the air. Hu Liena, sitting beside him, finds her beautiful, clear eyes clouded with concern. It is the first time she has witnessed such a sight of Hu Liena, leaving her at a loss. The man she once knew was brimming with confidence and pride, yet now he appears transformed, shrouded in an inexplicable sorrow. What burdens has he endured to evoke such a change? The incessant sighs of Lu Leng reached her ears, causing Hu Liena's heart to tighten with anxiety. Her brow furrowed, and she felt a pang of guilt for her inability to alleviate Lu Leng's burdens. As she gazed at him, a flicker of determination coursed through her eyes, as if she had made a resolute decision. She moved closer, suddenly extending her right hand, swiftly encircling Lu Leng's neck, her palm resting upon his head as she leaned against him. In an instant, Lu Leng's head found solace upon Hu Liena's shoulder. She fought to suppress her racing heartbeat, her cheeks aflame, avoiding Lu Leng's gaze as she spoke with a trembling voice. "No matter what you are facing, I shall remain by your side." Lu Leng was taken aback when Hu Liena suddenly embraced him, fearing that something untoward had occurred. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle free. But just as he was about to move, he heard Hu Liena's words. The moment her voice reached his ears, it felt as though it possessed a magical quality, transforming into a warm current that rendered his body weak. The flames of his inner turmoil were soothed, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain. The exhaustion that had weighed upon him dissipated as if he had returned to the comfort of his home, banishing any trace of weariness. It seemed that her simple utterance had quietly whisked away the negative emotions that had burdened him throughout the year. He felt his lips twitch, as if he wished to speak, yet he feared shattering this rare tranquility. Ultimately, he remained still, leaning against Hu Liena's shoulder, his heart gradually finding peace. In the end, he even let out a serene breath. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes elongated, appearing as one. The following day, Lu Leng continued to meander aimlessly, his spirits still heavy with discontent, though considerably improved compared to before. As he gazed upon the esteemed Spirit Soul Academy, he felt an increasing sense of repulsion. "Leng, what brings you here?" He looked down, startled by a voice of surprise. Upon lifting his gaze, he found it was Dudu. He nearly forgot about Dudu. And were it not for her distinctive voice and adorable cherubic cheeks, she might have slipped from his memory altogether. After a year apart, Dudu seemed to have gained a bit of weight, her cheeks even more plump, making one want to pinch them playfully. "Ah, Dudu," Lu Leng greeted, glancing around to realize he had wandered into the junior college campus. No wonder he had encountered her. "What's wrong? You seem downcast," Dudu remarked, her initial excitement at seeing Lu Leng dimmed by the concern etched on his face. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit troubled," Lu Leng replied, forcing a smile. Upon witnessing his smile, which resembled more of a grimace, Dudu couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her mouth as she realized the inappropriateness of her reaction. "You've achieved the top rank. What could possibly trouble you?" "It's precisely because I've attained the top rank that I feel troubled." "Oh, I see. You're bored because you lack competition?" Upon hearing this, Lu Leng tilted his head in contemplation, conceding that it was a fair assessment. "That is simple. I have a way. As long as you have the courage, you can find some fun," Dudu said, extending a finger with a playful smile. "What method?" Lu Leng's interest piqued, his spirits lifted. "Have you ever heard of the Soul Arena?" "The Soul Arena?" Upon hearing those three words, Lu Leng felt as though he had been enlightened, a sudden clarity washing over him. Indeed, how had I not considered this before? In the absence of amusement, one can seek joy for oneself. When excitement is lacking, one can create their own thrill. As long as I venture into the dual soul arena, not only can I discover the stimulation I desire, but I can also enhance my strength. This way, both my physical and mental needs will be fulfilled simultaneously, truly a double blessing. How could I have overlooked this? Lu Leng felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet he soon regained his spirits, transforming from his previous self into someone entirely different. "Thank you. I never anticipated that you, as the president, would prove to be quite effective," he remarked, his mood lifted and his usual nonchalance returning. "There's no need for gratitude. It's merely within my capabilities," responded Dudu, who, seeing Lu Leng's joy, felt a sense of happiness in being able to assist him. She continued, "By the way, if you fear being discovered by His Holiness in the Soul Master City, you can seek out my sister. Her name is Dodo, and she is the esteemed host of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. I can arrange for her to provide you with some assistance." The term assistance implied arranging for Lu Leng to face weaker opponents. After all, in Dudu's eyes, despite Lu Leng's prowess, he was not a match for those seasoned fighters who had honed their skills through years of combat. "How did you know I was worried about being discovered by His Holiness?" Lu Leng inquired, his expression one of astonishment. It seemed Dudu was quite well informed, suggesting she might even be aware of his identity as a disciple of the Pope. However, it mattered little, as many were already privy to this information. Indeed, he was indifferent to the school's affairs, having grown accustomed to skipping classes, and those fellows from Souls had little interest in monitoring his attendance. Chapter 50. I will accompany you. His only concern lay with Bibi Dong. If she were to learn of his participation in the soul arena, she would undoubtedly tighten her grip on him. This is trivial. Such matters can be easily uncovered, he mused. In response to Lu Leng's inquiry, Dudu appeared quite pleased with herself, patting her petite chest. Rest assured, I haven't disclosed this to anyone else. You clever little chubby one, Lu Leng chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. I am not chubby. I merely possess baby fat, Dudu retorted, oblivious to the fact that her argument only accentuated her roundness. Very well, you are indeed plump. Lu Leng paid no heed to Dudu's retorts. His mind was solely consumed by 3 words, Soto City. Ah, Soto City. Such an enchanting place. The mere thought of it brought a smile to Lu Leng's lips. He truly did not expect to be heading there so soon. Yet, since the opportunity had arisen, he would indeed venture to Soto City, for it was an inevitable destination. After bidding farewell to Dudu, Lu Leng swiftly gathered his belongings and stealthily exited the Spirit Soul Academy, intending to keep his departure a secret from everyone. However, as soon as he stepped beyond the academy's gates, a striking figure blocked his path. It was Hu Liena. Damn, I knew it, Lu Leng mused silently. Where are you off to? Hu Liena inquired with a smile. Her chance encounter with Lu Leng was not mere coincidence. Rather, she had been covertly following him all along. Distressed by Lu Leng's somber mood, she naturally paid close attention to him, fearing he might do something foolish. Thus, she enlisted several younger students to keep watch over him. Lu Leng's sudden shift in mood today, coupled with his suspicious packing, inevitably aroused Hu Liena's concern. She waited by the entrance, intending to offer her support. Anticipating this, Lu Leng was intercepted by Hu Liena. Inwardly, he grumbled about her omnipresence, but dismissively said he was merely going out for some recreation and to clear his head. I'll accompany you, she replied. Here we go again. Every time he planned to go anywhere, she would say the same thing. Fine, I'm not going out for fun. I have something to do, Lu Leng explained, hoping to dissuade her from following him. It's of no consequence. As long as you're not going to get married. I'll go with you. Big sister, I'm going to commit murder. Are you sure you want to come? Lu Leng revealed bluntly, his voice somewhat raised. Hu Liena paused, realizing Lu Leng was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, as a future pillar of the Spirit Hall, killing is a necessary skill. The fact that you recognize this issue at such a young age means I will accompany you. Then follow me, Lu Leng conceded, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. He had surrendered, managing a wry smile. But immediately, he warned, don't tell anyone, including teacher. Agreed. And so, the two of them departed from Spirit Hall Academy together. However, as they were leaving, Chrysanthemum and Douluo suddenly approached him, informing him that the soul beast he had been asked to find had been located. Upon receiving the news, Lu Leng was elated and, after conveying subsequent instructions, departed from the Spirit Hall Academy. A month later, in Soto City, a striking couple graced the streets. The gentleman, with his handsome visage and well-proportioned physique, invariably drew the enamored gazes of the city's female denizens. The lady, slightly taller, possessed an even more statuesque presence. Her slender waist, ample bosom, lithe legs, and shapely posterior, coupled with her ethereal and alluring charm, captivated the male onlookers, rendering them immobile. A veritable vision of a golden couple. Lu Leng, after journeying from such a distance, why have we arrived in this rather impoverished city? Hu Liena queried, her brow furrowed. The pair were none other than Lu Leng and Hu Liena. Having traveled from Spirit Hall City to Soto City. Already complaining? I did not compel you to accompany me, Lu Leng remarked. Such a lack of appreciation. I am merely concerned for your safety. Otherwise, who would willingly follow you? Hu Liena retorted. One never knows who is protecting whom, Lu Leng mused inwardly. Their banter led them swiftly to their intended destination, the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. You intend to participate in spirit battles? Hu Liena inquired, her countenance expressing astonishment at the sight of the venerable and imposing arena. What, are you apprehensive? Lu Leng jested, scrutinizing her. If fear grips you, there is still time to return. Fear? Hu Liena responded, as if hearing the most absurd jest. Those of the Spirit Hall never harbor such a sentiment. Her eyes gleamed with fervent battle lust, and an aura of formidable intensity emanated from her, revealing her inner bellicosity. Then let us venture within. Lu Leng spoke, then took the lead and stepped inside. Upon entering the grand hall, the first sight that greeted him was the enormous stone tablet, inscribed with the names of countless individuals. Lu Leng understood that these were the souls lost within the Colosseum. Rather than feeling daunted by the names, a fervent madness ignited within his eyes. Greetings. I wish to register. Lu Leng approached the service desk and addressed the attendant. Are you two here to form a team? Not at all. Indeed. The two voices rang out simultaneously. The attendant replied, very well, team registration it is. Lu Long sighed, aware that any contention with Hu Liena would ultimately lead to his own capitulation, a pattern that had persisted throughout their journey. Rather than engaging in futile arguments, it was wiser to acquiesce from the outset. 10 gold spirit coins. What shall the name of your duo be? The attendant inquired as she collected the coins. Lu Long. Visiting for the first time. Legend of the Cold Fox. An incongruous voice erupted once more. The attendant turned her gaze towards Lu Long. Very well. Legend of the Cold Fox. Lu Long's expression darkened. Soon, their badges and information were processed. The attendant handed them their badges, saying, here are your iron spirit badges. Proceed to the testing area to assess your spirit power, and you may then commence your battles. Thank you. The pair took their badges and made their way towards the spirit power testing area. Shoo. Before they could reach the testing zone, a burly man whistled at them provocatively. As he blew the whistle, several men nearby joined in the raucous jeering. Hey there, pretty girl, quite a sight. Such youthful charm, and you're here for the battles? In need of some funds, perhaps? How much for a night? I can cover a year. Do you really think she looks like she is in need of money? Clearly, she is seeking some excitement. It seems the pretty boy beside her isn't satisfying her needs. Come on, big brother here is strong and rhythmical. Haha. Upon hearing that voice, Lu Long was on the verge of erupting, but at that moment, a gentle young man beside him restrained him. My young brother, pay them no heed. Endure this fleeting storm, and once your test is complete, depart swiftly. Lu Long turned around and beheld a man of seemingly refined demeanor. He inquired, are you afraid of them? In response to Lu Long's question, the gentleman merely smiled gently, displaying no sign of anger. He replied, they are all individuals who have survived life and death battles, living on the edge each day, where the specter of death looms perpetually. Hence, they are indifferent to trivial matters, caring only for wealth. This is merely a verbal dispute, unnecessary in essence. Should you draw their attention, you may find yourself in peril. Young man, he continued. His words ring true. If you wish to avoid demise, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, I shall see to it that you are dispatched to an undesirable fate. Haha. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ling's heart ignited with fury. He forcefully shook off the man's hand and, with a frigid tone, replied, thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. With that, he turned and strode towards the testing area. The man was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a confrontation, but soon realized Lu Long was merely heading to the testing area, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. Well, despite his temper, he is at least reasonable and can heed advice. That trait is commendable. Meanwhile, the burly men, witnessing Lu Ling's decision to depart, were left dumbfounded. Yet, within a heartbeat, they erupted into loud laughter. Initially, they had anticipated some sort of confrontation given Lu Long's resolute demeanor and had braced themselves for action, only to find him retreating with his tail between his legs. It was reminiscent of a situation where one feels foolish for exposing themselves only to be met with such triviality. Turns out he is just a master of bluster. How amusing. They mocked. Hey, don't leave just yet. That pretty boy of yours is all show and no substance. Come into my embrace. Happiness awaits. As they continued to deride Lu Ling's retreating figure, Hu Liena coldly interjected, this does not seem like your character. Proud and a disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope. She had been revered since childhood and had never been subjected to such vile words. The men's insults had pushed her to the brink, and she was ready to retaliate. However, being a person of delicate sentiments, she considered others' feelings before making a decision, particularly now, in the presence of Lu Liena, whom she secretly cherished. She was keen to gauge his reaction in this situation. It was akin to a dynamic where the man takes charge outside while the woman manages affairs within. Thus, despite her intense desire to annihilate those men, she patiently awaited Lu Ling's response. This indicated that she held Lu Ling in high regard, almost akin to a husband. Yet, his ultimate choice left her disheartened. How could he remain indifferent while his girlfriend was being insulted? Lu Ling certainly detected the emotions embedded in her words. Her tone was frigid. In the arena of combat, the act of killing was strictly forbidden, and engaging in meaningless discourse with a group of lifeless beings held no significance. What do you mean? Hu Liena felt a substantial portion of her anger dissipate upon hearing the term dead. What do you mean? Lu Ling's lips curled into a cruel smile. A fight to the death. A fight to the death. Hu Liena gasped in astonishment, her small mouth agape. Are you really going to participate in this deadly contest? Lu Ling nodded and remarked, Did that individual not mention that they are all survivors of life and death battles? Therefore, we shall venture in to eliminate them. Isn't that a tad too perilous? At that moment, Hu Liena began to feel a swell of concern. However, her worry stemmed not from the potential consequences of their actions, but rather from the danger that Lu Long might face. What kind of man lacks such resolve? Lu Long asserted with commanding confidence. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar sensation blossoming in her heart. Did his words imply that a man who cannot protect his own woman is unworthy of the title? Oh, what a delightful feeling. Very well, I shall accompany you. Hu Liena, inspired by his fervor, echoed his boldness. This scene did not go unnoticed by the burly men nearby, who muttered amongst themselves, questioning the sanity of the two. As they seemed exhilarated despite the verbal rebuke, the pair approached the testing platform, producing their Iron Soul badge, and commenced their soul power evaluation. In an instant, a radiant light erupted. Hu Liena registered at level 43. Boss, that girl is at level 43. One of the men, who had been intently observing Lu Long, displayed disbelief upon seeing the result. How can she possibly be only that age and already at level 43? A flicker of apprehension crept into their hearts. What's the fuss? It's merely a level 43. Aren't we all at least in the 40s? Boomed a scar-faced man, the very one who had earlier whistled. You know nothing. It's the thrill of playing with a fiery girl that truly matters. The scar-faced man licked his lips, envisioning Hu Liena's alluring figure. The others, witnessing their leader's bravado, felt their earlier trepidation dissipate, excitement reigniting within them. Having long danced with death, they had little regard for their own lives. In their minds, each day was a gift, and if it could be enjoyed with women, all the better. Thus, their astonishment at Hu Liena's remarkable talent was merely brief. After all, they had entangled with many women of similar prowess. Conversely, the gentleman observing the light also expressed surprise at Hu Liena's talent, yet ultimately shook his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Soon, it was Lu Lang's turn to test his abilities. Once more, brilliance burst forth, revealing a level of 39. 39. Boss. That pretty boy appears much younger, yet his soul power is only 4 levels behind, the burly man exclaimed. At this, the scar-faced man was taken aback. While Hu Liena's extraordinary talent was understandable, Lu Long's circumstances were perplexing. 39. He looked scarcely 10 years old. How can this be? The men fell silent, their eyes wide, staring at Lu Long as if he were a creature of myth, their previous mockery extinguished. To the gentleman, this scene ignited a spark of brilliance within him. A genius, an unparalleled prodigy. His breath quickened. Unable to contain his excitement, he hastened towards Lu Lang. Lu Lang retrieved the Iron Soul badge, ready to register and commence the soul battles. However, upon turning around, he noticed a gentleman approaching, his demeanor unusually animated. Hello, young brother. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Ming, he exclaimed, his gaze sweeping over Lu Lang as if he were a precious treasure. Greetings, I am Lang, Lu Long replied, this being the name he used for registration, a mere alias. Meanwhile, he regarded Qin Ming with curiosity, perplexed by the man's excitement. May I inquire which academy you hail from? Qin Ming asked. I'm sorry, but it's rather inconvenient for me to disclose that, Lu Long began to respond. But Hu Liena interjected, her vigilance directed at Qin Ming. They had ventured out discreetly, and any revelation of their identities could lead to complications. Given Lu Long's naivety, she was concerned he might unwittingly divulge too much. My apologies for my rudeness. May I ask who you are? Qin Ming offered an apologetic gesture, then turned his attention to Hu Liena. I am Hu, she replied, adopting her own pseudonym. Both individuals were utilizing aliases, and Qin Ming seemed unperturbed by this, as it was common for the soul arena to be filled with such names. Miss Hu, please do not misunderstand me. I merely noticed the talent of this brother Lang and wished to establish a connection. Additionally, being a few years older, it would not be an exaggeration to say I have a genuine appreciation for talent, hence my audacity in asking. If Brother Long is not affiliated with an academy, or if he is already enrolled, I would consider it a waste of such potential, Qin Ming explained patiently, striving to be tactful and appear less intrusive. Waste? Hu Liena found the notion somewhat amusing, interpreting it as a slight against her martial soul academy. Indeed, it is a waste, Qin Ming asserted confidently, unwavering in his stance. Are you suggesting that you believe I could achieve greater development? Lu Ling inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yes, Qin Ming affirmed with a nod. Is your affiliation with a sect or an academy? Lu Lang probed, his mind racing to recall any sects associated with the surname Qin. After considerable thought, he could not identify any sect by that name. If it was not a sect, it was highly likely to be an academy. Such bold claims, could it be the Tiando Royal Academy? An academy, Qin Ming answered succinctly. Upon hearing these words, Hu Liena could not suppress a laugh. Miss Hu, what prompts your laughter? Qin Ming inquired, intrigued. I'm curious to hear which academy you believe could possibly accommodate Lang, she retorted. Shrek Academy. Qin Ming declared with unwavering confidence. Shrek Academy? Lu Lang and Hu Liena exclaimed in unison, astonished. Lu Long was taken aback. Shrek Academy? Could it possibly be that very Shrek Academy? It must be, for this is Soto City. And no one in the Douluo Continent would dare to employ such an unflattering name. Yet, the name Qin Ming suddenly resurfaced in his thoughts. Qin Ming. Was he the leader of the Imperial battle team? No wonder I had no recollection of him. It turns out this fellow had too little screen time. In the original narrative, he merely served as a guide and then faded into obscurity. Previously, he had been lauded as the second youngest Soul Emperor recorded by the Spirit Hall, leading one to believe he possessed great prowess, yet ultimately, he rendered no significant contribution in the later stages. Lu Lung recalled that this individual had also been a student at Shrek Academy prior to graduation, and indeed, he had been among the most distinguished pupils. It was rather unexpected to encounter him at this juncture. Evidently, he had yet to complete his studies. Have you heard of Shrek Academy? Upon observing the expressions of the two, Qin Ming felt a surge of joy. If they were familiar with it, matters would be much easier to navigate. Hu Liena shook her head. Her surprise stemmed solely from her lack of knowledge about the institution. Her countenance bore a mix of disdain and curiosity. I've never heard of it, but I am intrigued. Why did you only invite Lang and not me? My sincerest apologies. But Shrek Academy admits only those students under the age of 13 who possess a soul power exceeding level 21. Qin Ming replied with pride. This alone deters many from even approaching the Academy's threshold. Not well known yet rather conceited, Hu Liena remarked with continued disdain. Even with Qin Ming's gentle disposition, he felt a chill spread across his features at her derision. Others might mock him, but disparaging his teacher or Shrek Academy was simply unacceptable. Just as he was about to interject, Lu Lang suddenly spoke up. Is Shrek Academy not the institution that exclusively enrolls extraordinary talents? You know of Shrek Academy? Hu Liena inquired with intrigue. Lu Ling nodded, not fully understanding the situation. Since you are familiar with Shrek Academy, would you be interested in joining? He inquired. Rest assured. With your talent, you would receive the Academy's utmost support. All resources would be unconditionally directed towards you, ensuring your future as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Qin Ming spoke with unwavering confidence, believing wholeheartedly in Shrek's capabilities and his teacher's prowess. What a grandiose claim. The youngest titled Douluo? Only Shrek Academy would dare utter such words. Even the Spirit Hall Academy wouldn't boast so brazenly. Hu Liena retorted with scorn. Miss Fox may choose to disbelieve, but please do not belittle Shrek Academy. As a friend of Lu Long, I advise you once, but I hope there will not be a second time. Qin Ming replied coldly. His words, though gentle in tone, conveyed his resolve. Hu Liena's repeated derision towards Shrek had already displeased him greatly. Had it not been for Lu Ling's presence, he might have spoken even more harshly. Hu Liena's expression turned frosty. How could a mere school be off limits to criticism? Being reprimanded by an unknown individual, despite her status as a disciple of the illustrious Pope of the Spirit Hall, was deeply unsettling for her. However, at that moment, Lu Lung intervened. Brother Lung, what do you think? Qin Ming observed their exchange, but remained undeterred, extending his invitation to Lu Lung once more. I have no interest. Lu Lung replied succinctly. Why? Qin Ming was puzzled. After presenting such a significant opportunity, he expected Lu Lung to accept. Your Shrek Academy only recruits monsters, correct? Lu Lung queried. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded, still uncertain of his meaning. But I am not a monster, I am a prodigy. With a charming smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lu Lung caught Qin Ming off guard, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Without further ado, Lu Lung dismissed him with a few words and turned away, departing without a backward glance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Ming grasped Lu Lung's intent and chuckled softly, feeling no anger but rather an increasing sense of enthusiasm. What an intriguing individual. It seems he holds a disdain for Shrek. Yet, the more he looks down upon Shrek, the more determined I am to draw him into its fold. Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Ming subsequently exited the soul-fighting arena. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Qin Ming, Lu Lung made his way to the registration desk. The staff at the registration counter received his Iron Soul badge and began to record his entry. What event would he like to register for? A 2-on-2 deathmatch. Lu Long had inquired and learned that the several burly men would participate in the 7-on-7 team battle, but they would also form private teams for the 2-on-2 matches. Today, however, they had yet to commence the combat, presenting a perfect opportunity for Lu Long to target them. Life and death combat. The administrator appeared somewhat astonished. You are quite young. Are you certain you wish to engage in such perilous battles? Chapter 53. The Flower-Picking Ensemble versus the Cold Fox Legend. Indeed, I feel compelled to remind you that the highest soul power of you two is at level 43, which means you will be participating in battles of level 40, while you are only at level 39. The danger is considerable. You must think this through carefully. The administrator, clearly a person who values talent, urged Lu Lang with genuine concern. I have made my decision. Please proceed with the registration. Lu Lang responded with unwavering determination. Seeing Lu Ling's resolute stance, the administrator sighed in resignation. Very well. Before long, the registration for Lu Lang and Hu Liena was complete, and they awaited in the lounge, ready to be notified when it was time for their combat. They had hardly waited 10 minutes when it was their turn. They were assigned to the 12th combat zone. The Soto Great Soul Arena comprised one main arena and 24 sub-combat zones, with the strength of combatants diminishing as the rankings fell. Lu Lang and Hu Liena are newcomers who, by all accounts, should take the stage last. However, they are a formidable iron fighting soul duo, both at level 40. And their participation in a life and death battle elevates their allure and commercial value, thus placing them in a more prominent position. Now, let us welcome today's rookie team. The Legend of the Cold Fox. They are a strikingly handsome couple. Yet, beyond their beauty and charm, it is their audacity that commands respect. As they have chosen to engage in a life and death battle for their inaugural participation in the Fighting Soul Arena. This undoubtedly reflects their profound self-confidence. So let us eagerly anticipate their performance. Alas, the Legend of the Cold Fox appears to be rather unfortunate, as their opponents are the notorious flower-picking duo. This team is infamous for their merciless cruelty, relishing in the torment and brutalization of their adversaries, particularly targeting beautiful women for their horrific tortures. They are a source of dread for female soul masters in the Fighting Soul Arena. Furthermore, they have achieved 3 consecutive victories, suggesting that this time, the Legend of the Cold Fox may be in for a grim fate. Thus, will this match showcase the flower-picking duo's torturous display? Or will it herald the astonishing debut of the Legend of the Cold Fox? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The hostess' words are remarkably compelling, as he effortlessly stirs the atmosphere of the venue, emphasizing the stark disparity between the two teams, subtly inciting the gamblers to place their bets. In this manner, the Fighting Soul Arena stands to gain significantly in revenue. API call failed with status code 502. Doc type HTML lang and meta char set UTF, 8 meta name viewport content initial scale 1, minimum scale 1, with device with title error 502, server error. 1 title style margin, 0. Padding, 0 HTML, code, font, 15px 22px Arial, sans serif HTML, background, FFF, color, 222, padding, 15px, body, margin, 7 auto 0, max width, 390px, min height, 180px, padding, 30px 015px, body, background, URL, www.google.com images errors robot, PNG, 105px no repeat, padding right, 205px p margin, 11px 022px, overflow, hidden, ins color, 777, text decoration, none, IMG border, 0, media screen and max width, 772px, body background, none, margin top, 0, max width, none, padding right, 0, a logo, a background, URL, www.google.com images branding Google logo 1x Google logo color 150x54 dp, PNG, no repeat, margin left, -5px, media only screen and min resolution, 192 dpi, logo a background, URL, www.google.com images branding Google logo 2x Google logo color 150x54 dp, PNG, no repeat 00 100 Moz border image, URL, www.google.com images branding Google logo 2x Google logo color 150x54 dp, PNG, 0, media only screen and WebKit min device pixel ratio, 2, logo background, URL, www.google.com Images branding Google logo 2x Google logo color 150x54 dp. PNG, no repeat. WebKit background size 100 logo display. Inline block. Height 54px. Width 150px. Style a ref www.google.com span ID logo ARIA label Google span APB502. Beans that S an error. Ins P the server encountered a temporary error and could not complete your request. P please try again in 30 seconds. Ins that S all we know. Ins Lu Long was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he quickly discerned the subtle differences. Although the two soul skills were identical in nature and effect, their methods of manifestation diverged slightly. Closing his eyes, he projected his spirit perception at the soul master level and soon sensed the presence of both individuals beneath the ground. Meanwhile, Hu Liena summoned her martial soul, sprouting a pair of pointed fox ears atop her head, accompanied by the emergence of 9 tails behind her. Once her martial soul was activated, her ears perked up, twitching slightly as they attuned to the sounds in her vicinity. The 9-tailed celestial fox possessed acute hearing, capable of detecting every movement within her range. Upon activating her martial soul, the actions of Huang Dideo and Huang Kaiwa became vividly clear in her mind. Below us, both Hu Liena and Lu Lang exclaimed simultaneously. They then leaped in opposite directions, and at the very moment they sprang away, 2 figures erupted from the earth. Huang Dideo unleashed his second soul skill, 1,000-foot fist, directing an attack towards Hu Liena. His fist swung with moderate force and speed, yet their sheer number was overwhelming. Countless fists, numbering in the thousands, materialized behind him, forming an enormous net of punches that descended upon Hu Liena from various angles. In response, Hu Liena's 9 tails flickered as she erupted into a breathtaking speed, creating multiple illusory fox forms to evade the onslaught of fists. Concurrently, Huang Kaiwa also employed her second soul skill, Giant Tail Entwine, ensnaring Lu Lang. With a frigid sneer, Lu Lang remained unmoved, allowing Huang Kaiwa's tail to coil around him. Sensing victory, Huang Kaiwa constricted her tail, binding Lu Lang tightly. Simultaneously, her claws emerged, and she unleashed her third soul skill, Adamantine Rend. These razor-sharp claws, poised to bisect Lu Lang, promised a gruesome demise. My tail, forged from ossified armor, is impervious to blades and elements alike. Escape is futile. Prepare to meet your end. Huang Kaiwa gloated, envisioning the demise of the fledgling prodigy. Seizing the opportune moment, the commentator exclaimed, "What transpires here?" The enigmatic Lang remains passive as Huang Kaiwa ensnares him. This strike spells certain doom. However, the audience reacted with vehement indignation. A blatant ruse. Refund. A charade. Deceptive practices. Refund. A mercenary ploy. Refund. Fueled by the belief that Lang possessed unparalleled talent, they had wagered heavily on his victory, seeking substantial gains. The present outcome incited suspicion of manipulation by the arena. Amidst the clamor for refunds, the commentator appeared disconcerted, his attempt to galvanize the crowd backfiring. In stark contrast to the tumultuous atmosphere, Lu Lang exuded an icy composure. As the menacing claws loomed closer, he uttered 2 words, severance. Instantly, a flash of frigid light severed the tail binding Lu Lang. Concurrently, he deployed his first soul skill, Swift Draw. In Huang Kaiwa's perception, an overwhelming force surged toward her. Before she could comprehend its nature, a searing pain erupted in her hand. The sound of shattering bones reverberated, accompanied by a spray of blood. Huang Kaiwa was flung against the wall like a projectile, her ribs fractured, her chest caved in. The spectacle silenced the clamor for refunds. Huang Kaiwa struggled to rise, but Lu Lang, with blinding speed, stood before her. A single slash severed an arm. Myopic ray, Huang Kaiwa cried, unleashing a yellow beam from her eyes. Caught off guard, Lu Lang parried with his blade. The concentrated beam struck the Zhanlua sword, eliciting a triumphant grin from Huang Kaiwa. This was his ultimate attack, fueled by his entire soul force. While lacking explosive power, it possessed terrifying penetrative force, capable of piercing any defense. Reserved for dire circumstances, its unexpected deployment often secured victory. Huang Kaiwa believed his triumph was assured, certain that Lu Lang's blade would fail. However, his smile faltered. The beam dissipated upon contact with Lu Lang's blade, leaving no mark. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Without mercy, Lu Lang slashed, blinding Huang Kaiwa. For more slashes severed his remaining limbs. Huang Kaiwa was left mutilated, his body a testament to Lu Lang's ruthlessness. The brutal scene ignited a frenzy. A brief silence was followed by thunderous applause. Those who had demanded refunds now roared their approval, as if they themselves had vanquished Huang Kaiwa. The commentator, seizing the moment, amplified the excitement, driving the atmosphere to a fever pitch. These ordinary individuals, often meek in their daily lives, reveled in the spectacle of carnage. They craved brutality, finding release in the ruthless annihilation. As the battle reached its climax, on one side, Lulong found himself in a precarious position, while on the other, the notorious Huang Daotao struggled against the formidable Hu Liena. After a brief entanglement, Huang Daotao found himself at a disadvantage. The defeat of Huang Kaiwa sent a wave of unease through him, prompting him to hastily burrow into the earth, too fearful to emerge. This harbinger of death was simply terrifying. He could barely comprehend the soul rings before Huang Kaiwa was ruthlessly severed of 6 limbs. Cursed be it. Even if I exhaust my soul power today, I shall not venture out. Huang Daotao trembled in the depths of the soil. Chapter 55, a stunning debut in that moment. All he yearned for was to escape the confines of the battle arena, but the arena was sealed tight. Above and below, there was no means of egress, leaving him utterly trapped. If this persisted, he was certain to meet his demise. He once believed himself unafraid of death, yet when faced with the imminent specter of mortality, fear gripped him. He wished to survive, even if only for another fleeting minute. He lay buried 5 meters beneath the surface. Hu Liena approached Lulong, pointing to a specific location, and declared, "Leave it to me." Lulong's lips curled into a cold smile, and with lightning speed, he ascended above the yellow bandit. The purple soul ring shimmered as he unsheathed his blade, delivering a fierce downward slash. Boom. The immense force of the strike created a colossal crater in the ground, resonating with a thunderous roar. Debris scattered, and clouds of dust rose, obscuring visibility within the chaos. After Lulong delivered a decisive strike, he swiftly moved to Hu Liena's side and said, "This one is yours to finish." "No need," Hu Liena replied coldly after glancing at the nearly lifeless Huang Kaiwa. "Killing him now would be too merciful. Let him remain alive." Soon, the dust settled, revealing the remains of the notorious Huang Daotao. Upon seeing his condition, the audience collectively gasped, for without any soul power for defense, Huang Daotao had been reduced to a mere pulp, mingling with the dirt, leaving no intact piece behind. This scene altered their expressions, their eyes filled with awe as they were profoundly shaken by Lulong's terrifying prowess. What they had anticipated to be a display of the Kaiwa duo's brutality turned out to be the Cold Fox legend's cunning strategy, overpowering the entire arena with its formidable strength. Let us all congratulate them. This victory belongs to the Cold Fox legend. The host's voice resonated powerfully, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. As the crowd cheered, Lulong and Hu Liena returned to the waiting room, while Huang Daotao was carried away by the staff, likely to be discarded as dog food. Checking the time, Lulong decided to participate in 2 more matches. "There's still plenty of time. Shall we take a break?" he inquired. "No need. I didn't even use my soul skills just now. My soul power consumption was negligible." Hu Liena shook her head. Since her martial soul had evolved into the 9-tailed celestial fox, her attributes had undergone tremendous enhancement. Moreover, she had discovered that her soul power recovery rate was extraordinarily rapid, exceeding her previous pace by at least double, granting her a solid foundation for attrition battles. "Then let us continue," Lulong said. However, Hu Liena hesitated. A hint of concern etched on her face. "Let us rest a bit. You should recover your soul power. Additionally, do not underestimate your opponents. If it weren't for your formidable martial soul just now, you might have." Hu Liena's words trailed off, yet Lulong grasped her intention. The final move from Huang Kaiwa was indeed potent, and had he faced anyone else, he might have suffered a severe blow. The coldness in his demeanor softened as he gazed into Hu Liena's eyes, filled with worry, and a warm current flowed through him. "Rest assured, I will be cautious," he said gently. Soon, Lulong's second match arrived. The pair donned their masks, one wielding a blade, the other embodying a fox, and strode towards the battle arena. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the scar-faced man and his 4 companions gathered. "Boss, bad news. Huang Daotao and Huang Kaiwa are dead." A flustered subordinate rushed in. "What? They're dead?" The scar-faced man and his crew were taken aback, yet their faces showed little sorrow. They had anticipated this day would come eventually. "They have lived on the edge for so long, it is hardly surprising," the scar-faced man remarked with a turbulent expression. "Who killed them?" he inquired. "Not out of a desire for vengeance, but rather to prepare for future encounters. I don't know. They wore masks and called themselves the Cold Fox legend. Huang Daotao met a gruesome end. One had his limbs severed, and the other was pulverized into a paste, while their assailants emerged unscathed." The subordinate recalled the scene he witnessed in the audience, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Not even a chance to resist? The scar-faced man inhaled sharply. Despite Huang's doubt at not being the strongest among them, he was of decent caliber, yet he had been utterly overwhelmed, sending a chill down the scar-faced man's spine. They registered as the Cold Fox legend in the arena. They're a new duo, one male, one female. The male is named Lang and possesses a soul power of 39, while the female, Hu, wields 43. A male and a female, 39 and 43, the scar-faced man muttered, suddenly his eyes gleaming with realization. It must be them. A cruel smile spread across his face. Boss, what are you planning? Nothing much. Inform the brothers that we have work tonight. Understood. On the other side. When Qin Ming returned to Shrek Academy, night was approaching. However, instead of heading to his dormitory, he immediately sought out his mentor, Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, why aren't you at the battle arena? I thought you wouldn't return today, Flinder remarked. Pride and reluctance swelling in his heart as he looked at his most esteemed disciple. At 26 years of age, Qin Ming had already attained a soul power level of 49 and was on the verge of breaking through 50. Teacher, I have wonderful news, Qin Ming exclaimed joyfully. In truth, Qin Ming was about to leave Shrek Academy, a heartbreaking prospect for Flinder, who had nurtured him for 2 decades, to elicit joy from his mentor. Qin Ming had been searching for exceptional students for several years. He had found a few, though none particularly stood out. Today, however, he believed he had discovered someone truly remarkable, Lu Liena. Oh, what good news. Do share, Flinder said, fully aware that Qin Ming's enthusiasm indicated something significant. I have found an exceptionally talented student. I estimate he is not yet 10 years old, yet his soul power has reached the astounding level of 39. Wait. What did you say? 39. Flinder interrupted, astonished. Qin Ming, taken aback by Flinder's intensity, quickly affirmed, yes, I'm certain he is indeed 39. What about his age? Are you sure? Flinder pressed, his skepticism evident. If what Qin Ming claimed was true, this individual must be brought into Shrek Academy. I couldn't discern his exact age, but he certainly doesn't exceed 12. Additionally, he has a female companion, appearing to be around 17 or 18, who is equally gifted, boasting a soul power of 43. Qin Ming's tone conveyed both shock and a tinge of disappointment. He had always prided himself on being one of the fastest cultivators on the continent. But discovering 2 individuals surpassing his progress struck him hard. Flinder, absorbed in Qin Ming's revelations, stood frozen like a statue, his expression hardening. Teacher? Qin Ming called softly. Flinder snapped back to reality. Have you invited him to join Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming could not help but smile wryly. When I encountered them, they were engaged in battle, and I extended an invitation, but it seemed he looked down upon our academy. So young and already participating in the battle arena. Flinder was taken aback once more, then inquired, did he mention which academy he attends? No, he did not. Qin Ming shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Flinder quickly made a decision. Since nothing had been said, it indicated that we still have a chance. Thus, you shall lead the way. And I will personally pay a visit. I hope they haven't departed yet. Flinder clearly was reluctant to give up. It was understandable, as no academy would turn away such a prodigy. Qin Ming, well aware of Flinder's determination, disregarded his dinner and promptly guided him towards the soul arena. As dusk approached within the arena, Lu Liena had concluded his battles for the day. By nightfall, they had engaged in 4 matches, achieving a perfect record with 4 victories, earning them 4 points and 200 gold soul coins. Given the nature of life and death combat, the rewards in gold soul coins were significantly higher than those from regular matches, although the points remained the same. Only upon achieving consecutive victories of 5 or 10 would the bonus points increase slightly. Overall, the experiences gained from a day of life and death battles greatly enriched their practical skills, surpassing what could be learned in a semester of sparring at the academy. After all, this knowledge was gleaned from the brink of life and death, making it far more effective and profound. Let us reside here for a spell, Lu Liena remarked to Hu Liena as they exited the arena. And where shall we stay? At a hotel. Where else? Lu Liena replied, beginning his search for accommodations. Soon, they stumbled upon a rather upscale establishment, the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel, splendid. This will do, Lu Liena nodded in satisfaction. The Rose Hotel was a frequent haunt of Dai Mubai in the original narrative and was considered the finest hotel in Soto City. Although Soto City was not particularly impressive, it was safe to assume that if Dai Mubai could stay there, it could not be too shabby. Upon entering the hotel, they were warmly greeted by a charming attendant who guided them to the front desk. Hello, we would like to book 2 rooms. Sir, are you certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms? The attendant inquired, taken aback. It was rather amusing to come to such a place and request 2 rooms. Lu Long certainly understood her implication and immediately replied with a serious demeanor. Do I appear to be the kind of person who would engage in such activities? Lu Ling's words essentially conveyed the sentiment that he had not yet fully matured. What purpose would it serve to book a room? However, the attendant evidently misinterpreted his meaning. She responded with an apologetic smile, remarking, Sir, your appearance is striking, and your demeanor exudes elegance. You are clearly a person of refinement. In matters of affection, you display both loyalty and fervor, while also possessing the self-restraint to not overstep boundaries. Truly, you are a rare gentleman, and I feel fortunate for your future wife. The attendant's remarks were delivered with finesse, encapsulating both a response to Lu Long's inquiry and an inadvertent compliment. Furthermore, her keen perception allowed her to discern Hu Liena's interest in Lu Lang, thus intertwining her praise with themes of love, aligning perfectly with Hu Liena's sentiments. Ultimately, she concluded with a subtle metaphor regarding Hu Liena's prospective role as his wife, thereby encapsulating their connection in a masterful flourish, rendering her response impeccable. Upon hearing the response, Lu Long was momentarily taken aback. She mused that the Rose Hotel, being the largest establishment in Sotoa City, indeed possessed its own merits. Even the front desk staff exhibited such discernment. Although she had misinterpreted her own intentions, she promptly declared, enough of the pleasantries. Let us proceed swiftly and rent for a month. Long-term rentals come with discounts. While the rooms are refundable, the discounts are not. Once you both have made your decision, we can proceed with the deposit, which totals 550 gold soul coins for 2 rooms. Is it truly so expensive? Hu Liena exclaimed in surprise. Though she had little concept of money, she understood the value of a gold soul coin. 550 gold soul coins equated to a daily expenditure of 10 coins, and for an ordinary family, a month's living expenses amounted to merely a few gold soul coins. We cater to your needs, and by making such a substantial expenditure at once, you can upgrade to VIP status, which includes complimentary transportation services, the attendant elucidated. With this explanation, it did indeed seem quite reasonable. Very well, let it be so. Lu Ling acquiesced. In truth, the cost was of little concern. After all, the Spirit Hall was a vast enterprise, and she had brought over 10,000 gold soul coins with her. Before long, Lu Ling amicably settled the rent and deposit. The attendant then produced 2 golden keys, stating, These are your room keys, located on the top floor, designated as the Red Ocean and the Blue Fairy. Red Ocean? Lu Ling was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would find himself residing in the Red Ocean, a room exclusively designated for Dai Mu Bai. Considering the timeline, Dai Mu Bai should be nearing his arrival at Shrek Academy, yet the Red Ocean remained unclaimed, indicating that he had either not yet arrived or had only just reached Soto City and had yet to embark on his journey of indulgence. With this realization, Lu Ling proceeded to share a meal with Hu Liena at the hotel before making his way towards his room. Lu Ling chose to stay in the Blue Enchantress, while Hu Liena naturally resided in the Red Ocean, with their rooms situated in close proximity to one another. All right, it's time to retire for the night and conserve our energy. We must prepare for battle tomorrow, Lu Ling remarked to Hu Liena before turning to enter his room. However, as Hu Liena pushed open the door to the Red Ocean, she was immediately taken aback by the lavish decor inside. Enormous heart-shaped roses, a carpet of red rose petals, red candle holders, and crimson silk ribbons, as if she had stepped into a bridal chamber. Chapter 57. The Rose Hotel. Night raid suddenly. Hu Liena dashed out of her room and glanced toward Lu Ling's door, noticing it firmly shut. She couldn't help but ponder whether this fellow had deliberately chosen the Rose Hotel and orchestrated this elaborate scene as a test for her. Was he implying that she should leave the door open for him tonight? Or perhaps inviting her into his room? Oh, how embarrassing. What am I thinking? He is but 9 years old. A childhood husband, just around the corner. Flustered, her cheeks flushed, Hu Liena stole another glance at Lu Ling's door before finally retreating into her own room. In contrast, the layout of the Blue Enchantress was somewhat inferior to that of the Red Ocean. However, this mattered little to Lu Ling, as he merely sought a place to sleep. After freshening up, he promptly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, outside the Rose Hotel, a group of 7 or 8 burly men lurked in the shadows. Boss, they've turned off the lights. Should we make our move? One of them asked. The Scarface leader checked the time and replied, Patience. Let's wait a little longer until they are completely at ease. He then turned to another man. How are things on your end? Rest assured, there is a waiter among them who used to be one of my underlings. I threatened him to ensure he laced their rooms with a hallucinogenic incense. The second man assured, "These two have won 4 matches today. They must be laden with gold soul coins. This operation will not only avenge our brothers, but will also yield a nice profit." The third man chuckled. The scar-faced leader couldn't help but laugh as well. But then his expression shifted. "Just remember, do not harm that little girl. I want to enjoy myself." "Don't worry, boss. But after you're done, will you keep this to yourself?" The second man asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I feast on meat. You shall not be deprived of the broth." The scar-faced leader declared grandly. "Thank you, boss." His underlings responded, their faces alight with lascivious grins. Meanwhile, Flanders and Qin Ming arrived at the soul-fighting arena. Yet they could not locate Lu Long and his companion. Where could they be? Flanders inquired. "Wait a moment. I shall inquire with the staff," Qin Ming replied, hastily departing and returning just as swiftly. "I asked the staff, and they mentioned that they left some time ago. Do you know where they went?" "Unfortunately, no. The staff only said they headed east," Qin Ming disclosed. "But I suspect they are not from Soto City at this late hour. They must be looking for a place to stay. We should check the hotels. Soto City is vast, and there are numerous hotels. How will we find them?" Flanders asked, casting a sidelong glance. "If we focus solely on the east, it should be manageable. They are both dressed as if from affluent families, so they certainly wouldn't choose an inferior hotel. There are only a handful of upscale hotels in the eastern area," Qin Ming analyzed. Flanders nodded in agreement. "I must admit, Qin Ming, you are quite astute. With just a single remark from the staff and your deductions, you have nearly pinpointed Lu Long's whereabouts. Such a keen and composed mind is why you are Flanders' most exceptional disciple. Then let us set off without delay." Time was of the essence, and the two quickly embarked on their search. As moments ticked by, the scar-faced leader and his crew continued to wait outside the hotel for another half hour. "Is it time yet?" he inquired. "Almost. The effect of the hallucinogenic incense will be at its peak now," one of his men responded. "Then let us proceed as planned. Remember to avoid the hotel security. While they may be incompetent, they can still pose a nuisance. Strike swiftly and retreat immediately." "Understood." Thus, the group split into two. One part feigned friendship and ascended the stairs to search for their targets, while the other circled around outside, preparing to climb through the windows. Before long, the group ascending the stairs arrived at the door of the 2 rooms. "One more minute. As soon as the time is up, we act," the scar-faced leader whispered, glancing at the clock. Soon, the minute elapsed. The scar-faced leader retrieved the spare key that the waiter had secretly provided, handing one to each of his 2 subordinates, who then inserted the keys into the locks. The faint sound of the keys turning resonated in the quiet of Hu Liena's room, where only the rhythmic sound of her breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, within the Blue Enchantress, Lu Long suddenly opened his eyes wide, his weapon, the blade of the righteous, appearing in his hand. "Someone's here." Lu Long's heart stirred as he swiftly stored the fragrant mystical silk beside his bed into his ring. The moment the enchanting silk entered the ring, Lu Long was immediately enveloped by a peculiar aroma. "This is troublesome. It is a sleeping potion." "Hu Liena." Lu Long was not concerned for himself. His immediate reaction was that Hu Liena was in peril. His pupils constricted sharply, radiating a brilliant light, as he prepared to rush out. However, the doorknob suddenly twisted, revealing a narrow opening. Lu Long's expression was frigid. Without uttering a word, he drew his blade and struck fiercely. At the entrance, a young subordinate had just pushed open the door, his head barely peeking inside when an icy chill enveloped him. In an instant, a flash of light severed his head in 2. Simultaneously, the formidable force of the slash shattered the door, sending another subordinate hurtling backward. "Make your move," Scarface commanded decisively upon realizing that Lu Long had detected them. Outside, for individuals crashed through the windows, 2 rushed into Lu Long's chamber, while the other 2 entered Hu Liena's room. Scarface and another accomplice turned to charge at Lu Lang, while the fallen subordinate, after a brief struggle and glancing around, opted to seek refuge in Hu Liena's quarters. Meanwhile, the commotion roused the management of the Rose Hotel, prompting security personnel to rush toward the disturbance. "End this swiftly. Eliminate him," Scarface barked, as the 4 assailants surged towards Lu Long. Danger loomed ominously. Lu Long's first thought was not for his own safety, but for the peril Hu Liena faced. Possessing the ethereal fragrance of the Qilua mortal, he remained unaffected by the mesmerizing scent that could ensnare the unwary. However, Hu Liena lacked such protection and, caught unawares, was undoubtedly in a deep slumber, devoid of any capacity to resist. Upon this realization, Lu Long's gaze turned icy. and he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a flourish, he unleashed the blade of severance, instantly enveloped by crackling lightning. As a palpable aura of dread coalesced within the room. Beneath him, 3 spirit rings, a single purple and 2 black, illuminated, signifying the presence of a millennium soul ring. The resplendent purple and the oppressive black filled the chamber, momentarily stunning all who had rushed in, leaving them momentarily dazed. The scarred face of one intruder finally betrayed a flicker of fear. It was only then that he realized he had provoked a force he should not have trifled with. However, he quickly regained his composure. The die had been cast, and there was no turning back. A resolute glint sparked in his eyes as he bellowed. Do not linger in shock. Use all your might and eliminate him at once. Confronted with such an adversary, the scarred man understood deeply that this battle would yield a fatal outcome for one of the 2 parties. There was no avenue for retreat. Chapter 58, 1 against 8. With that declaration, he was the first to activate his martial spirit as his 4th soul ring glimmered, a dazzling purple. Though it fell slightly short compared to Lu Long's 4th soul skill, Annihilation of the Azure Wolf. Upon witnessing this, the others wasted no time in unleashing their most formidable soul techniques. 4th soul skill, Iron Foot Trample. 4th soul skill, Rampaging Rhinoceros Charge. 4th soul skill, Explosive Flames. The coordinated assault erupted almost simultaneously, for they had all sensed Lu Long's terrifying soul rings, and without the need for the scarred man's urging. They understood the imperative to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. 1st soul skill, Blade Draw Slash. Lu Lang remained undaunted, uttering a low growl as he wielded his sword, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. However, his strike was not aimed at his adversaries, but rather at the wall that separated him from Hu Liena's chamber. His foremost priority was to ensure her safety. Only then could he divert his attention to combating these foes. His speed was remarkable, especially now that he was at his limits, rendering him nearly invisible. Moreover, among the 4 assailants, none possessed any area of effect abilities, which allowed Lu Lang to effortlessly breach the wall and enter Hu Liena's room. Upon his arrival, he witnessed a burly man extending his claw-like hand towards her. With the force of thunder, without hesitation, Lu Lang unleashed a bolt of lightning. The giant had yet to react. Perhaps he never anticipated that Lu Lang would demolish the wall to arrive in this chamber. He froze momentarily, and it was during that fleeting moment of hesitation that a massive bolt of purple lightning pierced through the ceiling, incinerating him instantly. The other 2 individuals in the room, witnessing this, swiftly channeled their soul power and activated their martial spirits. Lu Lang swiftly moved to Hu Liena's side and, upon discovering that she had merely fallen into a deep slumber, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily retrieved a prepared antidote from his ring and administered it to her. There was no time to wait for her to awaken, as the remaining 6 individuals charged towards him once more. Meanwhile, outside the Rose Hotel, a bolt of lightning struck unexpectedly, drawing the attention of Qin Ming and Flandra. Teacher, there is a battle over there, Qin Ming exclaimed, pointing towards the direction of the hotel. Let us investigate, Flandra replied, his expression grave, as he hurried towards the scene. Inside the room, 6 burly men formed a menacing encirclement, advancing towards Lu Lang. He found himself unable to evade them, despite his speed. Breaking through the 6 was impossible unless he took to the skies. However, doing so would undoubtedly leave the still unconscious Hu Liena vulnerable to severe harm. In that moment, Lu Lang had made his resolution. If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. Lu Lang's gaze was resolute, his expression one of indifference. With a swift motion, he brandished his weapon, the Zhan Luo, and unleashed a torrent of soul power, revealing his formidable 39th level of soul energy without reservation. In an instant, 8 towering tornadoes, each exceeding 3 meters in height, erupted from the ground, spiraling outwards in 8 directions, centered around Lu Lang. These tornadoes, enshrouded with the power of thunder and lightning, expanded in size as they distanced themselves from him, remaining interconnected and leaving no gaps for intrusion. This was the 3rd soul skill, Windstorm of Residual Thunder, a skill honed over nearly 50,000 years, executed with the prowess of a divine-level martial soul. Its overwhelming force was utterly impeccable. This technique, while immensely powerful, was also a tremendous drain on energy, and dividing it into 8 forms required significant mental fortitude. It could only be sustained for a mere 30 seconds. However, within that fleeting half-minute, it was beyond the capability of those at the 40th level to withstand. Despite their higher rank compared to Lu Lang, the disparity in strength remained insurmountable, as they each bore merely a millennium of soul rings. The tornadoes, sharp as blades and crackling with raging electricity, encountered the attacks of the scarred-faced individuals. Yet upon contact, they were met with an overwhelming force that yanked them off their feet. Their soul techniques barely held for an instant before 6 of them were effortlessly lifted and swept into the vortex, along with the surrounding furniture and structures, leaving nothing in their wake. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Lang unleashed another thunderous onslaught, this time conjuring not 1, but 6 bolts of lightning. Albeit diminished in size compared to the previous strike, these celestial discharges unerringly struck their targets, causing the 6 assailants to convulse and collapse. 1. A soul master of meager power, barely surpassing level 40, was tragically electrocuted. A cacophony of agonizing screams filled the air, yet Lu Lang remained impassive, his gaze as frigid as the Arctic winds. After an interval of 10 seconds, the tempest subsided and the lightning ceased. The 5 surviving adversaries lay prostrate around Lu Lang, like discarded puppets. The scarred ringleader attempted to rise, but Lu Lang swiftly materialized before him in a flash of lightning. With a flourish of Jean Luo, he executed a precise upward thrust, bisecting the man's form with perfect symmetry. Unhesitatingly, he followed with 5 swift slashes, decapitating the remaining foes. Their severed heads, propelled by inertia, scattered across the ground, one coming to rest at the feet of a newly arrived guard. The guard, aghast at the sight of the wide-eyed head, turned his gaze upon the icy-eyed man wielding the long blade, his face etched with terror. His fallen comrades, no doubt, shared his dread in their final moments, bewildered by their inexplicable demise. Thus, the sudden assassination attempt culminated in Lu Lang's resounding victory against overwhelming odds, a testament to his indomitable prowess. As the guard ascended to the upper floors, reinforcements arrived in droves, led by the hotel manager and soon followed by the city guard, alerted to the disturbance. Accompanied by a throng of curious onlookers, the Rose Hotel was besieged by a dense crowd. Simultaneously, Flinder and Qin Ming arrived at the scene. Their attention was immediately drawn to Lu Lang, standing amidst the carnage, exuding an aura of intense lethality. He stood there, unremarkable, his forehead obscured by a curtain of hair, concealing his expression. The Jean Luo's sword dangled casually from his grasp, seemingly innocuous, yet none dared underestimate its power, for its blade still dripped with fresh blood. Around him lay a macabre tableau of blood-soaked earth, shattered architecture, and headless corpses. An aura of profound cold emanated from him, deterring approach. Though slender in stature, he stood out amidst the chaos, a veritable demon risen from the depths of hell, inspiring dread in all who beheld him. Even the arriving guards hesitated to approach within 3 meters. In stark contrast to the gruesome scene, Hu Liena remained peacefully asleep, her countenance serene and untroubled, her breath measured, as if oblivious to the preceding conflict. "It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment," Flinder remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. He stared intently at Lu Lang, a tremor running through his core. He recognized some of the fallen, individuals who had survived the brutal crucible of death matches in the Soul Arena. Renowned for their strength and savagery, shunned by common folk. Their demise at Lu Lang's hands was a revelation. Though untimely, it serves to validate my assertions. "I believe an introduction is in order," Qin Ming replied with a wry smile, tinged with a hint of resignation. He had previously held Lu Lang's talent in high regard, but witnessing this spectacle, he realized he had underestimated him. Indeed, Flinder concurred, his gaze shifting to one of admiration. Exceptional talent, unwavering composure, devotion to comrades, and a wealth of combat experience, all hallmarks of perfection. Who could have possibly nurtured such a prodigy? Flinder mused aloud. Prior to arriving, he had hoped to recruit Lu Lang into the Shrek Academy, but now, witnessing this scene, he harbored doubts. Not in Lu Lang's potential, but in his own. Such a talent must surely be guided by a powerful mentor, backed by a prestigious academy or sect. Has the teacher given up so easily? Qin Ming inquired, detecting the undertones in Flinder's words. One never knows until one tries. With that, Qin Ming swiftly positioned himself beside Lu Lang, who turned to regard him with a cold stare. Qin Ming offered a warm smile and inquired, "Brotherling, what transpired here?" Lu Lang remained silent, an unmistakable chill gleaming in his eyes, as if the sword in his grasp, Jean Luo, was ready to strike at any moment. The sudden night assault compelled Lu Lang to remain wary of everyone around him. After all, in the soul-fighting arena today, besides the scarred face, there was also Qin Ming present. A tremor coursed through Qin Ming's heart as he realized Lu Lang had misunderstood him. He hastily clarified, "Please do not misinterpret my intentions. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Allow me to introduce my mentor, Dean Flander." With that, Ming introduced Flander to Lu Liena. Taking a step forward, Flander offered a gentle smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Flander. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Lu Liena cast a glance at him, well aware of who Flander was, yet currently indifferent to the matter. He coldly remarked, "I am not in a pleasant mood right now." Flander's expression turned awkward, his hand stiffening in midair, clearly realizing he had misspoken. Sighing, he regretted his impulsiveness in uttering such a thoughtless comment in this inappropriate setting. It was truly unfortunate to leave a poor impression on their first encounter. Ming also felt the tension, recognizing his teacher's uncharacteristic behavior. He hastily attempted to ease the atmosphere, saying, "Brother Ling, do you require assistance? I see these individuals are from the arena." "I am aware," Lu Liena replied. He had just clashed with these individuals that morning, and it was impossible for him to simply forget. Ming sighed, suggesting, "I suspect their malicious intent was spontaneous. If you were to eliminate them, there would be little to pursue afterward. They are merely individuals living on the edge, where life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens." Ming's insights resonated with Lu Liena's own thoughts, serving as a timely reminder. At that moment, Flander sought to say something to alleviate his previous awkwardness. However, just then, Hu Liena, under the effect of the detoxification pill, regained consciousness. She opened her eyes to find the ceiling of the room inexplicably vanished, revealing the starry sky above, and the surroundings were chaotic, filled with the stench of blood. "What happened? Where's the ceiling?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Rising to her feet, she found her body weak and devoid of strength. Looking around, she noticed the shattered remnants of the building and the disorderly scene, her surprise deepening. What has transpired? Why are there so many dead? She turned her gaze towards Lu Liena, whose expression had softened as he recounted the events in brief. Upon hearing his account, her face turned pale, filled with dread. "Brother Long, it seems this hotel is no longer a viable option for us. Given the late hour, searching for another place would be a futile endeavor. Why not stay with us at Shrek for the night?" Ming seized the opportunity as soon as Hu Liena awakened. Lu Liena instinctively sought to decline, as he had no desire to become entangled with Shrek. Currently, he was a member of the Spirit Hall, and if the narrative unfolded as anticipated, their paths would inevitably converge. However, at that moment, the hotel manager approached, slightly bowing and expressing his sincere apologies. "I regret to inform you, sir, that our hotel has encountered such a situation, causing you considerable inconvenience. This is a failure on our part regarding security. To convey our remorse, we shall refund the entirety of your prepaid accommodation, and both of you will enjoy complimentary lodging for any future stays. Regrettably, we must ask you to endure a slight inconvenience tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Liena inquired, "Are there truly no other rooms available?" The manager replied, "Rooms exist. Yet we are experiencing some management issues that necessitate a thorough investigation and a reorganization tonight to avoid disturbing our guests. Given the current state of disrepair, it would be unseemly for us to remain open." At this juncture, Flanders interjected, "Do not be too modest, my young friend. Although Shrek may not boast the opulence of the Rose Hotel, it is clean and tidy enough for a night's stay." The hotel manager continued, "Indeed, sir, I apologize for the inadequate service. However, we shall restore everything to its former glory by tomorrow, and we would be delighted to welcome you both then." "Very well. Under these circumstances, I have no alternative," Lu Liena conceded, recognizing that he required ample rest for the upcoming soul duel. Nevertheless, he turned to Flanders and clarified, "Let it be known that I am merely seeking temporary lodging for one night. I am willing to pay, but I shall not be joining Shrek." As he spoke, Lu Liena produced 2 gold soul coins, not wishing to incur any debts of gratitude. He was aware that this amount sufficed for a single night, given Shrek's limited finances. "Ah, you needn't be so formal," Flanders replied cheerfully, seeing Lu Liena's offer. "You underestimate me, young brother. Though our academy is financially constrained, we can certainly accommodate a single night's stay. Please, consider this an opportunity to forge a friendship." Flanders said this with a hint of jest. Yet Lu Liena gently shook his head. "Regardless of whether you accept my payment, I must make my stance clear. I do not enjoy being in anyone's debt." Upon hearing this, Flanders understood Lu Liena's resolute sentiment and felt a slight pang of disappointment. However, he quickly rallied his spirits, stating, "In that case, I shall accept a copper soul coin." Flanders held a deep respect for Lu Liena's principles. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Liena found himself with a newfound understanding of the legendary four-eyed cat eagle. It must be said that within the pages of the original work, Flanders stands out as a commendable figure at Shrek Academy. At the very least, he has consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication to the institution. However, as a member of the protagonist group, it was inevitable that they would be adversaries. After reaching this conclusion, Lu Long and Hu Liena swiftly gathered their belongings and made their way to Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival, Flinder refrained from further intruding upon Lu Long and the others, providing them with 2 rooms and briefly indicating the locations for their ablutions before taking his leave. Lu Lang surveyed the so-called Shrek Academy. Though not dilapidated, it was indeed austere to the extreme, nestled within a village and seamlessly integrated into its surroundings. Were it not for a sign hanging at the entrance, one would scarcely believe it to be an academy. After a brief freshening up, Lu Lang prepared to retire for the night. It was already past midnight, and he needed to be in good spirits for the Soul Arena the following day. "Why are you still here?" Lu Lang inquired, returning to his room to find Hu Liena still present. "Why have you not been poisoned?" she retorted, evading his question. "I possess celestial herbs, specifically the fragrant Chilua celestial product. I always leave it outside before sleeping to prevent anyone from administering poison," Lu Long clarified. Hu Liena responded with an understanding yet mischievous "Oh," her eyes glinting with a hint of cunning as she posed another question. "Do you think they will retaliate against us?" Lu Lang pondered for a moment, then with a resolute expression concluded that they likely would not come, for this was Shrek Academy, a place teeming with formidable experts, and they would not possess such audacity. However, Hu Liena suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. "But what if they do come?" Hu Liena's face unexpectedly flushed, and after uttering those words, she quickly added, "They are all desperate individuals. Who knows what they might do, right?" "What do you mean?" Even Lu Long, usually dull, could perceive that Hu Liena's demeanor was somewhat peculiar at this moment. "I mean nothing much. I am merely afraid," Hu Liena murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. Lu Long finally understood her intention. She seemed determined to stay. What should he do? Surely, he could not truly share a bed with her. At 30, with a mature mindset, the thought of sleeping beside the adolescent Hu Liena, despite her well-developed figure, felt utterly unacceptable and morally reprehensible. What was he to do? Should he force her out? Yet, her words seemed to hold a grain of truth. What if there were still remnants of her faction, driven by desperation to seek vengeance? The mere thought sent a wave of anxiety through Lu Long. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Liena misinterpreted his prolonged gaze as an indication of inappropriate thoughts. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed crimson, she instinctively lowered her head into her arms. After a moment, she noticed that Lu Long remained in a daze, which sparked a flicker of irritation within her. With a huff, she decided to dismiss her annoyance, leaping onto the bed and wrapping herself snugly in the blankets. "I'm going to sleep now. I don't care where you sleep, but you cannot leave this room," she declared with a pout. With that, she buried her head under the covers, turned off the light, and drifted off to sleep. Silly fool. Lu Long stood dazed in the darkness, astonished to find Hu Liena truly lying down. He felt utterly at a loss, like a marionette devoid of strings. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and retrieved a spare blanket from the nearby cabinet, laying it out on the ground to create a makeshift bed. "I am not like Tang San, that insipid character, hypocritical, with the heart of an adult encased in the body of a juvenile, feigning ignorance to take advantage of others." Lu Long scoffed softly, wrapping himself in the blanket and drifting into slumber. He prided himself on being a principled individual, resolutely averse to engaging in such distasteful conduct. Every action of Lu Long was keenly observed by Hu Liena. Noticing that Lu Long had not retired to bed, she felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it. After all, Lu Long was still young. Although she had recognized her own feelings, she would not act boldly. Thus, the two of them drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, they awoke and, upon stepping outside, encountered Flander. Flander greeted them and inquired about their rest. "Quite well." Lu Long and Hu Liena replied in unison, expressing their gratitude. Lu Long continued, "We apologize for disturbing you, Director Flander. Since day is broken, we shall not trouble you any further." With that, they prepared to take their leave. Seeing them about to depart, Flander felt a sudden pang of urgency and stepped forward, exclaiming, "You two have just risen. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Why not partake in a meal first? Allow me to extend my hospitality." Upon hearing this, Lu Long also deemed it a viable option. After all, departing immediately after a night's rest would indeed be somewhat impolite. Thus, he followed Flander to the dining hall. Flander, in high spirits, seized the opportunity to extol the founding principles of Shrek Academy, its core mission, admission criteria, and its tailored teaching methods for students based on their individual aptitudes. He subtly hinted that should Lu Long gain admission to Shrek, he would be bestowed with the finest educational resources, unparalleled treatment, and the utmost of everything. Whatever Shrek possessed, he would generously share. Lu Long listened intently, for this was an opportunity to understand Shrek. However, he couldn't help but shake his head internally. Flander had spoken at length about various inconsequential matters, yet he had neglected to mention the most crucial teaching resources. He merely stated that the finest resources would be provided to Lu Lang, but remained silent regarding the specifics of what those resources entailed. Lu Lang concealed his true thoughts, yet he smiled amiably and acknowledged with a cheerful demeanor, much like a seasoned socialite, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for Shrek's enthusiasm while lamenting that he could only disappoint such goodwill, among other trivial remarks. Flanders perceived Lu Long's attitude but intensified his efforts in conversation. He genuinely did not wish to miss the opportunity to engage with this prodigious talent. Upon hearing the final words, Lu Lang became somewhat impatient, responding in a disinterested manner. In truth, he had contemplated that had he not already been incorporated into the Spirit Hall, he would indeed have chosen Shrek Academy. After all, this was the birthplace of Tang San. Favored by Fortune. Chapter 61. For questions for Flander beside him, Hu Liena noticed Lu Lang's displeasure and, harboring her own disdain for Shrek, furrowed her brow and spoke up. Director Flander, if you wish to invite Lung into your Shrek Academy, I have a few questions to pose. I hope you do not mind. Of course. I would be delighted, Flander replied, his spirits lifted by Hu Liena's words, which offered him a glimmer of hope. The first question, what is the highest spirit power level among your academy's instructors? Hu Liena inquired. 76th level battle spirit saint, that would be me, Flander stated. A hint of pride evident on his face as he reminisced about the glory days of the Golden Iron Triangle. That's acceptable, Hu Liena replied coolly. Merely acceptable. Flander felt a twinge of apprehension at her understated response, which left him anxious about the forthcoming inquiries. The second question, does your academy possess a high-level mimicry training room? Unfortunately, we do not, Flander answered, a note of disappointment creeping into his tone, though he was forthright. The third question, does your academy provide medicinal baths to nourish the body or awaken its potential? Hu Liena pressed on. That is also absent. Flander's expression transitioned from mere disappointment to a hint of embarrassment. The fourth question, does the food served in your cafeteria meet nutritional standards? Hu Liena relentlessly continued her line of questioning. Her words were incisive, targeting the crux of the matter. And each query was prefixed with your, which deepened Flander's emotional investment in the discourse. As she posed this final question, Flander's steps suddenly halted, and his gaze shifted towards a humble thatched cottage ahead, his expression betraying a flicker of evasion. Lu Long observed the scene before him and surmised that the modest hut ahead must serve as the dining hall. At that moment, he grasped Hu Liena's hand and said, Enough now, Fox. Do not press further. Dean Flander is merely acting out of goodwill. However, Hu Liena stubbornly shook off Lu Ling's hold and posed a final question. If Shrek Academy admits only those under 13 with a spirit power of at least 21, may I inquire what manner of academy would fail to nurture such a prodigy? The term fail caused Dean Flander's eyes to widen in disbelief, his breath quickening. What did she mean by that? Was she insinuating that Shrek was inferior, relying solely on the merits of these talents for its reputation? He found it hard to fathom that such a question could emanate from the lips of a mere girl. Yet, after the initial shock, he refrained from reacting with anger and began to contemplate the answer to her inquiry. I believe that a genius achieves their status not due to the excellence of the academy, but because they are inherently gifted. They would shine in any institution they attend. I will refrain from commenting on your admission criteria, but I must assert that if Shrek Academy possesses nothing else of merit, then, Dean Flander, you need not waste your breath. Before Flander could respond, Hu Liena continued, her words unrelenting. In truth, she herself was unsure why she had spoken so much. In the past, she would have said nothing at all, as Lu Long's presence was sufficient for her. She merely followed in his wake. However, ever since stepping foot into Shrek Academy the previous evening, an inexplicable discomfort had settled within her, a pent-up emotion yearning for release. Now, through her candid remarks, she felt a considerable alleviation. Yet, once she had finished speaking, a pang of regret washed over her. Oh dear, I just let go of Lu Long's hand. Will he come to despise me for it? With this thought, Hu Liena cautiously glanced at Lu Long, only to find him gazing at her with a look of astonishment, which, amidst his surprise, seemed to contain a hint of delight. Delight? Why would he feel pleased? Was it because he enjoyed my teasing? Or was he, perhaps, a masochist? As Hu Liena concluded her statement, the atmosphere became tense and stilted. Dean Flanders' complexion paled, revealing his discomfort. Although Hu Liena's words were harsh and had a semblance of truth, he deemed them utterly preposterous. Education was far more complex than she implied. Indeed, Shrek lacked many resources compared to other academies, placing some students at a disadvantage from the outset. However, these resources were not absolutely essential. Their presence would merely enhance the experience, while their absence would not render an academy incapable of producing excellent disciples. The essence of education lies not in superficial material wealth, but in the spirit of knowledge and ambition. Many resource-rich academies often produce individuals with distorted values, while some resource-poor institutions cultivate intellectually rich and capable talents. This is the true spirit of education. Take Qin Ming, for instance. His innate talent may not be extraordinary, yet he has surpassed his peers and even eclipsed his exceptional students from prestigious academies in both spirit power and intellectual prowess. Qin Ming serves as the finest example and his greatest source of confidence. Nevertheless, Flander had to concede that Hu Liena was right about one thing. Under Shrek's current conditions, it would indeed be challenging to retain Lu Long. Yet, even so, Flander felt compelled to uphold the dignity of Shrek Academy. Miss Fox, as an elder, I should not engage in a dispute with you, but there are matters I must clarify. Teacher, something has happened. Just as Dean Flander prepared to elaborate, Qin Ming rushed in, flustered. What is the matter? Why the commotion? Flander inquired, irritation creeping into his tone, perhaps fueled by Qin Ming's anxious demeanor or the earlier confrontation. Apologies, teacher, I acted rashly, Qin Ming responded, first offering his apologies, then continuing, a new student has just enrolled. Their qualifications are promising, but they have encountered a minor issue. As he spoke, Qin Ming produced a document and handed it to Flander. Upon hearing of a new enrollment, Flander's expression brightened considerably, alleviating his previous displeasure. After all, according to their academy standards, those who gained admission were invariably gifted individuals. Young man, please enjoy your meal while I attend to this matter, Flanders said, initially intending to provide Hu Liena with a thorough explanation, but with the turn of events, he decided to forego it. As for Lu Lang, it seemed his prospects had dimmed. It was more prudent to focus on the new student instead. Chapter 62. The unsavory Uncle Oscar Flander courteously excused himself and followed Qin Ming out. Once they departed, Hu Liena remarked, Is it truly such a momentous occasion to enroll a single student? Lu Long chuckled softly, aware of Hu Liena's lingering resentment. She knew that the reason Qin Ming had only invited her and not Hu Liena was due to the latter's age, which had surpassed the acceptable limit. The words Hu Liena had just spoken had laid bare the discontent in her heart. Although Lu Long found amusement in her remarks, the directness of her expression did indeed evoke a sense of embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Lang said, Do not be upset. They do not look down upon you. It is simply the rules of the academy that prevent your enrollment. Furthermore, your earlier remarks were a bit too blunt, yet I thoroughly enjoyed them. Haha. Who said that? Hu Liena, chastened by Lu Lang's words, felt a rush of indignation. Am I truly such a petty person? However, upon hearing the latter part of Lu Lang's statement, a cheerful smile once again graced her face. Lu Lang chuckled softly and ceased to speak, and the two subsequently entered the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was, in reality, merely two tables, a place where the villagers often gathered to boast and chat, which transformed into their dining area during mealtimes. Upon entering, Lu Long discovered that apart from a scruffy, thin man consuming grilled sausages and porridge, there was no one else present. I'll have 2 eggs, 2 steamed buns, 2 grilled sausages, and a bowl of porridge. Thank you, Lu Long addressed the short, plump uncle inside. Help yourself to whatever you want, but no waste is allowed. Moreover, we are out of grilled sausages, the rotund uncle replied without turning around. Then resumed his own tasks. Out of grilled sausages? Then what is he eating? Hu Liena inquired. The plump uncle, however, disregarded her question. Hu Liena was about to erupt in frustration, but Lu Lang intervened to prevent her. No grilled sausages, yet someone was clearly consuming grilled sausages. And judging by his disheveled appearance and thick hair, Lu Lang believed he had identified the culprit. As expected, no sooner had Lu Lang's thoughts settled than a voice rang out before them. Would you like some grilled sausages? Just 1 silver coin each. You sell grilled sausages? Hu Liena questioned, eyeing the peculiar man who had suddenly appeared, filled with skepticism. She scrutinized him and noted that he lacked any tools for selling sausages. Of course, Oscar proclaimed proudly, then turned his gaze to Hu Liena, taken aback by her rare beauty. With a hint of flattery, he remarked, "Are you a new teacher? You seem rather young for that. Or perhaps a new student. You seem a tad too mature for that." As he mentioned the latter, Oscar couldn't help but glance at a particular part of her, only to quickly avert his gaze, adding, "Regardless of who you are, a lovely lady like you deserves a special discount. Just 5 copper coins. No need for a discount. Just give us a few sausages," Liulang interjected, tossing him a gold coin. He was aware of the restorative properties of Oscar's sausages, which could replenish soul power and physical strength, albeit with a limited shelf life of 12 hours. Despite the rather unappealing incantation, the taste was acceptable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have inherited the title of God of Food. Oscar's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold coin. "Ah, young brother, you must be a new student. Rest assured, while you are at this academy, I, Oscar, will look out for you. Just mention my name, and no one will dare trouble you. Enough chatter, just prepare the sausages." Liulang replied coolly, before taking his seat with the porridge and buns. Oscar, not wanting to be overly dramatic, tucked away the gold coin and moved to a corner, turning his back to Liulang and Hu Liena to commence his sausage preparation. As he channeled his soul power, a yellow soul ring appeared beneath him, and he chanted, "I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage." At that moment, Hu Liena, while sipping her porridge, suddenly heard the peculiar voice of the scruffy man and couldn't help but spray her porridge in surprise, staring at Oscar as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. "Don't mind him. He is a food-type soul master and quite unique, but the sausages taste good," Liulang explained, raising an eyebrow. "Fine. But it's my first time encountering a soul master who needs to chant spells. Why does he have to hide in the corner? Who knows what he is really up to?" Hu Liena scrunched her lips in mild disdain. "I've decided, no matter what, I absolutely will not eat those sausages. They're too disgusting, especially his." Before long, Oscar returned with 8 grilled sausages. He grinned at Liulang, saying, "Due to insufficient soul power, I could only produce 8. Is that the only type?" Liulang inquired. "Of course not. There are also small sausages, but since you're merely looking to fill your stomach, those are unnecessary." Oscar replied with pride. "What level is your soul power?" Liulang asked again. "Not high. I've just broken through to level 22, Oscar answered. "Only level 22? How old are you?" Hu Liena exclaimed in surprise. The peculiar uncle appeared to be in his 40s, yet he was only at level 22. It was indeed strange that Shrek still kept him around. "I'm just over 11, Oscar stated. "Just over 11? How can you say that with a face full of hair? Who would believe you?" Hu Liena exclaimed, her disbelief evident. "If you don't believe me, that's your problem. Though I have a lot of hair, it merely indicates my good health, not my age," Oscar replied, somewhat proudly. "Regardless, I don't believe it. Lung, do you believe him?" Hu Liena turned to Liulang. "I believe him," Liulang affirmed. Lu spoke indifferently, expressing his belief, however. He couldn't help but remark on Oscar's unkempt appearance when he neglected to shave, which was indeed hard to commend. "Do you believe it?" Hu Liena was taken aback. But her surprise stemmed from another angle. If Oscar was truly only 11 years old, it indicated an extraordinary talent, potentially surpassing her own. After all, at the age of 11, her soul power barely reached the 20th rank. Yet, one must not forget that Oscar was a food-type soul master, which made his cultivation considerably more challenging than her own. Upon this realization, Hu Liena suddenly understood why Flinder was so confident in inviting Lu to enroll. It turned out that this academy was indeed a hidden gem. "Junior, what level are you?" Oscar inquired, his concern evident. "The academy has specific admission rules, and given your age, you seem too young to have been admitted. Perhaps you were also picked up, like I was." "I'm not at a high level. Just slightly above you," Lu replied calmly. Chapter 63. Dai Mubai's enrollment learning to boast at such a young age. "I'll admit you're a bit more handsome than I am, but I can't believe your soul power exceeds mine. In this academy, aside from Senior Qingming, no one is more formidable than I am," Oscar declared with unwavering confidence in his abilities. With innate full soul power and the personal guidance of Dean Flinder, he held a high regard only for Qingming, dismissing others entirely. "Is that so?" Lu replied non-committally. "Of course," Oscar asserted proudly. Noticing that Lu and Hu Liena hadn't touched the grilled sausages, he urged, "You should eat quickly. Otherwise, they'll get cold and lose their flavor." Oscar was particularly eager to witness their reactions to his sausages, especially Hu Liena's, as few had tasted his creations since he began making them, let alone a beauty like her. Thus, he was impatiently anticipating their responses. Liulang picked up the grilled sausage, glanced at it with indifference, and promptly placed it into his mouth. It must be said, this sausage truly lives up to its origin from the hands of a culinary deity from the future. The craftsmanship is undeniably exquisite and remarkably delicious. After taking a bite, Lu Long proceeded to devour several more. Observing Lu Long's evident delight, Oscar suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. His eyes sparkled, as though he envisioned a golden soul coin. No, rather, a brother in arms approaching him. He then glanced at Hu Liena, but she did not spare him a glance, engrossed in her porridge. "Dear lady, wouldn't you care to sample some?" he inquired. "Get lost," Hu Liena retorted coldly. "Very well," Oscar replied, promptly returning to his seat. "Are you sure you don't want to try one? It truly tastes delightful," Lu Lang teased with a smile. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the sound of breaking chopsticks pierced the air. Lu Long felt a menacing aura envelop him and wisely closed his mouth, swallowing his porridge in large gulps. Noticing this, Hu Liena retracted her imposing presence and resumed her leisurely pace of eating. "This woman is not to be trifled with," Oscar mused, having gained insight into the situation. Soon, after finishing their meal, Lu Long and Oscar made their way toward the academy's entrance, assuming they wished to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Oscar took the initiative to play the role of a guide. However, upon reaching the academic building, they were abruptly met with a cacophony of raised voices. "Damn it. What kind of pathetic school is this? I thought it would be impressive, but it's filled with nothing but losers. Hurry up, I want to withdraw." A tall, golden-haired youth with striking dual-colored eyes shouted from a distance. Lu Lang glanced over and noticed that the boy appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, he was dressed in opulent attire, exuding an air of arrogance, and his demeanor bore a regal dominance that clearly marked him as an extraordinary individual. With golden hair and dual-colored eyes, Lu Lang pondered, could this be Dai Mubai? Calculating the timeline, he realized that at this moment, Dai Mubai was indeed 12. Likely just starting his journey at Shrek Academy. If this truly was Dai Mubai, what a fortuitous encounter it was. "Do you know him?" Lu Long inquired of Oscar. "I don't recognize him. He is probably a newcomer," Oscar replied, shaking his head. "Let us go take a look." Lu Long approached them. Before he could get closer, he heard the golden-haired youth exclaim, "Step aside. Are you from the Overlord School? How dare you block my way? Such a shabby institution is hardly fit for someone of my stature. I'll forfeit my tuition as a charitable donation. Now, move aside." Qin Ming stood beside Flinder, wearing a wry smile as he observed the new junior's remarkably volatile temperament. It was quite astonishing that he revealed such a disposition right upon entering the academy. It was intolerable. However, Flinder remained unperturbed, accustomed to such incidents, knowing that they invariably ended with the newcomer capitulating. "You must be Dai Mubai, correct? If you wish to leave, feel free. We are not stopping you," Flinder said, gesturing towards the exit. The golden-haired youth paused, seemingly taken aback by the old man's unexpected leniency, especially since others had previously blocked his path. Nevertheless, since no one was obstructing him now, he snorted disdainfully and strode towards the exit. "But Shrek Academy is not a place one can simply come and go as they please," Flinder added. "You may leave now, but should you wish to return in the future, that will not be so easy." The golden-haired boy halted, turning to Flinder with a scrutinizing gaze. "What do you mean? Are you implying that your pitiful school could possibly retain me? Whether or not I can retain you, why not put it to the test? Observations and hearsay cannot compare to first-hand experience," Flinder replied with a knowing smile, casting a glance at Lu Lang and the others who were approaching. His words were deliberately crafted to provoke, not only aimed at Dai Mubai but also intended for Lu Lang, as he still sought to sway Lu Lang's decision. "Retain me?" Dai Mubai scoffed. "What could you possibly offer to make me stay? This rundown shack of a school? Or perhaps your meager assembly of 4 or 5 so-called elite teachers and students? Or are you referring to those pitiful students you consider geniuses and monsters?" Dai Mubai's barrage of questions belittled Shrek Academy. "Hey, what do you mean by pitiful? Clarify your words." Oscar, who had just approached, was infuriated by Dai Mubai's insults. After all, Shrek Academy was his home, and Flinder was like a father to him. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he would never tolerate slurs against Shrek. "What's wrong? Did I bruise your pride?" "I'm merely stating the truth," Dai Mubai sneered, his contempt deepening as he observed Oscar's scruffy appearance, resembling that of a beggar. "Don't assume I look down on you. I, Dai Mubai, uphold the supremacy of the strong. If you can defeat me, I will apologize and also acknowledge Shrek's ability to cultivate talent," he declared with a wicked grin, exuding an air of a conqueror. "What an arrogant fellow. I shall show you today." Oscar shouted in anger, ready to charge forward, but was immediately restrained by Flinder. A glint of cleverness flashed in Flinder's eyes as he glanced at Lu Lang before addressing Dai Mubai. Defeating a food-type Soul Master 1T bring you glory. How about this? This young man is also a student of Shrek. If you can defeat him, I will refund your tuition in full. What do you say? Flinder proposed, casting a subtle look at Lu Lang. Chapter 64. The True Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. Lu Lang immediately comprehended Flinder's intention. He sought his assistance in order to retain Dai Mubai. Lu Lang's immediate instinct was to refuse, for he understood that Flinder possessed alternative methods to retain Dai Mubai. Yet, Flinder sought his assistance and deliberately proclaimed himself a Shrek Academy student, clearly attempting to ensnare Lu Lang into an alliance with Shrek. Consequently, those unaware of the truth might genuinely believe he was a student of Shrek Academy. Reflecting on this, Lu Lang could not help but marvel at Flinder's cunning. Truly, this four-eyed cat eagle was a master of strategy, adept at weaving intricate plots. Now, he found himself questioning whether Flinder had been orchestrating a trap for him since last night. First, he had lured him to the academy, then subtly hinted at his intentions. However, upon Lu Lang's clear expression of reluctance, Flinder swiftly altered his approach, showcasing Oscar as a prodigious student to affirm the academy's educational prowess. Ultimately, through the incident involving Dai Mubai, he managed to forge a connection between Lu Lang and the academy, transforming him into a quasi-student of Shrek. How ingenious! A truly remarkable two-birds-one-stone strategy. Simply brilliant. Such scheming rivaled even that of Zhuge Liang. Lu Lang suddenly comprehended this point, and he couldn't help but regard Flinder with newfound respect. Previously, he had thought of Flinder as merely a simple educator. However, reflecting on the past era teeming with talent, the fact that Flinder managed to earn the title of the Golden Triangle was indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, since Flinder was so intent on establishing a connection between himself and Shrek, it would be inconsiderate not to oblige him. With this thought in mind, a smile crept upon Lu Lang's lips. Since you enjoy playing games, I shall indulge you, and we shall see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Thus, under Flinder's anxious gaze, Lu Lang took a step forward, his eyes glinting with defiance as he addressed Dai Mubai with an air of arrogance. Blondie, you appear rather arrogant, don't you? Dean, are you truly allowing him to participate? Surely, you jest. He hasn't even fully grown his teeth. He won't even have a chance to bite back. Upon witnessing Lu Lang's intent to engage, Oscar was the first to voice his disbelief, unable to accept the dean's decision. This young lad was several years younger than him. What strength could he possibly possess? At best, he was merely a soul master, right? Dai Mubai, too, scoffed derisively, treating Lu Lang's arrogance with disdain. He turned to Flinder and remarked, "Old man, are you insulting me? This could not only lacks teeth but seems to lack both hair and skill. Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently harm him? Or is it that you anticipate his failure and have intentionally sent a child to bear the brunt?" Dai Mubai's tone was filled with arrogance, completely disregarding Shrek. Much to Oscar's frustration, "Dean, please allow me to take his place. Although I am a support soul master, I can certainly outlast him," Oscar implored. In truth, he was confident in his ability to defeat Dai Mubai. Though he was a support soul master, this golden-haired lad appeared to be around the same age. Given his innate full soul power, Dai Mubai's soul power level might only be slightly higher, and exhausting him would be no challenge at all. Flinder, however, halted Oscar's plea with a smile, exuding an air of calm authority. As I have stated, not everything can be accurately judged by mere sight or sound. One must experience it firsthand. He then gestured for everyone to step back, providing ample space for the two opponents. Oscar, still wanting to protest, found himself restrained by Qin Ming. With no choice, he had to swallow his words for the moment. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's expression darkened, a storm of anger brewing within him. He loathed those who were self-righteous and full of grandiloquent ideals. Since this fool sought his own demise, he would not hold back. "Kid, I shall cover your medical expenses. Now lie down and be still." With that, Dai Mubai hesitated no longer. Channeling his soul power, he charged at Lu Lang. In his eyes, dealing with someone like Lu Lang required no use of his martial soul. Dai Mubai unleashed a punch, a fierce wind trailing behind it. Imbued with the aura of a king, aimed directly at Lu Lang's face. Lu Lang remained motionless, his gaze calm and indifferent, completely unfazed. "If you look down upon me, then I shall reciprocate in kind." Lu Lang resolved to return the favor in kind. Arrogant, Dai Mubai sneered, relentless in his assault. He had decided to prolong Lu Lang's suffering, ensuring that he would taste the sweetness of victory. only to find it perpetually out of reach. With this thought, a glint of coldness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Kid, blame your pitiful school. As his roaring fist approached Lu Long, it was mere moments away from striking. It's over. This lad will be reduced to a state of utter helplessness. Dean, from where did you find this scapegoat? Oscar lamented openly. Silence, with your incessant complaints. Flanders shot him a glare, exasperated. If not for his familiarity with Oscar's personality, he would have kicked him away long ago. Little Oscar, watch closely. Lu Long is far from the simpleton you presume him to be. The teacher is correct. Some things must be experienced to be understood, Qin Ming gently reassured Oscar, patting him on the shoulder. Oscar was taken aback, staring at Qin Ming in surprise. He understood Qin Ming's character, serious and kind, never one to jest. If he believed Lu Lang to be formidable, then perhaps there was indeed more to this young man. But how old could he possibly be? Unconsciously, Oscar redirected his gaze to Lu Lang. At that moment, Dai Mubai's fist was poised to strike Lu Lang's face, a smile creeping onto Dai Mubai's lips. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Lang would be so foolish as to not even attempt to evade, initially intending to toy with him. It now seemed Lu Lang lacked even the qualifications for that. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from Dai Mubai's abdomen, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. The overwhelming power bent his body into a bow shape. Before his fist could reach Lu Lang, he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. As he hit the ground, Dai Mubai felt as though his abdomen was churning violently, a wave of suffocating pressure leaving him gasping for air. His eyes bulged, his face flushed, and clutching his abdomen. He retched painfully, finally finding some relief. You. Dai Mubai managed to utter a single word before being overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Chapter 65, In the Land of Monsters. How can one allow demons to remain? What just happened? I didn't see anything. How did that blondie get sent flying? Oscar stood in shock, his mouth agape, feeling utterly bewildered as he glanced between Flanders and Qin Ming. Qin Ming's expression was grave. He ignored Oscar. Truth be told, he had only caught a glimpse of a blur. It seemed Lu Long had merely kicked and then done nothing else. Yet, that single kick, was its speed and power not astonishing? Little Oscar, remember, there are always greater heights and more capable individuals beyond what you know. There is much for you to learn, Flanders said with a serious tone, his gaze fixed upon Lu Long rather than Oscar. Oscar paused, bewildered by the implication. Did this mean he was inferior? On the field, Dai Mubai managed to rise, steadying himself as he glared at Lu Long, who stood calmly without any intent to pursue the advantage. His gaze drifted, as though he had completely forgotten about his opponent. A flicker of fury ignited within Dai Mubai. Such an attitude was nothing short of contempt. I must admit, you possess some skill, but now I shall take this seriously. Dai Mubai bellowed, leaping into action once more. Simultaneously, two yellow soul rings materialized beneath his feet. Behind him, a fearsome white tiger roared, completing the transformation into the white tiger martial soul in an instant. His golden locks became interspersed with black and white, a kingly pattern emerging on his forehead, his hands morphing into massive claws resembling short daggers. The white tiger! Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the white tiger martial soul as a top-tier soul, renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. This time, it seemed Lu Long would be at a disadvantage. Indeed, it's the white tiger. Flanders mused, resting his chin on his hand, his expression contemplative. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of the white tiger martial soul. He knew more than Oscar. The white tiger was the inherited martial soul of the Star Luo royal family. And given this child's surname was Dai, it was undoubtedly evident that he hailed from the Star Luo Empire. But why would a member of the imperial family come to the Heaven Do Empire? The first soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Dai Mubai roared, as a radiant white shield enveloped him, augmenting his defensive capabilities by 50%. His form partially transformed into that of a white tiger, muscles bulging with ferocity. Embodying an overwhelming strength, each punch resonated with the majesty of the king of the forest. Facing this formidable aura, Lu Lang remained remarkably composed. Even though he had enhanced his power, he still appeared to be as weak as a primary school student before him. Dai Mubai, transformed into a white tiger, possessed the physical prowess of a level 30 soul master, yet Lu Lang's physical capabilities had already reached that of a soul Douluo. In the presence of Dai Mubai, he felt no need to summon his martial spirit to secure an effortless victory. However, how could he let such a splendid opportunity to strike the protagonist group slip by so easily? Naturally, he would employ the most direct, most forceful, and most visually impressive methods available. As Dai Mubai's sharp claws came crashing down, Lu Long chose to remain utterly still. Was this not overly audacious? Oscar, skeptical, remarked. Though Lulong's strength appeared formidable, Dai Mubai wielded a white tiger martial spirit. Such disregard in this scenario would surely lead to consequences. He wondered if Lulong truly possessed such strength or if he was merely putting on a show. Yet, at this moment, Oscar could only silently wish for Lulong's genuine prowess to be true. Bang! Indeed, in a flash, a dull thud resonated as Lulong stood unmoving, while Dai Mubai was sent flying once more, landing in precisely the same position as before. Well, this time, Dai Mubai coughed up not just bitterness but a mouthful of blood. Principal, where did you find such a prodigy? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. This is simply astounding. He felt utterly bewildered as Dai Mubai was hurled away once again, and he had failed to comprehend either of the two attacks. How could the white tiger martial spirit be so feeble, akin to a sickly cat being mercilessly toyed with? Oscar shook his head in disbelief, noting Lulong's ease. He fancied he could manage as well, but such thoughts were mere fantasies. While he could not fathom Lulong's strength, he could clearly assess Dai Mubai's. The soul power emanating from Dai Mubai assured him that he was at least level 27 or 28. At such a level, he could only chatter aimlessly. Relieved that he had refrained from overstepping, lest he find himself on the ground, spitting blood. Conversely, he was increasingly astonished by Lulong's abilities. If Dai Mubai could be so effortlessly incapacitated, how powerful was Lulong in reality? Flander paid no heed to Oscar. At this moment, his gaze was intense, his demeanor turbulent, as if a storm were brewing within. This young man was truly an unparalleled genius. To face a top-tier beast martial spirit with such nonchalance transcended the very definition of genius. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, he recalled Hu Liena's earlier words and glanced at the sign of his academy. Shrek. Shrek, the name of monsters, stood as a beacon for nurturing all prodigious talents. Yet, could this realm of monsters truly harbor such a prodigy? For the first time, Flander felt a sense of retreat in the face of Lulong. What? Do you still wish to struggle, little yellow-haired one? With Dai Mubai still unwilling to concede, Lulong finally lifted his gaze to him. However, this glance only fueled Dai Mubai's fury. How dare you address me as little yellow-haired one? You arrogant scoundrel. Second soul skill, White Tiger Lightwave. Dai Mubai roared. As the indomitable spirit of the White Tiger surged behind him, a sphere of white light gathering in his mouth, aimed directly at Lulong. The wave of light launched forth, imbued with tremendous power, scorching the very ground beneath it. Yet, to Lulong, this wave was but child's play, a non-targeting skill. At Lulong's speed, was effortlessly dodged. In the blink of an eye, Lulong appeared before Dai Mubai like a specter. You! Dai Mubai gasped in terror, his mind swirling in confusion as he faced Lulong, now so close. He could not fathom how his most powerful strike had been so easily neutralized. Lulong smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, producing an object and offering it to Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai's mind was a blank slate. Upon hearing Lulong's voice, he was at a loss for its meaning yet instinctively extended his hand. Lulong smiled lightly, then lifted his leg. Chapter 66, The Name of Flander, the Dean. Bang! Dai Mubai's figure was sent flying once more, this time soaring even higher and farther. By sheer coincidence, he landed right at the entrance of Shrek Academy, crashing into the Academy's sign. Instantly, accompanied by Dai Mubai's agonized scream, the wooden sign shattered into pieces. Ah, my apologies. I seem to have destroyed the sign, Lulong exclaimed in surprise, offering an apologetic glance towards Flander. Flander's expression twitched, clearly taken aback for a moment. But then he regarded Lulong with profound significance, stating, "It's quite all right. It is merely a sign. While the sign may be destroyed, the spirit remains unbroken." Flander's words were somewhat perplexing, leaving Qin Ming and Oscar in a state of bewilderment. Yet the instigator, Lulong, grasped their deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, gaining a renewed appreciation for Flander. Truly, Flander was exceptional, despite being the wing of the Golden Iron Triangle. His years spent with Yu Shaojiang had endowed him with remarkable wisdom. Lulong understood that his words held two meanings. The first interpretation suggested that if Lulong's previous actions were intentional, then he was declaring war. You may tarnish my reputation, but my spirit remains unscathed. The second interpretation indicated that if Lulong's actions were unintentional, it served to convey the essence of Shrek Academy. External illusions may fade, yet belief endures. This is the true spirit of Shrek. Indeed, age brings wisdom. Lulong genuinely admired Flander and smiled faintly as he spoke. Now that my task is complete, I shall take my leave, Dean Flander. The title of Dean Flander was uttered with heartfelt sincerity. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely one day, Lulong found himself profoundly impressed by Flander. However, admiration alone would not alter the convictions that resided within him. This address also conveyed two sentiments to Flander. First, that Flander truly deserved the title of Dean, and second, it fulfilled Flander's wish by acknowledging that he had indeed become his student, albeit for just a few minutes. Upon hearing these words, Flander's expression softened, clearly understanding the underlying meaning. His eyes reflected a mixture of joy and melancholy, which ultimately settled into tranquility. "Take care. I shall not see you off," Flander remarked. "Leave? Where to?" Oscar exclaimed. "You've only just arrived, and now you're already departing?" Lulong offered a faint smile and chose not to speak further as he led Hu Liena out of Shrek Academy. However, as they approached Daimubai, a sly grin played at the corners of Lulong's mouth. Although he was deserving of the title of Dean, their differing positions warranted a modicum of trouble to be stirred. He assisted Daimubai to his feet and said, "In truth, I am not a part of Shrek." With that, he departed, leaving Daimubai in a state of shock and confusion. After a long moment, Daimubai regained his senses and suddenly felt something in his hand. To his astonishment, it was a gold soul coin. This fellow, Daimubai couldn't help but chuckle. He understood the significance of the coin. A token of his gratitude, or rather, his medical expenses. How stingy. After beating me to such a state, he gives me just a gold soul coin. Daimubai scoffed. Yet his eyes brimmed with profound astonishment and trepidation. "Dean, where is he headed?" Oscar inquired, puzzled, looking towards Flinder. Teacher Qin Ming also called out. Flinder waved his hand dismissively. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed his face before being replaced by an expression of contentment. "This is enough, more than sufficient," he murmured before turning to leave. Lulong ultimately departed from Shrek, leaving behind a sense of regret yet comfort in Flander's gaze. After leaving Shrek, Lulong made his way directly to the Seoul Arena. Today marked his 5th match. A victory would yield bonus points for consecutive wins in subsequent battles. Achieving 10 consecutive victories would result in even greater bonuses. After waiting for a brief moment in the lounge, he was met with his first opponent of the day. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Seoul Arena." The atmosphere remains vibrant as we commence today's first match, featuring our rising star, the dark horse legend of the Cold Fox, against a formidable brother duo. Both sides boast an impressive record of 4 consecutive victories, making this a clash of titans, where one shall surely fall. Who will emerge victorious and break through to 5 consecutive wins? Let us await the outcome. As the host concluded, Lulong and Hu Liena, donning their masks, approached the arena positioned in the 9th battle zone. Opposite them stood the brother duo, whose physiques and appearances were remarkably similar, distinguishable only by the scars on their faces, one on the left and the other on the right. Both parties stood resolutely, their expressions void of emotion, their gazes icy. From the palpable tension, Lulong discerned that these two adversaries would not be easily subdued. The host announced, "The 4 contestants will have 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits. After 1 minute, the battle will commence automatically. Please prepare." As the host's words faded, the brother duo immediately activated their martial spirits. One wielded a long spear while the other brandished a shield, their surroundings adorned with a blend of yellow and purple, indicative of optimal spirit ring configuration. True to their title as a brother duo, their martial spirits are in perfect harmony, balancing offense and defense. "It seems this battle will not be resolved swiftly," Lulong remarked. "Merely a slight delay," Hu Liena replied. In contrast to Lulong, her preparations were more thorough. Prior to the match, she had procured information on the combatants participating in the life and death battles at the arena. The brothers were named Gold Spear and Gold Shield, both at the 45th level of spirit power, having only recently entered the arena scene. However, their synergy and martial spirit coordination had enabled them to triumph over numerous formidable opponents, earning them a certain level of renown. Be cautious, while their strength is average. Their teamwork is impeccable and often catches opponents off guard, Hu Liena advised. Although she was confident in achieving victory, she acknowledged that sustaining injuries was never ideal. Understood. Lulong nodded. Having experienced the first battle of the Seoul Arena and narrowly escaping a treacherous incident, he now regarded his adversaries with significantly less disdain. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength, let alone when the opponents are far from being mere rabbits. "Brother, these two individuals pose a considerable threat. I have observed their matches, and they are almost always dominant. The woman possesses a 10,000-year soul ring, and her martial spirit is the legendary nine-tailed fox. As for that young man, despite being only at level 39, he remained shrouded in mystery, often dispatching his foes with a single strike. Moreover, his first soul ring is 1,000-year purple. At this juncture, Jin Dun addressed Jin Chang, offering a word of caution. A purple first soul ring? What about the second and third soul rings? Jin Chang's expression reflected a degree of astonishment as he scrutinized Lu Liena. It is unclear. To this day, no one has witnessed him utilize his second or third soul rings, but they are certainly not inferior to the purple one. Jin Dun replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Jin Chang's demeanor shifted to one of profound seriousness. It seemed that the first battle of the day would be exceedingly challenging. Against such an opponent, we must secure a decisive blow. What do you mean, brother? Jin Dun inquired, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Let us employ that technique, Jin Chang asserted resolutely, casting a glance at Jin Dun. However, that would expose all of our strengths. Jin Dun expressed his concern. Silly brother. If our lives are at stake, what purpose does concealing our capabilities serve? Jin Chang's words struck a nerve, and Jin Dun's expression darkened considerably. His brother had always exuded confidence, yet now he spoke with trepidation, indicating that the rumored prowess of the cold fox had instilled a deep sense of caution in him. Observing this, Jin Chang placed a reassuring hand on Jin Dun's shoulder, saying, Brother, do not worry. We shall always stand together. Brother. Jin Dun's expression shifted, and he nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the two brothers fighting spirit sword, their emotions rising with fervor. Meanwhile, Hu Liena activated her martial spirit, revealing 9 majestic tails flowing gracefully behind her, and her pointed white ears added an endearing charm to her appearance. Lu Long had yet to awaken his martial soul, for his ability to summon the Blade of Slaughter was instantaneous, allowing him to catch his adversaries off guard in the heat of battle. Before long, 1 minute had elapsed, and Hu Liena and Lu Lieng took the initiative, launching their assault from opposite flanks. Their tactical approach was characterized by clarity. They sought to seize the upper hand at the earliest opportunity, compelling their opponents into a defensive stance. With synchronized movements, they effectively partitioned the battlefield. The brothers exhibited an extraordinary level of synergy, achieving a result greater than the sum of their parts. However, should they be separated, their combined strength would be considerably diminished. For Lu Long, it would render him as vulnerable as a fish upon the chopping block. The plan devised by Lu Long and his companions was commendable. Yet how could the two brothers, who had grown up together, fail to anticipate it? Having endured myriad battles, they were not strangers to Lu Long's tactics. Thus, the moment the clash commenced, they were fully prepared. The martial soul fusion technique, spear and shield, a surge of azure light emanated forth, and the two figures began to meld into one. Soon, the azure radiance subsided, revealing a singular form, a robust man bearing 2 scars upon his visage, wielding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. Remarkably, these brothers had chosen to unleash their most formidable technique from the very outset. Is this the essence of martial soul fusion? As Lu Ling's heart stirred, he realized this was his first encounter with a martial soul fusion technique. He was aware that Hu Liena and Xie Yu possessed such a technique, yet he had never witnessed its execution until now, under these circumstances. He understood that martial soul fusion techniques significantly differ from soul skill fusion techniques. The latter can be perceived as a merging of soul skill attributes, whereas the former embodies a spiritual resonance. Only through mutual understanding and a profound emotional foundation can martial soul fusion be successfully achieved. The former is far more intricate and equally powerful, leaving no room for flaws. The martial soul fusion technique executed by 2 level 45 soul masters could, in a brief moment, rival the prowess of a level 60 soul emperor. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness! Who would have thought we would witness a martial soul fusion technique? Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. In the arena, one might not see it even once in a year. Yet here it is amidst this fierce battle. The host exclaimed with fervor. In the arena, as the brother duo completed their martial soul fusion technique, Lu Lieng and Hu Liena's attacks were already upon them. The shield in hand was raised to withstand Lu Lieng's strike, the blade landing with a dull thud. Yet it did not cleave through. With one failed strike, Lu Long promptly retreated. Similarly, Hu Liena's assault was effortlessly deflected by the spear. She quickly leapt back to Lu Long's side. Their attacks were merely tentative probes, swiftly withdrawing after contact. Yet this singular exchange had granted them a glimpse into the nature of the martial soul fusion technique. Their movements flowed seamlessly, hands working in unison without the interference of habitual excess, as if each possessed its own consciousness. I noticed more than Hu Liena did, Lu Long remarked. being the first to retreat. I sensed it too. Perhaps it's due to their inherent synergy, being blood brothers, Hu Liena analyzed. Defensively and offensively adept. These brothers are akin to a mobile fortress, Lu Long defined them. Not to worry, this is merely temporary. With our speed, engaging in a war of attrition against them will not be a daunting task, he continued. At that moment, observing Lu Long's hesitance, the spear and shield duo ceased their deliberation and surged towards Lu Long. Time was of the essence, and every fleeting second held immense significance. They astutely identified Lu Long as the primary target based on their earlier probe, recognizing him as the cornerstone among the two. Thus, attacking Lu Long was a logical choice. Moreover, Hu Liena's strength was clear to them, while Lu Lang remained an enigma. It is often the unknown that poses the greatest danger. Despite his soul power being only at 39, they were not foolish enough to assume that he was merely that strong. Should Lu Lang be concealing his true power? Their decision would be validated. If not, it mattered little. Ultimately, by neutralizing Lu Lang, the unknown variable, Hu Liena would no longer be a source of dread. They charged with remarkable speed, surpassing Hu Liena by a fraction. The spear led the way, the shield braced against their chest. And they advanced like a sharp sword aimed directly at Lu Lang. Lu Lang, of course, would not choose to retreat. Although a war of attrition might be the wisest strategy, one must not forget that madness runs deep within him. Thus, when faced with the enemy's charge, he hesitated for but a moment before casting aside his flanking tactics. Gripping his long sword tightly, he swiftly advanced towards the gun-shield duo. I shall engage them head-on while you harass from the side. Seize the opportunity for a continuous control, delivering a decisive blow. Lu Long commanded. In an instant, two figures charged at one another, Lu Long's speed vastly outpacing that of the gun-shield. His physical prowess surpassed theirs, and the force he unleashed was indeed greater. However, the disparity in their soul power was significant. Bolstered by their soul energy, the gun-shield brothers withstood the collision, forcing Lu Long to take several steps back. Yet, this retreat only ignited his combative spirit. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged forward once more, his blade flashing as it clashed fiercely with the long spear. The sound of metal striking metal rang out sharply, exhilarating the audience. In the face of Lu Long's frenzied assault, the gun-shield brothers were taken aback. His overall strength seemed far beyond that of a mere 39th level soul master, resembling more that of a soul emperor. However, considering he was indeed at the 39th level, it implied that his physical explosive power was exceedingly formidable. This left them perplexed. How could a soul master exhibit power comparable to that of a soul emperor? Lu Long's assault was not adorned with flamboyant moves, but rather a direct and unyielding confrontation. Yet, every strike he executed was deftly countered by his opponent, forcing him to retreat several steps with each engagement. Despite initiating the attacks, the overall impression was that he was being overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Lu Ling's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Although he was steadily losing ground, he seemed to grow increasingly invigorated, as if entranced by the battle. Beside him, Hu Liena observed Lu Ling's demeanor, and her expression turned icy. This behavior was not new to her, indicating that it had occurred on multiple occasions. She recognized his intentions, yet concern gnawed at her. For such audacity was perilous, particularly against a foe unlike any he had faced before. To alleviate Lu Long's burden, she relentlessly directed her attacks at the gun and shield duo. However, her efforts proved largely ineffective, as a single shield effortlessly absorbed her onslaught. Furrowing her brow, she realized that apart from her fourth spirit ability, which was offensive, all her other skills were of a controlling nature. Yet, the mental prowess of the gun and shield brothers was on par with the Soul Emperor, rendering her control abilities largely ineffective unless executed with surprise. Consequently, it felt as though only Lu Long was engaged in the conflict. The gun and shield duo pressed Lu Long relentlessly, soon cornering him against the wall. To an outside observer, it appeared that they had gained the upper hand. However, the reality of the situation was known solely to them. The brothers wore grave expressions, as they were astonished to discover that regardless of their attacks, they merely succeeded in pushing Lu Long back without inflicting any substantial harm. After being repelled, Lu Long would rebound like a resilient adhesive, immediately re-engaging them. This cycle of retreat and resurgence persisted, proving insurmountable. As if this were not enough, they were further astonished to realize that Lu Long appeared to be deliberately orchestrating this exchange. On numerous occasions, they intentionally exposed vulnerabilities, yet he chose not to exploit them, opting instead for a head-on confrontation. Moreover, they noted that no matter the angle from which Lu Long attacked, he consistently employed the same singular technique, an astonishing revelation. Naturally, this realization incited their ire, leaving them feeling as though they were being toyed with. It soon became abundantly clear that Lu Long was treating them as mere practice dummies for honing his skills. In that moment, their anger erupted. How could one engage in a life-and-death struggle while being treated as a jest? Thus, they abandoned their defensive postures, unleashing their full might upon Lu Lang, vowing to exact their retribution. As Lu Long observed the sudden alteration in the attack patterns of the gun and shield brothers, a cold smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, revealing that they had likely discerned his intentions. Indeed, this was his design. Lu Long had realized that, in the absence of their soul skills, the power they unleashed was merely a fraction stronger than his own, which inspired him with a bold notion to refine his swordsmanship. Thus, he deliberately refrained from employing his signature blade draw, instead relying on the strength of his physique combined with a modicum of soul power to simulate the attack's intricacies. He meticulously experimented with the distance, angles, and timing of the blade draw, exploring every conceivable parameter. This was a process of discovery, aimed at mastering the blade draw with greater finesse, thereby amplifying its potency. Faced with Lu Ling's relentless assaults, akin to a tenacious adhesive plaster, the gun and shield brothers grew increasingly impatient. They had no time to indulge him. With a fierce shout, they unleashed their long spears, which shimmered with a chilling gleam before launching a flurry of thrusts, transforming into a multitude of spear shadows that surged towards Lu Lang. Soul skill, myriad icy gleams. The dense array of spear shadows formed an intricate web, enveloping Lu Lang, while the sharpness emanating from their tips instilled a profound sense of icy pressure. Lu Ling's heart was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two brothers could still wield soul skills even while employing their martial soul fusion technique. It seems that this myriad of cold brilliance must be their original soul skill, truly remarkable for such exceptionally gifted siblings. Lu Lang sighed, yet hesitated not in his steps. He found himself perilously close to his adversaries, where a moment of carelessness could leave him grievously wounded. Instantly, he unleashed his second soul skill, Swallowing Flash, which propelled him forth with astonishing speed, creating a gap between them. 10,000-year soul ring. The gun and shield brothers gasped in astonishment. As in that fleeting moment of Lu Lang's activation of Swallowing Flash, they distinctly perceived the inky black soul ring that encircled him. Following their shock came a wave of confusion. They could see the black soul ring but were uncertain whether it signified his second or third soul ring. If it were the third, it could be fathomed, yet if it were the second, then Lu Lang would be far more formidable than they had anticipated. With this thought, the gun and shield brothers intensified their soul power, advancing rapidly. They had to employ this move to vanquish Lu Lang completely, or risk losing their chance of resurgence. Third soul skill, Wind and Thunder. At this juncture, confronted with a myriad of gun shadows, Lu Lang could no longer conceal his prowess. However, the fact that he had compelled them to resort to such a technique suggested that they were nearing their limits. This maneuver would be their final gamble. As the third soul skill was invoked, a pitch-black soul ring, imbued with a terrifying aura, rose from beneath Lu Lang's feet. The instant the soul ring manifested, it rendered the previously raucous audience silent, its overwhelming presence not only enveloping the arena, but also causing the multitude of gun shadows to freeze in place. What? This is the third soul skill, and it too is a 10,000-year soul ring. The gun and shield brothers uttered in horrified disbelief, their voices trembling, their gazes dimmed. They had surmised that Lu Lang's first and second soul skills were of the 1,000-year variety. Yet they were taken aback to discover that both his second and third skills were of the 10,000-year caliber. Moreover, given the palpable ferocity of his aura, they conjectured that they were likely dealing with soul rings of at least several tens of thousands of years. Chapter 69, 10 Consecutive Victories. Advancing to Copper Fight Soul as for the exact age of the soul rings, their current perspective rendered them incapable of discerning the truth. Heavens! The legend of the Cold Fox has bestowed upon us yet another surprise. 10,000-year soul rings. And a 10,000-year soul ring for the third skill. How terrifying. Such a configuration is perhaps unprecedented across the entirety of Douluo Continent. At this moment, I am filled with curiosity about the true identity of the Cold Fox legend. The host's voice quivered with excitement. Ordinarily, he would not express such sentiments, as they could stir the mischief of certain individuals, endangering Lu Lang. However, the information concerning soul masters in the soul arena is never recorded, save for their soul power level and martial soul. Everything else remains undocumented, serving as a form of protection for the soul masters. Unless one was acquainted with Lu Lang, nearly all were oblivious to his identity. Moreover, Lu Lang and his companions donned masks, further shielding them from a significant portion of trouble. Within the arena, the power of a soul skill nearing 50,000 years was evident. A colossal tornado erupted from the ground, spurred by Lu Long's frenzied manipulation of soul power. In less than a second, it burgeoned into a towering cyclone exceeding 30 meters in height. The tornado surged forth, engulfing the myriad gun shadows with a formidable pulling force, drawing them into its vortex. Upon contact, the shadows disintegrated like mere bubbles, while the tornado continued its relentless sweep. Under Lu Long's command, it writhed like a sinuous water serpent, swiftly reducing the multitude of gun shadows to mere wisps of vapor. High above, a long spear was abruptly whisked away, spiraling uncontrollably before crashing to the distant ground. Lu Long seized the opportunity, delivering a thunderous strike. However, the immense consumption of his soul power prior rendered this bolt of lightning less formidable than anticipated. Although the brothers Jin Chong and Jin Dun were momentarily taken aback, the imminent danger prompted an instinctive reaction, raising their shields. With a resounding crack, the lightning struck the shield, surprisingly failing to shatter it, leaving only a charred mark. Observing this, the brothers were initially stunned, yet quickly regained their composure, realizing there was still a chance for redemption. They hurried towards the location where the spear had fallen. However, upon turning around, they were greeted by a visage both enchanting and alluring, none other than Hu Liena, who had stealthily approached them using her spirit manifestation technique. The seductive allure of the fox charm. A subtle smile graced Hu Liena's lips as she activated her technique, causing a fleeting moment of confusion in the brothers' eyes. They soon felt as though their bodies were ensnared in lead, rendering them immobile. Seizing this moment, Hu Liena unleashed her 9 colossal tails, expanding them to envelop the brothers entirely, encasing them within a sphere. In the following instant, the tails constricted violently, and a piercing scream echoed through the air, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Lu Lang approached Hu Liena, noticing the blood seeping from the gaps in her tail. Yet not a single drop stained her fur as it flowed smoothly downward. After a brief moment, sensing the life force of the golden spear and golden shield had entirely dissipated, Hu Liena finally retracted her tail. Instantly, a lump of flesh fell to the ground with a dull thud before disintegrating. At that moment, the brothers, golden spear and golden shield, had separated. But their bodies were grotesquely intertwined, bones shattered, flesh mingled, as if fused together. Indeed, it resonated with their pre-battle declaration, brothers, forever united. The prowess of the Cold Fox legend was unexpectedly formidable. Despite an initial slight advantage, it ultimately executed a counterattack with overwhelming strength. Let us congratulate the Cold Fox legend. This victory belongs to them. Amidst the audience's jubilant cheers, Lu Lang and Hu Liena returned to the lounge. Upon their arrival, Lu Lang noticed that the others had quietly distanced themselves, offering them the prime spots, seemingly out of fear. They exchanged smiles, surprised by this unexpected advantage. Should we be concerned about revealing our strength? Is there a risk? Hu Liena inquired anxiously as they settled into their seats. No need for worry. We are masked and cloaked, making it difficult for anyone to identify us, Lu Long reassured her. In truth, Lu Long's only concern was for Douluo, as he alone could recognize his soul rings. Aside from that, perhaps some from Shrek Academy might suspect, but he believed they wouldn't pose a threat for now. As for that old rogue, Douluo, he was likely still in Heaven Do City. All right, Hu Liena nodded, though her face still bore traces of concern. Just then, the service manager of the battle arena approached them. Good day, sir and madam. I have something to convey on behalf of someone. For us? Lu Long was taken aback. Could someone be offering us something? He glanced at the item, which was a letter, but instead of taking it, he queried, what is this? It is an invitation. An invitation? From whom? Lu Ling asked. From the red-robed bishop of the Wuhuan branch in Soto City. He is highly interested in your abilities and wishes to invite you both as guests, the manager answered. Not interested. Take it back, Lu Long declined outright. Understood, sir. Wait. Hu Liena interrupted him. Is there something you wish to add, madam? The manager, who should not have been so courteous, was careful in his demeanor, aware of the recent battle's outcome. If more invitations arrive, refuse them all. Very well, he replied, retreating. As Hu Liena had surmised, more invitations soon followed, from various sects, families, and even the city lord, all eager to make their acquaintance. The manager, unwilling to offend these powerful figures yet equally cautious of Lu Lang and Hu Liena, accepted the invitations only to discard them in a secluded corner afterward. After a brief respite, the duo commenced their second battle. This match was relatively ordinary, resolved within a few exchanges, and their scores multiplied, reaching 24 points. Seizing the momentum, they continued battling, and soon nightfall enveloped them. Upon concluding, Liena and Hu Liena achieved an impressive 10 consecutive victories, elevating their battle points to over 200. At the registration desk, their Iron Battle Soul Badge was upgraded to a Copper Battle Soul Badge. Following 10 consecutive victories, their point accumulation accelerated exponentially. Liena estimated that with just 7 more wins, they could surpass 1,000 points, allowing their Copper Battle Soul to ascend to Silver. That night, they returned to the Rose Hotel, which had been restored to its former glory. Liena insisted on 2 rooms, yet Hu Liena was adamant about sharing one. Aren't separate rooms preferable? Sharing a room with me could tarnish your reputation. Who would dare to marry you afterward? Liena remarked, observing the room that resembled a bridal chamber. It's better if no one dares to marry, Hu Liena retorted with a triumphant smile, her gaze piercing into Liena. What kind of thought is that? Fine, I'll book another room, Liena said, feeling somewhat flustered under her scrutiny. Stop right there. Hu Liena seized him. What's wrong? Have you already forgotten what happened last night? Hu Liena challenged. Let me remind you, the Golden Spear and Golden Shield were likely not ordinary foes. They might have powerful sects backing them. Now that they're dead, do you truly believe we won T-Face another night raid? Upon hearing her, Liena paused. Considering her words, the Yuxiang Chilua fairy product was singular and could not be divided. While a recurrence seemed improbable, one could never be too certain. Then I'll sleep on the floor. If we can't have separate rooms, I'll make do with the ground, Liena declared, retrieving a blanket to spread out. What? Are you afraid I'll do something? Hu Liena frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. Let me tell you, the floor is hard. It's not good for your back. Be cautious or you might find yourself powerless in the future. Who told you that? You should be embarrassed for saying such things. I'm a steadfast man. And my virtue is reserved for my future wife. If your back gives out, what wife would want you? She scoffed. If it comes to that, I'll confine you. And we shall grow old together in solitude. Liena feigned a menacing tone. We shall see if you possess such capability, Hu Liena replied dismissively, though a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. You'll find out soon enough, Liena huffed, positioning a pillow beneath his waist. Regardless of the truth, it's wise to have some cushioning. Liena pondered, sighing inwardly, don't lean on it. It's not good for the waist. And I won't be able to bear it later. The following day, upon awakening, he continued to participate in the soul battle. After winning a match in the morning, Liena waited in the lounge until noon. He found it peculiar and inquired with the staff at the soul battle venue. They informed him that there were few participants in the 40-level copper soul battles, and since it was a life and death match, the number was even scarcer, necessitating a wait. This wait extended to a whole day. On the second day, Liena participated in his second copper soul battle, and once again, emerged victorious with ease. However, after his triumph, they were required to wait yet again. Liena found this waiting intolerable, so after discussing with Hu Liena, he decided to participate alone in the life and death battles, while Hu Liena opted for the strategy battles. With Luling's strength at 39, he was unstoppable in the 30-level Iron Soul battles, vanquishing every opponent in his path. Within a mere week, he accomplished a staggering 20 consecutive victories, elevating his Soul Battle Badge to Silver. Hu Liena similarly advanced to his Silver Badge around the same time. However, since both of their individual soul battles had reached the Silver level, their combined opponents naturally escalated to Silver as well. Nonetheless, even at the Silver level, the duo found no worthy adversaries. During the waiting period, Liena continued to engage in individual life and death battles, achieving another 10 consecutive victories, which propelled his score to 5,000 points, thus attaining the Gold Soul Badge. Gold Soul Badges at the 30 level were exceedingly rare in the Soto City Soul Arena, resulting in Liena finding it increasingly difficult to secure opponents for individual battles. If he wished to continue participating, he needed to enhance his abilities and break through to level 40, thereby increasing the pool of potential adversaries. Yet, this would only expand his options for individual battles. Their duo still faced no challengers. 3 months later, Luling's soul power reached level 40. The Soto City Soul Arena had momentarily lost its significance for him. Considering the passage of time, it was nearly time to return to the Spirit Hall. That evening, Liena held a letter in his hand, stating, "This is a letter from Juyue Guan, confirming that he has completed the entrusted task." As for how the letter arrived in his hands, it was, of course, thanks to the Cardinal of Soto City. In truth, their movements had been known to Bibi Dong 2 months prior. It was indeed time to return. The Grand Offering's 140-year birthday was approaching, and it was rumored that Sister Shui would also return. Last year, they had anticipated seeing her, only to find her too busy to spare a moment. Hu Liena nodded in agreement. Sister Shui? Upon hearing this title, Lulong instinctively thought of someone. Yes, it's Sister Qian Renxue, the daughter of our teacher, although it seems our teacher is not particularly fond of her. How do you know? Isn't it obvious? After all these years, our teacher has never mentioned her. Lulong casually provided an explanation, choosing not to disclose his full awareness of the situation. Few people know about this matter, so please refrain from speaking carelessly. Hu Liena said cautiously. Rest assured, I am mindful. The next day, they set off to return to the Spirit Hall. The distance from Soto City to the Spirit Hall was considerable. It took nearly a month to arrive. And the return journey would be no different. A month later, Lulong arrived back at the Spirit Hall. The first order of business upon returning was, naturally, to pay a visit to Bibi Dong. In the Pope Hall, Bibi Dong reclined with her long, elegant legs crossed, her jade-like hands supporting her cheek. Her calm gaze fixed on Lulong and Hu Liena, betraying no emotion. I hear you participated in the soul battle? Bibi Dong's lips parted lightly, her voice exceedingly tranquil. Indeed, Lulong replied. And what of your record? 35 consecutive wins in one-on-one battles, 32 in two-on-two battles, and my soul battle badge is now gold. Lulong spoke with a hint of pride, but upon completing his statement, he noticed that Bibi Dong's expression remained cold, devoid of any sign of pleasure. He realized he had misspoken. Do you recall what I said when I first admitted you into the Spirit Hall? Her tone was frosty, laced with a hint of reprimand. I forgot. I stated that once you entered the Spirit Hall, your life would no longer be solely your own. Yet you have wagered your life 67 times. Do you take my words lightly? Bibi Dong suddenly rose, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Lulong. Chapter 71. Breaking through level 40, the captive soul beast. Simultaneously, a chilling aura erupted from her presence. Lulong sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Bibi Dong. Realizing that he had truly angered his teacher this time, he hurriedly said, I am sorry, teacher. I acknowledge my mistake. This cannot be entirely blamed on him. It is my fault for not stopping him. I was fully aware of the dangers involved, yet I not only failed to intervene but also chose to accompany him. It is entirely my responsibility. Please punish me instead. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's anger, Hu Liena quickly added, You are still pleading for him? Do you think you can escape unscathed? Bibi Dong scoffed, casting a frosty gaze upon the two downcast youngsters. Although her expression was icy, her heart was filled with concern. Did they not comprehend the peril of venturing out without formidable strength to support them? Bibi Dong was truly furious. Had it not been for the message from the Cardinal of Soto City, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that these two had strayed so far. Following your birthday, both of you shall be confined for a year, not permitted to step outside the Soul Master City. Bibi Dong declared coldly. Yes, teacher. Lulong and Hu Liena replied, bracing themselves. In that moment of her wrath, Lulong could only acquiesce to Bibi Dong's wishes, fearing that any further protest could lead to a punishment far more severe than mere confinement. All right, Nana, you may return. Long, stay behind, she commanded. Yes, teacher. Once Hu Liena departed, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Lulong before turning and walking towards the rear of the papal palace, instructing, Follow me. Lulong hurriedly followed, as he had a vague understanding of the task at hand. Trailing behind by Bibi Dong, they soon arrived at the secret chamber. Upon opening the door, Lulong was immediately met with a pungent scent of blood, mingled with a repulsive odor reminiscent of a mermaid from the sewers. What a stench! Lulong grimaced in distaste. You find it unpleasant? This is all a result of your own doing. If it were not for your fourth spirit ring, I would not have permitted you to utilize the secret chamber in this manner, Bibi Dong retorted, casting him an irritated glance before stepping inside. Once inside, Lulong discovered that they were not alone. Two others were present, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Additionally, at the center of the chamber stood a massive cage, within which was confined a ferocious spirit beast. As Lulong approached, he discovered that the soul beast measured nearly 10 meters in length, its body a deep, unblemished black, with not a hint of color to mar its fur. Its eyes, crimson and lantern-like, radiated a ferocious aura. The muscles across its body bulged like stacked boulders, suggesting a weight that easily surpassed 2,000 kilograms. The king's symbol upon its forehead was also black, yet distinct from its fur, bearing a somber, misty hue. Most striking, however, was its tail, composed of countless joints, culminating in a massive backward-facing hook. On its back were enormous black wings, spread wide enough to obscure the sky. Yet at this moment, confined as it was, it could only retract its wings, unable to make even the slightest extraneous movement. Crouched within the cage. The moment Lu Long drew near, it surged to its feet, unleashing a bloody roar that emanated a powerful force akin to an invisible shockwave, causing Lu Long to instinctively retreat. Alas, aside from standing, it could not advance further, for this cage had been meticulously crafted to its measurements, its height matching that of the beast and its width exceedingly narrow. Once upright, it found its wings unable to unfurl, its body incapable of turning, and even its tail remained still. The only part of its body that could move was its head, which could turn slightly. Additionally, a massive collar encircled its neck, tethered to a chain deeply embedded in the ground. The base of its wings and all four limbs were pierced by backward-facing hooks, similarly connected to 6 chains as thick as a human arm. Any struggle would tighten the hook's grip, inflicting excruciating pain with every desperate move. This was the 10,000-year-old dark evil god tiger, and its presence was truly awe-inspiring. Lu Long couldn't help but exclaim. Even though this dark evil god tiger was imprisoned and had suffered greatly, its aura remained terrifyingly potent. To be precise, it was 9,900 years. 10,000 years marks a qualitative change. This soul beast is exceedingly extraordinary, and I fear complications may arise if it were to break through now. Thus I chose to await your return before making any decisions, Bibi Dong remarked. This was her first encounter with such a soul beast. She had only seen it in ancient texts before. She had always presumed it to be a mere legend until Douluo brought the creature back, revealing its tangible existence. Yet, even then, she remained skeptical until she scrutinized it closely and confirmed it was indeed the dark evil god tiger. When Douluo relayed Lu Long's plans to Bibi Dong, her astonishment was indescribable, her opinion of her disciple soaring to new heights. At the same time, she was puzzled by how Lu Long had acquired such extensive knowledge. When they captured it, it had only a few thousand years of cultivation. In less than half a year, it had remarkably grown to 99,000 years. This method of cultivation through devouring other soul beasts and soul masters was unprecedented to her. Douluo mused. Merely feeding this soul beast had resulted in the death of thousands of soul beasts, along with many powerful soul masters. Such feeding efficiency had allowed the dark evil god tiger to flourish in a mere 6 months. Initially, when Lu Long asked him to seek out this soul beast, he regarded it with indifference, thinking it was just an ordinary soul beast, unworthy of his personal involvement. However, now he truly comprehended Lu Long's intentions and felt immense admiration for his foresight and profound wisdom. Are these chains truly capable of restraining it? Lu Long inquired. Noting that while the chains appeared robust, they hardly seemed sufficient to control a 10,000-year-old soul beast. These are no ordinary chains. They were specially crafted from the strongest metal, retrieved from the Divine Craftsman's Guild. Furthermore, the collar around its neck and the 6 hooks on its body are all soul-guiding devices. Coupled with this specially designed cage and the daily administration of potent neurotoxic substances, we have managed to keep it subdued, Bibi Dong explained. To ensure the safe confinement of this soul beast, she had expended tremendous effort, exhausting her intellect to the point of setting aside even the Rakshasa God examination. Ultimately achieving this remarkable feat. Chapter 72. The 10,000-year dark evil god tiger, however, witnessing such results filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Capturing a soul beast nearing 10,000 years was a tale that would seem utterly fantastical if spoken aloud. Yet, Bibi Dong had managed to accomplish this. Of course, the primary reason was that the dark evil god tiger had been captured while still in the thousands by Douluo. To achieve the remarkable feat of imprisoning a 10,000-year-old soul beast, all these elements were indispensable. Yet, one must wonder who on the Douluo Continent could accomplish such a task. It was likely only the affluent and powerful spirit hall that could do so. You have now surpassed the 40th level and consumed celestial herbs, so absorbing the 99,000-year-old soul ring should pose no issue. However, if you intend to let it mature to 10,000 years before absorbing it, the risks will increase exponentially. 10,000 years represents a qualitative shift, and the spiritual turbulence it generates is exceedingly fierce. Moreover, this dark evil god tiger possesses 6 attributes, including the most enigmatic force of evil, marking it as exceptionally perilous. You must consider this carefully, Bibi Dong cautioned gravely. Teacher, I assumed you would simply instruct me to absorb the 99,000 years. Did you not say that my life does not solely belong to me? Lu Long understood Bibi Dong's intentions, but responded with a teasing smile. Observing Lu Long's demeanor, Bibi Dong recognized he was attempting to reassure her, which touched her heart. Yet her expression remained stern. Your life indeed does not belong to you, thus you must survive. She understood Lu Ling's character well, with a 10,000-year soul beast present. He would never settle for absorbing the 99,000 years, even if it was just a mere 1,000 years shy. This was the essence of Lu Ling's inherent madness. Rest assured, teacher, I have been planning for half a year for this day. I will not perish so easily, Lu Ling declared with unwavering determination. There are still countless beautiful things in this world. How could he simply allow himself to die? Moonlight, prepare yourself. Having made a decision, it was time to take action. Yes, your holiness, Douluo responded, and then he exited the chamber. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding a 10,000-year soul beast in his hands. When the dark, evil god tiger breaks through to 10,000 years, I will cast a dual stasis field alongside Old Ghost. During that moment, you must seize the opportunity to kill it. Do you understand? Douluo instructed Lu Ling, his expression grave, revealing the perilous nature of such an undertaking even for a titled Douluo. Understood. Subsequently, Douluo tossed the 10,000-year soul beast before the dark evil god tiger, urging it to consume. However, the dark evil god tiger, possessing high intelligence, had already discerned their plan and disdainfully ignored the soul beast before it. It refused to eat. This unexpected turn was somewhat surprising to all, as they had anticipated the most challenging part to be later in the process, only to find that the initial step posed a significant obstacle. Lu Ling pondered deeply. If the dark evil demon tiger was resolute in its refusal to consume, then they truly had no means to enable its breakthrough to 100,000 years. For the dark evil demon tiger, whether it ate or abstained, it was akin to death. Rather than allow Lu Ling to gain an advantage, it would prefer to perish outright. Nonetheless, the dark evil demon tiger did not wish for its own demise, and was acutely aware that Lu Ling also desired it to survive. Thus, the most prudent course of action for it was to maintain this stalemate. Should you choose not to eat, you shall remain confined here for eternity. At this juncture, Lu Ling stepped forward and addressed the dark evil demon tiger. Yet, the creature did not even lift its eyelids. 100,000 years is a threshold for you. Have you ever contemplated that after surpassing this limit, would these chains still restrain you? Lu Ling continued to entice. Upon hearing this, the dark evil demon tiger indeed opened its eyes, gazing at Lu Ling as if contemplating his words. Observing the effect of his persuasion, Lu Ling pressed on. Rather than languish in perpetual darkness, why not take a chance? Should you lose, the worst fate is merely death. Should you win, you shall gain boundless freedom. With your prowess, once victorious, it is likely that no one on the Douluo Continent would stand as your rival. In just a few years, you could effortlessly ascend to divinity. At that juncture, you could pursue any ambition you desired, unimpeded by anyone. Furthermore, if you do not take this risk, how many more years do you believe you can survive? Given my talents, attaining the rank of a titled Douluo is merely a matter of time. And even reaching divinity is within the realm of possibility. By then, do you think you would still hold any value? Once I ascend to divinity, what worth does your 100,000-year soul ring hold? Reflect upon this. One path leads to a few more years of existence followed by death, while the other promises the attainment of divine status and an eternity of life. The choice of which path to take lies entirely with you. Upon hearing Lu Ling's words, the dark malevolent demon tiger's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, flickering incessantly. It would occasionally cast glances toward Lu Ling and his companions, then shift its gaze to the soul beast before it, as if weighing the pros and cons. Upon witnessing its current state, Lu Ling discerned that the moment of culmination was imminent. A flicker of doubt lingered within, yet seizing the moment, he asserted, "Do not forget. It is not merely your wager at stake. I am equally invested in this gamble. We are both placing our lives on the line, 4 lives against yours. What hesitation remains? Are you truly so lacking in courage? Did you not proclaim yourself the foremost spirit beast in the world? Why, then, do you cower now? An opportunity lies before you, and yet you dare not seize it?" Lu Ling's voice grew louder, his emotions swelling with fervor. Under Lu Ling's influence, the dark evil demon tiger appeared increasingly unsettled, its breath quickened, blood-red eyes glinting with malice, as if something within sought to break free. "Eat!" Lu Ling suddenly bellowed. His voice resonated like a deep bell, and upon hearing it, the dark evil demon tiger ceased its hesitation, opening its cavernous maw to devour the millennia-old soul beast in one swift motion. "Prepare yourselves," Bibi Dong commanded, and the 4 of them simultaneously revealed their soul rings. After consuming the soul beast, the dark evil demon tiger began to expand, its already formidable 9-meter frame surging toward 10 meters. Concurrently, A tremendous and overwhelming aura emanated from within, striking them like a frigid gale. The group wore grave expressions, fixated on the transformation of the dark, evil demon tiger. Soon, the creature ceased to grow, having fully reached 10 meters. At that very moment, a dazzling red light appeared beneath it. Now, Bibi Dong shouted. 2 levels of stasis field. Both the Flower Douluo and Ghost Douluo were fully prepared. Knowing the incantation required time, they had acted at the right moment to initiate it early. Just as the red light emerged, they completed their incantation. As a result, within a 20-meter radius, everything fell into a serene stillness, as if the world itself had come to an end. However, this tranquility lasted less than half a second before subtle changes began to unfold. The dark, evil demon tiger's eyes flickered, and strands of dark gray light seeped from its body, seemingly attempting to break free from the stasis. Act quickly. This creature possesses the ability to manipulate time, Bibi Dong cried out. Yet, without her prompting, Lu Long had already brandished his long blade, advancing toward the dark, evil demon tiger. His spirit was taut. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the red light, he executed a swift draw and slash. Thus, as Bibi Dong's words fell silent, Lu Long's blade had already reached the tiger's throat. With all his might behind the strike, he feared it might not be enough to sever the creature's head. However, Lu Long underestimated himself. The blade easily cleaved through the dark, evil demon tiger's neck. Despite its cunning, it could not rival the guile of humanity. Given another chance, it surely would not have heeded Lu Long's deceitful words. The severed head rolled away, its blood-red eyes filled with resentment. If only it had a fraction more time. It could have escaped its fate, but it had gravely underestimated human cunning. Faint red light points began to float from the corpse of the dark, evil demon tiger, gathering above to form a crimson ring. Initially pale, the ring deepened in color as more light points converged, eventually transforming into a blood-like crimson hue. As the blood-red soul ring coalesced, it cast the entire chamber in a ghastly red, and beneath the soul ring, Lu Long felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he were suffocating. Prepare to absorb it. We shall guard you, Bibi Dong said, her gaze trembling with envy as she beheld the soul ring. Though she already possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, witnessing this moment stirred her excitement, for she knew her own ring had been acquired through the might of the spirit hall, rather than her own merit. Hence, encountering another 10,000-year soul ring elicited profound emotions within her. Indeed, had Lu Long not been her disciple, she would have sought to claim it for herself from the outset. Meanwhile, the Flower Douluo's eyes sparkled with desire. He yearned to possess this crimson soul ring. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting, for the presence of the Pope loomed over them, instilling a sense of restraint. Moreover, Lu Long's gift of the celestial herb had already satisfied him. How could he betray that kindness for a mere soul ring? Of course, the primary reason was that it would be of little use to him now, as he could not absorb it. As for the ghost Douluo, his expression was inscrutable, but he too was fixated on the crimson soul ring. Like the Flower Douluos, though both were titled Douluos, neither possessed a single 10,000-year soul ring. The fact that Lu Long, so young and merely a soul zone, could possess such a treasure only deepened their envy. A 10,000-year soul ring, its allure was truly indescribable, embodying the ultimate aspiration of every soul master. Lu Long heard Bibi Dong's words but did not rush to absorb the soul ring. It could exist for an hour, and he had ample time. At this moment, he was waiting for something. Bibi Dong observed him standing still, unsure of the reason, thinking he was gathering his emotions, and thus remained silent. Lu Long was utterly focused, clearing his mind of all external distractions, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the corpse of the dark demon tiger, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a jet-black orb, radiating a mesmerizing azure glow, surged forth. The moment it appeared, it attempted to flee. Lu Long had anticipated this, and as the orb emerged, he sprang into action with remarkable speed, capturing it without delay. Without a moment to admire its beauty, he swiftly placed it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Long chose to ingest the orb directly. Lu Long was well aware of the orb's extraordinary ability to traverse dimensions. Initially, he contemplated placing it within his ring. However, upon reflection, he realized that the ring itself constituted an independent space where the orb might potentially escape. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action and swallowed it whole. As for the consequences of his choice, he scarcely gave them a second thought. The madness of Lu Long manifested once again. What is that? Douluo asked in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. Is it a soul bone? That seems unlikely. How could a soul bone fly out on its own? Not a soul bone, then what might it be? Bibi Dong's expression was grave. She too was uncertain about the nature of the orb, yet she could distinctly sense the immense energy it contained. Moreover, the energy was exceedingly chaotic, with each strand evoking a sense of dread. Watching Lu Long consume the orb without hesitation, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. She was unaware of what Lu Long truly understood, but at that moment, her only recourse was to protect him. Prepare the medicinal bath, get the auxiliary soul devices ready, and summon all auxiliary soul masters above level 70. Bibi Dong commanded decisively. Understood. Initially, Bibi Dong had not intended to mobilize such forces. But Lu Ling's sudden ingestion of the orb unsettled her spirit. For his safety, she felt compelled to make comprehensive preparations. At this moment, she could no longer regard the secrets of this hidden chamber. Lu Ling's safety was paramount. Soon, a large tub of medicinal bath was brought in. Crafted from the finest herbs, designed to clear the meridians and expedite the flow of soul power. Ensuring Lu Long could absorb the soul ring with greater ease and endure the ensuing pain. Surrounding the tub, a string of bells, functioning as auxiliary soul devices, hung to bolster mental fortitude, aiding Lu Long in resisting the violent spiritual shock. Once these arrangements were made, dozens of soul masters entered the chamber. Comprising both men and women, young and old, they were all soul saints of level 70 or above, specifically auxiliary soul masters. Upon entering the chamber, they were immediately struck by an overwhelming pressure that rendered them breathless. When they beheld the scarlet soul ring, their expressions froze, as if they were being scrutinized by an unseen terror, rendering them as motionless as statues, unable to move. Faced with 100,000-year soul ring, these level 70 soul saints found even their greedy desires evaporating, replaced only by an infinite sense of fear. Obey my command. Assist Lu Long in absorbing the soul ring with all your might. Yes, with Bibi Dong's stern command, the soul masters were jolted back to reality. They finally noticed the young man immersed in the medicinal bath at the center of the chamber. It's him. He intends to absorb 100,000-year soul ring. Is this some kind of jest? Their shock was palpable, laden with endless questions, even more so than when they first encountered the soul ring, momentarily forgetting Bibi Dong's instructions. Humph. Bibi Dong's cold yet authoritative voice resonated, causing them to shudder and refocus, swiftly releasing their martial spirits to prepare. Meanwhile, after swallowing the orb, Lu Long was immediately engulfed by an icy sensation, as if he had fallen into a frigid abyss, becoming a statue of ice radiating chill from within. His senses were acute, but within seconds, an extreme cold surged into his mind like a piercing sword, nearly rendering him unconscious. A trickle of blood escaped his lips as a layer of black light enveloped him, cocooning him in obscurity, concealing his condition from view. As the black light flowed, a hint of gray began to manifest. When this gray began to spread, everyone was taken aback. They clearly saw the medicinal bath within the tub turning transparent, while the floating herbs gradually withered, eventually dissipating into gray mist that merged with the luminous veil. Concurrently, even the tub began to be tainted by the gray mist. Fortunately, being metallic, it endured the corrosion. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong ordered an immediate increase in the medicinal bath. Thus, a steady stream of medicinal concoctions flowed into the chamber, as top-tier herbs were hastily prepared, sending the entire logistics of the Wuhuan temple into a flurry of activity. In the offering hall, Qian Daolu wore a beaming expression, for before him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as snow, with a straight nose and slightly slender phoenix eyes, presenting a visage of striking elegance. Dressed in a golden palace gown, the attire was seamless, seemingly woven from golden threads, adorned minimally, exuding an ancient and refined charm. The golden collar framed her long, snow-white neck, while her golden hair cascaded loosely behind her, contrasting sharply with her meticulously arranged gown. This woman was Qian Rinxue. Swear, it has been a while. How have you been? Qian Daolu inquired gently. Grandfather, I have been well, though I have had little time to visit you, Qian Rinxue replied, adopting a daughterly demeanor. No matter, as long as you can still visit your grandfather, I am already quite pleased. I heard you have successfully become the crown prince? Qian Daolu asked. Yes, and it is precisely because I have become the crown prince that my responsibilities have multiplied, which is why I could not return last year for your birthday. Qian Rinxue admitted, a hint of guilt in her nod. Ah, I truly regret the burden placed upon you. Observing her demeanor, Qian Daolu felt a pang of sympathy. He couldn't help but think of Lu Lang. If only Shuer could be more like him, perhaps she would have fewer worries. The Pope has taken on an outstanding disciple. whose talents surpass even yours, wielding a divine martial spirit even more potent than the six-winged angel. His name is Hu Liena, Qian Dalu remarked involuntarily. Hu Liena? Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled. She had never heard that name before. Indeed, Qian Dalu was about to elaborate when a commotion erupted outside the hall. What is happening? Qian Dalu inquired coldly. Reporting to the Grand Offerant, it is the logistics personnel. His Holiness the Pope has commanded that all top-tier herbs be prepared into medicinal baths and sent forth, a maid announced from outside. Is there a situation? Qian Rinxue asked, her heart tightening upon hearing the mention of His Holiness the Pope. Uncertain, but I have heard that His Holiness has summoned all auxiliary soul masters above level 70. All auxiliary soul masters. Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, with the medicinal baths and soul masters summoned. Could it be that the Pope was in peril? She instinctively turned her gaze to Qian Dalu. Let us go and see. Qian Dalu intuitively understood her concern and acquiesced. After all, if Bibi Dong were in trouble, it would spell great loss for the Wuhuan Temple. Within the hidden chamber, as the medicinal baths continued to increase, the gray-black light intensified, emanating a chilling, domineering, malevolent, and otherworldly aura from Hu Liena. Soon, when the gray-black light reached saturation, 3 additional lights quietly emerged, manifesting in azure, cerulean, and silver. These 5 lights intertwined, swirling around Hu Liena, creating a bizarre spectacle that none present had ever witnessed, leaving them filled with bewilderment and curiosity. Only Bibi Dong remained vigilant, her heart heavy with concern. The 100,000-year soul ring could only sustain its power for an hour, yet Hu Liena had clearly entered a peculiar state. What if this condition persisted beyond the hour? Would it not render all efforts futile? The ramifications of losing a 100,000-year soul ring would be immeasurable, a burden even the spirit hall could scarcely bear. Fortunately, Bibi Dong's apprehensions proved to be unwarranted. The radiant light continued to converge without any further anomalies. And after a brief half-hour, Hu Liena awakened. As the luminescence flowed into his being, he opened his eyes. His appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. His facial contours were more pronounced, exuding an alluring handsomeness. His skin had become notably fairer, as smooth as that of an infant. However, the most striking change was in his aura. Previously, he had radiated a charismatic and sunny disposition, but now he emanated an enchanting and sinister charm. His eyes, reminiscent of crescent moons, possessed an otherworldly allure. The slight curve at the corners of his mouth seemed to unleash a latent madness within him. A juxtaposition of restraint and wildness, an embodiment of contradiction. As he gazed at the crowd, his gaze was bewitching, imbued with an air of dominance and coldness. Just a single glance compelled even the rank 70 soul saints to instinctively retreat. Quickly absorb the soul ring, Bibi Dong urged at that moment, her keen perception revealing that Hu Liena was in an optimal state. Hu Liena cast a glance and realized that considerable time had passed. Without further hesitation, he summoned the Zhanluo blade, channeling his soul power to draw upon the scarlet soul ring, a relic of 100,000 years. As the soul ring was summoned, it seemed as though a colossal resentment had found its outlet, shrinking instantly to envelop Hu Liena's form. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and unprecedented surge of energy surged into his body. This energy cascaded like a torrential flood, invading narrow streams, akin to a stampede of beasts crashing through a dense forest. Its sudden manifestation caused Hu Liena's entire being to spiral into chaos, his vital energy tumultuous, almost on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, at that moment, the supportive soul masters activated their abilities, infusing Hu Liena with various enhancing attributes, allowing him a brief respite amidst the tempest. He narrowly avoided unconsciousness. Once he steadied his mind, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Should he have succumbed to faintness during the absorption of the soul ring, the only outcome would have been death. Thankfully, he managed to endure this initial onslaught. The first wave of impact, while not the most ferocious, was the most unexpected. And many had failed in their attempts at soul ring absorption due to faltering at this critical juncture. With the assistance of the supportive soul masters, Hu Liena found some relief. Yet as the torrent of chaotic energy continued to flow, he was once again beset by pain. Fortunately, this agony was progressively escalating, allowing him to mentally prepare and persevere. Within his body, Hu Liena contended with the formidable energy. Externally, however, his physique was already seeping fine blood, staining the medicinal bath of vivid crimson. The onlookers furrowed their brows, their hearts gripped with anxiety, wary of any misstep. Time trickled by, and Hu Liena's suffering intensified. His visage contorted, a stark contrast to the charming and dashing face he had just moments prior. Yet, Bolstered by the support of soul masters, he managed to maintain his clarity. As time progressed, Lu Long's complexion gradually began to ease. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. However, before they could revel in their joy, Lu Long suddenly emitted a deep, anguished groan that startled everyone. "Hold on," Bibi Dong cried out, fully aware that this was the pivotal moment. At this juncture, the lingering resentment of the dark, evil demon tiger could no longer be contained, its spirit assaulting Lu Long's soul. The dark, evil demon tiger, a malevolent soul beast, left behind remnants far more potent than those of ordinary soul beasts, compounded by the torment it had endured at the hands of the spirit hall for 6 months, resulting in a terrifyingly powerful residue. As this resentment manifested, Lu Lang felt an icy chill invade his mind, a formidable force that froze his thoughts, dulling his mental acuity. In that moment, a select few spirit-type soul masters among the supporters unleashed enhancement techniques, penetrating Lu Lang's consciousness. Concurrently, a string of bells around him began to chime without wind. The clear tones resonated in his ears, akin to gentle breezes thawing the frozen realm of his mind. Yet, just as Lu Long began to gain the upper hand, the resentment erupted once more. In his mental landscape, a pure black, winged tiger wreaked havoc, while Lu Lang transformed into a sword, confronting it in fierce combat. However, the tiger's might was overwhelming. Within mere exchanges, Lu Long found himself retreating, the tiger advancing with reckless abandon, casting shadows wherever it tread. This is dire. The resentment of the dark, evil demon tiger is far too potent, exceeding even 100,000 years. Bibi Dong remarked, her expression grave, eyes brimming with concern. The dark, evil demon tiger, an avatar of the evil deity, at 6,000 years, was already on par with the 2 sovereign beasts of the Star Do forest, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Now, with its age reaching 100,000 years, it could easily overpower both forest monarchs. The lingering resentment it possessed vastly surpassed 100,000 years, and with various factors amplifying it, its potency now rivaled that of a 200,000-year soul beast. Lu Long's expression grew increasingly pained, the collapse of his mental realm manifesting in his physical form. His soul power became erratic, and his vital energy surged uncontrollably, a clear sign of impending failure. Bibi Dong, witnessing Lu Lang's anguish and helplessness, felt utterly powerless, for the skills at her disposal were all tainted with malevolence. Any forced assistance to help Lu Lang resist would not only be futile but could potentially accelerate his downfall. What could be done? Should she simply abandon him? Once again, Bibi Dong was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, a feeling strikingly reminiscent of 20 years past. The same place, the same suffering, yet with different individuals. No, I must not allow him to perish. A fierce determination flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the chamber, a man and a woman. One of them bore a golden 6-winged angelic spirit, radiating a divine and pure aura. As he entered, the tainted atmosphere of the room was instantly purified. Angel domain. Holy light. A powerful voice resounded. Bibi Dong turned to the newcomers, astonished to find it was Qian Douluo. In an instant, Qian Douluo appeared before Lu Lang. Under the influence of the angel domain, Lu Lang's complexion began to ease. Simultaneously, Qian Douluo's wings unfurled, releasing countless golden particles that surged into Lu Lang's body, further alleviating his distress. The angel domain possessed the ability to weaken local soul power, yet it also emanated a sacred aura, the very nemesis of evil. Coupled with Qian Douluo's healing light, a formidable force of a level 99 super Douluo, it bestowed immense strength upon the near-collapsing Lu Lang. No matter how powerful a 100,000-year soul beast might be, it could not rival a super Douluo. In the realm of his spirit, Lu Lang wielded a radiant sword, its golden glow resplendent as he struck down the dark evil god tiger, obliterating it entirely. Soon, with Qian Douluo's assistance, Lu Lang stabilized his aura, and the dissipating soul power began to coalesce once more. Finally, taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes. He had successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring. Rising to his feet, his gaze first fell upon the figure of Qian Douluo, who had aided him. Noticing the 6-winged angel behind him, Lu Lang deduced his identity but was taken aback by Qian Douluo's youth. He appeared to be in his 30s, not particularly robust but tall and strikingly handsome. You truly have remarkable audacity, daring to forcibly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Do you not fear death? Qian Douluo scrutinized Lu Lang closely. He was aware that Bibi Dong had taken on a talented disciple, yet he had never seen his true visage. Their first meeting unfolded under such unexpected circumstances. Chapter 76. The Slaying of the Evil God. The fury of the dark, evil god. Well, it seems I have survived. Lu Leng chuckled triumphantly, having escaped the brink of death. He then bowed deeply to Qian Daolu, expressing his gratitude for the timely rescue. In response, Qian Daolu snorted dismissively. At least you possess more courtesy than your teacher. With that, he made no further delay and exited the chamber, with Qian Rinxue silently following in his wake. Upon entering the chamber and seeing that Bibi Dong was unharmed, she had felt a sense of relief. However, she was taken aback by another shocking scene. A soul master of the 40th rank was absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. This shattered her understanding of the world. Is this the power of a divine-level martial soul? At that moment, she cast a deep glance at Lu Lang, concealing her emotions within, and left with a tranquil demeanor. Lu Lang's gaze fell upon Qian Rinxue, and he couldn't help but admire her beauty, which shone brightly before him. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. She was as breathtakingly stunning as Bibi Dong herself. If Bibi Dong could be likened to a thorny rose, then Qian Rinxue was akin to a sacred snow lotus. Both were exquisite beyond compare. Particularly, her aura of purity lent her an air of nobility that evoked awe and reverence. Everyone, leave at once. What transpired today must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Bibi Dong commanded. Yes, the soul masters responded in unison, promptly vacating the secret chamber. They dared not defy even a word of Bibi Dong's decree. As the authority of the spirit hall, she was renowned for her ruthless methods and resolute temperament. Her ability to fully control the spirit hall within just a few years of her stewardship was a testament to her extraordinary capabilities. Thus, her words were not to be taken lightly. Once the chamber was empty, Lu Lang cast a glance at Bibi Dong and exhaled deeply. This recent venture had left him with lingering trepidation. Bibi Dong, too, released a sigh. She had underestimated the dark, evil demon tiger. In truth, Lu Lang's physical and mental attributes had already reached the level of a tidal Douluo, making the absorption of soul rings under 100,000 years a trivial matter. However, he had opted to take the perilous route of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, a feat not all tidal Douluos could accomplish. To absorb such a soul ring, one required an exceptionally robust physique, of which there were few on the continent. Not to mention, the number of soul masters possessing a 100,000-year soul ring was scant. They were not only rare but had also ascended through rigorous evaluations rather than direct absorption. In the original narrative, aside from the second spirit of those with twin martial souls, only 4 individuals directly absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring with their primary martial soul, Tang Hao, Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Golden Crocodile Douluo. However, like Tang San, Tang Hao's soul rings were voluntarily sacrificed, rendering their absorption almost risk-free. Hence, in the truest sense, only Bibi Dong and Golden Crocodile Douluo had genuinely absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. Nevertheless, compared to Bibi Dong, Lu Lang faced a far greater peril. For he was absorbing a soul beast of the dark, evil demon tiger's ilk. The resonance of its soul was several times more potent than that of a typical 100,000-year soul beast, amplifying the danger manifold. This grave risk was precisely why Bibi Dong mobilized such extensive resources, even disregarding the exposure of this forbidden chamber, to summon the entirety of the supportive soul masters from the spirit hall. The treachery involved was nothing short of life-threatening. Despite the spirit hall's formidable resources and support, Lu Leng's endeavor almost ended in failure, only salvaged by Qian Daolia's intervention. One cannot help but acknowledge that Lu Leng's fortune was indeed extraordinary. Initially, Lu Leng was reluctant to join the spirit hall, but in retrospect, it appears that his decision was indeed judicious. Had he chosen to align himself with Shrek or another academy, even with his knowledge of the dark evil demon tiger's intentions to imprison him, it would have posed a formidable challenge, let alone the prospect of absorption. Directly attempting to absorb such a soul ring would likely lead to his own demise without any external interference. Given Lu Leng's reckless disposition, only the spirit hall could provide him the opportunity to navigate the threshold of hell repeatedly. Joining the spirit hall was, in fact, the most sagacious choice for Lu Leng. This realization also sheds light on why Hu Liena found Flinders' views so absurd. While resource-scarce academies can indeed nurture exceptional disciples, the number that emerge is invariably limited. An academy that falters even in the pursuit of a 4th soul ring could hardly assist Lu Leng in absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. Reflecting on this, Lu Leng recalled Flinder, who, while a competent dean, possessed a rather narrow perspective. Even if Lu Leng had been willing to join Shrek, Flinder's abilities would not suffice to guide him. How do you feel? Bibi Dong inquired, noticing Lu Long's momentary daze. Her tone carried a hint of guilt, evidently reproaching herself for her impulsiveness. Surviving a calamity often heralds future blessings, Lu Long replied with a smile upon regaining his focus. He then assessed his body. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, he had grown significantly taller, his clothing feeling somewhat constrictive. Now, at merely 10 years of age, he stood around 1.70 meters, and his facial features had shed their youthful softness, presenting him as a strikingly handsome young man, especially with his captivating peach blossom eyes, which seemed to radiate an electric allure, drawing others into an irresistible enchantment. Following the absorption of the soul ring, his soul power had ascended to level 44, a development that filled Lu Lang with joy. Previously, he had not managed to break through after absorbing soul rings, yet now he had surpassed 4 levels in one go. Indeed, greater peril often begets greater gain. 100,000-year soul ring bestows 2 soul skills upon a soul master, an anticipation that stirred within him. Soon, Lu Lang opened his eyes, and upon comprehending the nature of these 2 soul skills, a broad smile adorned his face. The first soul skill, named Evil God Slash, is an immensely potent and peculiar technique. Although the attack method is straightforward, it is exceptionally difficult to defend against due to its incorporation of 6 distinct attributes. During an attack, Lu Long can seamlessly switch between these attributes at will, thus yielding varied effects. For instance, when confronting a formidable defensive opponent, he can amplify the dark and evil attributes while diminishing the other 4, using the destructive force of darkness and the corrosive power of evil to breach the enemy's defenses. Conversely, when facing a swift adversary, he can enhance the attributes of time and space to diminish the opponent's speed, thereby securing victory. In summary, this is an extraordinarily formidable soul skill. Though it comprises a single skill, it encompasses 6 distinct effects, undeniably rendering it immensely powerful. Upon realizing the capabilities of this soul skill, Lu Long's eyes sparkled with joy. For what is described as a single soul skill could justifiably be perceived as 6 distinct abilities. Chapter 77. The Disruption of the Illusory Skull. The second soul skill, ominously titled Wrath of the Dark Demon God, boasts a commanding name and serves as an area of effect skill. When unleashed, it manifests as a dark orb expelled from his mouth, soaring towards the heavens before erupting into a myriad of shadowy arrows that rain down upon his foes, generating energy fluctuations that inflict soul damage. It is crucial to note that this damage pertains to the soul rather than physical harm. Soul damage is notoriously difficult to withstand, with minimal defensive measures available. Only specialized soul-guiding devices or a mental fortitude surpassing that of the opponent can offer any semblance of protection. On this continent, how many soul masters possess a mental acuity exceeding that of Lu Long? It is essential to acknowledge that his current mental prowess is at the level of a tidal Douluo. A soul beast existing for 100,000 years inevitably yields a soul bone. Let us see what soul bone you have acquired. After hearing Lu Long's exposition on his soul skills, Bibi Dong urged him to seek out a soul bone. Lu Long nodded slightly, then began to search beside the corpse of the dark evil demon tiger while wielding the Zhanluo blade. Soon, he discovered a skull radiating a dim, grayish-black glow. It is indeed a skull, Lu Long remarked as he examined it. The skull derived from the dark evil demon tiger possesses attributes that are somewhat difficult to ascertain. Yet it predominantly belongs to the category of offensive prowess, making it quite suitable for you, Bibi Dong analyzed. Lu Long nodded slightly. In truth, regardless of the nature of this skull, he would absorb it, for it belonged to the dark demon evil god tiger, undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, he commenced the absorption of this soul bone. The process of absorption posed little danger, and moments later, Lu Long opened his eyes. The spirit-condensing, illusion-breaking skull bestowed him the ability to see through all deception and perceive the essence of things, rendering him immune to all illusions. The other 2 soul abilities were Evil Telekinesis and the Mental Destruction Arrow. Upon activation, Evil Telekinesis allowed him to manipulate another's consciousness while implanting a mark, effectively turning them into his puppet, contingent upon the target not resisting. It could also be forcibly executed, albeit at the risk of backlash. The Mental Destruction Arrow concentrated his mental energy into an invisible sharp arrow, aiming directly at the opponent's cerebral domain, inflicting devastating damage. It could annihilate those with inferior mental prowess, while still exerting a strong restraining effect on those with superior mental capacity. However, its use was significantly restricted. Employing it would deplete his mental energy, necessitating a period for recovery. Upon hearing about these 4 abilities, Bibi Dong couldn't help but express envy towards Lu Long. His innate intelligence, audacious spirit, meticulousness, and fortuitous luck rendered him an exceptional disciple, promising that the spirit hall would inevitably realize her aspirations. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of unease stirred within her. The formidable power Lu Long exhibited was gradually encroaching upon her own dominion. For the moment, she could maintain control. But should he absorb 2 more spirit rings, she feared he would become unmanageable. Should she eliminate him now? Clearly, that was not an option. For Lu Lang was her disciple and exceedingly obedient to her. Nevertheless, his inherent madness left her feeling powerless. It seemed she must expedite the process of the Rakshasa goddess trial. After much contemplation, Bibi Dong concluded that this was the only way to strike a balance. Lu Long savored the 4 soul skills, completely oblivious to Bibi Dong's expression. He was elated. The arrival of these soul skills undoubtedly augmented his formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, Lu Lang noticed that after absorbing the soul ring from the dark demon evil god tiger and that mysterious orb, his other attributes also received enhancement. The most pronounced improvements were in his lightning and wind attributes. Feeling a surge of power, he yearned for a worthy opponent to challenge. Confident that even a soul Douluo would not stand a chance against him, Qiandalu, as the grand offering of the offering hall and a pillar of the spirit hall, should have celebrated his birthday with grandeur. However, having lived for 140 years, he had long since become indifferent to such worldly ceremonies. Hence, he opted for simplicity, inviting no one but the core personnel of the spirit hall for a modest meal. In truth, he preferred not to partake in the meal at all. He merely wished to share some heartfelt words with Qianrenxue, which would suffice. As one ages, one finds that many things lose their significance, with only the bonds of blood and kinship serving as lasting spiritual solace. The birthday gathering took place in the side hall of the offering hall. As outstanding talents of the younger generation of the spirit hall, Lu Lang and Hu Liena were naturally included. Other offerings and elders also brought along their most exceptional disciples from their families. The younger generation formed their own table, with Lu Lang being the youngest yet the most powerful, holding the status of a pope's disciple. Thus he was expected to occupy a prominent position among the youth. However, as it was Qian Daolia's domain, and with Qianrenxue present, the apparent hierarchy placed her in a more elevated position. Consequently, Lu Lang refrained from asserting dominance, allowing Qianrenxue to take the main seat while he sat beside her. Following them were Hu Liena, Jin Zhengong, Xie Yin, Sun Xuanhao, Zhang Ping, and others. On the opposite side, Qiandalu occupied the main seat with Bibi Dong beside him. Although the Pope and Qiandalu were at odds, they momentarily concealed their discord, creating a rare atmosphere of harmony. After offering gifts and exchanging pleasantries, the gathering shifted to its main purpose, as everyone indulged in exquisite food and wine. Flattery and sweet words flowed effortlessly, and soon enough, the wine had circulated thrice. Then, Bibi Dong found an excuse to be the first to depart from the offering hall. Qiandalu, of course, did not detain her, offering a courteous remark before allowing her to leave. With Bibi Dong leading the way, the elders from the elder hall felt compelled to follow suit, bidding their farewells. Eventually, only Lu Lang and a few others from the youth table remained. Noticing that most had departed, Hu Liena expressed her desire to leave as well, saying to Lu Lang, "It's about time. We should also take our leave." You go ahead. I wish to stay a while longer," Lu Lang replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. "Stay? What are you waiting for?" Hu Liena inquired, perplexed. "The dishes have been served, and most have left. What else is there?" "Why, the birthday cake, of course." "I am not yet satiated," Lu Lang stated matter-of-factly. "But the teacher has already left. She had matters to attend to. I, however, am free. If you have something to do, you may leave first." "I plan to enjoy my meal a while longer," Lu Lang replied, continuing to eat without pause. Hu Liena was at a loss for words. "Fine, eat your fill. I shall take my leave." She dared not linger, fearing that lingering might provoke her teacher's ire, leading to unwarranted confinement, which would be an undesired outcome. Thus, she departed as well. With Hu Liena's exit, Xie Yin, and others followed suit. Before long, the spacious side hall was left with only Lu Lang, Qianrenxue, Qiandalu, and a few offerings from the offering hall. "Young one, why do you linger when all have departed?" Jin Douluo teased, observing Lu Lang engrossed in his meal. He found the young man intriguing, not solely due to Lu Lang's victory over his grandson, but because of Lu Lang himself, his divine martial soul, formidable physique, and soul ring configuration that surpassed common understanding. Such a figure would undoubtedly draw attention wherever he went. I have yet to satiate my hunger, and besides, the cake has not yet been served, Lu Lang replied, popping a piece of soul beast meat into his mouth. He spoke as he ate, showing little regard for his manners. While such behavior was typically frowned upon within the spirit hall, none seemed to take offense. Perhaps it was due to his strength or his charming demeanor that made everything he did appear admirable. Cake? Genie Douluo was taken aback, pondering what cake could possibly be. He had never heard of such a thing. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang chose not to respond, instead continuing to savor his meal leisurely. Eventually, noticing the growing impatience of the golden crocodile Douluo, he finally took out a napkin to dab his mouth. He then approached the table of Qian Daolu, and with a flourish of his hand, a splendid tin-tier cake materialized before him. The cake, resembling a majestic pagoda, was intricately layered, with each tier depicting unique scenes, palaces, soul beasts, continents, and skies vividly brought to life. Atop the cake rested a golden angel, a striking focal point. Moreover, the colors of each layer were exquisitely coordinated. From the bottom upwards, they transitioned through shades of yellow, purple, black, and red, culminating in gold, symbolizing the soul rings. Of course, Qian Daoliu's actual soul rings did not resemble this representation, yet Lu Lang was certain he would not craft it according to reality, as he had never truly seen Qian Daoliu's soul rings. To create it accurately would surely reveal the truth. Behold, the cake. This was indeed a cake. A faint smile graced Lu Lang's face. The onlookers were perplexed, their expressions filled with bewilderment. They had never encountered such a creation. Lu Lang stepped forward and placed the cake before Qian Daolu, stating, "Great offering. This is a special creation prepared just for you. In our hometown, we refer to this delightful confection as a cake, symbolizing the realization of one's aspirations and the fulfillment of cherished dreams. Each cake carries its own name, and I have named this one Eternal Angel of the Divine. I present this gift to express my gratitude for your timely rescue and to wish you the strength to surpass the 100 levels and ascend to divinity soon." After speaking, Lu Lang fixed his gaze upon Qian Daolu, eager to observe his reaction. After all, this cake was crafted by him through an entire night of toil, consuming several days of his efforts, a true labor of love. Upon seeing the cake, a flicker of surprise crossed Qian Daoliu's countenance. Although it was but a fleeting moment, it was significant, for such reactions were rare from one of his temperament. Lu Lang observed the scene with a hint of smugness in his heart. In truth, Qian Daolu had discerned the significance of the cake at a glance, without the need for Lu Lang's explanation. The 10 layers symbolized the 10 ranks of soul masters, each layer a different hue representing the growth of soul rings. Atop it all, the golden angel epitomized the divine achievement of becoming an angel god after reaching the 100th level. This cake was a reflection of Qian Daolu himself. Qian Daolu was slightly moved, gazing at Lu Lang in disbelief. Could this truly be a creation of his? He had not anticipated such a creative facet from the young lad. Yet, as he beheld the angelic statue, Qian Daolu could not help but ponder whether he still had a chance to attain divinity. This contemplation led his gaze to fall upon Qian Renxue. At that moment, Qian Renxue was also admiring the cake. Its exquisite craftsmanship and delicate details were captivating, especially the golden angel, which appeared almost lifelike, as if it had truly come to life. She glanced at Lu Lang, recalling their last encounter in the secret chamber when he had been in a dire state. Had it not been for her grandfather's rescue, he might have perished. Now, however, he exuded a calm confidence, every aspect of him radiating an alluring charm. Seeing this scene, Qian Daolu smiled faintly, already knowing the answer within his heart. "Is this cake edible?" Qian Renxue inquired, intrigued by the faintly sweet aroma wafting from it. "Certainly. I can assure you, it is not only visually appealing, but also extraordinarily delicious," Lu Lang replied. "Such a splendid creation. How could we possibly eat it? I think it would be best to save it for later, perhaps to share once we achieve the 100th level," Golden Crocodile Douluo interjected. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the cake, though he did not believe that a mere cake could lead to divinity. Receiving such a meaningful gift was the highest praise for any soul master. Fear not, the path to becoming a god is long and arduous, and surely a cake cannot sway its course. Besides, it is meant to be eaten. Qian Daolu waved his hand dismissively and continued, "I shall accept this gift. Young lad, your intentions are commendable, and I am grateful for your life. Let us partake of this cake today. I am quite curious to taste the delicacies of your homeland." With that, Qian Daolu waved his hand, evenly slicing the 10-layered cake. He presented the topmost layer, adorned with the golden angel, to Qian Renxue, then took a piece for himself. The others, witnessing this, did not hesitate to take their share. "Grandfather, you should have this piece," Qian Rinxue said, her demeanor somewhat flustered. The golden angel symbolized divinity. If she consumed it, would it not be an act of great disrespect? "Do not worry, it is merely a food sculpture. It is of no consequence. You should eat it," Qian Dalu reassured her with a shake of his head, signaling her not to overthink it. He simply wished to reserve the best for her. However, Qian Rinxue remained hesitant. Just as she began to voice her concerns, Lu Long interrupted, urging, "You must eat it quickly. Delay may diminish its effect." "Listen to Lu Long. Do eat it," Golden Crocodile Douluo chimed in. "You know your grandfather's temperament. As long as you are happy, he finds joy too. So, please, enjoy it." Encouraged by their fervent insistence, Qian Rinxue felt her eyes moisten slightly. After one last glance at Qian Daolu, she decided against further refusal and took a bite of the golden angel. Chapter 79. Qian Rinxue. Eight-petal fairy orchid. The golden angel melted upon her tongue, transforming into an extraordinary energy that coursed through her body like electricity, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she could not resist taking several more bites until the entire golden angel was consumed, finally closing her eyes in satisfaction. "Is it truly that delightful?" Qian Dalu asked, somewhat taken aback by the expression of contentment on Qian Rinxue's face. He took a bite of his own piece. Finding it sweet and not overly rich, a delightful combination of cream atop bread. Though pleasant, it did not seem exceptionally remarkable. The other soul masters also sampled their portions, confirming that while the flavor was indeed enjoyable, it did not evoke reactions as profound as Qian Rinxue's. Why did she appear to relish it so intensely? Was this the enchantment of familial bonds? They could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Lu Long's lips curved into a faint smile. Yet the true circumstances were known only to him. Qian Rinxue and the others were consuming entirely different delicacies. They indulged in mere ordinary cake, while Qian Rinxue savored a celestial herb. It was crafted by Lu Long using the petals of the eight-petal orchid as a base, enveloped with various ingredients, and adorned to resemble a golden angel statue. Thus, Qian Rinxue's significant reaction was understandable, whereas the others found their experience rather mundane. The reason Lu Long provided Qian Rinxue with the celestial herb was straightforward. He wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Throughout his life, he despised being beholden to others, a sentiment evident even during his time at Shrek Academy. For him, exchanging a single celestial herb for his life was a highly advantageous trade. Although Qian Daolu might have been dissatisfied, at least it settled some obligations. He chose the eight-petal orchid due to its gentle and rich medicinal properties, beneficial for Qian Rinxue's condition. Despite Qian Rinxue possessing an innate soul power of level 20, she infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace at the tender age of 9, masquerading as Shui Qinghe, thus commencing her life of concealment. Her remarkable talent was undermined by insufficient cultivation time, compounded by the multitude of responsibilities she faced after becoming the crown prince, leaving her little opportunity for training. Consequently, although she boasted extraordinary potential, as she approached her 20th year, her soul power barely surpassed level 50. While her soul power appeared superior to the average person, its foundation was precarious. This was precisely why Lu Lang selected the eight-petal orchid for her. At this moment, Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as a warm current coursed through her meridians, revitalizing her entire being. Under this transformative influence, she sensed her long-dormant soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without a second thought, she settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, commencing her cultivation. "What have you given Shui?" Observing the scene, Qian Dala quickly surmised that Lu Long had provided Qian Rinxue with something entirely different from what the others consumed. "Nothing substantial, merely a celestial herb," Lu Lang replied nonchalantly. "A celestial herb?" Initially, Qian Dala remained unfazed, but the golden crocodile Douluo and the other attendants were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. "Indeed, it's merely a celestial herb. Is it truly worth such a commotion?" Lu Lang grimaced, perceiving them as Navi bumpkins, having become foolish during their time in this worship hall. "Just a celestial herb?" The golden crocodile Douluo was wide-eyed, circling Lu Long and scrutinizing him from head to toe. What kind of audacity did one possess to utter such a brazen statement? Suddenly, a glint of cunning appeared in the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes. "You, my dear boy, are remarkably audacious. I heard that a couple of years ago, Zhu Yueguan acquired a celestial herb and subsequently reached level 96. At the time, I wondered where that lad found such good fortune. Now it seems it was bestowed by you, was it not?" Indeed, Lu Lang blinked, still unaware of the gravity of the matter. Truly, you are extravagantly affluent. The golden crocodile Douluo realized, since you possess so many celestial herbs, would it be too much to ask for one? What would you need it for? You are already a peak Douluo, and the effect would be minimal, Lu Lang retorted. I may not have much use for it, but my grandson certainly would. Since you have so many, giving me one wouldn't be a burden, he insisted. Do you think celestial herbs are as common as fodder, readily available for the taking? Lu Lang shot him a glare, unfazed in his refusal. Besides, what connection do I have to your grandson? Why should I provide him anything? You did strike him. Surely you owe a medical fee? The golden crocodile Douluo brought up old grievances. Wait, what do you mean by that? If you harm the young one, the elder comes seeking trouble, is it? Furthermore, that incident was years ago. Is it appropriate to bring it up now? Lu Ling's expression darkened, taken aback by the golden crocodile Douluo's audacity. In his reading of novels, he had assumed he was a cold, aloof figure, only to discover that in reality, he was akin to a mischievous old man, lacking in decorum. Enough with the chatter. I shall ask you once. Will you, or will you not? The golden crocodile Douluo, having shed all pretense, declared boldly. I will not. Lu Lang resolutely declined. Even if I had one, I would not give it to you. Ah, you have quite the spirit. Very well. I hear you have absorbed 100,000-year soul ring. Today, I shall see just how powerful it truly is. The golden crocodile Douluo fully cast aside the dignity of a title, his eyes narrowing as a golden crocodile appeared behind him. Come on. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Lu Lang showed no trace of fear, summoning his blade. He was confident that the golden crocodile Douluo would not dare strike him. You've got guts, kid. Today, I must teach you a lesson. The golden crocodile Douluo initially intended to intimidate him, hoping to extract something in return. Yet he was taken aback by Lu Lang's audacity to confront him head-on. Moreover, Lu Lang had the gall to insult him. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Such a statement was clearly provoking him to take action. Enough, all of you. What place do you think this is? At that moment, Qian Daoliu's voice rang out decisively. Lu Lang awaited the moment when Qian Daoliu would act, for although he possessed confidence in contending with the title Douluo, facing a peak Douluo like the golden crocodile left him feeling rather powerless. Thus, upon hearing Qian Daoliu's voice, he promptly sheathed his blade, the Zhan Luo Dao. Chapter 8. Are you an impostor, prince? Simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had wagered correctly. Had Qian Daoliu opted to merely observe, Lu Lang would have been utterly doomed. While not in mortal danger, he would certainly have endured a severe thrashing. The golden crocodile Douluo, noticing Lu Lang's swift action, realized he had been outsmarted by this young man. With a cold snort, he directed his ire toward the cake before him. The other esteemed guests observed in silence, their amusement evident. This seemingly invincible second-in-command had suffered a verbal defeat at the hands of a mere youth. If this were to circulate, it would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation over meals. At that moment, a commotion arose from Qian Rinxue's direction. Her soul power surged, her skin radiating a rosy hue, resembling ripened fruit. However, as this flush appeared, fine strands of black impurities began to seep from her skin. Witnessing this, Lu Lang seemed prepared. He promptly produced a large curtain to shield her from view. There was nothing aesthetically pleasing about the process of cleansing one's marrow. A grin spread across Lu Lang's face. Qian Daoliu was taken aback, pondering that this young man was quite perceptive. Given that Shuer was such a fastidious young lady, she would undoubtedly feel immense embarrassment if she were to awaken and discover her sullied state observed by others. Nevertheless, this was not the most prudent course of action. Thus, Qian Daoliu commanded everyone to vacate the side hall. Once outside, Qian Daoliu turned to Lu Lang, unable to restrain his curiosity. Young man, do you not fear incurring your teacher's displeasure by doing this? Displeasure? Lu Lang responded, astonished. Miss Shuer is the teacher's daughter. How could she possibly be displeased? Oh, you seem quite informed, Qian Daoliu chuckled, continuing, yet what you know is merely the surface. Rest assured, even if your teacher were to feel displeased, she would never hold you accountable. This I naturally understand, Lu Lang thought to himself, smirking inwardly. The nature of their mother-daughter relationship was apparent without need for elaboration. Before long, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. When the side hall reopened, Qian Rinxue had donned a new attire. Her skin was now a delicate shade of pink, seemingly translucent, and the aura of purity around her was more pronounced, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Shuer, how do you feel? Qian Daoliu inquired with concern. I feel splendid, she replied. My realm has stabilized significantly, the lingering after effects have vanished, and my soul power is now more refined. Furthermore, My soul power level has ascended by 3 ranks, reaching 53. Upon hearing this, Lulong nodded. Breaking through to the 3rd level is indeed quite commendable. I recall that at the time, Oscar had only just reached the 5th level, and given Oscar's lower rank compared to Qian Rinxue's higher level, the amount of soul power required for their breakthroughs is markedly different. Well, now that the gifts have been exchanged, it is time for me to take my leave. Lulong recognized that the moment had arrived. Remaining any longer would serve no purpose. Wait a moment, Qian Rinxue called out to him. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lulong inquired, puzzled. There are certain matters I would like to converse with you about. Chat with me? Yes. Very well. Shall we talk as we walk? Thus, the two walked side by side within the spirit hall. You wish to inquire about the master, do you not? Lulong asked. That is part of it, but I am more curious as to why you gifted me the celestial herb. To my knowledge, celestial herbs are not ordinary items. They are as elusive as soul bones. Qian Rinxue, tall and striking, walked beside Lulong with a divine grace that drew the admiration of those within the spirit hall. That was not a gift for you, but rather for your grandfather. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward him. I know my grandfather's character better than anyone. The celestial herb you crafted so beautifully was merely a calculated guess that he would pass it on to me. Therefore, since you know my grandfather so well and chose to offer me the celestial herb, what is your true intention? Do not tell me it is simply to repay a debt of gratitude for saving your life. Qian Rinxue halted, her gaze scrutinizing Lulong. Why is it that your mind is so adept at overthinking? I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. I simply dislike owing favors. Once I owe someone, I feel utterly uncomfortable, which is why I presented the celestial herb. Do you understand? Lulong faced her, locking eyes with her as he replied. I do not believe you. Believe it or not, I am speaking the truth. Lulong shook his head and continued walking. I do not care what your true motives are. Since I have consumed the celestial herb, I owe you a favor. Like you, I too dislike being indebted to others. So feel free to make your request, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Qian Rinxue quickly caught up to him. I truly have no. Lulong was exasperated with her persistence. Just as he prepared to retort, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Since you mentioned it, I almost forgot. Here's the deal. If you assist me with the task, we will be even. Just as I suspected, Qian Rinxue remarked with a cold snort. Lulong regarded her knowing expression with indifference and stated, the teacher has sentenced me to a year of confinement. Could you intercede on my behalf and persuade her to release me? No, Qian Rinxue replied without a moment's hesitation. The thought of appealing to Bibi Dong was utterly inconceivable to her. Humph. Lulong cast a disdainful glance her way. I express my lack of desire. Yet you disbelieve me. When I do harbor intentions, you refuse to assist. Pray tell, what is it that you truly wish for? Never mind. I shall refrain from further discussion. If you choose not to help, consider my words unspoken. Wait, what now? Lulong asked, his voice tinged with despair. I will not plead on your behalf, but should you wish to escape the spirit hall, I could assist you in leaving, Qian Rinxue said, her brow furrowing slightly. How would you do that? Lulong inquired, intrigued. He had a penchant for sneaking away. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Where would you like to go? I have no idea, Lulong admitted, confusion washing over him. But suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes as he turned to Qian Rinxue and asked, by the way, you are masquerading as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Aren't you? How do you know? Qian Rinxue's expression shifted dramatically, an unseen aura of menace enveloping Lulong. Lulong sensed the chilling intent of murder and realized he had inadvertently spoken out of turn. At this moment, only Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu were aware of Qian Rinxue's actions. Everyone else, including the golden crocodile Douluo and all other worshippers, remained oblivious. Having revealed this information, Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly suspect that his identity had been compromised, thus harboring murderous thoughts against him. Do not act impulsively. This is what my mentor advised. Lulong hurriedly sought to provide a justification. Would she really divulge this to you? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's murderous aura did indeed wane somewhat. You can verify it for yourself, Lulong asserted earnestly, confident that Qian Rinxue's character would preclude her from asking. Chapter 81. Fabrication, I'll take your word for it. Qian Rinxue, of course, would not inquire with Bibi Dong. Her reason for trusting Lulong lay solely in her absolute self-confidence. She had infiltrated the Tiando Imperial Palace at the tender age of 9, conducting her endeavors with utmost caution, leaving no trace of evidence, and to this day, no one had uncovered any hints of her actions. At that time, Lulong had yet to be born. Thus, if he had come to know her secret, It could largely be attributed to Bibi Dong's words. Seeing Qian Rinxue completely relinquish her murderous intent, Lu Long continued, "In truth, my mentor instructed me to assist you whenever the opportunity arose, which is why I disclosed these matters to you." Would she truly say that? Qian Rinxue was evidently skeptical. "I swear, I have no reason to deceive you. Not only that, she specifically cautioned me against informing you, fearing you would overthink and disrupt our plans. In fact, I often observed my mentor gazing vacantly towards the Tiando Empire. At that time, I did not comprehend the reason, but now I believe it was due to you." Lu Long fabricated. All these words were entirely his invention, as Bibi Dong had never uttered such things. However, it was true that Bibi Dong had gazed at the Tiando Empire. But the one occupying her thoughts was likely Yu Xiaojiang. Preposterous! Qian Rinxue shouted, commanding Lu Lang to cease his words. She could not possibly believe that the woman Bibi Dong would contemplate her, let alone allow Lu Lang to assist her. Under Qian Rinxue's furious gaze, Lu Lang found himself momentarily at a loss. He had anticipated that his words would render her emotional, yet her reaction was entirely unexpected, diverging significantly from his imagination. In novels, when mother and daughter quarrel, it is often the intermediary who speaks sweetly to reconcile their relationship. Yet here, the discord only intensified. "Do you truly perceive me as a mere girl? If she were capable of uttering such words, would I still need to venture to the Tiando Empire? If she could express such sentiments, would she have neglected me all these years?" As she spoke, Qian Rinxue abruptly halted mid-sentence. She forcibly stifled her words, her expression turning sorrowful as she gazed at Lu Long. Then, with a swift turn, she hurried away. A voice reached Lu Long's ears. "We shall meet here 3 days hence. I will ensure your departure then." Lu Long stood awkwardly in place, momentarily bewildered. 3 days later, Lu Lang and Qian Rinxue sat in a carriage drawn by spirit beasts, boldly making their way through the grand gates of the spirit hall. Once they had exited the spirit hall, Lu Lang exhaled in relief. Indeed, with Qian Rinxue by his side, he encountered no troubles whatsoever. Perhaps even the teacher could not have anticipated that I would forge a connection with Qian Rinxue so swiftly. The carriage continued its journey towards Spirit City, and soon, Lu Lang successfully departed from its confines. "You may disembark now. We are outside the boundaries of Spirit City," Qian Rinxue stated. "I will accompany you to Tiando City," Lu Lang replied, casually popping a fruit into his mouth as he reclined comfortably. Indeed, the carriage that Qian Rinxue occupied was remarkably pleasant, featuring excellent shock absorption and sound insulation, with visibility from within while remaining concealed from the outside. Most importantly, the spacious interior allowed both of them ample room to relax. "What is your purpose in going to Tiando City?" "To assist you. As the teacher has mentioned," he responded nonchalantly. "I do not require your help." "That is of no concern. I shall appear when you need me," Lu Lang assured her. "Once we arrive in Tiando City, you may assign me a place to stay, though I would prefer it not to be too far away." His audacity was evident, as he had no particular destination in mind. Qian Rinxue remained silent, tacitly accepting Lu Lang's arrangement. More than a month later, a luxurious and opulent carriage entered Tiando City. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue had donned the attire of Shui Qinghe, while Lu Lang continued to conceal himself within the carriage. Upon their successful arrival in Tiando City, they found a hotel where Lu Lang disembarked. "I must proceed to the palace. Your presence may not be suitable. You shall stay at the hotel for a couple of days, and someone will come to find you. At that time, simply follow their instructions," she said, and without waiting for Lu Lang's agreement, she departed. Lu Lang stood bewildered at the entrance of the hotel. And at that moment, he unexpectedly thought of Hu Liena. Strangely, he felt a sense of discomfort for not bringing her along this time. Lu Lang shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling that he was rather foolish. When others were present, he found them distasteful, yet in their absence, he yearned for their company. Was this not a form of self-degradation? After settling into the hotel and spending 2 tedious days there, it was no surprise that someone eventually came looking for him, a middle-aged man. "Greetings," the man said, bowing politely upon seeing Lu Lang. Lu Lang was taken aback. This individual addressed him with respect, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" "I am Count Salz of the Tiando Empire, and I also serve as a retainer to His Highness the Crown Prince. Additionally, I bear another title as the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall," Salz replied. "Oh, I understand now. Does he have any arrangements for me? I never anticipated that he would send a confidant. Indeed, Qian Rinxue is both audacious and meticulous. Please, follow me," Salz instructed, leading Lu Lang deeper into the Tiando City. "The Crown Prince has requested your admission into the Tiando Royal Academy for your studies. He will contact you regarding future matters, Sal's elaborated as they walked. The Tiando Royal Academy? I recall that entry requires noble status, does it not? Luling questioned. That has already been arranged. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a destitute noble baron of the Demacia Kingdom, without parents. Here's your identification. Please keep it safe, Sal stated, handing Luling a small booklet. Luling cast a glance at the name above, which also bore his own name, and noted that the preparations were quite adequate. Well then, ahead lies the Royal Academy of Tiando. From this point onward, you must handle matters on your own. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Royal Academy of Tiando. After speaking, Sals turned and departed. Luling arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, presenting his noble credentials along with an introduction letter from Count Salisbury, which allowed him to enter the prestigious institution without hindrance. The Tiando Royal Academy is a comprehensive Soul Master Academy, sprawling across a vast expanse that nearly encompasses an entire small mountain. Its architectural style starkly contrasts with that of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, featuring low-rise buildings that harmoniously blend with the surrounding natural landscape. The staircases are constructed from white marble, each step adorned with intricate engravings of various soul beasts. Throughout the premises, the royal emblem of swans is intricately carved into the structures, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Upon entering, the most striking feature is a towering statue of the founding emperor of the Tiando Empire, standing over 100 meters tall. This monument serves as the highest edifice of the Tiando Empire, symbolizing a vantage point from which to oversee all, with the world lying beneath its feet. Luling entered the academy, and it appeared to be the time when classes had just concluded. Everywhere, students engaged in animated discussions and debates, clad in identical uniforms. They could not help but display a hint of curiosity upon seeing Luling. Chapter 82, The Royal Academy of Tiando. Luling casually approached a student and inquired about the location of the Academic Affairs Office, then proceeded in the indicated direction. The institution was vast, and despite the student's guidance, it remained a challenge to navigate accurately on the first attempt. Thus, Luling found himself repeatedly asking fellow students for directions as he walked. Alas, it seemed he had strayed once more. 2 hours later, he could not help but press his forehead in exasperation. This marked his fourth misstep, and this time it appeared he had wandered even further off course. With the pathways becoming significantly narrower, the abundance of trees within the academy had left him utterly disoriented. Sighing, he realized he must seek out another person for assistance. Scanning his surroundings, it became evident that classes were in session, leaving him at a loss for where to find someone to guide him. With no other recourse, Luling steeled himself and continued onward. After a few more minutes, he found himself confronted by a dead end, and he let out a resigned sigh. During his initial enrollment at the Spirit Hall Academy, he had been accompanied by Hu Liena and had no cause for concern. Now, left to navigate alone, he felt akin to a headless fly, a truly vexing predicament. With another sigh, Luling turned around, preparing to start anew. However, at that moment, he heard a faint sound. The presence of sound indicated the existence of someone, and Luling felt a surge of joy as he hurried towards it. Yet, as he drew closer, he realized it was a group of individuals encircling a girl. The girl was petite, dressed entirely in black, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features invisible. The only visible trait was her flowing blue hair, cascading like a waterfall, and the fear reflected in her similarly colored eyes. She was cornered by 4 men, her body instinctively retreating, but there was no escape behind her. In front of her stood 4 tall males, their faces twisted with menace and delight, pressing closer with each step. Boss Gu, this girl has been hiding her face every day. Could she be hideously ugly? One of the men, with a rather unsavory appearance, voiced a suspicion. Ugly or not, we shall soon find out. Just look at her eyes and figure. It's clear she must be a stunning beauty, Gu Yuan replied with a sinister smile. Damn it, always putting on an air of aloofness, acting indifferent. Today, I shall unveil your veil and see just how shameful you truly are. It was evident that Gu Yuan had suffered much at the hands of this woman. Boss, won't we get expelled from the academy for this? One of the 4 questioned, maintaining a semblance of rationality. Who cares? My father is Marquis Os, one of the 9 great marquises of the empire. If anything happens, I'll take the fall, Gu Yuan waved dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. Then, with a cold command, he ordered, enough of the nonsense. Tear off her veil. She's merely a useless support soul master and cannot resist. With that, he extended his nefarious hand. Luling could no longer bear to watch. He He sighed in silence, acknowledging that campus violence indeed exists everywhere. Hey, let go of that girl. Come at me instead, Lu Lung bellowed, his powerful voice immediately halting their actions. Instantly, 5 pairs of eyes turned towards him. You little brat. If you wish to witness this spectacle, I can certainly accommodate you. However, should you desire to play the hero and save the damsel, I advise you to mind your own business. Gu Yuan interrupted, speaking with palpable menace. I am no hero. I simply cannot abide those who disregard a woman's will. Lu Lang retorted with a mocking tone. Humph, you insolent child, stepping forth to play the savior without even having matured yet. Do you possess such capabilities? Furthermore, the premise of saving a maiden must surely involve her being a beauty, yet you know not what she looks like. Why not observe before making a decision? Paths diverge. We shall not conspire together. This girl is under my protection today, and none shall impede me, mark my words, Gu Yuan declared. In that case, I shan't hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, so you may comprehend that without strength, one should refrain from posturing, Gu Yuan proclaimed, signaling to the lecherous man beside him, who understood the cue, and, clenching his fists, advanced to confront Lu Lang while Gu Yuan continued to tear away the girl's veil. As a competent villain, one must not only strike at the reinforcements, but also pursue one's objectives concerning the hostage. Thus, even if defeated by the reinforcements, one could still achieve their goals and not leave empty-handed. Although he harbored no belief that Lu Lang could best him, the lecherous man, eyes gleaming with cruelty, lunged towards Lu Lang with swift intent. Gu Yuan, brimming with arrogance, seized the veil with the assistance of the other two, ready to rip it away. The slender girl gazed in terror, helpless as the large hand reached for her. The 3 men displayed varying emotions, while Lu Lang remained utterly composed, utterly reckless. Lu Lang let out a cold snort, and in the next instant, the movements of everyone around him froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This was due to a gleaming long knife poised at Gu Yuan's throat. Should he take another step forward, the blade would mercilessly slice through his neck. You have 1 second to release her, or I shall assist you in doing so, Lu Lang's cruel voice whispered ominously in Gu Yuan's ear. The bone-chilling aura was no jest, and as Gu Yuan heard those words, a flicker of fear ignited deep within him. His hand trembled involuntarily, and he loosened his grip on the veil. Calm down, my young friend, I was merely jesting. I shall let go now, Gu Yuan stammered, signaling the other 2 to release their hold as he did the same. After relinquishing his grip, he noticed Lu Lang's silence and cautiously attempted to retreat, increasing the distance between himself and the knife. As the icy sensation dissipated from his neck, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, only to turn his gaze, filled with indignation, towards the lecherous man, eager to question how such ineptitude could lead to someone placing a knife at his throat. However, upon turning back, he was astonished to find that the lecherous man had already fainted, collapsed like a withered onion amidst the nearby grass. What? Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The lecherous man had been taken down in an instant without any awareness. What strength does this fellow possess? It was worth noting that, despite his repugnant demeanor, the lecherous man was no pushover. At the tender age of 19, he was a bona fide soul master. The other 2 were equally astounded, looking to Gu Yuan in anticipation of his next move. What are you hesitating for? Charge! Gu Yuan bellowed decisively. As the son of a marquis, he had never before been threatened in such a manner. Although he was astonished by Lu Lang's prowess, he attributed the earlier incident to his own carelessness. No matter how formidable this young man might be, could he truly surpass 3 soul masters? Thus, the 3 of them unleashed their martial spirits. Chapter 83, A Heroic Rescue. Be cautious. At this moment, Lu Lang stood with his back to the trio, and the girl clearly observed their movements, immediately sounding a warning. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, yet within that seemingly concerned statement, Lu Lang discerned a hint of loneliness and desolation. Curiosity flickered in his mind, but he had no time to ponder, for 3 insignificant foes awaited his attention. With a flash, Lu Lang vanished, as if he had ceased to exist, leaving the 3 targets momentarily dazed. Behind you, Lu Lang materialized behind Gu Yuan, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. As Gu Yuan turned, he was suddenly met with a sharp sting and pain on his right cheek. Smack! The sound of a crisp slap echoed. How dare you strike my face? Gu Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. He had been slapped. Smack! And what of it? The fiery sensation on his face mingled with the humiliation within, prompting Gu Yuan to unleash a furious punch, roaring, My father has never struck me. Smack! But just as the words left his mouth, another sharp sound rang out. I am not your father. What are you waiting for? Attack! Gu Yuan, now on the ground, shouted at the two spectators, filled with rage. Smack! 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 This time, 3 crisp slaps resounded. Do you not know that one should not strike the face? Are you mad? Do you know who my father is? Stop only hitting my right side. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Gu Yuan fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, pleading in anguish. At last, Lu Lang ceased his slapping. Apologize. Lu Lang said coldly. I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong. Gu Yuan dared not raise his head. Fearful of another slap, apologized to her. I'm sorry, beautiful. I was wrong. He turned to face the girl, kneeling on the ground. You've got the direction wrong. Lu Lang kicked him lightly, exasperated at his clumsiness. Hastily, Gu Yuan corrected himself. I'm sorry, beautiful, I was wrong. Get lost. Understood, big brother. With that, Gu Yuan felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly lifted the unconscious lecherous man and retreated in disgrace. Lu Lang gazed at his swollen and deformed cheek, unable to suppress a chuckle. Thank you, the girl said, as she tidied her disheveled clothes and addressed Lu Lang. Lu Lang turned around, smiling as he gazed at her. However, this simple glance momentarily captivated him. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, mirroring the blue of her hair, imparting a sense of purity and comfort. They sparkled with clarity and vitality, akin to translucent warm jade, instantly evoking a serene tranquility in those who beheld them. The woman, feeling somewhat bashful under Lu Lang's gaze, expressed her gratitude once more before gracefully circumventing him, preparing to depart. Lu Lang came to his senses and called out, Hey, I saved you, and you just leave like that? The woman paused, looking at Lu Lang with a hint of confusion and concern in her eyes. I'm a new student and can't find the academic affairs office. Could you please guide me there? Lu Lang flashed an innocuous smile. Please, follow me. After a moment of silence, the woman responded. Thus, under her guidance, Lu Lang finally arrived at the academic affairs office without further ado. We've finally arrived. It was indeed quite difficult to locate. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, she replied. After exchanging a few polite words, they parted ways. And Lu Lang pushed open the door to enter the academic affairs office. Hello, I am here to report as a new student. The office housed only one teacher, who appeared quite relaxed since the enrollment period had already concluded. Upon seeing Lu Lang, he greeted him warmly, hello. Lu Lang then presented the letter of introduction and various certificates to him. After a brief glance, he scrutinized Lu Lang, a hereditary baron of the Dalmatia Kingdom, aged 10. At this juncture, the teacher suddenly tapped the desk lightly with 2 fingers, the sound faint yet distinctly audible to Lu Lang. Lu Lang smiled lightly and promptly produced a bag of golden soul coins. Teacher, this is a specialty from my hometown. The aroma may not be particularly pleasant, yet it is a valuable item. The teacher's interest was piqued. With a mere glance at the size of the bag, he discerned it contained at least 100 golden soul coins. A benevolent smile graced his features as he remarked, the information appears genuine. You are approved for admission. With that, he proceeded to facilitate Lu Lang's enrollment. The rules of the Tiando Royal Academy were stringent. Only those of noble birth were permitted to enroll, regardless of their innate talents. Although Lu Lang's credentials were not authentic, they were certainly credible enough to withstand scrutiny. Even as a faculty member, he dared not bend the rules, for exposure would lead to dire consequences. His intention was to extract some wealth from this fallen noble. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this individual was indeed affluent. The Tiando Royal Academy was akin to the Wuhuan Academy, comprising both primary and advanced institutions. Considering Lu Lang's age, he was assigned to the primary academy. As for the level of his soul power, no assessment was conducted, as it lay beyond the teacher's purview. Lu Lang's performance would later be managed by other instructors. Soon, Lu Lang departed from the academic affairs office, carrying the various items that had been allocated to him. He first returned to his dormitory, preparing for the commencement of classes the following day. With the Tiando Royal Academy handbook provided by the institution, Lu Lang effortlessly located his dormitory using the accompanying map. Although dormitory accommodations were typically single occupancy, Lu Lang, as a fallen noble, found himself subjected to a different standard. He was assigned to share a room with another student. Given that Tiando Royal Academy predominantly housed noble students, the administration was rather lenient. Attendance in classes was voluntary. Students could choose whether to attend without any oversight. However, due to the intense rivalries among noble families, which often manifested in both overt and covert conflicts, these circumstances inevitably influenced the students. Consequently, despite the relaxed governance, most individuals maintained a strict regimen. Naturally, Lu Long was not among them. Aware of this dynamic, he decided to forego attending classes the next day. Remaining idle within the academy was not a viable option for him. He was not the type to be content with inactivity and sought out engagements. After some contemplation, Lu Long considered the Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City was the largest of its kind, featuring numerous competitors across various levels of soul battles. Currently possessing a Gold Soul badge, Lu Long recognized that to ascend further, he needed to participate in more prestigious arenas, with the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City being his optimal choice. Resolute in his decision, Lu Long proceeded without hesitation to the Grand Soul Arena. Upon arrival, he was immediately struck by the grandeur of the venue, which indeed lived up to its reputation as the foremost soul arena. It spanned an impressive area equivalent to several hundred standard football fields, boasting hundreds of battle arenas. Moreover, the facility was equipped with a plethora of auxiliary amenities, including entertainment, relaxation areas, and spa services. Within the arena, a hotel was conveniently established to cater to the visiting soul masters, offering exceptional convenience. With Lu Long's Gold Soul badge, he was treated as a VIP regardless of which arena he entered. Thus, when he presented his badge, he was promptly accorded special treatment. "Good day, sir. I am the service manager here. How may I assist you?" Approached a professional-looking lady, smiling warmly at Lu Long. "I would like to register," he replied. "Is this your first visit to our arena?" she inquired. "Indeed. What of it?" he responded. "Have you traveled a long distance?" The attendant continued to probe. "You have a multitude of questions. I simply wish to register." Lu Long expressed his displeasure at the barrage of inquiries. "Please do not be upset. It is just that if you are here specifically to participate in soul battles, our arena can provide you with hotel accommodations at half the price of external options." The service manager explained patiently, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. "Such a benefit exists?" Lu Long exclaimed in surprise, as he had not anticipated that his Gold Soul badge would offer such advantages, especially since he was not accustomed to dormitory living. "Very well. Please assist me with the arrangements." Lu Long consented without further hesitation. "Certainly," the attendant replied and began to register his badge. However, upon querying the system, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. Lu Long sensed something amiss and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Sir, due to the fact that your points are from the life and death battles, there is a regulation at the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City. For those participating in life and death battles who hold a Golden Soul Master rank, accommodation is complimentary, and one may enjoy all services provided by the arena at no cost." The service manager replied, somewhat excitedly. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lu Long felt a surge of curiosity. "Does that mean everything, food, lodging, and transportation, is free?" "Indeed," the manager confirmed. "Surely it cannot be that simple." Lu Long expressed his skepticism. "Just a Golden Soul Master? Such generous treatment seems improbable." Although the life and death battles for a Golden Soul Master are challenging, they are not insurmountable. After all, there are at least several hundred individuals who have achieved this rank within the Grand Soul Arena. Moreover, what about those with ranks higher than Golden Soul Masters? Are they also granted such privileges? It is worth noting that not all Golden Soul Masters, like myself, are solitary. Most appear in teams. Can the arena truly bear such a significant burden? There must be special stipulations involved. As if anticipating his thoughts, the service manager elucidated, "Indeed. Enjoying the benefits of the arena entails fulfilling certain obligations. Soul Masters must enter into a contract with the arena. Holders of the Golden Soul Master badge are required to engage in life and death battles twice a month. Those with the Purple Gold Soul Master badge must undertake one battle per month. Sapphire badge holders once every 6 months, and Ruby badge holders once a year. The highest rank, the Diamond Soul Master badge, has no requirements at all. As long as one is willing, they may enjoy the benefits indefinitely." "Ah, I see," Lu Long remarked, finally understanding. This was, in essence, a method of attracting participants. Upon reaching the Golden Soul Master rank, the number of contenders dramatically plummeted. While many low-ranking Soul Masters competed, they lacked appeal. Conversely, high-ranking Soul Masters were scarce, often encountered only a few times a year. To enhance viewership and bolster economic gain for the arena, this strategy was devised. Providing free living amenities may seem unremarkable at first glance, yet those who enter life and death battles typically fall into 2 categories. The first, like Lu Long, who seeks to hone their skills, albeit a minority. The second, those who are left with no options or are pursued by enemies, representing the majority. Offering them stable living conditions while requiring only periodic life-threatening engagements is, indeed, an enticing proposition. Having grasped the situation, Lu Leng inwardly admired the arena, acknowledging that its status as the highest-ranked combat arena was indeed attributable to its unique methods, transcending its mere location within Heavendo City. In that case, I shall avail myself of your services without reservation. Please proceed with my registration for a duel to the death, Lu Leng declared. Certainly, sir, one moment. The service manager responded with a cordial nod, depressing a button. Shortly thereafter, a voluptuous, alluringly attired young woman approached. This is Yao Yao, our specially designated attendant for you. She possesses comprehensive knowledge of all arena affairs. Any questions or information you seek may be directed to her. Greetings, sir, Yao Yao said, bowing to Lu Leng. Is it possible to decline? Lu Leng inquired, casting a glance at her. Of course, the attendant replied with a subtle smile. However, the arena adheres to numerous regulations. As you have chosen to reside within its confines, certain inconveniences may inevitably arise. Furthermore, the arena's vastness may render it difficult to navigate without assistance. It appears I have no choice but to accept, Lu Leng remarked with a sardonic smile. Ostensibly, Yao Yao's role was to serve as his attendant, but in reality, she was an instrument for the arena to monitor him. Indeed, nothing is truly free. All decisions rest solely with you, sir, the service manager responded with unwavering professional courtesy. Very well, let us proceed with the registration. Lu Leng tossed the emblem to Yao Yao, gesturing for her to lead the way. The arena proved to be remarkably expansive. After traversing it for a while under Yao Yao's guidance, Lu Leng realized that the attendant had not exaggerated. Had he been left to his own devices, he would have struggled to locate the registration area. Soon, Lu Leng arrived at the lounge of the 124th sub-arena. After Yao Yao completed his registration, she stood quietly by his side. As my personal consultant, will my services necessitate remuneration? Lu Leng inquired of Yao Yao, seeking to pass the time. No. We are all raised by the arena from a young age, having been orphaned at an early age. We require no salary. A rather tragic background, which is not surprising. Lu Leng mused, nodding in acknowledgement. The Douluo Continent is, after all, dominated by soul masters. Many commoners endure abject poverty, particularly those at the lowest rungs of society, for whom merely securing sustenance is a significant achievement. What are your capabilities beyond merely running errands? Indeed, Lu Leng was taken aback, realizing that he truly was relegated to the role of a mere errand runner. Fortunately, Yao Yao continued, within our fighting soul arena, there exists a unique channel, allowing you to engage in activities here that you might dare not pursue outside. Whether it be intelligence gathering, identity forgery, smuggling, assassination, or acquiring soul rings, all is possible, provided you can pay the requisite amount of soul coins. Chapter 85. Sever my arms, yet spare my life? To his astonishment, it appeared to be a criminal organization. No wonder it could operate on such a grand scale. Lu Leng had long suspected that the forces behind the fighting soul arena were far from simple. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of its complexity. The ability to conduct such activities indicated that the power behind it was undoubtedly formidable. And it was highly plausible that even the royal family lent covert support. Lu Leng gazed upon Yao Yao's exquisite figure and suddenly inquired. The service manager mentioned you are my personal maid. Does that imply I can do as I please with you? Yao Yao responded, no. You may not engage in any physical contact that contradicts my will. Her reply was rather formal, which left him somewhat disappointed. Had he known it would be so stringent, he would have refrained from coming. Once you attain the Sapphire Soul Badge, your authority will elevate, and the limitations imposed upon you will diminish, Yao Yao further elaborated. Her words were veiled, yet Lu Leng comprehended their implication. He could not help but scoff, muttering, how utterly formal. Had I known, I would have stayed away. Yao Yao remarked, the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City truly deserves its reputation as the highest-tier arena on the continent. Lu Leng waited for less than 10 minutes before it was his turn. Clad once more in the attire from Soto City, a golden mask and a black robe etched with the image of a long blade, he stepped into the arena and immediately sensed its extraordinary atmosphere. The venue was vast. Although divided into soul-fighting zones, it matched the main arena of Soto City in size. The decor featured a predominantly red palette, designed to evoke the audience's emotions while accentuating the brutality of the soul battles. As two soul masters entered the arena, the host with the piece of soul flew into the air, commencing a brief introduction of Lu Leng and his companion. Lu Leng cast a sardonic glance at the host's impassioned demeanor, his cynicism toward the spirit fight arena deepening. To orchestrate a duel of life and death, only to employ doves, symbols of peace, in its introduction, was the height of hypocrisy. Let the spirit fight commence. the host proclaimed, and the two combatants immediately assumed their stances. Lu Ling's opponent was a woman with an icy demeanor. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, her skin a rich bronze hue. Clad in a black combat suit that accentuated her muscular arms and the well-defined six-pack of her abdomen. Martial spirit, thundercloud leopard, she uttered in a low voice, her body bending downwards as faint purple lightning patterns emerged on her arms, transforming her silhouette into one that was even more elongated and powerful. With a swift dive, she charged towards Lu Lang, her speed so tremendous that it resonated with the sound of thunder. Lu Lang brandished his long knife and charged forward, aiming a strike at her figure. However, the blow merely sliced through a fleeting shadow. What astonishing speed! Lu Lang was taken aback. Soul technique, flash thunder stab. A faint whisper echoed beside Lu Lang. From the left, Lu Lang did not hesitate as he swung his blade to the left, yet astonishingly, his strike landed upon a mere afterimage. Lu Lang was taken aback, as his two successive strikes merely sliced through the afterimages. He could not help but regard the woman with newfound respect. Similarly, the woman was astonished. She had initially presumed Lu Lang to be easily subdued. Yet his two precise blades revealed that he was far from a simple adversary. Consequently, the woman intensified her soul technique, and instantly, the sounds of wind and thunder surged around Lu Lang, disrupting his auditory senses. Meanwhile, dark leopards darted left and right, occasionally appearing in front of him, at times to his right, and then behind him again. Like a flash of lightning, they shifted directions in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Lang momentarily at a loss for action. Observing Lu Lang in a state of confusion, the woman recognized that his bearings were now disoriented. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes as a purple soul ring ignited around her, and she silently intoned, fourth soul skill, Thunder Blast. In an instant, a sphere of purple lightning coalesced in her mouth. The lightning orb, roughly the size of a billiard ball, contained an extraordinarily terrifying power. She forcefully expelled it, sending the lightning sphere hurtling toward Lu Lang. At that moment, Lu Lang remained still, yet a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. I see now, he murmured, having discerned the essence of her soul skill, the flash thunder strike. In reality, Lu Lang could have easily countered such a technique with his spirit power, rivaling that of a titled Douluo. However, he refrained from doing so. He realized that this flash thunder strike relied not solely on speed, but incorporated an element akin to martial movement, reminiscent of Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps. It is worth noting that such martial agility is exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent, almost non-existent. Yet, she was capable of executing it, which piqued Lu Lang's profound interest. Thus, he feigned panic while employing his formidable spirit power to meticulously observe her movements. Ultimately, he arrived at the conclusion that it was not true martial movement, which left him somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, this peculiar mode of motion continued to intrigue him. Consequently, Lu Lang resolved to capture her and interrogate her thoroughly. With that, Lu Lang sprang into action. As the lightning sphere surged toward him, he swiftly raised his blade, infusing it with immense soul power, and with a single strike, cleaved it in twain. How is this possible? The woman's expression turned to one of astonishment, her eyes filled with skepticism. With just one stroke, he shattered her most potent soul skill? Was his blade enchanted? Lu Lang naturally chose not to respond to her inquiry. Instead, with a swift motion, he severed her arms and placed the blade against her neck, demanding, was that lightning-like thrust your own soul technique? If so, what of it? The woman, now bereft of her arms and bleeding profusely, contorted her expression in pain, yet retained an indomitable spirit. Tell me the principle, and I shall spare your life. You've already severed my arms, and you speak of sparing my life? She scoffed. It merely involves the intricate manipulation of soul energy, fusing the element of lightning into it, which then propels the body with explosive speed akin to a lightning strike. Lu Lang, with a dismissive tone, inquired, how do you know? It seems my guess was correct, he replied with a wicked smile, and with a flick of his wrist, she met her demise. After eliminating her, he disregarded the host's perfunctory remarks and instead contemplated her recent movements. Due to his formidable mental prowess, her actions replayed in his mind like a film, allowing him to adjust the speed at will. Following an intricate analysis, Lu Lang suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thunderous crack, his form vanished from sight. A loud crash echoed as he collided with the wall. The host, passionately delivering his speech, was momentarily taken aback by Lu Lang's sudden entrance, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The audience, equally perplexed, exchanged glances, wondering if he was indeed a fool. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Damn it. I've overexerted my soul power, Lu Long muttered, unperturbed by the gazes directed at him as he rose, brushing off the dust with an exhilarated expression. Chapter 86. The Soul Technique of Movement, Wind and Thunder. Stirred in any case, having grasped the underlying principles, he mused that with a bit of practice, he could replicate such effects. Thus, he had acquired yet another soul technique of movement. Although not particularly powerful on its own, when combined with certain soul techniques, it could yield devastating results. Upon returning to the lounge, Yao Yao approached him first, congratulating him on his victory. Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me, is there a place to train within the Battle Soul Arena? Lu Long interjected, eager to practice while in this state. Yes. Do you require a public or private facility? Certainly a private one. Private training requires a fee. Just deduct it from the prize money, Lu Long replied. Aware of the arena's customary practices where so-called free amenities were merely rudimentary. Very well. Before long, Yao Yao guided Lu Long to a private training area. As expected, paying brought privileges, and he found himself in a high-grade simulated training ground. Without hesitation, and fueled by his current state of vigor, he commenced practicing the soul technique of movement. With a resounding thud, he activated the technique. Crash. Lu Long collided with a stone. Again. Boom. Crack. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds emanating from the training ground caused Yao Yao, who was standing guard outside, to pause in surprise, wondering if this fellow was demolishing the place within. Half an hour later, Lu Long sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face bruised and swollen, yet he was extraordinarily exhilarated. He had finally succeeded. He could now skillfully master distance. From this point forward, with continuous practice in the integration of angles and orientations, he could achieve the results required for actual combat. However, after practicing, Lu Long felt that there were still some shortcomings. He believed his speed was not yet swift enough. Although his movements were sufficient to disorient even a soul fighter, it was still inadequate for him. What he truly sought was an extraordinary speed that would leave even a titled Douluo unable to react. Was there a method to become even faster? Lu Long pondered as a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing him an overwhelming sense of ease. With his eyes closed, he contemplated every conceivable method to enhance his speed. Suddenly, an exhilarating realization struck him, and he exclaimed with fervor, "The wind! It is the element of wind!" Lu Long was filled with exhilaration. If the lightning element could enhance speed, then the wind element surely possessed the same capability. Moreover, he inherently possessed skills associated with the wind attribute. By merging it with the lightning element, his speed would undoubtedly increase by more than double. With this thought in mind, Lu Long wasted no time and immediately began his experiment. He first infused the lightning element into his soul power, applying it to his legs. Then, at the moment of activation, he integrated the wind element. Bang! Lu Long collided with the wall. It was impossible. The moment was fleeting, leaving no time for reaction, let alone the integration of the wind element. If that was unfeasible, what if he first merged the two elements and then infused them with his soul power? The thought spurred an immediate attempt. Lu Long cautiously separated two streams of elements and gradually fused them together. This was accomplished with remarkable ease as his third soul skill. The Tempest of Thunder already combined the elements of wind and thunder. Thus, this moment of fusion was executed with finesse. Once merged, he began to circulate it alongside his soul power, directing it into his meridians. At this moment, Lu Long was exceptionally cautious, cradling the energy as if it were his own child, fully concentrated. Boom. This time, the impact against the stone was even more tremendous, flattening his face. Yet Lu Long laughed, a wild and exuberant laughter. Ha ha, I did it. I succeeded. Lu Long never anticipated that he would achieve complete success with just a single attempt. At last, I have conceived my very own soul technique. However, the inaugural creation of a soul technique must possess a formidable name. What shall it be? I've got it. Wind and Thunder in Motion. Is that not an impressive name? Just as Lu Long reveled in his triumph, a sound emanated from outside, indicating that someone was seeking him. Lu Long stepped out of the training ground, expressing his dissatisfaction with a query. What is it? Sir, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge promptly. Yao remarked, stifling a laugh at Lu Long's disheveled appearance. Insufficient? Lu Long exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that in the life and death battles at the Golden Duhan level, a single victory would earn him 50 golden soul coins. Had he truly exhausted those 50 coins so swiftly? How long have I been inside? It has already been 3 hours, she replied. Darn it. To have squandered 50 golden soul coins in merely 3 hours, This is nothing short of a scam. No. Yao Yao shook her head. You haven't spent it all. There remains one golden soul coin. 1. Lu Leng had long anticipated the pitfalls of the soul fighting arena, having witnessed in his past life how many merchants lured individuals into traps under the guise of free offers. However, he never expected that this particular arena would be so egregiously exploitative. The exorbitant prices drained the hard-earned money acquired through life and death battles in mere moments, rendering it even more treacherous than a visit to a relative's home. Indeed, those who operate such arenas are not benevolent beings. Their insidious strategy of offering free access is merely a guise for systematic exploitation. It resembles the workings of a casino, where the only ones perpetually exploited are the gamblers. You might believe your strength allows you to sidestep all traps, liberating yourself from the constraints of the arena and ultimately returning with wealth. Yet, it is crucial to recognize that while you may escape without loss, the arena itself is guaranteed to profit. Never mind. I shall cease my training and return to my quarters. Yao Yu nodded obediently and led the way. After a half-hour journey, Lu Leng finally arrived at his room. The accommodations were splendid, lavishly adorned and warmly inviting, with all essential amenities at his disposal, which somewhat lifted his spirits. All right, you may leave now. As your personal maid, my quarters are situated within your suite to ensure that I can provide warm and attentive service at a moment's notice. Goodness, this service is truly attentive. The surveillance is undeniably pervasive. Lu Leng had grown indifferent to the situation, accustomed as he was to sharing living quarters back on Earth. An additional person would not significantly alter his life. However, he couldn't help but ponder the potential dangers of encountering someone with ill intentions, thus placing himself in a precarious position. After a brief refreshment, he instructed Yao Yao to prepare some food, and after their meal, the night had gracefully descended upon them. He decided against further exertion, concluding a fulfilling day. The following day, Lu Leng opted not to participate in the soul battle, instead returning to the Tiando Royal Academy. He resolved to first master the art of wind and thunder before engaging in combat. Chapter 87. The Formation of the Royal Battle Team. The Tiando Royal Academy conveniently provided a high-level mimicry training ground, and remarkably, it was free of charge, allowing him to save a considerable sum of money. Otherwise, even with his affluent background, he could not endure the relentless exploitation within the soul battle arena. According to the Academy's manual, Lu Leng easily located the training facility. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face there. It was the female student he had previously seen. He caught sight of the woman clad in black and, choosing to ignore her, sought out the registration desk to apply for the use of the training grounds. However, at that moment, he noticed a group of men advancing towards the girl. Could it be? Was he witnessing another instance of campus violence? Was it the same individual? Lu Leng, perplexed, decided to halt and observe. Indeed, the group of men approached the girl, forming a semicircle around her. Hello, I am Yu Feng. I would like to make your acquaintance. The leader of the group, a rather handsome young man, spoke with an effort to maintain a gentle demeanor. Upon observing the situation, Lu Leng realized the strategy employed was one of gradual persuasion followed by assertiveness. Indeed, the girl merely regarded him with a frigid gaze, remaining unmoved by his words. We have formed a team and are currently in need of one more member. We would like to extend an invitation to you, he began, only to be interrupted by the girl's curt dismissal. Not interested. Hey, I must insist that as a support soul master, you shouldn't reject our offer so brusquely. Do you even know who we are? Being part of our team would be a privilege for you, interjected a black-haired young man named Osro, stepping forward. Not interested. The girl reiterated coldly. Such arrogance. What is this attitude? Osro's expression darkened as he prepared to take action. Stop. Cease this at once. Two voices chimed in unison, one belonging to Yu Feng and the other to Lu Leng. The group fell silent as a figure materialized before them. I must ask, do you still possess any shame? You are well aware she is a support soul master, yet you dare to raise your hand against her? Lu Leng gently positioned the girl behind him, his demeanor one of icy indifference as he glared at the others. How fortuitous, just as before, four of you. He mused silently. The girl's surprise at Lu Leng's unexpected arrival was palpable, though her expression soon softened with relief. Who are you to speak so insolently and dare to reprimand me? Osro scoffed disdainfully. Your concern about my identity is unnecessary. I will simply state this. I will protect her. Should you wish to harm her, you must first contend with me. Lu Leng replied resolutely. Such bravado. You truly believe you can take on all four of us? Chimed in the two brothers, Mo and Mo, as they positioned themselves beside Osro. Shall we test that theory? Lu Long raised an eyebrow challengingly. Enough of this bickering. Let us put a pause on this matter for today. Miss Yi, we shall reconvene at a later date, Yufeng interjected, eager to diffuse the escalating tension. After addressing the girl behind Lu Ling, he departed with his companions. However, Lu Long was not yet satisfied. Halt. Do you have further business? Yufeng's brow furrowed. He had already shown restraint, yet it seemed Lu Long sought more. What do you mean by reconvene? If there is something to be said, let it be said now. I refuse to allow you to threaten her in my absence. Lu Lang's expression hardened. He believed in seeing matters through to their conclusion. These individuals were a persistent nuisance that needed addressing. Boy, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. You've been granted leniency, yet you take advantage of it. Osro was the first to lose his temper. Ready to charge at Lu Long, Yufeng quickly restrained him, then turned to Lu Long, scrutinizing him with newfound seriousness. My good fellow, might I inquire about your relationship with this Miss Yi? There is no relationship. I simply cannot abide witnessing your bullying of her, Lu Lang replied. Please do not misunderstand. We have not bullied her. We merely wish to invite her to join our team, Yufeng explained, evidently trying to portray their intentions as benign. Yet she has already declined, Lu Lang asserted. Rejections are common, but that does not preclude future opportunities, Yufeng replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. I shall not indulge in further discourse. I will make one thing abundantly clear. From this moment forth, do not trouble her again, or you shall find me unyielding. Unyielding? Pray tell, how would you demonstrate this unwillingness? Osro retorted, his temper flaring anew as he broke free from Yufeng's grasp, stepping menacingly close to Lu Lang. Are you so eager to find out? Lu Lang's defiance was evident. The Shi brothers, observing the confrontation, contemplated intervening but were met with Yufeng's cautioning glance, which urged them to withdraw. Truth be told, Lu Lang's audacity had ignited Osro's ire, and he welcomed the prospect of a lesson in humility for this presumptuous youth. The girl behind Lu Long furrowed her brows at the sight and quickly stepped back a few paces. Such proximity between the two men typically either suggested an impending kiss or a fight. Given that they were both men, the outcome seemed all but certain. Thus, for her own safety, she deemed it wise to create some distance. Indeed, Osro grew increasingly brazen, taunting, Come on, don't just stand there like a fool. Weren't you eager to be impolite? Make your move. What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve? You were so bold just a moment ago. Osro pressed forward relentlessly, but before he could finish his taunt, Lu Lang struck out, delivering a swift kick that sent Osro flying 10 meters away. Why are you getting so close? You're not a woman, Lu Lang remarked disdainfully. Osro, Shimo exclaimed, rushing over to help him up. Don't move. Don't move. Osro cried out in pain. I think my rib is broken. Don't just stand there. Avenge me. This guy is incredibly strong. Wait right there. I shall avenge you. Shimo declared, charging toward Lu Lang. He and Shimo both possessed the martial spirit of the Black Tortoise, renowned for their formidable defenses. Green light enveloped them, and turtle shells appeared before and behind them, flanking Lu Lang from both sides. Simultaneously, Yufeng could no longer hold back. He had intended to engage in a civil conversation, but the rudeness of his opponents left him no choice. He immediately unleashed his martial spirit, the wind-bell bird, transforming his arms into wings as he soared through the air, searching for an opening. Lu Lang gazed at the two brothers charging towards him, their imposing demeanor reminiscent of a tortoise, slow and cumbersome. He lifted his foot and, like a flash of lightning, delivered 2 resounding kicks to their chests. The brothers, unable to withstand Lu Lang's formidable strength, were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Remarkable, Imo gasped, clutching his chest, feeling an unusual searing pain. As he glanced down, he was appalled to discover that the fabric of his shirt had charred black, the skin beneath reddened from the scorching impact. Chapter 88. Yilingling, what is this? Imo was struck with terror. This was indeed the power of the lightning element. To unleash such force without employing soul skills, solely relying on mastery of the lightning element, was astonishing. Who exactly is this person? Imo realized they had provoked someone they ought not to have. Exchanging glances with his brother, Imo decided against further confrontation. Although their defensive capabilities were robust and they had not sustained grievous injuries, the encounter had illuminated the disparity between them, prompting a retreat from reckless aggression. Above, Yufeng had sought an opportunity to intervene, but witnessing the effortless defeat of the Shi brothers at Lu Lang's hands chilled him to the core. 2 warriors renowned for their defense had faltered within a single exchange. What fate awaited him? His soul power was merely a notch above theirs, and with Lu Lang's effortless display, devoid of any soul skills. He could only anticipate a similar outcome. With this realization, Yu Feng hesitated. Hey, you up there. Your comrades have been struck. Do you intend to stand idly by? Are you not part of the same team? Lu Lang called out, fully capable of ascending to the sky himself, yet choosing not to. He aimed to compel Yu Feng into action, framing it as a matter of self-defense. Initially, Yu Feng contemplated finding a way to reconcile. But Lu Lang's words thrust him into a corner, leaving him no choice but to advance. You arrogant brat, today you shall regret this, he thought, acknowledging the inevitability of conflict to avoid being branded a traitor to his allies. With a determined expression, he unleashed his most potent soul skill. Third soul skill, Tempestuous Winds. This was a skill he had recently acquired upon breaking through to Soul Master, and to employ it in such a situation was unexpected. In an instant, fierce winds erupted, causing leaves to tremble and stones to whirl, stinging faces with their sharpness. Lu Lang projected his soul power outward, ensuring the girl behind him remained shielded from the chaos. As she observed Lu Lang's protective stance, a flicker of emotion stirred within her, and she gazed at his silhouette, pondering her thoughts. Under Yu Feng's command, the tempest raged, dark clouds swirling, transforming into a barrage of razor-sharp blades aimed directly at Lu Lang. The long blade appeared in Lu Lang's hand, one hand wielding the sword while the other rested behind him. With a flick of his wrist, the sword danced gracefully, resembling an impermeable umbrella that kept the sharp knife at bay within a meter's reach. Moments later, as the wind control technique concluded, he gazed at the unscathed Lu Lang, and a profound sense of defeat welled up within him. I have lost, he uttered with reluctance. Disappear from my sight, and furthermore, do not let me see you trouble her again. The corners of his mouth twitched, yet he ultimately refrained from saying anything more. Casting a glance at the girl behind Lu Lang, he assisted Shimo and the others, escorting Osro toward the infirmary for treatment. Thank you. You've helped me once again, came the ethereal voice of the girl from behind. I must ask, are you not a great beauty? Every time I encounter you, there seems to be someone seeking trouble with you, Lu Lang inquired, honestly wishing to unveil her veil and glimpse her countenance. In truth, they are not really troubling me. The girl replied softly, her head slightly bowed. Lu Lang was taken aback. Am I being overly meddlesome? That was not my intention. Whatever your intentions may be, it is of no concern to me. I do not encounter such matters on a regular basis. Enough of this conversation. I must return to my cultivation. With that, Lu Lang turned and made his way to the nearby registration office. Greetings, esteemed instructor. I would like to apply for the use of the advanced mimicry training ground. May I present my student ID? Lu Lang presented his student proof to the teacher, who merely glanced at it before shaking his head and stating, no. You are a novice student and lack the qualification to utilize the training grounds. Unqualified? Lu Lang was taken aback. Is there a distinction between novice and advanced when it comes to using the training grounds? How does one ascend to the status of an advanced student? The teacher regarded Lu Lang as if he were a fool. Is that even a question? Naturally, one must enroll in the advanced student class. Could you assist me in that process? Not at all. That falls beyond my authority. To enter the advanced class, you must approach your homeroom teacher, demonstrate your capabilities, and then he will submit a request to the academy. The teacher, despite the situation, maintained a pleasant demeanor as he elucidated the matter to Lu Lang. Such a cumbersome process? Those few individuals I encountered earlier were advanced students, were they not? If I defeated them, does that not serve as the best evidence of my abilities? Indeed, but as I mentioned, this is beyond my jurisdiction. The teacher's expression began to reflect some displeasure. Lu Lang was rendered speechless. His immediate thought was to locate the instructor from the academic affairs office and deliver a sound reprimand. It was infuriating. After having paid such a substantial sum, he was relegated to the status of a mere novice. Just then, a delicate, fair hand appeared before him. It was the same girl from earlier. Is it permissible? Lu Lang inquired of the registering teacher. Alone, it is not advisable, as one would be without professional guidance, which poses significant risks. However, if she accompanies you, it is acceptable, the teacher remarked, glancing at the girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang turned his questioning gaze towards her. I can, she affirmed. With her consent, the registration teacher produced a form. Since you are classified as a novice and lack instructor supervision, you must sign this document, absolving the academy of any liability in case of an incident. Furthermore, both of you must sign. Lu Lang was indifferent, as he was quite familiar with the training ground and was confident no mishaps would occur. With a swift motion of his hand, he signed his name, Lu Lang. Observing this, the girl also picked up the pen to sign, revealing the name Yilingling. Her handwriting was delicate and elegant, perfectly reflecting her demeanor. Yilingling? Lulong was slightly astonished. The girl before him was indeed Yilingling. No wonder he found the martial soul configuration of the four individuals somewhat familiar. It dawned on him that they were members of the Imperial battle team. However, he hadn't anticipated that at this juncture, Yilingling had not yet joined the team. This realization led him to ponder whether his unexpected presence might disrupt the unfolding events. It was entirely conceivable that without him, Yilingling would not have been part of the Imperial battle team. What's wrong? Lulong's curious expression piqued Yilingling's interest. It's nothing, thank you. He brushed it off. After all, his arrival was already an anomaly, and he need to concern himself with the implications. Coming to terms with this, Lulong followed Yilingling into the training ground. The training ground could be utilized for solitary or group practice, yet it had one drawback. It could only simulate one type of environment at a time. Lulong wished to practice wind and thunder movement, necessitating a choice related to wind and thunder. Thus, he selected a canyon. The canyon was dimly lit, with fierce winds howling and the sky shrouded in dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Exactly what Lulong had hoped for. Chapter 89. Lulong teaches you to flirt. You're a support soul master. This training ground is not suitable for you, so just wait here. Lulong advised Yilingling before positioning himself at the canyon's edge. He then attuned himself to the natural elements of wind and thunder, commencing his practice. Yilingling observed from a distance, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The air where Lulong stood was intense and chaotic, with the elements of wind and thunder clashing and occasionally erupting in bursts of sparks. In such an environment, she could scarcely imagine training. Even remaining there for a while would be a challenge. Yet, here was a man who not only remained unscathed but also trained with remarkable ease, igniting a deep curiosity within her. What was the extent of his prowess? As she pondered, she recalled how effortlessly he had taken on 4 opponents earlier, not even employing his soul skills, sending a chill down her spine. Within the canyon, Lulong moved in harmony with the thunder, gliding like the wind, appearing and disappearing like a specter, elusive and intangible. If it weren't for the faint sounds of thunder accompanying his movements, Yilingling might have believed he was a ghost. The training environment proved exceptionally effective, albeit taxing on his stamina. After 2 hours, Lulong sat on the ground, panting but wearing a contented smile. Those 2 hours had not been in vain. His mastery of wind and thunder movement had intensified. The simulated training environment truly was advantageous, yielding significant results with minimal effort. After a brief respite, Lulong resumed his practice. Time slipped away, and after 8 hours of diligent training, he concluded his session. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. As Lulong swiftly approached Yilingling, he discovered she had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant. The moment he appeared, she awakened. Finished training? Yilingling inquired. Apologies for taking up your day, Lulong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed about having kept her waiting. It's fine, let us head out now. How about I treat you to dinner? You must be starving at this hour. Yilingling's nonchalance only intensified Lulong's awkwardness. No, it's not necessary. Actually, I wanted to ask if I could use your student ID again in the future, Lulong requested, feeling somewhat sheepish. Having already taken up her time, he felt it was rather selfish to impose further. Moreover, if she agreed, it would mean she would have to accompany him every time he used the training ground, potentially wasting a significant amount of her time. All right. To his surprise, Yilingling consented. Really? I'm immensely grateful. In that case, this meal is on me. You must allow me this favor, or I would feel quite remiss. You really don't have to. Before she could finish her sentence, Lulong seized her wrist and guided her towards a nearby grove. Come on. Yilingling gasped, the sudden grip causing her to panic momentarily, her cheeks flushing crimson, though thankfully concealed by her veil. She attempted to break free, but as a support soul master, she lacked the strength to resist, allowing Lulong to lead her into the grove. Fires were prohibited in the grove, given that it was a high-level simulated training ground crafted at great expense by the Tiando Academy. However, as night had fallen and the instructors had left for the day, the Academy presumed no one would dare breach the rules, resulting in a lack of supervision at that hour. Lulong directly borrowed this prime location to start a barbecue. Observing Lulong continuously producing an array of peculiar items from his soul-guiding device, Yilingling sat on a stool, her face adorned with curiosity. Lulong observed her, resembling a curious little kitten, and couldn't help but smile. In the original text, there is little elaborate description of Yilingling. However, the few words that are presented allow the readers to discern that she appears to be a person who outwardly seems solitary, yet possesses a tender heart within. Lu Lang believed that this should be related to her martial soul. Yilingling quietly observed Lu Lang's tinkering, although her heart brimmed with curiosity. She refrained from uttering a single word, resembling a tranquil little cat patiently awaiting its nourishment. Lu Lang busied himself with his tasks while keeping a watchful eye on Yilingling. Although her expressions remained concealed, the subtle shifts in her gaze revealed much. Had she never encountered such delights before? Lu Lang resolved to infuse some vivacity into this solitary woman and took the initiative to speak. He refrained from allowing Yilingling to pose questions. Instead, he boldly inquired himself. This might seem rather pedestrian, as women often detest interrogative conversations that resemble a census, which can easily provoke annoyance, especially from a goddess of such a reserved disposition. However, this approach is indeed a commendable communication strategy. To elicit a woman's interest in conversing, one must first pose questions. The essential prerequisite is to identify an entry point and uncover topics that pique her curiosity, thus transforming the dynamic from passive to active engagement. At that moment, Lu Lang discerned Yilingling's evident fascination with barbecues. Consequently, she remarked, "Yes, this is barbecue, a culinary delight immensely popular in my hometown." "Oh," he replied, "this delicacy, grilled over charcoal, unleashes the rich aroma of the meat, with its savory oils wafting enticingly." "Indeed," she continued, "these jars contain my homemade spices. Just a hint enhances any dish, transforming it into a delectable experience. Paired with barbecue, it is nothing short of exquisite, ensuring you have never tasted anything quite like it." He acknowledged. "Lu Lang, have you ever encountered these things?" Lu Lang sensed that the trajectory of events was somewhat amiss. "No." "Then do you detest me? Why do you ask that? You were clearly very curious just now. Yet when I posed a question, you answered in a manner that suggests disdain. Is that not the case?" Ultimately, Lu Lang, being somewhat straightforward, unwittingly broached such a topic. "Curious? I am not. Not at all? Yet you were gazing intently at the barbecue grill just a moment ago." "Oh, you mean earlier. I was merely lost in thought." Lu Lang. All right, Lu Lang concedes his defeat. In truth, he is not particularly adept at conversation. Those lofty principles he just articulated were mere fabrications spun from the musings of a solitary, inexperienced man. The atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. And as Lu Lang regained his composure, he recalled his earlier indiscretion, instantly overcome by a sense of embarrassment akin to a warm face pressed against a cold rear. For a moment, a flush crept across his cheeks, but the glowing charcoal concealed it from view. Yet, while the color might be hidden, his expression betrayed him. The discomfort he felt was unmistakable to Yilingling. Chapter 90. Defeated yet not completely vanquished Yilingling, a perceptive girl, noticed Lu Lang's demeanor and, reflecting on their previous exchange, began to sense her own chilliness. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What is this spice made from?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lang was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered failure, yet it seemed he had not entirely succumbed to defeat. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes as he hastily declared, "This spice, you see, is a proprietary blend, handed down exclusively through 18 generations, passed solely to male heirs. However, given your earnest demeanor, I shall make an exception and share it with you today." Lu Cold expounded volubly, apprehensive of a recurrence of the subdued atmosphere. Yilingling, endeavoring to be amenable, reciprocated with a few additional remarks. Ere long, amidst their intermittent colloquy, the barbecue was consummated. Lu Lang presented the finest piece, and Yilingling took a bite, her face lighting up with delight. It was indeed not an exaggeration. The flavor was exquisite. "What's wrong?" Yilingling inquired, noticing Lu Lang lost in thought. "You look quite charming without the veil," she added. At this remark, Yilingling realized she had subconsciously removed her veil while eating. She contemplated putting it back on immediately, but her hunger was overwhelming, and the food was simply too delectable to resist. After all, having been seen once made little difference to her. She thought it inconsequential. Thus, she dismissed the thought and prioritized satisfying her hunger. "You eat too daintily. You should do it like this," Lu Lang said, positioning a skewer at the side of his mouth and pulling it in one swift motion, letting all the meat tumble into his mouth. "How crude," she retorted. "This is the essence of enjoyment, I assure you. It elevates the taste to another level," Lu Lang proclaimed with a hint of pride. "Really?" she questioned, skepticism lingering in her voice. "You'll know once you try." Yilingling, still unsure, opened her cherry-like lips and placed the skewer horizontally before pulling it towards her. A few pieces fell with a splat, leaving a greasy trail across her face, much to her displeasure. There seemed to be no difference, save for the oil smeared across her features. Ha ha ha, Lu Lang laughed heartily at her comical appearance, resembling a flower-patterned cat. Once his laughter subsided, perhaps feeling it was impolite, he promptly handed her a tissue. Wipe that off first. He then produced a bottle of fruit wine. Taste this, it's my special concoction. Yilingling took a glance, captivated by its vibrant hue and refreshing aroma, brimming with fruity fragrance. Unable to resist, she took a sip. The sweet and sour notes danced in her mouth, refreshing her palate and alleviating the greasiness. This is delightful. Then indulge a bit more. Where do you procure such unusual items? It's said to be passed down through generations, a tradition that favors males over females. You just shared the seasoning with me, she reminded him. 2 hours later, Lu Lang and Yilingling exited the grove and made their way back to their respective dormitories. Glancing at the empty bed in her dorm, she felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity. It was unusual that someone residing here had never made an appearance. Logically, those who lived in such places were not typically affluent. Despite noble status, they often faced financial constraints. The absence of this individual for 2 consecutive nights piqued Lu Lang's interest, yet he shrugged it off. Solitude was preferable. The following day, upon rising, Lu Lang headed to the Soul Fighting Arena. His wind and thunder movement had reached a level suitable for practical application, and now he aimed to deepen his skills through continuous practice and real combat. With Yo-Yo running errands, it wasn't long before Lu Lang's turn arrived. In the 124th Soul Fighting Zone, his opponent was a gaunt, sinister-looking youth. Martial Soul, Mandrake Snake. As the martial soul manifested, the youth's pupils turned violet. Scales adorned his body, and his forked tongue flicked in and out, sensing the air. Begin the soul fight. With the announcer's command, Lu Lang and the youth launched their attacks simultaneously. Wind and thunder movement. As Lu Lang approached within 10 meters of the young man, he unleashed the technique of wind and thunder. A faint crack of thunder resonated, and Lu Lang's figure seemed to vanish from the spot, reappearing behind the young man. The youth, with keen senses, instantly detected Lu Lang's presence and, without turning his head, executed a swift kick backward. Lu Lang unleashed the wind and thunder movement once more, this time appearing to the left of the young man. The youth, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate Lu Lang's ability to execute the technique consecutively. He promptly adjusted his stance and delivered a powerful punch towards Lu Lang. Lu Lang did not initiate his move in advance. Instead, he waited until the young man had already thrown his punch before unleashing his wind and thunder strike. This approach created a time lag due to the effects of inertia and bodily reflexes, rendering the young man unable to react when Lu Lang reappeared to his right. With the blade of Zhang Luo in hand, Lu Lang made a swift cut, slicing through the young man's scales and infusing the wound with the essence of lightning, causing the injury to instantly char and blacken. Startled, the young man quickly retreated to create distance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lang advanced, executing the wind and thunder strike repeatedly, his figure shifting and transforming, leaving the young man momentarily disoriented. The blade was drawn, and the strike was delivered. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Lang unleashed his first soul skill, a resplendent purple flash of drawing sword slash, instantly ending the youth's life amidst horrified gazes. After the decisive strike, Lu Lang's breathing remained steady as he assessed his soul power consumption, beyond the soul power expended for the drawing sword slash. The preceding moments had drained 1/10 of his total soul power. The substantial soul power depletion differed from Tang San's method. Tang San relied on the Mystic Heaven skill as a driving force, with footwork as a foundation, primarily consuming physical stamina. In contrast, wind and thunder movement centered on elements driven by soul power and achieved precision through mental focus, representing a fundamental divergence between the two. While mental strain was negligible, the soul power expenditure was excessive. Reducing this consumption necessitated refining elemental integration. Enhanced elemental fusion would naturally diminish soul power usage, albeit at the cost of increased mental exertion. Achieving equilibrium demanded extensive practice. Following the practical engagement, Lu Lang reflected on his performance, acknowledging the long and arduous path ahead. Upon exiting the Soul Arena, Lu Lang instructed Yao Yao to continue registrations, seeking further practical experience. Within 20 minutes, Lu Lang's turn arrived again. He now consciously avoided using soul skills, focusing on honing wind and thunder movement while mastering diverse combat techniques. Consequently, battles that could have been concluded in minutes were deliberately prolonged. Nonetheless, his prowess rendered him nearly invincible in the 40-level Golden Soul Arena. By evening, Lu Lang had secured 15 consecutive victories, elevating his score to over 9,000 points. Another triumph would elevate his golden soul badge to a purplish gold soul badge. A 10-year-old possessing a purplish gold soul badge would undoubtedly be the youngest in continental history. Swiftly, Lu Long persevered, engaging in the day's final match. After 20 minutes, without employing a single soul skill, he concluded the battle by inflicting 39 cuts upon his opponent. Chapter 91. Advancement. Purplish gold soul badge from the spectator stands. Onlookers cheered jubilantly, having repeatedly profited from betting on Lu Long. His flawless win record ignited their hopes of exploiting the situation. Among the spectators, one individual's eyes gleamed with profound interest. "Master, you've been observing for an entire day. It's time to return," a guard-like figure remarked. "What is that person's name?" The man inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Long. "Long." The man recognized the alias. Acknowledging the Soul Arena's effective confidentiality measures, yet remained unsatisfied with the response. "Investigate this individual's origins. I require all of his information." "Understood," the guard responded, his expression impassive, as if undertaking a trivial task. Evidently, the Soul Arena's regulations held little sway over them. Concluding the soul battle, Lu Long successfully advanced his badge at the front desk. Despite receiving the purplish gold soul badge, Lu Long felt no elation, realizing that this emblem signified facing increasingly fewer opponents. A 40-level purplish gold soul master was one of only 100 or so on the entire Douluo Continent, excluding those engaged in life and death battles. Fortunately, life and death victories yielded more points, especially in later stages. Thus, Lu Long remained hopeful of ascending to a sapphire soul badge within the Heaven Do City Soul Arena. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Long refreshed himself and retired for the night. However, he noticed Yao Yao's absence, which he found peculiar. The following morning, Lu Long awoke to Yao Yao's continued absence, prompting him to visit the front desk. The service manager greeted Lu Long with a courteous bow. "Where is Yao Yao?" Lu Long inquired. "Sir, with your advancement to a purplish gold badge, greater privileges are unlocked. Therefore, the Soul Arena has assigned a more specialized individual to serve you," the service manager explained. Pressing a button, shortly, a provocatively dressed woman appeared. Snow-white, semi-transparent stockings reached 2/3 up her thighs, and crystal high heels accentuated her delicate feet. Her figure was curvaceous, with a slender, powerful waist. Her skin was fair, revealing a generous portion of her chest. Her mere presence exuded sensuality, as if threatening to overflow. The woman's purple bob cut framed her delicate features, and her eyes featured heterochromia, one purple and one yellow, resembling crystalline amber. She gazed at Lu Long with a tender expression, as if veiled in a misty film, seemingly on the verge of tears, evoking feelings of affection. Most strikingly, the woman possessed purple cat ears and a long tail that swayed gently as she approached. She was a catwoman. Observing Lu Long's stunned expression, the service manager smiled. "This is a catwoman named Ziyin. Only those participating in life and death battles and possessing a sapphire soul badge or higher are entitled to one. Compared to Yao Yao, her expertise is greater, and her access is more extensive. As long as your contract remains, she will obey your commands indefinitely," the service manager added with a flirtatious smile. "Moreover, she is entirely devoted to you. She will not resist any request you make. We guarantee that every catwoman serving powerful soul masters is a virgin." "Are there many catwomen here?" Lu Long inquired, surprised. He recalled that catwomen were soul masters with mutated spirits, existing as half-human, half-beast beings, with low strength and scarcity. Even Ning Fengji had spent a fortune to acquire one at auction. How could the Soul Arena offer them so readily? Catwomen are rare and elusive, but their numbers are relatively greater compared to Sapphire Badge Soul Masters. Furthermore, we offer not only catwomen. If you prefer, we can provide foxwomen, tigresses, or pantheresses, the service manager explained. "You claim they are virgins for soul masters. If a soul master dies in a soul battle, how are they handled?" Lu Long continued. Realizing the Soul Arena's increasing complexity, those with special abilities are retained, as some men have particular predilections. Most are auctioned off. After all, what man could resist a beautiful, obedient beast woman? According to your statement, Sapphire Soul Masters must participate in a life and death battle every 6 months, implying that one dies approximately every 6 months. Excluding those with special requests, there should be at least one beast woman auction per year. Yet, I rarely encounter them, Lu Long remarked, puzzled. "Sir, you may be unaware that while there are dozens of Sapphire Soul Masters within our arena, fewer than 10 participate in life and death battles. Thus, the actual number is not as high as imagined," the service manager clarified. "If it is a Sapphire badge, why am I receiving special treatment?" I am merely a purplish gold soul master, Lu Liena inquired, perplexed. Sir, you are too modest. While you are a purplish gold soul master, you are a unique one. Young and boasting a 97-win streak. We are confident that, with your strength, advancing to a sapphire badge is only a matter of time. Therefore, granting you sapphire-level treatment is justifiable. Moreover, this aligns with the intentions of our employer, who wishes to cultivate a friendship with you, sir. And who might your employer be? Lu Liena inquired. That is not convenient to disclose. When the time is right, you shall naturally come to know, the service manager replied with a smile, gently shaking his head. There is no business without deceit. You merely wish to retain my presence and exploit my fighting spirit to enhance the economic benefits of your arena, Lu Liena retorted coldly, disdain evident in his tone. Let us not dress it up in such grandiloquence. We are merely utilizing one another. That is not the same as genuine connection. The service manager chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Lu Liena's revelation. He then produced a bracelet, stating, Sir, this bracelet is a soul guiding device. Once you wear it, it will restrict the movements of the purple lady. After all, she can be quite mischievous. Mischievous? Lu Liena queried with a hint of confusion. The service manager smiled enigmatically. You shall soon discover for yourself, sir. Lu Liena took the bracelet and then noticed that the purple woman also wore a similar one. Without further inquiry, he handed the badge to her and said, All right, let us proceed this way. Please help me with the registration. I wish to participate in the soul battle. Chapter 92. The Catwoman. Yes, master, the purple woman replied. She carefully accepted the badge while Lu Liena followed closely behind her. This time, Lu Liena arrived at the 9th soul battle zone. Although the purple gold level soul battles were not particularly rare, they were certainly noticeable. However, the ticket price was significantly higher. Master, please wait in the lounge for a moment while I assist you with the registration, the purple woman whispered as they arrived. All right, Lu Liena replied. The purple woman proceeded to register, and Lu Liena made his way to the waiting lounge. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City featured the top 10 soul battle arenas, all designated as main arenas, with a separate area allocated for them. The central area served as the waiting lounge, with the 10 arenas arranged in a circular formation around it. However, due to the limited number of matches, the first 3 arenas were almost never opened, leaving only the latter 7 available for use. Lu Liena entered the waiting hall and discovered it was already filled with people. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere turned notably frigid. However, among the crowd, there was an eccentric character who, upon noticing Lu Liena's mask, mockingly remarked, Boy, are you hiding from something, wearing that mask? The speaker was a burly man, his robust physique accentuated as he sat with his chest exposed, his powerful pectoral muscles twitching involuntarily as he spoke. He lounged on a sofa, flanked by 2 beautiful women, their attire reminiscent of Yao Yao's, suggesting they too were participants in the arena of combat. The ability to embrace 2 women simultaneously hinted at his considerable strength. Nevertheless, Lu Liena chose to disregard him and settled into a nearby seat, patiently awaiting his turn. He was not one to seek trouble, though that did not imply trouble would not seek him. The burly man, feeling slighted by the indifference, narrowed his eyes and coldly snapped, Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? His voice boomed, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Noticing the burly man was picking on a newcomer, the onlookers' interest peaked. They crossed their arms and leaned in, eager for the unfolding drama. A bit of entertainment before the impending battle was certainly welcome. Lu Liena seemed to be oblivious to his words, merely sitting in his seat, conserving his energy. How dare he be so arrogant? Do you know who I am? The burly man slammed his hand on the table, shattering everything upon it, casting a fierce glare at Lu Liena. Lu Liena remained unperturbed, ignoring him completely. Zhang Jiri, it seems your authority has waned. Even the newcomers do not regard you with respect. Noticing the atmosphere lacked intensity, someone eagerly stoked the flames. The crowd began to jeer, drawing attention to the burly man, whose face flushed crimson. If he failed to act decisively now, he would suffer considerable humiliation. 2 women, well-trained in the arena, recognized the moment's significance. One of them stepped forward, addressing Lu Liena. Do you have any idea whom you have provoked? This is the esteemed holder of the Sapphire Soul Badge. You should promptly apologize and kneel to offer your respects. Perhaps we can negotiate. Otherwise, once you step into the arena, you shall face dire consequences. The arena facilitated both random and designated matches, the latter demanding a hefty fee, with strict limitations on the level disparity between opponents. The woman spoke with bravado, for they were all bound to Zhang Jiri, who had invested significantly in their allegiance. Their fates were intertwined with his. As long as Zhang Jiri thrived, so would they. Should he fall, their demise would be equally grim. Thus, in their role as sycophants, they echoed their master's sentiments, unafraid of offending others. At these words, Lu Long finally opened his eyes, turning to Zhang Jiri. It appears I have neither acted nor spoken against you. Why should I apologize? Is it merely because your master is a Sapphire Soul Master? Your failure to respond promptly is your own fault. I warn you, should I not receive an apology? Your demise awaits you in the arena. Lu Lang let out a cold snort, exclaiming, what a Sapphire Soul Master! No wonder he speaks with such arrogance. Yet, can a mere sapphire instill fear in him? If you are displeased, you may slay me now. If you are content, you may choose to do so in the arena. The choice is entirely yours. I am indifferent. The words spoken by Lu Long caused the crowd to collectively gasp in astonishment. Knowing full well that his opponent was a Sapphire Soul Master, one could only ponder whether to label him as ignorant or commend his audacity. How delightful. It has been ages since I encountered such a brazen young man. Since you seem intent on courting death, allow me to oblige. The burly man was utterly incensed. To be so openly challenged by a newcomer left him seething with rage. He shoved aside the two individuals in his embrace, preparing to advance and eliminate Lu Lang. While the arena forbade murder, such constraints were mere formalities for those of his caliber, boasting a sapphire badge. With sufficient wealth, one could easily disregard any semblance of rules. Just then, the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing a woman of unparalleled beauty, an alluring figure, and features reminiscent of a beastly maiden, instantly captivating the assembly. Her entrance silenced the hall, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. This enchanting woman was none other than the Violet Lady. The burly man's reaction mirrored that of the crowd, yet his response was even more pronounced. Upon seeing the cat girl, all traces of his fury dissipated. However, his audacity only grew. His gaze burned with intensity, roving over her form with envy and lust, as if he wished to strip her bare. Observing the seductive curvature of the Violet Lady's figure ignited a primal fire within him, one he struggled to suppress, for he understood the implications of a catgirl. Within the grand arena of Heavendo City, only those who attained the Sapphire Soul Badge and participated in life and death battles could claim the Violet Lady as their own. This was not merely a privilege, but a mark of honor. Behind every beastly maiden stood a merciless killer. He dared not provoke her. What were his desires compared to his own life? Nevertheless, curiosity tugged at him, for this particular cat girl was unfamiliar to him. A new face? Did this imply that there were others present who were Sapphire Soul Masters? The burly man's eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized the Violet Lady. Eager to discern whom she approached, she walked gracefully to Lu Lang's side, offering a respectful bow. It was him? The man was taken aback. This young lad was indeed a Sapphire Soul Master, and moreover, one who partook in life and death battles. A chill ran down his spine, though he too bore the Sapphire Badge. His was obtained through the rigors of countless matches, having participated in over 1,000 bouts. He had painstakingly suppressed his power at level 69 for more than 2 years before finally ascending to the Sapphire Badge. Chapter 93, The Speculations of the Crowd. It was evident that his Sapphire Badge was significantly diluted in value when compared to Lu Lang's. One had truly risen through the corpses of foes, while the other had exploited a loophole to reach his current status. The disparity in their achievements was glaringly apparent. Master, your registration is complete. Please follow me to the VIP lounge for some rest, the Violet Lady announced. A dedicated lounge? Lu Ling inquired, astonished. Indeed, she confirmed. Clearly, the privileges of life and death battles were markedly superior, even extending to private chambers for rest and waiting. Lu Long followed the purple lady into the room. Just as he was about to step inside, he turned back to glance at Zhang Jiri, saying, if you don't make a move now, I shall await you in the soul-fighting arena. Do remember that. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jiri felt a wave of despair wash over him. Zhang Jiri. You thought you could flaunt your arrogance, but how does it feel to be targeted now? Is it not utterly delightful? As soon as Lu Ling closed the door, a chorus of malicious laughter erupted. With a mad ant from the life and death battles fixated on you, Zhang Jiri, your demise is all but certain. Hurry and gather some money to treat us to drinks. We shall personally bear your coffin. We are a band of 7 brothers, though our appearances may be dark. We are indeed professionals when it comes to carrying coffins. The speakers of these words were participants in the life and death battles, who typically held these gambling duelists in contempt. Yet, due to their own lack of strength, they seldom voiced their disdain. Now, however, they reveled in their audacity. Damn it. Why is a big shot from the life and death battles not in the VIP room, but instead posturing here in the hall? Indeed. Fortunately, I kept my laughter subdued just now. You probably didn't hear me, or else I would be in trouble too. Just relax. You are merely a purple gold dual soul. Others can hardly be bothered to glance your way. Get lost, you pathetic coward. Naturally, there were others from the gambling duels nearby who joined in the mockery. Upon entering the VIP lounge, Lu Lung inquired of the purple lady, "Who was that person just now?" "His name is Zhang Jiri, a level 69 Battle Soul Emperor and holder of the Sapphire Dual Soul Badge, primarily participating in gambling duels." Level 69? Lu Ling pondered. A Soul Master at the 69th level daring to be so arrogant? While he was confident in his ability to eliminate him, doing so would inevitably reveal his own strength. The 10,000-year Soul Ring was far too extraordinary. It was not worth exposing himself for someone of no value. For now, it was better to keep him around for a while. If the Master wished to eliminate him, there were alternatives beyond mere soul battles. It seemed that the purple-clad woman had seen through Lu Ling's thoughts, offering him a cup of tea as she softly spoke. What alternatives? According to the information available, this Zhang Jiri was cowardly and deathly afraid, rarely venturing beyond the soul battle arena. However, the prices within the arena were exorbitant, and he possessed a voracious appetite for pleasure. Each time he received rewards from the battles, he squandered them immediately. Thus, to conserve his resources while still indulging his desires, he would occasionally leave the soul battle arena. Are you suggesting I ambush him on his way out? That would be the most convenient method. And the death of a soul master would not attract the Empire's scrutiny. Lu Lung pondered for a moment, deciding to defer the matter for now, as he lacked the energy to deal with it. He was neither a bloodthirsty individual nor one to suffer in silence. However, at this juncture, he truly had no time to spare. Moreover, even if he were to eliminate him outside, it would undoubtedly attract attention. It was hardly feasible to eliminate everyone, was it? After sipping some tea and consuming a light snack, Lu Lang swiftly prepared for the day's first life and death battle in the arena. Next up was our dark horse contender. Lang, possessing a soul power of level 44, yet he had never tasted defeat since his debut. His opponent was the notorious Pig Violent Husband, a competitor infamous in the battle arena, known as the Butcher of Soul Masters, boasting a soul power of level 49 and wielding the soul weapon, the Pig Slaughtering Knife. A pig slaughtering knife? Quite intriguing. Lu Lung let out a cold chuckle as he stepped into the soul arena. Inside the resting hall, Zhang Jiri and the others had yet to find their opponents. Upon hearing the host's introduction, they instinctively turned their gaze toward Lu Lang. However, when they comprehended the host's words, astonishment washed over their faces. A level 44 Sapphire Soul Master? Surely, there must have been a mistake in the arena. Zhang Jiri, you need not worry. He is merely a level 44. Even as a Sapphire in a life and death match, he cannot possibly be your adversary, someone jested. Indeed, I was startled earlier. Nevertheless, a Sapphire Soul Master of level 44 is indeed a rarity. This is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. And I suspect he might be the only one in the entire history of the Tiando Soul Arena. Who says that? I know of another. That individual was also a Sapphire Soul Master at level 40. It is said he was very young, barely 20. Yet, I wonder how old this fellow is. Someone retorted. How do you know that? I have never heard of it. My grandfather was also a Soul Master, and he told me about him. Apparently, that person also participated in life and death matches and, like this one, was undefeated. Moreover, his subsequent achievements reached the pinnacle of the Diamond Soul Badge. A Diamond Badge? It is rumored that only one person in the entire continent has obtained it. Are you implying that this is him? It should be. You suggest this lad is so formidable. Could he possibly be a descendant of that person? It is a possibility, though that individual's martial soul was a hammer. Zhang Jiri remained silent, observing Lu Lung's battle. To be candid, he did not regard a level 44 Sapphire Soul Master highly. However, the moment he caught a glimpse of Lu Lung's gaze, an inexplicable unease gripped his heart. In the arena, Lu Lung's performance appeared rather unremarkable, as he merely dodged repeatedly, occasionally striking with a blade, seemingly having no way to deal with his opponent. In contrast, his adversary wielded a butcher's knife with ferocity, exuding an aura of bloodlust akin to a true butcher. Zhang Jiri, why do you look so serious? This lad is on the verge of being defeated. Indeed. Why not go to the brothel tonight? Count me in. Zhang Jiri ignored their banter, maintaining his focus. Although Lu Lang seemed to be on the defensive, he bore no injuries, his breath steady, and his gaze calm. In contrast, the butcher was already panting, his soul power waning under the strain. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jiri's heart sank. The butcher had completely fallen into Lu Lang's trap, akin to a wild boar being exhausted to death. What astonished Zhang Jiri the most was that throughout the entire match, he had not seen Lu Lang employ a single soul skill. This fellow's combat instincts had reached a terrifying realm. No wonder he could earn a sapphire badge at level 44. A cold light flickered in Zhang Jiri's eyes. Through this battle, he had discerned Lu Lang's formidable nature. Chapter 94. Challenging beyond one's level simultaneously, for the sake of his own safety. Zhang Jiri felt compelled to take preemptive action and eliminate Lu Lang. After concluding the battle, Lu Lang returned to the VIP lounge. Please arrange my next soul match, he requested with calm composure, as if nothing had transpired. Master, there are no more level 40 purple gold soul matches today. GNV poured him another cup of tea. None? Indeed, Master. Purple gold soul masters are already scarce, and level 41s participating in life and death matches are even rare. The one you encountered today is among the last few. So, without opponents, I cannot compete, and my soul badge level cannot increase? If you merely wish to elevate your level, you may participate in a gamble match. There are numerous participants in gamble matches, and fatalities seldom occur. Opponents can be rotated, thus providing you ample opportunities to advance your badge, GNV explained. I have no interest in gamble matches. Are there any other options? Lu Lang waved his hand. Dismissing the idea, to him, it bore no significance. Moreover, having grown accustomed to the pressures of life and death, the gamble match felt akin to child's play. If you do not wish to partake in a gamble match, you may opt for a challenge beyond your level. However, such challenges carry significant risks. Yet the rewards are correspondingly high, yielding greater gold soul coin rewards and more consecutive victory points. Weren't there restrictions against challenging beyond one's level? Lu Lang inquired, recalling the arena's regulations that explicitly forbade such actions. That limitation applies only to higher-level soul masters to prevent unequal battles. There is no restriction against lower-level soul masters challenging higher-level ones, GNV clarified. Ah, I see. Lu Lang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in having GNV by his side, which saved him from taking unnecessary detours. Very well, then arrange a challenge beyond my level. Understood. 2 hours later, Lu Lang finally awaited his opponent. Look, that lad is actually challenging beyond his level. In the resting hall, one person exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Lu Lang's opponent. Is he out of his mind? A level 40 challenging a level 50? The crowd's attention was drawn, gazes filled with disbelief as they regarded Lu Lang. What a lunatic. This fellow is even more audacious than that individual. However, how curious it is that he is a sapphire soul master. Why is his opponent a purple gold soul master? Zhang Jiri, overhearing this, was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? I know his opponent. He is named Jing Lai, a purple gold soul master. Logically, a lower level can challenge a higher level, but a sapphire cannot challenge a purple gold, the individual explained. Not necessarily. If they have a vendetta, they can pay a substantial breach of contract fee, and if the opponent agrees, it is permissible, someone nearby interjected. Zhang Jiri narrowed his eyes at Lu Lang, pondering his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the audience, a middle-aged man bore a calm demeanor, his gaze steady. However, upon seeing that Lu Lang's opponent was a level 50 purple gold soul master, an undeniable ripple of surprise crossed his eyes. Has he found the information? The man asked his attendant. Master, we have obtained the details. This lad is named Lu Lang, the child of a fallen baron from the Dalmatia kingdom. He fled to the Tiando Empire due to family strife, and, with the aid of his father's friend, enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy at the age of 10. 10 years old. The middle-aged man's expression finally revealed signs of emotion. Indeed, merely 10 years of age. The attendant's tone reflected disbelief. When he first received the report, he thought it was a mistake and had his subordinates verify it multiple times, only to confirm the result, which left him astounded. A 10-year-old child. Yet a level 44 soul master, participating in life and death matches. If this were to be spoken of, who would believe it? What had he accomplished at 10? At that age, he seemed to recall only having level 11 soul power and being reduced to tears by an older child. To achieve such greatness at 10, could one truly believe he is the child of a fallen baron? After the initial shock, the middle-aged man retorted to the bodyguard, stunned by the man's inquiry. The bodyguard found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it defied logic. If such a gifted child truly existed, how could the family be in such decline? It was my oversight, my lord. I beg your pardon. I shall investigate anew, he exclaimed. Never mind, since he wishes to conceal his identity. Let us refrain from probing too deeply to avoid inciting his displeasure. Yes, my lord. The man continued. Prepare yourself, should he remain alive in the next few days. I shall meet him in person. Understood. Soon, Lu Long's battle spirit concluded their conversation, easily triumphing in a match against a level 50 opponent. Wen Zhongjiri. In the resting hall, witnessed this outcome, his heart plummeted to the depths. Simultaneously, his resolve to eliminate Lu Lang intensified. The surprises Lu Lang presented were numerous. If he continued to grow for a few more days, Zhang feared he would no longer be a match for him. Zhongjiri. There is no need for such a grim countenance. He is merely at level 40, while you are at 69. Even if one can challenge beyond their level, it is unlikely he could surpass 2 levels, someone consoled him. If the situation had fallen upon you, you would not be so unconcerned, Zhongjiri retorted angrily. Yet, there was some merit in the speaker's words. Regardless of Lu Long's strength, he was still only level 44. A soul master challenging a soul king was not an unusual occurrence. It appeared he had been overly sensitive in his fixed mindset. Anyone bearing a sapphire badge should at least be a level 70 soul sage, or at the very least, a level 69 soul emperor like himself. Encountering someone at level 40 for the first time had momentarily thrown him off balance. With a shift in expression, he declared, "Who said I was afraid? I was merely contemplating how you would meet his demise." Spare us the act. You looked utterly terrified just moments ago. Now that you see someone at level 40, you're back to being arrogant, came the teasing response. Who are you speaking to? When have I ever been scared? Zhongjiri shot back. If you can find even a single drop of urine, I shall lick it. The person who had spoken was momentarily speechless. It was just a jest, after all. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? Zhongjiri scoffed, his demeanor growing even more arrogant. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. I stand by my declaration. I will make him see. No one can stop me. Before long, the day drew to a close. Chapter 95, The First Kiss Lost. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Long found that due to his elevation in rank, his quarters had been transformed into a more spacious and opulent abode. However, alongside this enhancement, an intriguing new room had materialized. Lu Long curiously opened the door to the room, only to be met with a peculiar sight that caused his expression to shift. The space was filled with an array of whips and candles. What purpose could this serve? Could it be that there was a power outage impending? Perspiration beaded on Lu Long's brow. Xinu stood behind him, her gaze also falling upon the room filled with implements, yet her countenance remained placid, as if such a sight were commonplace to her. Lu Long cast a silent glance at her, pondering whether she possessed greater wisdom than he. He promptly closed the door to the room and tossed the key to Xinu, reassuring her that he harbored no peculiar inclinations in that regard. Xinu instinctively caught the key, her expression blank, seemingly unable to grasp the situation, as she gazed at Lu Long's retreating figure. Confusion clouded her mind regarding the meaning of his words. She recalled the training master's warning that a man's words could be deceiving, particularly in certain matters. They often spoke in contradictions to disarm a woman's defenses. That evening, after dining, Lu Long commenced his training in solitude, though he seldom practiced at night. The recent battles had bestowed upon him invaluable insights, compelling him to absorb these experiences in the present moment. Moonlight streamed through the window as Lu Lang gradually entered a meditative state. He felt his soul power circulating within, discovering a notable enhancement in his physical strength. He recognized this improvement stemmed from the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring. However, the rapidity of his bodily enhancement was attributable to factors beyond just that. While the strength conferred by the 100,000-year soul ring was formidable, it was inherently limited, ceasing to augment once a certain threshold was reached. In contrast, the current acceleration of his physical attributes far surpassed previous rates, leading him to surmise that the mysterious orb was the catalyst. The orb's transformative effects were enigmatic, however. Lu Long could distinctly identify two primary influences. Firstly, it endowed him with 6 elemental attributes, of which he had only mastered the wind and thunder elements thus far. Secondly, it expedited the enhancement of his physical condition. Lu Ling's divine martial soul, Zhan Luo, was primarily designed for body refinement. The orb complemented this function, and he speculated that if this momentum continued, it would not be long before his physical prowess reached the pinnacle of Douluo strength. Elated by this thought, Lu Ling felt vindicated in his earlier choice. The benefits of the orb were indeed monumental. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his being. Akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait, intent on delivering a lethal strike, enveloping Lu Ling in an instant. A jolt coursed through him as he sensed the impending peril, yet his reflexes were swift. He focused his mind and unleashed his formidable mental strength to safeguard his consciousness. The frigid aura invaded his body, causing a gray mist to emanate from him. withering everything it touched. In the adjacent room, Jinnu, already light of sleep, immediately sensed the ominous presence. Her eyes flew open, instinctively sniffing the air, and a strange excitement glimmered in her gaze. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and in a blink, she vanished from her bed without a sound, the covers settling softly behind her. The next instant, she materialized in Lu Long's chamber. Unbeknownst to Lu Lang, who was fully engrossed in combating the icy aura, Jinnu approached him with keen eyes, the grayish-black mist enveloping her without any adverse effect. Instead, she inhaled deeply, her excitement mounting. Noting Lu Lang's unconscious state, she hesitated no longer, positioning herself beside him and voraciously absorbing the energy. As the chilling power flowed into her, she did not experience the same reaction as Lu Lang. Rather, warmth enveloped her, filling her with elation. She hastened her consumption, the energy continuously emanating from Lu Lang's body, which she eagerly absorbed, a look of delight flickering in her eyes. Soon, the surrounding dark gray energy was depleted. Yet her thirst remained insatiable. Her gaze shifted to Lu Lang, and she began to crawl towards him. Simultaneously, Lu Lang felt a shift, the icy sensation within him seemingly diminishing. Puzzled yet aware that this was fortuitous, he devoted himself to expelling the lingering energy. As he gradually suppressed the cold force, he mustered a fragment of his mental strength to assess the external situation. However, upon extending his perception, he immediately sensed a presence looming mere inches from him, inducing a wave of alarm. His concentration faltered, causing his mental fortitude to waver just as the malevolent energy retaliated with fury, surging forth to seize control of his consciousness. Lu Lang abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze a crimson hue, cold as ice, akin to a malevolent deity from the depths of hell. With a single glance, he shattered the serene expanse, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that surged from his being, instantaneously enveloping the entire room and threatening to extend beyond. At that very moment, the purple-clad woman lunged towards Lu Lang, her lips aimed directly at his. Overwhelmed by a tempest of emotions, he struck her abdomen with a powerful palm. She let out a muffled groan yet refused to relinquish her grip, entwining herself around him in an unyielding embrace. Her form splayed out like a star, securing him tightly. Her hands, armed with sharp claws, pierced into his back, leaving behind 10 crimson trails as she anchored herself. The searing pain jolted Lu Lang's senses, and in that instant, he felt an immense force drawing forth the malevolent energy from within him, siphoning it through his mouth into the purple-clad woman's body. Astonishingly, she possessed the ability to absorb malevolent energy. Bereft of time for astonishment, Lu Lang discovered a conduit for release. His formidable willpower preserved a fleeting lucidity. Channeling soul force in concert with Jinnu to continuously discharge the frigid energy, directing it into her form. Sensing Lu Lang's cooperation, Jinnu gradually retracted her claws. After half an hour, Lu Lang finally regained command of his body. He pushed away Jinnu, a peculiar expression upon his face. Damn it, my first kiss is gone. Just like that, it's gone. I was saving that for Bibi Dong. What the hell is going on? Chapter 96. Jinnu's enigmatic nature. Lu Lang is indeed a peculiar individual. His immediate concern was not the near loss of his life, but rather the thought of his first kiss being lost. He gazed at Xin, noticing that her soul energy was fluctuating violently, rising and falling in intensity, as if she were attempting to break some kind of seal. Lu Lang understood that this was a sign of breakthrough. However, the Purple Maiden was a defective product of a mutated martial soul, being half human and half beast, making her cultivation exceedingly arduous, and she could barely hope to surpass the 10th level. At this moment, how could she possibly break through? Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of her soul power, it appeared to be at least at the 20th level. Could it be due to the absorption of the energy within me? Lu Lang suddenly discovered that this seemingly unassuming cat girl harbored an astonishing secret. At that moment, he resolved to protect the Purple Maiden, yearning to uncover the truth. But he could only wait for her to awaken. Time passed with excruciating slowness. The Purple Maiden struggled with her cultivation, and the breakthrough proved to be increasingly arduous. The moonlight cascaded upon her, accentuating the luster of her skin. Due to the nature of her identity, the soul fighting arena had subjected them to various training regimens designed to serve men, with meticulous attention paid to their living arrangements. For instance, the room provided to Lu Lang was thoughtfully curated. Similarly, the garments adorning the Purple Maiden were specially crafted, with an abundant array of styles available. Nearly the clothing occupied 2 entire rooms. At that moment, the Purple Maiden was clad in a lace-trimmed, semi-transparent nightgown of soft pink, delightfully charming. The gown was exceedingly short, barely concealing her alluring curves, evoking an irresistible temptation that struck at the very core of a man's fantasies. At first, Douluo was oblivious to the sensations enveloping him. But in this moment of clarity, he found himself parched and breathless, his heart racing, and a strange, malevolent fire igniting within his abdomen. He hastily turned his gaze away, unwilling to look any longer. After a prolonged interval, he managed to regain his composure. However, to avert a recurrence of the earlier embarrassment, he began to reflect on the recent events. The previous situation had been exceedingly perilous, rivaling the danger he faced when absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. Yet, during that episode, he had the assistance of Douluo, whereas this time, it was the enigmatic Xin who came to his aid. The advantages bestowed by the orb were immense. Yet they also introduced an underlying threat. The absence of immediate peril had lulled Lu Lang into a false sense of security. It was only today's unexpected ambush that illuminated the existence of such danger. Though Xin had mitigated his immediate risk, he was acutely aware that the wicked energy within him had not been entirely eradicated. This malevolent energy was, in fact, a manifestation of the dark evil demon tiger's attributes, now irrevocably intertwined with the orb. Completely purging this evil seemed nearly impossible unless the orb itself was destroyed. However, given that the orb had fused with him, how could he ever bring himself to obliterate it? The only way to prevent the orb from causing further turmoil was to master it completely. Douluo contemplated the dark demon evil god tiger. At this moment, he resembled the creature, albeit in a different physical form. The dark demon evil god tiger wielded the essence of malevolence, thus evading the dominion of evil. If he too could master such power, he would no longer find himself in such predicaments. But is it truly difficult to harness the essence of evil? Lu Lang was uncertain, however. Based on his understanding of the attributes of wind and thunder, there should still be a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, Lu Lang gradually began to formulate a plan. Finally, after 3 hours, Xinu opened her eyes. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion flushed, and she was panting heavily, her delicate nightgown clinging to her form, revealing her figure in its entirety. If anyone had been present, they might have mistakenly believed that Lu Lang had engaged in some intimate encounter with Xinu. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Lu Lang inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing his voice, Xinu was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head, her expression tinged with melancholy. She had hoped that breaking through the 10th level would herald a transformation, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Could it be that a mutated martial soul was truly beyond cultivation? Upon hearing this, Lu Lang felt a lump form in his throat, unsure of what to say. "I'm sorry, master. I have lost my composure," Xinu said apologetically, recognizing the impact of her demeanor on his mood. "It's all right. Please tell me, how were you able to absorb that malevolent energy?" At this juncture, a hint of confusion crossed Xinu's face. "I'm not entirely sure. At the time, I was asleep when I suddenly sensed a peculiar energy. This energy ignited an overwhelming desire within me, and then I found myself in your room. As for what transpired afterward, my memories are rather hazy." As she recounted the latter part, a noticeable flush of panic and embarrassment colored Xinu's cheeks, revealing that she indeed recalled fragments of the events. Though she felt too shy to articulate them, Lu Lang discerned the truth, yet refrained from exposing it. Instead, he continued his inquiry. "Have you ever experienced this before?" "Never," replied Xinu, a sudden disquietude seizing her. "I have never encountered such a thing." Lu Lang realized that she had misunderstood him and quickly clarified. "That is not what I meant. I was inquiring if you absorbed this energy without any repercussions." Upon hearing Lu Lang's explanation, the fluster on Xinu's face vanished, replaced by a hint of crimson. She then replied, "I am uncertain. This is my first experience with absorption, and I have never encountered anything like it before." Lu Lang pondered deeply, realizing that she had never encountered such a situation before. Even she herself was uncertain, which indicated that she had no clear understanding of her own physical condition. Perhaps all her actions were merely instinctual. Moreover, she speculated that the potential instincts of a person might be intricately linked to their martial soul. "What type of martial soul do you possess?" With this thought, Lu Lang immediately inquired. "I don't know," the purple-haired girl replied. "The soul master who helped me awaken said he had never seen such a martial soul." "Not knowing? Now that piques my interest. Show me your martial soul." However, the purple girl shook her head, an expression of despondency deepening on her face. "I cannot display my martial soul. It only manifested once during awakening, but after that, it transformed into a beast form and has remained thus. The masters at the soul arena are also unable to discern what my martial soul is. Cannot display it? That complicates matters. Typically, when a beast martial soul awakens, there is an accompanying manifestation of a spirit beast. However, aberrant martial souls are exceptional cases, with scant records and varied characteristics. This was the first time Lu Long had encountered such a situation. What is your soul power level now? It was level 9, but after absorbing that energy, I broke through to level 15. Other than the elevation in rank, there has been no change from before, the purple girl stated glumly. To Lu Long's astonishment, she had indeed broken through to level 15. He was aware that once soul power reached level 10, without absorbing a soul ring, cultivation would become exceedingly difficult. While there were alternative methods to enhance soul power levels, they were extraordinarily challenging. Chapter 97. Remember to wear clothes next time. To think that merely an energy within her body could propel her past 6 levels was utterly terrifying. If a normal person were in her place, the results would likely be even more remarkable. Your situation is too intricate. I cannot comprehend it all at once. Please return to your room and rest for now. After considerable contemplation, Lu Long was unable to reach a conclusion. Yes, master. After the purple girl departed, Lu Long fell into deep thought. In truth, he had a method for dealing with aberrant martial souls, the celestial herbs. Among these, the coxcomb phoenix flower was known to have extraordinary effects on aberrant martial souls, capable of filtering impurities and purifying the martial soul. Should the purple girl consume it, it might very well resolve her martial soul dilemma. However, the value of celestial herbs was immense, and providing one to a girl he had only known for 2 days, whose background was complex and whose intentions were unclear, seemed impractical. Moreover, what if it proved ineffective for her? That would be a loss indeed. Yet, the fact that this purple girl could absorb the malevolent energy within him presented a significant advantage. For the sake of his own safety, should he not consider keeping her close by in the future? Perhaps I shall observe her for a couple of days. If she proves beneficial to me, then gifting her a celestial herb could be worthwhile. Having resolved this matter, Lu Long finally succumbed to a deep slumber, feeling quite fatigued from the events of the day. Upon waking the next morning, Lu Long discovered an unexpected presence beside him. As he reached out, he felt something smooth, soft, and warm, compelling him to touch it a couple more times. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. He abruptly opened his eyes and turned to his side, only to find the purple girl drowsily lying next to him. "Master, you're awake. I will prepare breakfast for you right away," she exclaimed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her 2 adorable ears adorably perked up. "Wait, breakfast is not important right now. Tell me, why are you sleeping in my bed?" At his question, the purple girl looked utterly bewildered. "Master, I am your maid. Isn't this how it should be?" Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Lu Long was baffled. Who conveyed to her that maids were meant to behave in such a manner? "The masters at the Soul Arena," she replied, puzzled by his apparent displeasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Long realized that Jinnu had undoubtedly been brainwashed. This cursed Soul Arena was perpetuating the corruption of innocent maidens. "I care not for the others, nor do I concern myself with what the Soul Arena has taught you. Henceforth, you are forbidden from my bed." "Understood, master," Jinnu replied, rising to prepare breakfast. It was only then that Lu Long became acutely aware of her utter nakedness. What a transgression! What a transgression! Avalokiteshvara, Avalokiteshvara. While practicing profound prajnaparamita, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Lu Long shut his eyes, unable to gaze any longer. "Master, what are you murmuring about? Get out." Oh. The following day, Lu Long awakened and instinctively reached out beside him, his hand encountering warmth and softness. Lu Long felt a surge of frustration, for the purple maiden had returned yet again. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from coming to my bed? How is it that you are here once more?" His expression grew increasingly frosty. "Pardon me, my master. I forgot." "Forgot? How could one forget such a thing? Are you jesting with me? Please leave, my master. I am weary and wish to sing." Lu Long pressed his forehead, struggling to suppress the urge to throw her out from beneath the covers. Why would one sing when feeling exhausted? Leave at once. "Oh. Namo hi luo de na duo luo yi. Namo e li yi." On the 3rd day, for the sake of safety, Lu Long deliberately locked the door before drifting into slumber. Yet upon awakening, the purple maiden was still at his side. "My master, you are awake?" "Indeed, I am awake." Lu Long emitted a disgruntled snort, his initial reaction being to inspect the door, only to find it perfectly intact. "Is this some sort of specter?" he mused, perplexed by her silent appearance. He turned his inquisitive gaze towards Jinnu, reasoning that his powerful, titled Douluo level mental fortitude should have alerted him to her presence. Even in slumber, How is it that I sense nothing? And this has been going on for 3 nights now. What exactly is happening? Observing Xinu's docile demeanor, akin to an obedient feline, Douluo realized he couldn't allow this to persist. He feared that one day he might succumb to temptation and take liberties with her. Therefore, he adopted a composed tone and inquired, "Xinu, why do you insist on sharing my bed?" Upon hearing this, a blush graced Xinu's face for the first time. "Master," she confessed, "I did remember your words, and I didn't want to come. However, Master possesses a peculiar scent, a fragrance that I find comforting and strangely familiar. It evokes a sense of security within me, and I cannot resist it." Her voice trailed off into a barely audible whisper. "A peculiar scent?" Douluo repeated, sniffing his armpits. "I don't detect any particular odor. It is a unique fragrance, Master, quite distinctive. It reminds me of a loved one. And it bears a slight resemblance to the energy you emitted that night," Xinu explained, her eyes blinking innocently. Hearing Xinu's words, Douluo pinpointed the source of the issue, the bead. However, he was then overcome with curiosity. Xinu feels a sense of kinship with the bead? Could it be that she is connected to it? No, it must be her martial soul that is related to the bead. But that doesn't make sense, he pondered. This bead belongs to the dark demonic evil god Tiger, and there is only one such creature in the world. Furthermore, humans cannot possess the dark demonic evil god Tiger's martial soul. How could she possibly be connected to it? Yet, Xinu's sense of familiarity could not be dismissed. This led to the only plausible explanation. Xinu's martial soul was somehow related to the attributes of the bead. Recalling how Xinu had broken through by devouring evil energy that night, Douluo's conviction grew stronger. With this in mind, Douluo turned his gaze towards Xinu, scrutinizing her. The various peculiar phenomena surrounding her piqued his curiosity. He even felt a surge of impulse to have her consume a celestial herb to ascertain the true nature of her martial soul. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately restrained himself. "All right, go prepare breakfast," Douluo said with a sigh. He understood that Xinu's behavior was a result of the brainwashing she had undergone in the soul arena since childhood. Their purpose was to serve men, and as such, they possessed all emotions except for a sense of shame. "Yes, Master." "Wait," Douluo interjected. "What is it, Master?" "I was wondering, could you perhaps wear some clothing next time?" Douluo asked with a wry smile. "Understood, Master," Xinu replied with a radiant smile. Smack. Witnessing Xinu's immediate comprehension, Douluo slapped himself hard across the face. "What am I saying? I'm such an idiot." Chapter 98. The amoral Xinu on the 4th day, as expected. Xinu appeared in his bed. Douluo resolved that this could not continue. Otherwise, dire consequences would surely ensue. "Xinu, have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Douluo's voice was frigid, and he cast a piercing glare at Xinu. He discreetly infused his words with soul power, hoping to instill a sense of authority in her, compelling her to refrain from such impertinences in the future. Indeed, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Xinu promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Master, I dare not disobey your commands." "Then why do you still find yourself in my bed?" Douluo inquired. Xinu's ears perked up in alarm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had committed a grave error. Upon witnessing this scene, Douluo could not help but feel a sense of deflation. He was well aware that Xin was utterly unable to control her emotions. His heart softened, and he said, "Enough now, stop crying. Hurry outside, and I truly forbid any recurrence of this." "Understood, Master," Xin replied, retreating with a look of profound grievance. She distinctly remembered the instructor mentioning that men often found such displays appealing. Even if they appeared reserved on the surface, it would not be long before they accepted it. Yet, after several days, why did Master still seem so displeased? Douluo gazed at the appearance of the purple-clad woman, shaking his head in disappointment. She was, in truth, a person devoid of a proper moral compass. Everything she did was solely to please men, which left Douluo feeling utterly exasperated. Douluo contemplated for a moment, knowing that ZNV would likely remain unyielding to advice that evening. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to stay at the academy for a few days, thereby fundamentally severing her aspirations. At the Tiando Royal Academy, in the training room for advanced students, Qi Ming gazed at the pupils before him, a confident smile gracing his face. These students were to form the Academy's Royal Battle Team, destined to participate in the prestigious elite competition for advanced Soul Masters 4 years hence, with him serving as the head of this illustrious team. This was, without a doubt, a tremendous testament to the Academy's trust in him. Having only been at the Academy for 6 months, he had already attained such an honor. inciting envy among the older generation of instructors. Yufeng, why is there still one person missing? Yi Lingling? Qin Ming inquired. He had instructed Yufeng to invite Yi Lingling to join the royal battle team, yet days had passed without her appearance. Teacher. Yi Lingling has declined the invitation to join the team, Yufeng replied, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Declined? Why? Qin Ming asked, puzzled. I was confident in my ability to persuade her, and I made it clear that this was your wish, Teacher Qin. However, there has been one individual persistently obstructing our efforts, Yufeng said, recalling Lu Ling as formidable strength. And who might that be? Qin Ming pressed further. He defeated me, Osro. And Shimo effortlessly, Yufeng said, his eyes downcast and his spirit waning. He single-handedly vanquished all four of you? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt not anger, but rather curiosity. Yes, Yufeng affirmed. At that moment, a discordant voice interjected. Yufeng, are you merely inflating someone else's reputation while diminishing your own? Effortlessly? If such a person exists, why am I not acquainted with him? Upon hearing this, Yufeng's expression shifted coldly. Yu Tianheng, what do you mean by that? Just because you do not know him does not imply his non-existence. I have no need to belittle myself to elevate another. If you doubt me, seek him out yourself. Seek him out. What is there to fear? Only you four fools would be bested by someone else, Yu Tianheng scoffed. What do you mean by that? At this juncture, Osro's expression turned icy as well. Yu Tianheng's words had inadvertently offended him too. Who are you calling a fool? The Shimo brothers also stepped forward, itching for a confrontation, as if to say Yu Tianheng needed to clarify his statement. Enough. Let us all keep our voices down. A woman stepped forward beside Yu Tianheng to mediate. Duguyin, what are you playing the peacemaker for? What concern is it of yours when men are speaking? Osro retorted. Osro, mind your words. Duguyin's gaze turned frosty. Osro, say that again if you dare. Yu Tianheng's anger flared. Say it, I'm not afraid of you. The atmosphere in the training room became palpably tense. While youthful fervor is commendable, it must be channeled appropriately. Observing the situation had escalated to a point of no return. Qin Ming finally intervened. Regardless of whether Yufeng speaks the truth or not, we shall ascertain it upon meeting. Frankly, I too find it hard to believe that someone exists who surpasses us, yet we must remember, there are always people beyond our kin. Qin Ming spoke earnestly, as Yufeng's account reminded him of an encounter 6 months prior. At that time, he too had doubted the existence of anyone superior until he met that individual. Now, disperse. Tianheng, accompany Shimo to find this person. Yufeng, continue your efforts to invite Yi Lingling, stating that it is the Academy's wish for her to bring honor to us. Her martial soul, the Nine-Heart Sea Tang, possesses remarkable healing capabilities. If she joins your ranks, it will ensure your invincibility. Yes, teacher. Qin Ming's words held persuasive power, and with just a few statements, he quelled the rising tempers. As he watched the group exit the training room, a faint smile crept across Qin Ming's face. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Lang immediately sought out Yi Lingling. It was not out of a desire for her company, but rather because he was a stranger in the academy, knowing no one but her. Furthermore, he required Yi Lingling's student ID to engage in advanced metamorphic training. Since his last departure, Lu Long had learned of Yi Lingling's class, making it quite effortless for him to locate her. However, upon finding her, his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort, for he encountered two familiar figures, who were once again surrounding Yi Lingling. Lu Long's expression turned icy as he pushed through the crowd of onlookers, confronting Yi Lingling amidst a chorus of discontent. I ask you, have you too forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? Or do you believe my previous lessons were not sufficiently severe? Or perhaps you think you now possess the qualification to challenge me? His chilling words resonated in the ears of Yufeng and Osro. Exchanging glances, they found a hint of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. How did this guy appear again? Since the last incident, they had refrained from visiting Yi Lingling for several days. Their presence today was solely at Qin Ming's behest, and they had barely arrived when Lu Long made his entrance. Chapter 99, Blue Electric Tyrant, Yu Tianheng. He seemed to be Yi Lingling's guardian angel, always appearing with impeccable timing. They even speculated that Lu Long might be intentionally waiting for them. Was he a ghost, or perhaps Yi Lingling's protective spirit? This suspicion was not limited to them. Yi Lingling herself shared the same thoughts. Why did he always show up, and so precisely? Watching Lu Long's retreating figure, she pondered. The books had mentioned that all coincidences one perceives are, in fact, orchestrated by human hands. Could it be that this man has been quietly safeguarding me all along? If that were true, what could his motive be? Could it possibly be that he harbors feelings for me? Contemplating this, Yi Lingling felt a stir in her heart that had lain dormant for years. You go find Yu Tianheng and the others. Bring them here. I will buy some time. Yu Feng whispered to Osro, fully aware that he was no match for Lu Lang. Bringing them here would be futile, wouldn't it? Osro shivered at the thought of Lu Lang's terrifying combat prowess. I am well aware of its futility. I want you to summon them merely to witness their own humiliation. To remind them of their arrogance, Yu Feng replied. Understood. A glimmer of wicked delight sparkled in Osro's eyes upon hearing this. Lu Lang watched as Osro departed, showing no inclination to impede him. Instead, a smile of intriguing amusement graced his features. However, within that smile lay a chilling coldness that could instill fear. Upon witnessing Lu Lang's expression, Yu Feng recognized his anger but felt no trepidation. Rather, he secretly rejoiced, thinking, Yu Tianqin, aren't you quite impressive? Soon, you shall comprehend the essence of fear. Yet, almost immediately, Yu Feng donned a congenial demeanor, addressing Lu Lang. It is all a misunderstanding. We did not coerce her in any way. You arrived before we even exchanged a word. He continued, had you allowed me to finish, you would not be standing here speaking with me. Lu Lang replied, devoid of emotion. Yu Feng's countenance turned awkward as he quickly responded, yes. You are absolutely correct. Our intentions are purely to invite Yi Lingling to join our royal combat team, which is also the Academy's directive. Yi Lingling's martial spirit, the nine-heart begonia, would greatly benefit us. Of course, if you are inclined to join our royal combat team, we would wholeheartedly welcome you. Lu Lang waved his hand dismissively and said, enough of the superfluous chatter. I shall state this plainly. As long as she is willing, I shall not concern myself with any trivial matters. However, if she is unwilling, even if you summon countless others, it will be of no consequence. I understand that we will not impose upon others. Not only does this contradict the principles of the Academy, but it is also not in my character. Yu Feng smiled and added, since the matter has been made clear, there is no need for further niceties. Lu Lang was about to take Yi Lingling away, but she appeared somewhat hesitant. What is the matter? Are you considering accepting their invitation? Lu Lang was taken aback, realizing that despite his presence, he could not alter the course of history. No, Yi Lingling shook her head. Didn't he send someone to summon them? I wish to wait for their arrival and clarify matters to prevent any future entanglements. Very well, Lu Lang agreed, and thus, he and Yi Lingling remained there, awaiting the others. Before long, Osro approached with 4 companions, Yu Tianheng, the Shimo brothers, and Douluo Yen. Is it her? I didn't expect to encounter her so soon. Lu Lang recalled Douluo Yen. They had met once 2 years prior, and although she had undergone significant changes, he still recognized her based on the descriptions from the original narrative. However, he was uncertain if she would recognize him, given his own transformation. Yu Tianheng, with an air of arrogance, stepped forward to scrutinize Lu Lang, declaring, so, it's you? Nothing particularly special. I actually find him quite handsome. Douluo Yen interjected unexpectedly. At her words, Lu Lang felt a sense of relief. It seemed she had not recognized him. Yenner. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened at this. Do not call me Yenner. We are not that close, Douluo Yen retorted, though she found humor in Yu Tianheng's discomfort. All right, I was merely jesting. Yu Tianheng exhaled in relief. Young man. What is your name? Yu Tianheng inquired, pointing at Lu Lang. Are you not being polite? What do you mean? Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Has your teacher not taught you to introduce yourself before asking for another's name? My name is Yu Tianheng. What is yours? I shan't tell you. Are you annoyed? Behind Lu Lang, Yi Lingling couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had never realized that Lu Lang possessed such a playful side. The other onlookers, too, found it difficult to suppress their amusement. Upon hearing the mocking sounds around him, Yu Tianheng's face flushed crimson. You were toying with me. And what of it? Lu Lang retorted disdainfully. In truth, he deliberately created the tense atmosphere, wishing to avoid a cordial conversation that might lead to these individuals uttering insincere words and swaying Yi Lingling's resolve. After all, she had once been a member of the Imperial battle team. There must have been a compelling reason for her to join them. Yu Tianheng, feeling the sting of defeat, felt a surge of anger rise within him. To toy with others requires skill, and I shall see if you are as boastful as you claim. Do you wish to fight? I shall oblige, Lu Lang replied with a cold chuckle. Observing this, Yu Feng quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Osro, who wore a triumphant smile. He then gestured to the Shimo brothers, indicating they should refrain from intervening. The Shimo brothers, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately retreated under Osro's disdainful gaze. While it feels somewhat underhanded, I must admit, it is rather enjoyable, they thought to themselves. Yu Tianheng summoned his soul power and his soul rings materialized, yellow and purple, revealing his status as a 31st level battle spirit master. With the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial spirit. With that, he cast a cold glance at Lu Lang, eager to witness the astonishment on his face. Typically, when others beheld his martial spirit, they would capitulate without hesitation. Lu Lang wore an expression of indifference. Enough of the trivialities. Cease your incessant prattle. Yu Tianheng felt a heavy stone lodged uncomfortably in his heart, wishing fervently that when the time came for him to lie down, he could maintain such composure. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As the spirit beast enveloped him, his hand transformed into a colossal dragon claw, cold and unyielding, shimmering with arcs of lightning. He swung it violently towards Lu Lang, aiming for a critical strike. Lu Lang's face was devoid of any emotion, even hinting at a smile. Such an assault might be formidable to others, yet to him, it felt as trivial as child's play. Chapter 100, The Pinnacle of Sharpness, Yu Tianxin, The Thunderous Movement. Lu Lang let out a low growl, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing behind Yu Tianheng like a specter. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Yu Tianheng's back. Yu Tianheng stumbled, his body tumbling forward like a dog diving for food. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the ground, executing a roll to regain his balance. Channeling his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, he summoned a tempest of lightning in his grasp. Under the influence of his soul power, dark clouds began to gather in the previously clear sky. His gaze fixed on Lu Lang. Fury radiating from him as he wielded the crackling electricity, he swung his arm fiercely, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning that surged directly towards Lu Lang. Lu Lang gazed at the bolt of lightning, unable to shake the impression that Yu Tianheng was akin to a warrior flaunting a mighty sword before Guangong. Utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As the blue lightning approached him, Lu Lang abruptly extended his hand, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he astonishingly grasped the lightning with sheer force. The lightning writhed in his grasp, resembling a thrashing dragon. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the confines of Lu Lang's palm. Lu Lang let out a cold snort, clenching his hand tightly, causing the bolt of lightning to dissipate instantly. This terrifying and bizarre scene stunned the entire audience. All the students were left gaping in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock as they stared at Lu Lang. The four members of the Wind Guardian, Osro and his companions, exchanged glances, each finding a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Lu Lang's display was genuinely terrifying. To crush lightning with bare hands was an impossibility. Yet, it had indeed happened. How could this be possible? Yu Tianheng screamed in disbelief. He could hardly accept the reality before him, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he looked at Lu Lang. If Lu Lang had merely dodged the attack or endured it through some other means, he could have accepted that. But to crush it with bare hands, without even employing a soul skill, was beyond his comprehension, and he was unwilling to believe it. As he gazed at Lu Lang, his confidence suffered a tremendous blow. Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. She had always thought she understood Lu Lang's strength well, but in that moment, she realized she had underestimated this man. What is it? Do you find this hard to believe? Lu Lang asked nonchalantly, though a glimmer of mockery in his gaze was painfully evident. In truth, Lu Lang had not intended to showcase such power. He had planned to retaliate in kind, to demonstrate what true, overwhelming thunder could achieve. However, when the small storm clouds began to gather in the sky, the lightning elements within Lu Lang surged uncontrollably. Lu Lang was aware that this was undoubtedly the effect of the orb. However, this time it manifested as a positive phenomenon. The elemental force of lightning surged through his body, bestowing upon him an instantaneous sensation of immense power. In the face of Yu Tianheng's lightning assault, he felt as though he could grasp the bolts with his bare hands. As this notion took hold, his hand instinctively reached out, and to his astonishment, he indeed managed to seize the lightning. This created a breathtaking spectacle of bare-handedly catching lightning, which startled him as well. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, adopting an air of superiority. In truth, his grasp of the lightning was not a mere physical act. Rather, it was the lightning elements within him converging in his hand, firmly controlling Yu Tianheng's electrical energy. The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle of lightning, failed to notice the subtle purple glow emanating from his hand. At that moment, Yu Tianheng was oblivious to Lu Lang's words, his mind consumed by disbelief. The ability to catch lightning with bare hands was something he had only witnessed in his grandfather. Could it be that Lu Lang had already attained the rank of title Douluo? He could not accept this. Observing Yu Tianheng's dazed demeanor, Lu Lang lost interest and turned away, leading Yi Lingling with him. Tianheng, are you all right? Hu Liena rushed forward, supporting Yu Tianheng's body and calling out. Yu Tianheng's eyes were vacant, oblivious to his surroundings. Quick, find a teacher. He is on the verge of losing control. Yu Feng exclaimed, unleashing his wind bell bird spirit. Soaring with Yu Tianheng towards the infirmary. After departing with Yilingling, Lu Lang utilized her student ID to continue his training in the advanced simulation arena, primarily focusing on the mastery of wind and thunder. He engaged in this rigorous practice for several days. 3 days later, within the advanced student training room, 8 students formed a circle, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Yu Tianheng had regained his senses, yet his spirit was somewhat diminished, lacking the former grandeur he once possessed. Qin Ming observed their demeanor and sighed inwardly. It was evident they had suffered a significant setback. Yet, this could be deemed a good thing. For it is through adversity that one achieves growth. What an oddity this fellow is. I've never seen anyone like him before, Osro remarked with disdain. He reportedly transferred recently, apparently from some noble family in a distant kingdom. When did such individuals start appearing in kingdoms? All of us combined cannot defeat him. Thankfully, he is from our academy. Had he been from another, the elite soul masters would have no choice but to surrender. The others chimed in, their spirits notably low. At that moment, a man entered through the door. What's with the long faces? Upon my return, I hear talk of surrendering. The group turned to see a strikingly handsome man, with features reminiscent of Yu Tianheng. Cousin? Yu Tianheng was taken aback. What? Am I not welcome? Yu Tianxin responded with a playful smirk. I thought you had admitted defeat. Upon seeing Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng's previously sullen demeanor brightened, regaining his pride. Externally, he could acknowledge defeat, but internally, he must never show weakness. Defeat? Huh. I haven't even claimed the position of captain yet. Why would I concede? Yu Tianxin replied with equal pride. The two had grown up together, both exceptional talents, known as the twin stars of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Yet, they had always been competitive, vying for superiority in all matters, even choosing the same school to attend. Thus, their reunion was marked by a clash of egos. Yu Tianxin surveyed the group and continued. So, what has caused our academy's elite to hang their heads in despair? Elite? Yu Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Teacher Qin asked me to invite Yi Lingling to join our team, and we failed. Is that all? Yu Tianxin laughed heartily, exuding confidence. It's just one team member. What is so difficult about inviting her? If worst comes to worst, we can coerce her with promises or simply give her a good thrashing. But she is a support soul master, wielding the 9-heart begonia spirit. If you lay a hand on her, she will be even less inclined to agree. Yu Tianheng retorted sharply. Yu Tianxin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Then let the academy intervene. Would they dare go against the academy's wishes? The academy requires students to join voluntarily. Coercion is not allowed. Yu Tianheng exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Yu Feng sighed and recounted the entire sequence of events to avoid any further confusion from Yu Tianxin. After hearing the tale, Yu Tianxin was astonished. So, you two were beaten twice, and didn't he even catch the opponent's name? What does a name matter? Yu Tianheng exclaimed, incredulous. I can't believe his logic. Humph. Don't get too smug. If you were in my position, you'd be beaten too. Why should I take your place? Yu Tianxin replied, puzzled. I'm no fool. If you all can't defeat him, I certainly won't charge and recklessly. After pondering for a moment, Yu Tianheng said, given what you've said, this situation does seem challenging. However, perhaps I can employ a more subtle approach to persuade her. Though, it may be somewhat unethical. You have a plan? The others inquired, ignoring the latter part of his statement. Of course, Yu Tianxin replied, his confidence shining through. I don't believe it, Yu Tianheng interjected habitually. Don't believe it? How about we place a wager? Yu Tianxin felt a surge of anger. His cousin constantly undermined him. Resolute, he disregarded any moral implications. No problem. What are we betting? Let us wager the captaincy. If I successfully recruit Yi Lingling, I shall become captain. If I fail, you shall take the position, and I will transfer to Thunder Academy. Deal. Seeing Yu Tianxin's confidence, Yu Tianheng felt a flicker of unease, but masked it well. It's settled. They clasped hands to seal their agreement. 2 days later, Lu Long concluded his training. Yi Lingling remarked, in just a few days, your strength has improved significantly. It feels as though you are making rapid progress daily. Please don't exaggerate. I'm not one to handle flattery well, he replied modestly. Days later. Within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Tianxin, why are you back so soon? Didn't he return to the Royal Academy of Heavendo? Yu Luomin inquired from his position at the head of the hall, perplexed by Yu Tianxin's swift return. Grandfather, I've come back regarding the matter you mentioned last time. Yu Tianxin replied with a respectful bow. Oh, Have you made a decision? Yu Luomian's face lit up with joy, though it soon shifted to a look of curiosity. Yes, I have agreed. I hope you can assist me in this matter swiftly. Yu Luomian furrowed his brow. This isn't like you. You were so opposed before. What caused this sudden change in attitude? Have you seen the girl and found her quite beautiful? He jested lightly. Grandfather, I am quite serious. Not quite. Yu Luomian shook his head, well aware of his grandson's character, who was rather arrogant and seldom adhered to family arrangements. For instance, when he suggested that the boy attend the Thunder Academy, he stubbornly chose the Royal Academy of Tiando instead, eager to compete with that brat Deepening. At this moment, the unusual behavior must have a cause. Suddenly, Yu Luomian recalled something and inquired, have you placed another bet with that Deepening brat? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, no one knew his grandson better than his grandfather. Grandfather, I did not gamble with him. Then dare I ask, do you have feelings for that young lady? Yu Tianqing replied, I do not harbor any affection for her, but I believe you are correct, grandfather. For a soul master renowned for offensive capability like myself, it is indeed challenging to find someone worthy. Opting for a support-type soul master would enable me to unleash even greater potential. The Yi family's martial soul, Nine-Heart Begonia, boasts unparalleled healing abilities, making it a perfect match. Moreover, I am convinced that feelings can be cultivated. Seeing Yu Tianqing speak so persuasively and with such sincerity, Yu Luomian felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that this boy had truly come to understand? He remained somewhat skeptical, yet upon further contemplation, he deemed the situation inconsequential. As long as the outcome was favorable, the reasons and processes could be set aside. Very well, once your elder brother emerges from his seclusion, I shall confirm this matter with him and send someone to propose marriage, Yu Luomian declared with delight. When will great-uncle emerge? With your impatience, worry not. It will only be a matter of days, Yu Luomian retorted, casting a glance at him, thinking the boy far too eager. Thank you, grandfather. Enough now. If there is nothing else, return to the academy. It would be wise to cultivate your feelings, he instructed. Yes. As Yu Tianqing turned to leave, a heavy smile crossed his face. Tianqing, it has not been easy for me to best you this time. I am truly putting everything on the line. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Long concluded his training and returned to the soul-fighting arena. The night had fallen, and after a quick meal downstairs, he made his way back to his hotel room. Upon opening the door, he discovered the lights were off, indicating that Xenu had already gone to bed. He stepped into his room and first glanced at the bed, which was neatly arranged and tidy. He let out a sigh of relief. She finally behaved this time and did not sleep in my bed. Lu Long's heart brimmed with anticipation, for he believed he could finally enjoy a restful slumber that night. After a brief wash-up, he was ready to retire for the evening. However, as he passed by Xenu's room, he was abruptly taken aback by the sound of heavy breathing emanating from within. Could there be something intriguing afoot? Lu Long gravitated towards the portal, his senses keenly attuned. Ere long, the auditory tapestry within intensified, woven with threads of profound gravity and a palpable undercurrent of anguish, an unbearable symphony of suffering intertwined within. Nay, I implore thee, desist. Lu Long felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon hearing the sound. Could it be that he was having a nightmare? He could not help but open the door to his room, and indeed, he found the purple-clad goddess in distress, her fingers clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Under the illumination of the moonlight, her complexion appeared pallid, and she intermittently uttered the word no. This expression was unmistakably a sign of a nightmare. Lu Long understood that those who suffer from nightmares find it exceedingly difficult to awaken. He resolved to rouse her. However, just as his hand reached out, before he could make contact, Zen abruptly opened her eyes, filled with an unmistakable wariness. Yet, upon recognizing Lu Long, her icy gaze swiftly transformed into a pool of tender warmth, and she suddenly leaped into his embrace. Master, I missed you so much, she uttered with a voice heavy with sorrow and grievance, emanating from within his arms. Lu Long's body stiffened momentarily, engulfed in a bewildering sense of helplessness. He could feel warm streams soaking through his clothing, realizing that it was the tears of Zen. Lu Long raised his hands awkwardly into the air, utterly uncertain of what to do. He had never experienced the tender emotions of love before and was completely at a loss in this moment. To push her away? Clearly, that would be inappropriate. She was in a state of sorrow and in need of solace. So what should he do? Lu Long contemplated for a moment before deciding to emulate the gestures seen in television dramas, gently stroking Xenu's head. However, at his touch, Xinu seemed to unleash a torrent of pinned-up grievances, clutching Lu Lang even tighter, her cries growing louder and more sorrowful. Overwhelmed and exasperated, Lu Lang hesitated to touch anything further. What sort of harrowing nightmare could reduce one who feeds on malevolent energy to tears? Lu Lang mused, observing the anguish of Xinu. At last, after a protracted half-hour of weeping, Xinu regained her composure. "Forgive my lapse in decorum, master," she said, withdrawing from Lu Lang's embrace, a look of apology on her face. "It's nothing," Lu Lang replied, shaking his head. "Master, your garments are damp. Allow me to cleanse them for you," Xinu offered, reaching out to disrobe Lu Lang. "Hold," Lu Lang interjected, recoiling. "It's not urgent. Rest for now. I shall leave the garments outside, and you may attend to them on the morrow." "As you wish, master," Xinu assented. Suddenly, she turned to Lu Lang. "Master, nay." He interrupted, "Absolutely not. You shall not share my chamber. But there are no buts, no ifs, no possibilities, no endearments, no diversions, no waterfowl. In short, a resounding no," Lu Lang exclaimed, rattling off a torrent of words containing the syllable ku, revealing the depth of his resistance. "Oh," Xinu responded, her countenance betraying a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Lu Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After placing his garments in the outer chamber, Lu Lang retreated to his own room, still somewhat apprehensive. He secured the windows and door before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, Lu Lang instinctively reached to his side. His hand encountered a smooth, supple surface. He reluctantly opened his eyes. "Why are you here again? Are you not ashamed, being a maiden?" "Ashamed?" Xinu queried, tilting her head in confusion. "What is ashamed?" "From the moment I was assigned to serve you, I became yours. Why should I feel shame?" Xinu's question was posed with utter conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Lang couldn't help but question what sort of thoughts occupied her mind. Unbeknownst to him, Xinu and her companions had been captured and taken to the soul-fighting arena since childhood, where they were subjected to rigorous training and indoctrination with the belief of absolute servitude to their masters. Their education encompassed not only the specialized knowledge of the arena but also, predominantly, the art of serving men. Furthermore, they had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the arena, spending their days in training and interacting almost exclusively with other women. Only when chosen would they experience a semblance of freedom. Yet this liberation was merely another form of constraint. Consequently, within their minds, there existed a profound absence of ethical considerations, moral values, and the common sentiments of life, rendering them entirely oblivious to the concept of modesty. Perhaps such feelings had once existed, but ultimately they were eroded by the relentless passage of time. Lu Lang was still unaware of these sentiments, so he remarked, "However, your actions will impact my life. I still wish to find a wife in the future." "Do you truly wish for your master to remain unattached?" "But I am afraid to sleep alone," Zen lamented. "How did you manage to sleep alone before?" Lu Lang inquired. Upon hearing this question, Zen seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I used to be too frightened to sleep. I would only allow myself to do so when utterly exhausted, and even then, only in secret. Moreover, I would only dare to sleep during the day. However, ever since I became your companion, I have been able to sleep peacefully." As she continued, her expression brightened. "Initially, I was quite terrified. I had heard that men could be very intimidating. Yet, I discovered that you are not at all fearsome and treat me with kindness. In your presence, I feel an extraordinary sense of comfort and familiarity. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I could not part from you." Zen continued. "Is this considered a confession?" Lu Lang responded, speechless. "What is a confession?" Lu Lang rubbed his forehead, realizing now that this purple woman possessed an intricate understanding of the soul-fighting arena, yet remained childlike in her ignorance of everyday matters, knowing nothing at all. Furthermore, she seemed only to heed his commands. Nonetheless, despite this, she could not suppress her inner turmoil, often disregarding Lu Lang's orders. What on earth had the soul-fighting arena done to her? Observing the purple woman in such a state, Lu Lang had already formed a rough conjecture. Her transformation was undoubtedly a product of the arena's machinations. They had effectively turned her into a mere instrument designed to please men. Although Lu Lang felt a surge of indignation, he recognized this as a byproduct of the era's context, and he found himself powerless to rectify it. Sighing in resignation, he resolved to teach her gradually. Coming to terms with reality, he let out a weary breath and rose from his seat. He approached the door, only to find it unyielding. Upon closer inspection, he realized it had been locked from the inside the previous night. After twisting the handle again, he finally managed to open the door, but as he took a single step forward, he suddenly froze. Wait, how had she entered? Lu Ling then recalled a perplexing matter. His attention had been solely fixated on the sight of the purple-clad woman slumbering upon his bed, yet he had entirely overlooked the manner of her entrance. Could she possibly be a specter? Were spirits indeed a phenomenon within the realm of Douluo Continent? Such a notion seemed implausible. With this thought in mind, Lu Ling promptly inspected the window, finding it intact and devoid of any signs of disturbance. He then proceeded to scrutinize other areas of the room for hidden compartments or secret passages, yet discovered nothing amiss. With the windows and doors unscathed and no visible pathways, how had she gained entry? Lu Ling could not help but scrutinize the enigmatic figure of the purple-clad woman before him. He realized that she posed an abundance of perplexities. Not only could she come and go from his room at will, but most intriguingly, she had taken to sleeping beside him. And he remained utterly oblivious to her presence until awakening each time. It was worth noting that his mental acuity had attained the esteemed level of a tidal Douluo. Any slight disturbance would ordinarily rouse his awareness. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her presence rendered his faculties ineffective. He recalled a remark made by the service manager upon their first encounter. This cat girl is rather mischievous, you know. His gaze shifted to the bracelet adorning her wrist. He had examined it thoroughly. It was designed specifically to curtail her movements. With that bracelet, she was bound to the Douluo arena, unable to leave unless he permitted her to do so. Chapter 103, titled The Count, Yi Xingji, suggested that the Douluo arena was aware of her peculiar abilities, as evidenced by the imposition of the Soul Guide bracelet to restrict her. However, they could only impose limitations. They were evidently powerless to resolve the situation, indicating their own inability to manage her. Reflecting on this, Lu Ling inquired, "How did you come to my room?" Upon hearing this question, the purple woman displayed a look of confusion. "I don't quite know," she replied. "I simply thought about it, and then I found myself here. Though I must admit, my accuracy is not always precise. Sometimes I veer off course." Lu Ling was astonished. Was this the manifestation of her heart's desires, or was it a soul skill? Yet she bore no soul ring. Could it be a talent soul skill? Lu Ling understood that some martial souls were exceptionally unique, possessing their own distinct soul skills upon awakening. For instance, the dragon transformation of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect could be considered a talent soul skill. Each time a part of the dragon transformed, an additional soul skill would manifest. Similarly, the angelic domain of the six-winged angels could also be classified as a talent soul skill, as it does not require comprehension and is automatically obtained upon awakening. If the phenomenon surrounding the purple maiden indeed constituted a talent soul skill, then it would be terrifying, to the extent that even a tidal Douluo would be unable to detect it. What is the nature of this bracelet? Lu Ling continued to inquire. I am uncertain. Previously, I inexplicably wandered off, and, after being captured and brought back, they placed this bracelet on me. Ever since acquiring this bracelet, I have been unable to leave the spirit arena. Lu Ling remained silent, contemplating the words of the purple lady, yet he could not arrive at any conclusion. The only certainty he possessed was that she harbored a significant secret, intimately tied to her martial soul. Should he offer her a celestial herb to test the waters? Lu Ling hesitated, but ultimately decided against it. The time was not yet ripe. After all, he was still unfamiliar with the purple lady, and the soul arena might very well be laying a trap for him. However, with the newfound ability she had acquired, Lu Ling realized that he was utterly at a loss when it came to dealing with her. After enjoying breakfast, Lu Ling resumed his participation in the soul battles. His score had already surpassed 13,000 points, and his record boasted an astonishing 105 consecutive victories, not accounting for his duet battles with Hu Liena. It was another day of challenging opponents beyond his level. Upon concluding his matches and returning to the hotel, he encountered a gentleman. The man was tall and slender, impeccably dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of elegance and courtesy. He appeared to be in his 40s, with the marks of age beginning to show on his face. A small tuft of white hair at his forehead accentuating this fact. His hair was meticulously styled, indicating that he was either affluent or of noble birth. He regarded Lu Ling and introduced himself. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Xingji, a Count of the Empire. Upon hearing this address, Lu Ling felt a chill in his heart, yet his face remained utterly inscrutable. This individual had audaciously uttered his surname, indicating a clear preparedness. Lu Ling still wore a mask, concealing any changes in her expression from the man. However, Yi Xingji seemed to sense a shift in Lu Ling's aura and hastily remarked, "Mr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. You have mistaken me. My surname is not Lu," Lu Ling replied coolly, then turned to leave. Yet Yi Xingji continued, "Lu Ling, the fallen noble of Dalmatia, whose parents were wrongfully accused and perished, narrowly escaping disaster while training outside. Subsequently, with the assistance of a family friend, you arrived in the Tiando Empire and enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy. Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Liuling couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qian Rinxue possessed some skill, as her disguise was quite convincing, preventing this individual from discovering her affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to Liuling, Qian Rinxue had orchestrated a sinister plot to solidify his identity, utilizing the resources of the Spirit Hall to tragically eliminate the parents of this Liuling. Noticing Liuling's silence, Yu Xingji discerned his acquiescence and continued, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions." No ill intentions? You have already investigated me and still claim to harbor none? Liuling realized that he must maintain his pretense. My inquiry into Mr. Liu does not imply malice. Moreover, given Mr. Liu's exceptional prowess, I am not the sole individual conducting such investigations. Speak candidly, what do you desire? Liuling inquired, convinced that Yu Xingji presently bore no ill will, for otherwise, he would not engage in such idle discourse. Might Mr. Liu have the time to visit my residence for a discussion? No need for that. Speak plainly. I have no time for superfluous conversation. Mr. Liu is indeed a forthright individual. In that case, I shall dispense with pleasantries. I have witnessed your extraordinary capabilities and, out of admiration for talent, wish to extend a humble token in hopes of forging a friendship. As he spoke, Yu Xingji presented a jade box to Liuling. I have no friends and take no pleasure in friendship, Liuling replied without even glancing at it. Are you certain you won't take a moment to examine it before reaching a conclusion? Yu Xingji responded with unwavering confidence. At his insistence, Liuling cast a glance at him. Yu Xingji, noticing this, smiled slightly and then opened the box, revealing a snow-white ginseng, its veins visibly pulsing with life energy. Even from a distance, Liuling could discern the fragrant aura of vitality emanating from it, invigorating him profoundly. This was undoubtedly no ordinary item. Liuling was astonished. What is this? Yu Xingji closed the jade box with a triumphant expression and replied, "This is the 9-tiered Ginseng King, aged 5,000 years. Its life force surges with vitality, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone. When consumed by a soul master, it fortifies the meridians, nourishes the body, enhances soul power, and invigorates the blood. I observe that although your strength is formidable, the prolonged battles of life and death have undoubtedly bred a certain malevolence within you, which can easily cloud your mind. While you may not yet be aware of it, such influences are subtly at work. With the consumption of this 9-tiered Ginseng King, you can dispel this malevolence and elevate your prowess to new heights." Upon hearing this, Liuling felt a stir within his heart. He recalled the night when the malevolent energy erupted. Prior to that, it had lain dormant, never having manifested. Yet on that fateful night, it suddenly emerged. And now it seemed highly likely that this ominous force was the cause. If it were merely a matter of friendship, you may take your items back. I am not fond of such pretenses. If there is something you wish to discuss, then speak plainly. After some contemplation, Liuling ultimately declined. He was well aware of the principle of no gain without effort. Noticing that Liuling had not outright refused, Yu Xingji sensed an opportunity and promptly handed the jade box to Xin, stating, "Once a gift is given, it cannot be retracted. I indeed have a matter that requires your esteemed assistance. However, it is not convenient to discuss it here and necessitates a more detailed conversation. If you trust me, please accept this 9th-grade Ginseng King, and in 3 days' time, I invite you to visit the Earl's residence." Chapter 104. A visit to the Earl's residence? Do you think I would wager my life for a mere ginseng? Liuling scoffed disdainfully. I believe you will come. Yu Xingji replied with a confident smile, before turning on his heel and departing. Liuling gazed upon the 9th-grade Ginseng King, utterly perplexed by the source of such audacity. Was it merely a single celestial herb that inspired such confidence? He possessed an abundance of them. Upon returning to his chamber, he stowed the jade box within his ring, pondering the ominous aura that Yu Xingji had just mentioned. To be candid, had it not been for Ye's observation, he might not have recognized the shift within himself. Reflecting on it now, he realized that he had indeed undergone a subtle transformation. Previously, he preferred to leave a thread of caution in his endeavors. Yet now, he found himself increasingly inclined towards forthrightness, prone to anger at the slightest provocation. This was particularly pronounced in the arena of combat, where he exhibited a marked reduction in composure and an increase in bloodlust. Perhaps this was intertwined with his inherently wild disposition. However, a more significant factor lay in the orb he had absorbed. recalling the eruption of malevolent energy that night. It was highly likely that the orb's insidious influence had engendered this hostility within him, which in turn reacted back upon the orb, creating a volatile cycle. The causality between the two was inextricable. It seemed imperative that he swiftly learn to assimilate this dark energy, otherwise, it would remain a lingering threat within him. While manageable in ordinary circumstances, a sudden outburst during battle could prove fatal. With this thought lingering in his mind, Lu Long's gaze shifted to the Purple Maiden. She possessed the ability to absorb this malevolent energy without succumbing to its effects. If he could unravel the mystery of her capability, perhaps he could entirely resolve this dilemma. Purple Maiden, come here. Lu Long decided to initiate a tentative inquiry. Master, the Purple Maiden replied, emerging from her culinary endeavors upon hearing his call. Lu Ling's gaze sharpened, and a long knife appeared in his hand, swiftly slicing towards the Purple Maiden. With a sharp crack, the bracelet shattered and fell to the ground. Master, the Purple Maiden stared blankly at the broken bracelet on the floor. You can go wherever you wish from now on. Nothing can bind you anymore. Master, I will not leave. I want to stay by your side forever. Her eyes glistened with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying again. Stop, don't cry. Lu Long was at a loss when faced with girls who weep easily, especially someone like the Purple Maiden, who was inherently delicate and fragile, with a pair of dreamy, large eyes that easily welled up with tears over the slightest matter. The Purple Maiden nodded vigorously, squeezing out 2 drops of tears, as if this act had drained her eyes of all sorrow. All right, you go prepare the meal. Okay. Observing the Purple Maiden as she cooked, Lu Lang smiled faintly. His next task was to scrutinize her and uncover the secret she held. The following day, upon waking, the Purple Maiden was, as usual, sleeping beside Lu Long. He had completely given up on the situation, feeling utterly powerless. All he could do was pray that he would not succumb to his baser instincts. He continued to participate in the soul fighting today, emerging victorious as always. The third day mirrored the second, to the point that he had even forgotten what Yu Xingji had mentioned earlier. However, on the night of the third day, Lu Lang received a letter. Upon opening it, he discovered it was written by Qian Renxue, containing only 3 simple words, Yu Xingji. Upon seeing those words, Lu Lang suddenly understood the source of his earlier confidence. It turned out he had a close connection with Xue Qinghe. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Yu Xingji was affiliated with Xue Qinghe or Qian Renxue. A glance at the seal revealed it bore the stamp of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, suggesting he was indeed associated with Xue Qinghe. However, the fact that Xue Qinghe had been mobilized indicated that he had already attracted attention upon entering Tiando City. Reflecting on Yu Xingji's previous remarks, it seemed likely that he had already caught the eye of some significant figures. It appeared that staying in Tiando City would soon become untenable for him. Lu Lung sighed at this realization. Fortunately, Qian Renshue's capabilities were formidable, and the identity she crafted for him was robust enough to withstand scrutiny. Otherwise, if his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall were to be exposed, Qian Renshue's own cover would also be compromised. No wonder she had insisted that he not follow her to Tiando City. The risks were evidently substantial. In truth, Lu Lung was unaware that the dangers were far greater than he imagined. As the Crown Prince of the Empire, Qian Renxue was under constant surveillance. And although Lu Lung had disembarked outside the city, he had already fallen into the sights of those with ulterior motives, who would undoubtedly investigate his identity. Qian Renxue had anticipated this and, prior to their departure when still at the Spirit Hall, had dispatched someone to the Demacia Kingdom to secure a suitable identity for him. The individual he was impersonating, like his parents, was indeed real. However, both had long since passed away. This was also why Qian Renxue had the audacity to bring Lu Lung into the city so openly. Unbeknownst to him, had he been aware of such intricacies, he would surely have been in awe of Qian Renshue's cunning. Lu Lung incinerated the letter, realizing that with Xue Qinghe's assistance, this Yu Xingji was indeed no ordinary individual. It appeared that a visit was inevitable. As for the potential dangers, Lu Lung could momentarily set aside his concerns. He still believed that Qian Renxue posed no threat to him. Even if there were any, it was certainly not the time. Thus, on the following day, Lu Lung made his way to Yu Xingji's residence. To his surprise, it was Yu Xingji himself who came forth to greet him upon his knock at the door. Once inside the estate, he observed that this so-called count did not seem to be living in luxury. The courtyard was impeccably clean and tidy. Yet the decor was quite antiquated. Despite daily maintenance, the air of poverty was unmistakable. Upon entering the interior, one could hardly find any opulence. No portraits, sculptures, or jade trinkets adorned the space. Overall, it was rather minimalist, imparting a sense of desolation. Noticing Lu Leng's appraisal of his home, Yi Xingji felt a pang of nostalgia. The passage of time had diminished the splendor of his lineage. Forward, Lu Leng uttered simply. Yi Xingji, recalling Lu Leng's background as a fallen noble, broke into a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in those words. One must indeed look ahead. He then added, Brother Lu, now that you are here, you may remove your mask. Rest assured, there are no prying eyes within my count's residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Leng reflected on his relationship with Xue Qinghe and promptly removed his mask. Yi Xingji was taken aback upon seeing Lu Leng's true visage. Astonished that his brother Lu appeared so youthful, truly, a prodigious talent. There is no need for flattery, for you are already aware of this, are you not? Lu Leng's words prompted an awkward smile from Yi Xingji as he realized he had inadvertently let slip his excitement. He swiftly shifted the conversation, remarking that the title Brother Lu felt somewhat formal, and inquired if he might address him as little brother. Chapter 105. Marriage by in-law. There is little distinction in just a word, Yi Xingji jested. While the difference may seem minor, the connotations are profoundly different. The term Brother Lu carries a level of formality. Enough of that, Count Yu. I did not come here to engage in pleasantries. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Lu Leng, disliking such bureaucratic banter, interrupted Yi Xingji. Little brother is indeed quite straightforward, Yi Xingji remarked, unfazed by Lu Leng's rudeness. Before we delve into serious matters, would you care to hear a story? Please proceed, Lu Leng replied, exasperated, suspecting the narrative would undoubtedly relate to his family. Yi Xingji took a deep breath, gathering his emotions before he began. My grandfather was a supportive soul master. During a tumultuous era, with war raging and the populace suffering, he accompanied the late emperor into battle. Thanks to my grandfather's exceptional auxiliary abilities, he significantly reduced troop casualties and ensured logistical support. With the emperor's capable guidance, the internal strife was ultimately quelled. Consequently, my father was honored with a title, becoming one of the 9 marquises of the empire. However, as the war subsided, the significance of supportive soul masters diminished considerably. The newly ascended Emperor Shui, endowed with remarkable capabilities, stabilized the empire through his wisdom, further diminishing the role of supportive soul masters. In the ensuing noble conflicts, our family was wrongfully implicated, resulting in the forfeiture of our marquisate. Although we eventually received vindication, my grandfather had already passed away, leaving me with only the title of Earl. By the time it reaches my daughter's generation, we may struggle to retain even that title. Yi Xingji sighed deeply. Aren't titles hereditary? How could you possibly lose it? Lu Leng inquired. Indeed, titles are hereditary. However, the long-standing distribution of titles has led to saturation. An abundance of titles dilutes the royal benefits, and to mitigate this, Emperor Shui instituted a system where one must demonstrate merit to inherit a title, or risk being demoted to commoner status. Given that our family consists solely of supportive soul masters, from where could we possibly acquire such merit? Yi Xingji explained. Lu Leng contemplated for a moment. As a young earl, he thought he could live a relatively peaceful life without causing trouble. However, this notion was misguided. The empire had 3 prominent dukes and 9 marquises, a structure that remained fixed. In contrast, the number of earls exceeded 100, and the viscounts were even more numerous. Although I hold the title of earl, I possess no substantial power. In reality, my status is barely above that of an ordinary citizen, merely granting me a small patch of land. This is a matter concerning your family and has little to do with me, right? Lu Leng began to grasp the situation somewhat, yet he questioned its relevance to himself. Indeed, it does not concern you, but I wish for it to be connected to you. At this point, Yi Xingji's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had glimpsed hope within Lu Leng. What do you mean? Lu Leng felt an odd premonition. In truth, for many years, I have sought ways to restore my family's former glory. However, times have changed, and we are no longer in that era. In the grand scheme of things, my efforts have proven futile. After toiling for 2 decades, I have come to this realization, which led me to relinquish such aspirations. Now, I do not yearn for those ambitions. I simply wish for my daughter to live well after my demise. That is enough for me, for I owe her so much. Yi Xingji seemed to recall something, a hint of guilt lacing his words. Your daughter? Lu Leng appeared to have made an inkling. Indeed, my daughter. In my fervent desire to restore my family's honor, I neglected my family's needs, failing to even glance at my wife during her difficult childbirth. Shortly after giving birth, she passed away, leaving a profound ache in my heart. I believe it is for this reason that Ling'er has become so reclusive. Yi Xingji spoke to Lu Leng. his words seemingly directed at himself, yet resonating with Lu Liena. After all this, you still have not disclosed why you sought me out? Lu Liena increasingly sensed an ominous turn. It is quite simple. I wish for you to marry into the Yi family. Marry in? Lu Liena thought to himself, as he had indeed anticipated this outcome. However, it differed slightly from his assumptions. He had speculated that Yi Xingji would propose he wed his daughter. Yet he did not expect the request to involve marrying into the family. Lu Liena chuckled. He believed that no matter his current capabilities, he would never accept such an indignity. To marry in was nothing short of an affront to a man's dignity. He gazed at Yi Xingji and remarked lightly, Earl Yi, do you not possess an excess of confidence? With my talents, what family could I not find? Why should I marry into yours, based solely on your title? My young friend has misunderstood. My proposal for marriage is not to be taken in the conventional sense. I have investigated your background. Your parents have passed. Your family has been wronged, leaving you with the title of Baron but devoid of its true power. Our experiences are strikingly similar. By marrying into the Yi family, it may appear as though you are merely entering our household, yet in truth, you will retain autonomy. Your children will carry the surname Lu, and upon my departure, this title will be yours to inherit. I have but one request, that you treat my daughter well and do not forsake her when you achieve success. Yi Xingji sincerely elucidated. Lu Liena remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the white strands of hair on Yi Xingji's forehead, his heart stirred with a subtle emotion. He had not anticipated that he could go to such lengths for his daughter. It is worth noting that while the Douluo Continent possesses Western characteristics, it places immense importance on feudal etiquette, particularly concerning social hierarchies. Yet, he was willing to transcend societal norms and relinquish his noble status for the sake of his daughter, a testament to remarkable paternal love. Nonetheless, Lu Liena felt compelled to decline. He could not marry a person he did not even know. He remarked, given your status as an auxiliary soul master, while it may be challenging to achieve great success, you could certainly thrive by aligning with a powerful family. Why seek someone like me, who is devoid of power, influence, or background? Yi Xingji shook his head, appearing somewhat agitated. You are mistaken. Although the nobility seems harmonious on the surface, it is, in truth, a realm of predation. I have contemplated this as well. Yet our family is weak and lacks a voice. You desire equality, but the other party seeks to devour. Then why choose me? Lu Liena inquired. Quite simply, because you are formidable. Yi Xingji's expression radiated conviction. Is that all? Indeed, that alone suffices. Yi Xingji's confidence was unwavering. I have been observing you for quite some time. I have witnessed every battle of yours. Your strength is formidable, your thoughts are meticulous, and you have consistently dominated your opponents, particularly in recent days. Your ability to surpass opponents of higher levels has astonished me. Moreover, you are remarkably young. If you continue to grow, you will undoubtedly achieve the rank of title Douluo. As he spoke, Yi Xingji's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he could already envision a bright future. May I be so bold as to ask, are you truly 10 years old? What of it? Is my age too young to be suitable for your daughter? Lu Liena replied half-jokingly. No, I am merely astonished. It is truly difficult to fathom that a 10-year-old could achieve such greatness. At 10, I was still under my father's protection, Yi Xingji said, his excitement palpable. By the end of his statement, his expression transformed into one of pride, and he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. With such a genius, my Yi family shall surely reclaim its former glory. Upon hearing these final words, Lu Liena furrowed his brow. Despite the eloquence of his words, Yi Xingji had not escaped his own obsession. He was still fixated on reviving his family. His previous sentiments were likely nothing more than guilt toward his late wife and a reluctant compromise with reality. Indeed, a person who, during his wife's difficult labor, could still prioritize his career would find it challenging to relinquish such ambitions. Hey, are you celebrating prematurely? I have not agreed to anything. Lu Liena doused him with a cold splash of reality. No, you will agree. Oh, you were so confident? Lu Liena was intrigued. The last time Yi Xingji exhibited such confidence, it was due to Shueqinghe. What was the source of his assurance this time? Very simple. Because my martial soul is. Just then, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the side hall. Dad, what is happening? Lu Liena turned towards the sound and beheld a girl with piercing eyes and a delicate visage. Her slender figure was adorned in a flowing black gown, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. However, upon seeing her, Lu Liena was momentarily taken aback. It's you. And spoke in unison. You know each other? Was also taken aback. We're classmates. They said again, simultaneously. Felt a bit awkward and looked at, explaining. He helped me a few times when some people at school were bullying me. I see. It's good that your classmates, very good indeed, exclaimed, his happiness overflowing. He knew attended Royal Academy but didn't realize he knew as well. And judging by their demeanor, they weren't just acquaintances. Their relationship seemed quite promising. This significantly increased the likelihood of becoming a son-in-law. Seeing her father's delighted expression was puzzled. Dad, do you also know? Not only do I know him, but we'll be family soon. Family? What do you mean? This is the future husband I've found for you. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Stated without reservation. Husband. Was thunderstruck, her mind blank. When did she get a husband? She stared wide-eyed at, incredulous. Smiled, but his expression was serious, not joking. Then, she looked at Hu wore a helpless expression. Suddenly, she realized it was true, but it was all too sudden. How could she suddenly have a husband without knowing anything about it? Shouldn't such an important matter be discussed with her first? She wanted to question him angrily, but seeing present, she hesitated, seemingly realizing something, and her fair face flushed crimson. Witnessing this, smiled even more broadly. He had been worried that his daughter might not approve, knowing her stubborn and strong-willed nature, which made her impervious to others' influence, including his own. But now, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Indeed, his judgment was impeccable. However, he was also amazed. Just how much charm did possess to captivate his daughter's aloof personality and make her fall for him? Regardless, it was clear that the matter was more than halfway settled. Just as was about to strike while the iron was hot, a servant suddenly arrived to report, "Master, people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan have come to visit. What are they doing here at this time? Could it be because of what happened a few months ago when he sought assistance from them?" Had a bad feeling. Hoping it wasn't the case, or else there would be trouble. "Invite them in," instructed. Then, he turned to, "And, young friend, I have guests to attend to and am temporarily indisposed. Why don't you take a stroll in the backyard? I'll join you later. Show around and nurture your affection." "Dad, what are you saying?" exclaimed, her face flushed with delicate indignation. She then glanced shyly at and said almost inaudibly, "Let's go." Lu lying, with a sense of resignation, could only follow behind her. "How did you come to know my father?" Upon reaching the backyard, Yilingling couldn't help but inquire. "That's a rather lengthy tale. But I truly did not anticipate that you were the daughter of Dookie,